Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third day already of Triton ONE, live from the beautiful Les A Casino in Jeju, South Korea. Of course, brought to you guys by QQPK. I am Kevin van der Kooi, also known as Rotterdam, and with me is Wieder. And we are getting ready for a very exciting day two, even if it is our third day already. But that's, of course, how it works with these large fields of the Genesis opening event. Wieder, it's been 2 days of non-stop QQPK Genesis action. We have, like, give or take 8 minutes to get ready for our second day that will start off with 197 players. There are too many fun things to talk about so far because we have seen some poker in these first 2 days.
Well, what a first couple of days it's been. 4 flights of tremendous action at the feature table, no doubt at the outer tables as well. We're down to 16% of the field. That's 197 players battling it out here in day 2. And we're going to play all the way down to the final table of 9. So lots of poker action today. I absolutely cannot wait.
That is the goal. Now, of course, there is always a chance that it just takes a little too long, but our goal is to go down from 197 players that are left. Of course, everyone is in the money already today. 2-9. There is a small chance that we'll cut it off earlier because we don't want to keep everyone here till 4 a.m. But it has been a record-breaking event, the largest field ever in the history of Triton. That's obviously amazing. We love hearing that. That's what Triton ONE is all about. We want to make the Triton brand a little bit more accessible to a lot of poker enthusiasts around the world. And it has worked. I mean, 1185 was a pretty high benchmark from last time around. At first, I was like, I think we can get there. Then at one point, okay, I wasn't sure. But yesterday, day 1C in particular, was a very large field.
Yeah, near 500 players in that one, so a huge shout out to all those making it possible. Coming down to the second Triton ONE, and of course participating in the opening event here, the 3K Genesis. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday, day 1C and day 1D. We mentioned the huge turnout in 1C, 237 in day 1D as well. A few players, some superstars, Kiat Lee comes to mind, who busted day 1C after late reg actually had closed. Hopped into day 1D and actually made over a 2 million stack to come into day 2. So, of course, the persistence is paying off for some of them. Love seeing that. And at the start of day 2, we do have multiple people coming in from different flights. In the top 4 stacks, Martin Nielsen, day 1C superstar, chip leader of the tournament, over 5 million in chips for him. Nishant Sharma from day 1A, Julian Lozano also day 1A, and KT from Thailand, the Thai superstar, super high roller regular at Triton, over 4 million coming in from day 1D.
Yeah, they are coming in with very healthy stacks, but it really did feel that day 1C was the Martin Nielsen show. Ever since I kind of put him on the radar of Randy is like, all right, I'll keep an eye on him. And yesterday it really was all about Martin Nielsen. He kind of skyrocketed to the leaderboard very early on, and at one point Randy even said, I feel Martin Nielsen doesn't know where he wants to be on the leaderboard because he was at 2 million. He went up to 3.5, fell back to 1.7, but at one point the heated truly started kicking in. There's a couple of fun events because we had him at the future table as well, and a little spoiler, we are going to continue today where we left off yesterday, and that is with Martin Nielsen on the future table. We'll announce the rest of the lineup soon. A couple of fun hands. Of course, the hands with the queens against ace-queen at the future table was a massive one. That really cemented his chip lead over the rest of the field. But earlier, in one of the outer tables, and that kind of describes Martin Nielsen, his day 1C run, he had pocket threes. He was battling it out with queen 10 on a 10-high board. He fired, turn is a queen, he fired again, and he was going to fire on any river. The river just happened to be the 3. Yes, that kind of summed up his day, and he was just smiling about it. Obviously, he was having a good time. He's like, yeah, it was a bit of a rough start so far. Last year, he final tabled the Genesis. We have to mention that. Finished in 5th place back then for $133,000. 3K buy-in, turning it into 133. That is amazing. And now chip leading after day 1C. What a day for Martin.
Well, don't forget the roller coaster narrative for Martin extends all the way back to day 1A because we actually saw him in the feature table in a very tricky spot. Did end up with a bit of a misstep, busting, had to call off the last 2 blinds or so that he had left. And again, fired 1C, and here he is. Let's take a look at some of the other people we have on the leaderboard. Did mention the top 4 stacks, Nishant Sharma in second place, QQPK ambassador himself, the newest formed one, so he's really putting on a show. Some excellent names that I'm familiar with from the Asian circuit as well. Of course, we do have Tony Ren Lin, 3.4 million, 15th place on the leaderboard. What a show he tends to put on when he's on the feature table, entertaining everybody he's always playing with. As I move my way down, do want to shout out 22nd place, Win Hua from France. Now, she was on our feature table as well. Very accomplished pro. She's actually pretty famous, Kevin. She went viral for folding a full house going against Zebo's theorem that I taught you, nobody ever folds a full house, showing it, and her opponent actually had a better full house. So she is actually world famous in the world of poker.
As he also final tabled a Triton ONE event last time around in September, so I got to see quite a bit of her. We had her on the TV table early. She made it all the way to the final table. So that is one that I'm familiar with as well, and I'm obviously hoping that we get to see some of her today at one of these future tables. You stopped at 22nd, but how can we stop at 22nd when in number 23, no longer the mystery German, Joshua Gebisa, of course, the main event champion of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE. That was his first bullet, by the way, first attempt, day 1A. He just continues to run good over here in Jeju.
Well, you did have a suggestion that we might see a winner of Triton ONE this time around who has won a trophy before, and what a story it would be if Joshua Gebisa can go all the way. 23rd place, 2.9 million in chips is certainly plenty to work with, and we know this man has the talent. Right below that, I will point out in 26th place, a Thai superstar in the making, Napat, goes by Top Tap, an actor turned poker player. We love to see stories like that. Found poker, found his passion for the game, stuck with it, and here he is, day 2 of the 3K Genesis event.
You know, I love talking poker with you, Vidir, because there are so many names that stand out on this list. And I don't think 8 minutes for us is ever going to cover it, because I would like to talk about number 28. We have Aaron from Armenia. He was here all the time in the inaugural edition of Triton ONE last September. He came straight back. He was playing in day 1A. In the end, made it to the second day of the 3K Genesis. I really enjoy watching Aaron play. And right below that, we have Timothy Chong from the UK, who recently, in last November even, I mean as recent as November, won the Master Classics of Poker. And in my tiny country, that is one of the most prestigious events we have. So really cool to see Timothy Chong, a very accomplished pro in the European circuit, also making it to day 2. I mean, we've got 197 players making it to the second day of our opening QQPK Genesis event, and I feel at least 100 of them deserve a proper shout out because we have seen some of their stuff.
Well, let's focus on the table we have at hand, and what's good is, just like day 1's, we will rotate our feature tables after every 3 levels, 40 minutes apiece. Martin Nielsen, of course, highlighting our feature table here, but he will have plenty of competition. 110 big blinds in his stack, some of the shortest stacks behind him, which is a good position to be in. You can pick your spots, find your jams, maybe 3-bet jams, and try to spin up. He's going to have his work cut out ahead of him, but if these players have seen the feature table from yesterday, they'll know they're in for a challenge.
Martin is fun. Like, Martin is not just fun because I get along with him well. He knew me through the world of video gaming. I knew him through the world of poker. Short deck is actually his favorite form of poker. Right. He really is a short deck specialist, but clearly loves No Limit and has found a lot of success in these No Limit Hold'em events as well. I'm so ready for our 3rd day. It feels like day 2, day 3, but it's the 2nd day of our opening event, the QQPK Genesis. As we'll take a little look around the room. Everyone is in the money already, Vidir. Doesn't it feel great to start off a series in the money?
That's the way to do it. They're all bagged. They get to unload their chips, set up for what's going to be a fun day of poker, a long day of poker. Get the caffeine in, get the carb loading done early. You're in for a ride. Every decision feels crucial. We are in the money. We will find out exactly what the prize pool and the payouts are going to be shortly as the players set up for day 2.
Didn't even get to talk about him yet, but Samuel Mueller perhaps played the most controversial hand so far over here at Triton ONE, where he folded the aces when he only had 50k or so behind. I think at that point, give or take 10 big blinds, folded the aces incorrectly against the hand of the tournament, King 10. It's King 10 all the way. It's always King 10, Vidir. And I want you to know, the first mystery hand we have, I'm putting them on King 10. I don't care what the board is. I don't care how the action goes. It's going to be King 10.
Yeah, the odds will certainly be in your favor based on what we've seen so far. Let's see what we have in store in terms of mystery hands. Those are always fun. Chat, make sure you take your guesses just like Kevin and I are going to be doing.
King 10.
King 10 seems to be the way to go. As we look around the room, 8-handed, some quick math, you know, about 197 players, so we should have 25 or so tables going. That's a full room right there at the Leze Casino here in Jeju.
Someone we did not give a shout out yet to, and once again we didn't have enough time to cover the entire exciting list of players, but is of course Josh McCauley. We got to see a little bit of him on the opening day, but he is the original player 1, the player of the series of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE. Back then, the man finished second in a one-night 2K event. He finished 40th in the main and also took second place in the 20K high roller. Josh McCauley from Australia, he's still alive, entering the second day of our opening event, the QQPK Genesis.
Well, clearly he's trying to go back-to-back. Player 1 wants to become player 2.
I think he would still be player 1. I believe that's how it works.
Yeah, he would definitely be player 1 if he wins it twice.
It's going to be fun. We're excited. It's going to be a very long day. I've said it a few times over the last 2 days, but guys, we have 25 days of non-stop poker coming your way. Triton ONE will lead straight into the Triton Super High Roller Series that kicks off on the 14th of March. Let's go ahead and hear from Sonny himself, as I believe we have a little public service announcement before we start playing cards.
Players, welcome back to the day 2 of QQPK Genesis. And we officially have the largest field event in a Triton event ever. With 1,236 entries, including 759 re-entries. All players coming back to day 2 are in the money with 197 position, receiving 4,500, and the winner taking home $586,000. A big thanks to our sponsor, QQPK, and most importantly, thank you players for your continuous support. Thank you. And I would like to ask for a big round applause for yourselves and for Triton. All right, having said that, let's have an amazing day. Coming back to 25,000, 50,000, big blind ante 50,000. Dealers, please begin to deal.
Thank you so much, Sonny, as we take a little look at our lineup of the future table once more. But before we truly dive into this, there's one last thing we didn't even get to talk about. But of course, Triton ONE has 14 events. We would love to cover all of them, but that's simply not possible because some events overlap with one another. And we actually crowned our first champion yesterday night, Vider. We had a 2K one-night bounty quattro, and it was won by Renji Ding from China. He walked away with $52,000 and, of course, the first Triton ONE trophy.
Well, congratulations to Renji walking away with the first trophy of this series. That's one for the mantelpiece right there. The hardware we're all looking for. Shout out to the runner-up as well. Chung from Hong Kong has been on our feature table for this event. Clearly hopped into the 2K. Got the job almost done, but still a great score to kick things off here in the series. Third day of the festival, first hand of day 2. Away we go.
We have our chip leader getting out of the way, Martin Nielsen, rocking the hoodie from last time around. I don't believe it's possible to get your hands on this hoodie anymore. Another reason to attend every single Triton ONE, because there is only one true opportunity to get your hands on some of that merch. I love the shirt that you're rocking today, by the way. I brought that one with me, but I thought we were going to wear the white one. Now I'm a little bit jealous because I like that shirt and I think it looks cool on me as well. So tomorrow I'm wearing it, Vider.
I'm getting a sense of our merch strategy here. We're doing it in the form of drops, like the kids do. Limited supply. Keep the excitement and the buzz going. The merch this time around, fantastic. Go check it out on our merch store. And of course, if you're at the venue, you can go to the counter, grab your hoodies and shirts like Kevin and I have, as we do see the Ace-8 5-flop pair versus pair. Monotone board, though.
Yep, all hearts. Neither player holds a heart. The ace for Shu is obviously best at this point. Honestly, Liu is not intimidated by this all monotone board. No heart and no problem. He's got the heart where it matters the most. As he bets a 65K, but she is not going anywhere with the ace-9. At least not yet. We are starting off with 25K, 50K blinds. So all of these spots, they feel large immediately. Another heart rolls off on the turn. As the 10 of hearts makes its appearance. Start feeling a little more worried right now when we're holding ace-9 on the big blind.
Yeah, the ace seems a bit meaningless at this point. Did grab chips.
Great hoodie by Hans. I'm a fan.
Wants to get the hand over with here. King 5. Seems a little more favorable, turning his hand into a bluff on the 4 hard board. Doing this on the turn is smart, getting a bit of leverage on the bet. Scary for Shu to think about what he might face on the river. Lets the top pair go. Power poker by Hans Lu to kick things off.
That man had 12 hours to get ready for the second day of the Genesis, and he's like, you know what, I'm blasting with King 5 offsuit on a 4 hard board. First hand of the day. Vidar, I think I found a new fan favorite immediately. You look at that hoodie, you look at that great hairstyle, and we're blasting in our first hand of the second day. I'm a fan.
So that's how it's going to be.
Can't really fault him for letting go of the ace-9 there, right? First hand of the day, 4 hearts on the board. It's just, you're getting yourself in so much trouble if you make that turn call as well. Like, there is no river that gets us incredibly excited. Can't fault him, man.
Yeah, there's a bit of first-hand meta there. A lot of players will maybe, if they suspect they're being bullied, call the turn and evaluate on the river, but every chip feels so precious right now. 130K was the ask, about 2.5 bigs, but off a stack of about 800, makes sense to try and preserve, find a better spot. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and ace-10 now for the chip leader.
Martin is obviously not going to get the same respect as a lot of the other players at this table, being the chip leader. And perhaps they did a little bit of research as well. Martin spent a lot of time on the future table over the last 2 days. And I'm sure that they try to get a little familiar with his game. He's actually raising it with a real hand this time around. Ace-10 off from the hijack, a very standard opening. Jagmai, one of the shortest stacks, lets go of the Queen-Jack offsuit. Does not want to shove over the top for 10 bigs. Knows that he's most likely going to get called. And will almost never be crushing whatever Martin is opening with.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier, Kevin. Jagmai's spot is pretty good. Despite him having 10 bigs, Martin is so likely to be opening frequently. So he's going to look for a spot that he can 3-bet shove and pick up some dead money.
Flop comes 5-4-3 Rainbow. The ace-10 of Martin is still in the lead. Martin picks up, of course, the wheel draw. It's actually the big blind is going to try to represent this board a little bit, despite the fact that Jack-10 is obviously nowhere near this board.
I love this, using the range advantage on the 5-4-3 Rainbow board from the big blind. Martin having an ace, though, is tricky because he's very likely to continue, especially at this size. And I think Chuok could have taken that into account.
Wow.
But look at this, just gets the job done.
Ying Lin takes down his first spot of this future table with a Jack-10 offsuit on 5-4-3 Rainbow. As you said, taking full advantage of him having the big blind range advantage. He is supposed to be smashing that board when he's just coming along for the ride. And Martin does not want to get too out of line early.
Pretty
That's a
interesting.
nice little pickup.
Yeah, Martin folding there is a bit surprising, considering the wheel draw and the 2 overs. Giving full credit to his opponent there. He also wants to feel the table out, I think, before really pressing his advantage in the form of his giant stack. 5.5 million, over 100 bigs. Just a few minutes to go in this level, mind you. We came in at level 17, 25, 50K. Soon we will be at the 30K, 60K level.
So 2 hands in. Twice we got the worst hand to fold the best hand.
All right,
That's
is
a
poker.
good start to the table.
Yeah.
If this continues, we're going to have 3 incredibly fun levels ahead of us, Vidar.
Yeah, that's the difference between poker and a game of luck, isn't it? Get called by worse hands and get better hands to fold. That's the name of the game.
Martin looks down at ace-5 suited under the gun +2. Decides to open things up once more.
20 minutes.
The blinds have gone up. We started obviously at 25K, 50K, but apparently we only had 2 hands off that level. I like that level because it was very easy to calculate the stacks. We have now gone up to 30K, 60K. And Jagmai is wondering, with less than 10 bigs, is ace-6 offsuit the hand for him? Decides against it.
He's just come in on the feature, does come into J2, does want to wait a little bit before he takes his spot. Ace-6, certainly foldable. And watch the bottom of the screen go there, Kevin. 188 already. Already lost almost 10 players within the first couple of hands, rather.
Daniel is very short, less than 5 big blinds at the moment. Let go of the duckies there. You okay with that? I mean, we're always flipping at best.
Yeah, no fold equity as well, so you're always going to get it in flipping at best. Could be dominated as well. He too will wait for a better spot, but he doesn't have as much optionality as Jagmai there. Just 4 bigs left.
I'm looking forward to see which hand he will pick. I believe it is his turn in the big blind in 4 hands from now. You really don't want to pay the big blind and the ante and then the small blind, because at that point we have absolutely nothing left. I don't think we really need to start talking about pay jumps yet. Obviously, we start mentioning that once it becomes a bit more relevant. Hans comes in with a very healthy stack, especially after picking up that first hand of this TV table. A little over 2 million chips now. That could be the hand for Yagmai. Pocket sevens, less than 10 bigs. Slam dunk.
Yeah, let's go for it. Maximize the fold equity. Pick up the 2.5 bigs in the middle if we can. Wouldn't mind a call if it's a flip situation either.
And sweet dreams are being made out of getting called by pocket sixes and pocket fives. But
Unlikely in my opinion, but you never know.
that's why they're sweet dreams. They're a little unrealistic. King 5 will get out of the way. Let's see what our big blind is working with. 9-6 of spades. That's not going to do it, as it is half of the stack of a shoe. So he should get out of the way as well.
Yeah, and Yagmai will take it. 600k exactly in the pot 10 bigs. He's UTG +2, so a couple of hands before he needs to post 2 of them.
Couple seconds left, saving some face. Does not want to give the impression that he likes to give up on his big blind easily, but I did not believe for a second that we were truly considering it with 9-6.
Have you ever come across those players, Kevin, who are just so adamant, don't come after my big blind,
Oh,
you're
for
attacking
sure.
my big blind?
It becomes personal.
Yeah, or maybe I had a hand. How about that? There is Martin Nielsen, well over 5 million, tournament chip leader. And certainly make improvements to his stack if things go well in this table. The stack distribution is very favorable. 2.1 million is the next biggest stack in the form of Hounslow, so all kinds of pressure can be exerted.
Martin seems to be a little bit sleepy. Forgot that it's his turn there, as he was first to act under the gun. Let's go with the 9-7. Of course, Martin is looking forward to a lot of the short deck events that are happening later on at the Triton Super High Roller Series once Triton ONE is done. But Martin just enjoys poker, loves being in the mix, loves playing on these tables, loves battling it out with various players from all over the world. And last time was here at the very beginning, I believe, at Triton ONE already. And obviously stuck around for the Triton Super High Roller Series. Got a gem from the small blind there, King 3 offsuit. Shu showing us that he is not afraid. And he really wanted to get that big blind and the ante back that he just paid.
I like it. Goes with the theory. Any king around the 12 big blind level can certainly rip it from the small with the ante in play as well. Knows his charts, this man.
It is always a little bit scary once we start jamming the King 3 offsuit. But when it gets folded to you in the small blind, it is what you are supposed to do. But then still doing it, Vider, is still a lot more difficult.
It is very difficult. You are going to get called by better more often than not, but you do get a lot of folds. You fold out a lot of equity. And the weaker kings that are better than King 3, King 4, till maybe King 8, do let it go as well, usually.
You think King 8 would fold small blind, big blind battle there for those stacks?
It's borderline for sure. It's like you just said. I mean, you might be supposed to call theoretically, but calling is a different ordeal.
I think King 8, you're going to get looked up quite often. King 5, King 6, I would agree with you that it's more likely to let those go. But I feel like starting at King 8 will probably call pretty loose from the big blind.
Yeah, and it's a great point considering the situation in the tournament right now. Everybody guaranteed the min cash, which we have just been informed is about 4.5k. Nice little ROI, 1.5 times the buy-in. Everybody, of course, came in the money. And for a while, there is no ICM, really. The pay jumps are tiny, and they're quite far apart.
Yeah, now last year, it really feels like once we get closer to the final table, that's where ICM starts playing a very huge role. But early on, as long as we are with triple digits, way over 100 players, I don't think that's something that these guys are going to be too concerned of. And let's not forget that a couple of these guys, including our chip leader, Martin Nielsen, fired more than one bullet. It's not all of them are Joshua Gabisa, who can just sign up and immediately build a 3 million stack and make it to day 2. And then our first real hand here, Vidar.
How much?
How much being asked by the pocket sixes, despite an open and a jam for 1 million chips.
It kind of feels like we're going to have to let go of our sixes here, because it's not just the jam that we have to worry about. Keon wants to also know how much. Well, basically for all of what you have. Martin Nielsen had a okay-ish hand, but can obviously never call there with Jack 10 offsuit. And Shu takes another one down. That man was really upset he had to fold his big blind.
Fantastic spot picking there by Shu. Attacks the cutoff open, which happened to be queen 10 off. Jams the king jack, and all of a sudden his stack is a lot more hefty. Getting into the high teens in the form of bigs.
We are obviously going to keep a close eye on the leaderboard throughout the day because that's going to be so fun. See who is enjoying his roller coaster ride. See who is on the never-ending upswing. And we actually already have a new chip leader. It is Chen from China, as he has chipped up to 5.6 million chips and now has a few more chips to work with than Martin. We still have one lady in the top 10 as well, currently in 6th place, Shitao Li, working with almost 4 million. So we'll keep a close eye on how Li is doing as well. As we want to see some of the ladies run hot, do well, and potentially make it to a final table.
Yeah, you just mentioned Zhang Shangqin taking the chip lead in the tournament. I can check on the Triton Poker Plus app. This is his first Triton event. How cool for him to be chip leading early in day 2.
It seems like Daniel is going to get looked up as he has shoved the deuces under the gun. Obviously, big blind was coming. Did not want to pay that big blind. Did not want to pay the ante and then potentially end up with 9-3 offsuit or anything among those lines. So he has decided to go for it. This time around, there was no action prior to him, like the last time he had deuces, as he was first to act. I do expect Kian, of course, to get involved with the ace-jack suited. Announces the all-in over the top. And it's a pretty fair fight. This is perhaps as much as you can hope for with those deuces.
Yeah, first off, great decision by Kian to isolate there and jam his own stack of exactly 15 bigs. That's the way to do it. Now a flip for Daniel, and another reason to not wait till the big blind is so that you do have the dead money of the big blind and the antes as well. So perfect situation. Look at the pot here, 680 from 265. Excellent opportunity for Daniel to come back in this tournament.
And we saw at least one ace getting folded there as well. Didn't really keep an eye on all the other holdings, but we know at least one red ace is gone. Oh, do we believe in the power of the duckies?
Deuces never loses?
I feel like that is one of the most told lies in poker. They lose so often, Vider.
We do have many lies in poker. Let's see if this one lives up to it. So far, so good. One club does represent the back doors, as do the straight draws in the form of the 10-9, but still 67%.
The queen of clubs or the 8 of clubs for maximum drama. Oh, how about a deuce? And that is going to give the check mark to Daniel a set. As that king of clubs would have been a very exciting turn card, but is now completely irrelevant. The deuces never loses. Daniel gets a full double and then some, and is now looking at a stack that is worth 11 big blinds.
Minimum drama there with the turn. And I did notice that Daniel Khan did not react in the slightest. Absolute stone-faced killer.
Because he knew.
He knew? He was just waiting?
Ah, he heard you. He's like, deuces never loses. That's right.
He's joining us from Uzbekistan, which is pretty cool. No Triton tournaments before this as well, so newcomer to the series. Welcome, welcome. As he does find the double. Look at the added comfort. Thanks to the dead money. Goes from 265 to 680, over 11 bigs.
I'll take a little look at the bottom of the leaderboard. As we started today, obviously, with 197 runners. We have lost Gary Thompson, the man from Ireland. We have also... we lost Dimitrios Anastasakis, who we spoke quite a bit about on the opening day. Had a good run in day 1A. Taking a look at how the action went, he decided to jam the deuces. And he got called by ace-jack, so that's actually kind of funny. The exact same hand as we just witnessed, but in the outer field, unfortunately, for the man from Greece. The deuces did not hold, and ace-jack got the best of him.
Deja vu. Glitch in the matrix.
They do lose sometimes.
Pocket 10s appear for the chip leader, facing the cutoff open. Mind you, the open is on the bigger side, 2.5x, a little less standard these days. Nielsen will be attacking. In comes the 3-bet. Ace-jack off. Will be in a tough spot. Note the sizing on the 3-bet as well against the big open. 150 going to 375. Not too big. There is a world where it is inviting a 4-bet, but ace-jack off doesn't seem like the hand to do it with.
Hans also does not strike me as a guy who likes to give up easily, especially not when it's the chip leader that's 3-betting him. Haven't seen too much of Liu yet, but I have the feeling that he's not just going to fold here. He might come over the top. I feel like he's here to play, Vider. Just have that feeling.
Looks like he's considering all the options here. He's into his time bank now, or as we call it, the Triton tempo. We'll talk more about that as we see what he does.
Ah, he does come over the top. Vider, I had a feeling. I've only seen the man for a couple of minutes, but he just struck me as a warrior, a man that wants to fight, especially against the chip leader. Comes over the top, announces all in for almost 2 million chips. And Martin Nielsen is facing his first big decision of the day.
Kevin, you absolutely nailed it. The force is strong with you, my friend, as it is with Hans, battling Martin's 3-bet. Cutoff versus button ranges are going to be a lot wider, so Hans correctly putting the pressure back on Martin, and there is a chance.
Wow.
Martin just takes it.
We've got our first monster pot of the day. 4 million chips in the middle. It is ace, jack offsuit, battling it out with pocket tens. Big plays on both sides. Martin makes the call. Is a favorite. Can we call this a coin flip when it's 57%? Is anything above 55 still a coin flip?
Soft flip, I like to say. It does take into account some of the folded cards sometimes, but for all intents and purposes, a flip. Ace or jack needed. One paint, but it's the wrong one. King 9-4 rainbow.
The tens of Martin Nielsen, the man who came into the chip leader, or came into day 2 as the chip leader, are still best. An exciting turn, and the river is heading our way. The turn is a save for Martin as the 5 of spades. Doesn't change a whole lot, with only 2 spades on the board. Hans Leo needs an ace or a jack only, or he will be sent to the rail. 4 million chips in the middle, and the river is the 4 of hearts. Martin Nielsen made the call with the tens there and extends his chip lead over the rest of the field because, yes, temporarily he dropped to second or third, but I'm quite certain, Vider, that the man is back in the lead.
7.5 million, I think. I am certain as well. I do like the call off there. The jam was over 30 bigs, but Martin sort of going with the math. You can think about the combos, way more combos of ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, even weaker hands than that might be doing this as a bluff. Pocket tens, of course, only needs to worry about the 4 overpairs. 6 combos each, much, much fewer than the overcards. And of course, he could afford it as well off a 5 million stack, needing to call off about 1.5. Unlucky for Hanslu to lose the flip. We have our first elimination on the feature.
Yep, but definitely not the first one of the day, as we have already seen quite a few players drop out. You guys can always keep an eye on that over at the Triton Poker Plus app. And speaking of, there is a poll right now. If you guys open the app in the main screen, there is a poll in the top right side where it says vote now. If you click on the button, you can choose which nation will end the day with the chip lead. Now, not all the nations are there. I'd love to vote for the Netherlands. I know we have at least one runner, but the Netherlands is not an option. But you can pick between China, India, Thailand, Japan, Malaysia, Russia, Denmark, Colombia, and Lithuania. I like how Colombia is in there just for Julian Lozano. He's like, all right, basically we're picking Julian there. If you're voting Colombia, you're picking Julian. But guys, please take a look at the app and vote if you want to. I think China is a pretty safe bet, but at this point, Denmark may not be a bad shout either.
Yeah, it's all about the chip lead. If I had to go with the most players with the most chips, I'd probably pick China, but all options on the table, and you can keep an eye on who's on the leaderboard using the Triton Poker Plus app and make your decision accordingly. I personally like to go for the underdogs in this situation. Why not? Give yourself a bit of a sweat.
If you want to win, you probably vote China. But a couple of big stacks coming out of India as well, of course. Yeah, Nishant Sharma, QQPK ambassador. He is still going very strong with over 4 million chips, currently in 7th place overall of the 170 players that are remaining. This could be the moment for Nariman Yagmai. Ace-6 offsuit on the button. It got folded to him. Is this a slam dunk shove, Vider?
It is, and I think he knows it. Just taking his time, balancing his timing. Any moment now.
And it is your tournament life, right? It is precious. There are no more re-entries. There are no more rebuys. It is day 2. Everyone here is in the money. Does announce the all-in. Took his time. Small blind. Daniel with a little less than 10 bigs now. The blinds had absolutely nothing. So Jagmai chips up. He's been very patient.
Yeah, once again, back up to over 600. That is how the short stacks will navigate, especially being on the left of Martin Nielsen. Just look at the towers in front of Martin. He's building a little urban development in front of him.
Even if you come in to this day as a chip leader and you're faced with such a big decision early on for over 2 million chips, I mean, how many times throughout the history of these large events haven't we seen someone come in with a massive stack, but then you immediately play a pot that is worth like 40% of your stack? If that goes wrong, it is so easy to see it all just disappear in front of your eyes. But Martin made the correct call there with the 10s. Got served some justice. And now he's honestly looking really good. Like, I'm not going to say that 7.5 million is good enough to make it to the final table, because you're probably going to need to do a little bit more, but you can have a serious run with the amount of chips that Martin is currently working with.
Yeah, with 1,236 entries, I think we'll be in the tens of millions at the FD, but Martin is best placed to get there.
Yeah, but what do you think is the shortest stack that's going to enter the final table? Because that could be around the 10 million mark, or
Yeah,
even
I'll probably
a bit below.
venture that, yeah. I can't do the math there. I'm really bad with zeros, by the way, which doesn't help sometimes in coverage in large field events. 250k starting stack at this event.
As we have Keon shoving the pocket threes under the gun. 11 big blinds starting this orbit. Jagma is giving it some thought, but ace-9 is not the kind of hand that you really want to call off with. If it got folded to him, there's a good chance that he would just shove once more back-to-back hands, this time from the cutoff. But he will let go of the ace-9, and we can't really blame him for that.
So it's a bit non-standard to shove the threes, 8-handed on the table. 7 right now with the elimination actually could have helped his case. But I told you, Kevin, with the big blind ante in play, the under the gun, shoving and opening ranges have become a little wider when they're short stack. We also did just see the pocket deuces shove and get the full double. Could have inspired him as well. Takes the spot, gains 2.5 bigs. We'll put in 2 of them on this hand itself, being in the big, but there's the cushion he was looking for. Yeah, quick reminder, sir. I know you just stacked your chips, but 2 bigs need to go back in.
He might just fight over them. Might just defend them like a lion. And it's super fun to just scroll through the app and keep an eye on all the guys and girls that we have seen over the last 2 days. We are losing quite a few of them at a very rapid pace.
Love this angle, as always, Kevin, as we do see the beautiful floor here at Laissez Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World at the back of our seat 1 player, Xu Jiaming.
Unfortunately, in 174th place, we have to say goodbye to Steven Song. We didn't really get to see a whole lot of him yet. I hope to see a lot more of Steven in the upcoming week, because Jeju is a place that he has found a lot of success in the past, and we know how good he is. But no magical run over here in the opening event for Steven. Even though he finished in the money, I mean, that's not a bad start to your week, but probably hoping for a little more.
8 days to go.
What do we make of the... I know you just said that the ranges of opening under the gun have gone a little wider, but what do we make of the 4 deuce of diamonds opening range?
Doesn't get wider than this, and Xu has just been so active.
Jiming Xu shows us that he is not afraid either. This man, ever since he was forced to give up his big blind, he's been angry. And he has won 3 out of the last 5 hands or something along those lines.
My word, this man just took it down with 4 deuce. Very experienced at Triton. Does have almost 200,000 in Triton earnings across a couple of festivals.
We have just lost Josh McCauley as well on one of the outer tables. The original player 1 of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE that was held last September in 2025. Josh McCauley got eliminated in 168th place. It is a cash, picks up some points when it comes to that leaderboard and that competition. But unfortunately, no magical run for player 1 yet.
So this is fascinating. If I could bring it back to Xu Jiaming once more. Open up the app, took a look at his profile, one of the best features of the app. Now, Shu's Triton record I mentioned, about 185,000 in Triton earnings. 150K of them came from the mystery bounty at the first Triton ONE. This man got 28th place, $9,000 in the prize, but 150,000 in
I
bounties.
remember that. Yeah, we watched that. We did it live. He pulled 2 bounties, right? He only had 2, and he pulled 2 massive ones.
Oh my word!
Yeah, yeah. I actually remember that. I did not know it was him, but that was crazy. Even my dad watched that live, and he was like, "Can you believe that?" I was like, "It happens." Because there were people that came in with like 11 bounties, and they won not even half of what he pulled of his 2 mystery bounties. He was a great showman as well. He had so much fun. He really put on one hell of a show. And yeah.
I'll put on a show if I'm getting 150K in bounties in the 10K mystery bounty
Yeah,
event.
but the show already started before he even knew he was going to get lucky.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
so a bit of a reward for the showmanship then.
Yeah. He was incredibly entertaining. Ah, that's great to see. I'm so happy you brought it up. Jimin Shu.
Another lose-ish open. Very aggressive. The queen little suited from the cutoff. Nice pickup there. The other shoe on the table, Shu Jie.
It's like half a shove almost. He just casually opened 6x, half of his stack, or a little more than half. So we're basically jamming, but then we're not really jamming if we have 4-way resistance.
Yeah, we're taking it to the streets here. 4 deuce suited and queen deuce suited. Loving this, Kevin.
And this was queen 6, no? Or
Did I miss it?
it was queen low, but I believe it was queen 6. I don't think it was queen deuce.
So how many coffees are we on? That's the real question today.
Third one.
Third one for you?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's 2 p.m. It's not like I wake up at 1 p.m. Vider. Like, I've been up and about for a while, played a couple game pieces, went for a little walk around the beautiful Lassie Casino. Got some fresh air as well. It's obviously very important when you're spending 12 hours indoors. I don't think 3 coffees is an excessive amount of coffees.
So you're familiar with Pedro Pascal, the actor? From The Last of Us, for instance. Irrespective, he's actually kind of infamous now because somebody paparazzied him coming out of Starbucks. His coffee order was 3 double espressos in 1 cup with ice. 6 shots.
I don't think I'm that extreme.
Pocket.
I've paced myself.
Pocket Kings make an appearance. This was the hand that absolutely dominated the feature table when Randy and I were in the coverage, and now Martin Nielsen picking it up seems almost unfair. 7.4 million in his stack after the open. Who wants to take a bite of the apple? This would be the wrong time. 9-6 suited in the small. Shouldn't participate.
The man who just opened deuce 4 of diamonds under the gun. Actually tosses in calling chips from the small blind with 9-6 of diamonds. As the flop comes, King Jack 3. Martin Nielsen spikes top set. Jimin Shu, the mystery bounty legend, picks up a backdoor flush draw. That's about it. And I guess we have a backdoor straight draw as well with the queen 10, but we're reaching over here, Vider.
Yeah, the peel itself from the small was pretty speculative, especially against a chip leader. Not sure what you're hoping for in the small. You're really looking to outplay your opponent. Peeling a hand like this. This man came here to play. Opening super wide, defending super wide. Mercifully does let it go.
Ooh.
And Martin shows. Time to build an image, I guess. He's playing off a rack. This is considered bad luck, by the way, Kevin.
Yeah, I know. In cash games it is. When you've been putting in the graveyard shift for 7 hours and then you start racking up your chips, but you're like, you know what, just one more hand. And that's when you get in trouble. I've been there, Peter. I'm sure that you've played many more hours of poker in your life than I have. But I have found myself in that position a couple of times, and I've also experienced the bad luck. The drive home was not fun.
So have I. It is just one of those sayings that actually lives up to it. There's something that changes in your psychology when you're just playing off a rack. You think you have it in the bag. You're just trying to get a few extra bucks on your way, and that's when the nightmare arrives.
Yeah, the deuces never loses. I'm not too certain of, but that you shouldn't play, especially not a cash game from the rack. That I agree with. Try to avoid that scenario.
There's one more I'll point out that actually might be relevant as it concerns our friend Martin Nielsen on the table. And that's because they say think long, think wrong. I must say I disagree. Taking your time to think can lead you to the right decision. But as we can see on the app where we do have the Triton tempo, which is to say the chess clock visible, Martin just has 20 seconds left on his clock. This is going to apply for the most part throughout the remainder of the day. So he gets 20 seconds for the pre-flop decision and just 20 seconds in case he wants to go over.
Definitely worth to keep an eye on. Perhaps that is also what led him to calling with the 10s there. Because he was perhaps running a little low on time and he's like, I'll call. But it worked out. Paid off in a big way. Martin looks down at a Jack Deuce offsuit in the big blind. We'll let go. And Ying Lin from Malaysia takes down a small one with his pocket 7s.
Yeah, to the extent the players are paying attention and factoring in the clock into their decision making, that's when you want to put someone like Martin, who doesn't have too much time left, in a difficult spot. They're more likely to make a mistake.
We fill up the table yet. I believe we have a new player, right, who has made it over to our future table. And we've got the poll active as well on the bottom right side. We can actually see what you guys are voting for over in the app. That's cool. I didn't notice that. Most of the votes, it's tied right now. First and second between China and India. Lots of belief in Nishan Sharma.
I think people are going by world population and playing it safe. China and India up top.
Yeah, but if you analyze the field, China is kind of outnumbering India in this one.
Absolutely. It does tend to happen in Jeju. 10-8 suited. Why not? We've seen the loosest of opens.
Also from this man. I tried to look up, by the way. That's why I was a bit distracted. I was like, was it Queen 6? Was it Queen Deuce? But that is the one hand that is not updated in the app, so I guess we can go back in the player. Maybe somebody in chat can let us know.
I'll spoil it for you. I did take a quick look. It was Queen Deuce.
Was Queen Deuce? Yeah, you can let me know.
I think the opponent had the 6 of spades there.
Ah, okay. So you're right. That's why you brought up those coffees.
My 1 coffee winning over your 3 coffees for the moment.
Got to step it up. I want to go for that triple espresso double shot.
Oh my word. Have I given you some ideas here, Kevin? Ace-9 hits the muck.
Ooh.
Aces from the other most active player at the table, Ji Ming-shu, wakes up with the rockets.
Shu versus Shu, but one of them has the rockets. The man who opened Deuce 4 of diamonds under the gun not too long ago has been indeed very active. What a moment to pick up aces. In a perfect world, someone else wakes up with a hand behind him. Finding the aces on the cutoff. What do you think we make it, like 250, give or take?
Yeah, make it tempting.
Even less.
He goes tiny, almost a click.
Yeah.
This is too tricky for my liking, but against this particular holding.
Well, that is what you hope for when you have aces and you min-click it off the cutoff. As this is very bad news for Nariman Yagmai from Iran. Looks down at the pocket jacks, and yes, there is a lot of action leading up to it, but it's pocket jacks. We're playing 9 big blinds. I don't see how we can do anything else other than all in here.
It's just so unfortunate. We've seen him make the most of a short stack. This is by far the strongest hand he's picked up.
We saw a couple of miraculous folds of pocket jacks on the opening day of our QQPK Genesis event. It was definitely the hand that got folded surprisingly a couple of times, but this is an impossible fold, and we can blame the man for shoving the jacks. Of course, Shu will snap call with his aces.
Actually allowed the 10-8 suited to get away because it was getting too good a price to fold pre-flop, considering the click back.
Yeah, for 80k extra. 10-8 suited can flop well. But the shove by Yagmar obviously makes a lot of sense. It is jacks versus aces here on day 2 of the QQPK Genesis event. Of course, the 3rd day of poker over here in Jeju, South Korea, from the Lasei Casino. Can we find a miraculous jack? It is paint. Okay. Wow, that is a very exciting flop. As Jagmai does hold the jack of clubs. That would be my reaction as well, Peter. You're like, you know what? It's not a jack, but it's pretty good.
He approves. What do you know?
By a lot. I mean, we had 20% pre-flop. We've got 44% on this flop. The 5 of spades is no good. We are looking for a jack or a club. A 9 or a king would have been very exciting as well. I guess a 9 would have been the best non-club card, outside of the jack, of course. Can Jagmai improve on the river? Does find a king, but it's a little bit too late, as there is no ocean, as you call it. And then it's going to be the end. A bit of a setup there. Not much he can do. Less than 10 bigs, finding the pocket jacks on the big blind. And Ji Ming-shu gets a full double. Well, not quite a full double. He had a little bit more, but did pick up some extra money, of course, as well, because of the 10-8 open.
Classy exit there for the man from Iran. Takes the cooler in stride, fist bump, and exits with grace. Back down to 7 players on the feature.
Please don't steal my big blind, guys.
We have our first bit of table talk. Whoever is in the big blind just said, please do not steal my big blind. Who was on the left of Jagmai? Is it Daniil, I believe. Daniil from Uzbekistan. We couldn't see who was talking, but I believe it's Daniil who just said, guys, please don't steal my big blind. As we see the graceful exit of Jagmai. Nothing to be done there. Sometimes the poker gods decide that it is your time.
Yeah, early on in day 2, he can't go fire. One of the other events we have going on today, the Mystery Bounty, begins today. Should be a fun one. Have given out 1 Triton ONE trophy already, as you mentioned, for the 2K Bounty Quattro event. Now 1 more will be on offer.
Now I know why Xu Jiming is getting so involved. Because the Mystery Bounty is about to start. The man is trying to get out of the Genesis event because that's where he does his best work.
Oh, good morning. Oh no.
The way he's playing it does feel like he's playing in a bounty to begin
Yeah,
with.
you
Just
can-
opening wide, bobbing and weaving.
Yeah. Sleep more couple hours.
As a new player is getting a warm welcome to the future table. They seem to have some history with each other. Yingling has decided to open things up with Jack 10 offsuit, under the gun +1. And our Mystery Bounty legend in seed 1 apparently splashed some of that Mystery Bounty money on Balenciaga hoodies.
So what do you think that hoodie is worth, Kevin?
I am very bad when it comes to fashion, but I do have the feeling that you want to make sure that you pull a bigger prize in the Mystery Bounty if we start buying those.
Yeah, I'll say it's half a buy-in at least.
Of the Genesis. Yeah, I think that's a safe guess. I would definitely not take the under there. I'll tell you that much. Daniil, who said, please guys, do not steal my big blind. I don't have a lot to work with. And looks down at pocket 5s. Less than 10 bigs. Less than 7 bigs. What do you think he should do here, Vider? It's a bit of a tricky spot now. Do we ever set mine? Like, is that a thing of 410,000?
Not getting the right price. All in or fold has to be the way to go here.
But you know you're going to get looked up. At least by the cutoff. Like, even if Yingling, the original raiser, gets out of the way, the cutoff will always call you.
That is true. I like it. Discipline. Difficult to make that fold. It is so tempting. I mean, 65K to call, right? You can even start doing the math. 1 in 8 to make a set. And if you make a set, you get paid. But, you know, that's all the best case scenario. Things need to go perfectly.
Well, when you say it like that, I feel like we're going to see a 5 in the window. Not quite. It is Jack 4-3, all diamonds. Actually, a fantastic flop for Yingling. Flop stop pair and has the 10 of diamonds in his hand.
If it was pocket 4s, would have been a different story, huh, Kevin?
That was so funny yesterday. I was listening to Randy and Griffin. And Griffin is like, so why does Kevin like pocket 4 so much? And Randy's like, oh, please, I really don't want to talk about it. Because I had to listen to that donkey for over a year. But it's because he believes it always makes a set. Bam! 2 seconds later, 4 in the window. Or at least a 4 on the flop. I was laughing. I was having a good time. I had them opened on my phone and I was playing some game piece on my laptop. But, That gave me a good giggle at 1 a.m. Wow, big bet here by the man who had an amazing track record in that mystery bounty. Yingling with top pair, 10 of diamonds. He's not going anywhere.
I mean, the size of the c-bet is just massive, so non-standard. He's really run into it with top pair and the 10 of diamonds. I like the check call. Keeping his opponent on the ropes, given the size and the way Shu has been playing, you certainly want to keep the bluffs in the mix. Just 8%, so very well done by Chua for not bumping up the stakes yet.
There's the 5, by the way, from the pocket 5s.
That's right, would have made a set. Does give the backdoor straight draw to Shu as well. Usually when you're just firing without equity and you pick up some equity, and you're the kind of opponent who is as aggressive as we've seen Shu being, you tend to double barrel.
Went from 8% to 18%. Picks up the top end of the open-ender. I think he's going to... Could he shove? Is he crazy enough to shove here, Vider?
Yeah, the overbet jam. I mean, you would literally be putting your tournament life at risk with this bluff. Seems way too aggressive for my liking, but...
The mystery bounty is starting soon, though.
That could be one of the reasons. I hope he knows we have many flights that he can join. Doesn't need to be this one. He is going for the double barrel, though. The cannon being loaded at the moment. Bunch of grays.
But downsizes.
Yeah, down bets to 250. I mean, this is just so unconventional. What are you trying to say you have? If you flopped a flush, would you have bet that big on the flop and now downsizing?
I'm confused, and I can see what he has.
We've also been talking about the kind of bets that you make on the turn, setting your own price for a showdown, hoping for a check on the river, but you tend to do that with something that has showdown value. Here he's bluffing with just ace high and the open ender. On a monotone board, no less. Chua has to be confused, but it's actually made his decision making.
Wow, he folds?
Oh my word.
Let's go. Top pair and the 10 of diamonds. And Jiming Chu, the man who found the 2 biggest prizes last time around, had the mystery bounty, picks up another one. That is a truly bizarre hand.
I was going to say it should make his decision making easier. It's hard to hold on to top pair with just a 10 kicker, despite the flush draw, against a huge bet that tends to signal that the river jam is coming. But with the 250k bet there, he can check call and evaluate on the river. What a surprising laydown.
Yeah. Especially with how active Xu Yiming has been as well. But to be fair, the only down he truly had to go to showdown. He had aces, so that has perhaps helped his image a little bit. Of course, the players at this table did not see him open up with the 4 deuce of diamonds under the gun. And did not see him get involved from the small blind with a pretty marginal holding. Forgot what it was exactly. Wow, crazy hand.
Yeah, I think he really leveled himself there. The pre-flop action playing a role as well. The ranges being a little maybe narrower in his mind than they actually were. We saw the ace-6 being in the mix, of course, but...
I do think you nailed it, though. Like, if we are worried about him potentially having the flush already, would he ever bet that big on the flop? Like, why would he bet so big on the flop?
Yeah, almost never.
No.
When you go small and you downsize and you're trying to rep value, it should be something nutted, and that certainly would not have been the case with that flop bet.
I know you were mentioning the time banks earlier. How much time does Yingling have left? As we do have a shove here from the small blind. Daniil, a shorter stack at this future table, will get snap called by ace-5, and Daniil will receive the great news that he gets it in fantastic. Ace-9 against ace-5. Yes, once in a while we're going to chop. We end up losing it once in a very blue moon, but this is about as much as you can ever hope for when we're shoving ace-9 from the small blind.
Yeah, we can see the equities. 59% for a clear win, plus the 16% for the chop. Really good shape. 900 in the middle. Blinds just did go up, 40-80. Over 10 bigs in the middle.
The board comes king and jack-6. This is where Daniil hopes. Please, do not pair the board. Don't start giving him all those extra chop outs.
A high card works as well for the chops, so there is the board pair.
That's good. That's good. 5 is better.
The best card paired for the chop, 86% now.
He's getting greedy. She said, that's good, but the 5 is better. All right. We will end up chopping it as the board double pairs. Jack, Jack, 6-6 ace for both players. A little bit unfortunate there for Daniel. Shu getting a tiny bit lucky. To go back to what we were talking about, how much time does Yinglin have left? Can you see that?
Let's take a look. So that'd be seat 1. 1 minute 13.
Okay, so he had some time. I would have liked to see him use some of the time, especially to go over the weird action that we had there. The big bet on the flop, the downsized bet on the turn. It wasn't exactly for his tournament life yet. Yes, there is a chance it would have been, but we can talk about that one for a while. It's been a very fun start to the third day over here at Triton ONE. We hope you guys at home, wherever you are watching, whether it's YouTube, Kick, or Twitch, are having as much fun as we have. We'd like to take this moment to give a big shout out to our title sponsor of not just this event, the Genesis opening event, but of course the entirety of Triton ONE. QQPK, we couldn't do it without them. As always, the title sponsor of Triton ONE. Of course, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the action to the poker fans around the world. We have a couple of their ambassadors in the mix as well. How is Ninchan Sharma doing? Are you keeping a close eye on your fellow Indian?
Not precisely Nishant, but we do have a shake-up at the top of the leaderboard. Let me take a look at the bottom first, and some exits as well. You did mention Timothy Chung at the start of the coverage. We did lose him in 161st place, along with Gerard Hughes, who we did have on our feature table yesterday. Player 1 is out as well. Josh McCauley out in 168th place. And Samuel Muller also has exited right in the bottom there. And then we move up to the top. We do have, of course, Martin Nielsen still leading the pack with 7.5 million, but Julian Lozano has climbed up 6.5 for him. Zheng Xingchan right behind, about 6.4. Tough to spot Nishant at the top of the leaderboard. He's down to about 50 big, still top 15 stack.
As we have Jeju shoving from the small blind, a 10-4 of diamonds. Yinglin has another big decision here. I mean, it feels like this is a slam dunk call, and he has called already. So we were going over some of the action in the app real quick. Well, Shu has less outs than before, but he still has a couple of very clean outs. He's looking for a 5. Yinglin obviously in fantastic shape with the ace-8. Just needs to fade the 5 on the river, and he will get some of those chips back that he lost in the hand that we were still discussing. As it was perhaps the most interesting hand so far, other than the explosive ace-jack versus tens, but that was pre-all-in. The 9 is no good for Shu, so unfortunately we have to say goodbye to him. He will exit in 144th place. One last exit that we didn't mention yet is Ryan Chamas, also known as Barry Uzi. Canadian player, was actually leading the pack a little bit in one of the opening days. Had a massive stack. Got Griffin very excited to see a fellow Canadian on top. But unfortunately, he has left us as well in 163rd.
Did just get the update on what our exact prize is going to be. $586,000 up top. And let's not forget the 2 trophies and the legacy of being a Triton champion. That is what we're playing for here, folks. 144 players to go. The dream's still alive for all of them.
We know that this man likes to open wide under the gun. Will he continue? King 4 is a lot better than 4 deuce suited. But those were diamonds. These are hearts. Perhaps he loves the diamonds. Nah, he loves opening under the gun. Qiming Shu.
He does love opening under the gun. It's his favorite position to open from.
Martin Nielsen has a new neighbor. Wan Yen looks down at ace-5 offsuit. Comes into this future table with a little less than 10 big blinds, as the blinds have gone up 40k, 80k at this point.
Yeah, take note of the level jump there, going from 60 to 80, the biggest increment that we have. The stacks do get scrunched by 25% effectively, so the short stacks feeling the pinch a bit more than they were a moment ago.
Seems like the people at home have been listening to us, as that poll is still open. If you guys have the Triton Poker Plus app on your phone or your iPad, there is a little button in the top right side that says vote now, where you will be able to pick which nation you think has the chip lead at the end of the third day of poker here, but of course the second day of the 3K QQPK Genesis. And most of you guys have been voting for China so far. We can see that 24% of the votes are predicting a Chinese chip leader at the end of the day. Right now, though, that is not necessarily the case. It is Denmark and Colombia on top, with a couple of Chinese players trailing them.
One of the Chinese players who did just join us, that's Liao Wenyan. To take a look at her profile on the Triton Poker Plus tab, she did cash the same event at the inaugural Triton ONE festival, so back-to-back cashes in the event.
And has just joined us and already announced all in as the action got folded to her. Looks down at King 10 of hearts and decides to shove. Oh, we know that Shu does not like giving up his big blind, but solid shove here. Welcome to the table. Liao's looking classy.
That's quite a watch she's wearing. I'm not the best with knowing my watches, but I think I recognize that as an RM. Baller piece.
I like watches, but yeah, RM? Oh, leader. I would not recognize that. I mean, I'm a very casual enthusiast, to put it like that. Martin Nielsen, our chip leader, not just off the table, but off the field so far, looks down at Queen Jack suited. I like how Martin always has a little jump scare when he's under the gun and he's actually first to act. He's like, oh, it's on me. The last time with the 9-7, this time with a real hand. Queen Jack of spades.
There's a tiny stack to consider. Queen Jack of spades is good enough to commit. Even though you have the monster stack, you do need to keep in mind that you will be committed if the 5 big blind stack gets busy. So it's good to have a reasonable opening.
For 25K.
Oh, watch this. Watch this. The ace-3 suited in the cutoff, attacking the UTG open because it's coming from the chip leader, expects the range to be wide, uses the blocker properties of the hand, gets busy.
Now Zhao has a real decision here as well with ace-10 offsuit on the big blind. That's a lot of violence happening before him from early position as well. Let's go of the ace-10 rather quickly, working with 1.1 million chips. Can't really blame him for it, but at the best hand up to this point.
Yeah, don't forget, Lin just acquired some of these chips, winning the ace-8 against the 10-4 blind versus blind, and he's immediately putting them to work.
Martin Nielsen will announce the call. He is not going anywhere, so we are looking at 1 million chips in the middle. Yinglin, the man who let go of the Jack-10 earlier, looks down at a flop of King 6-5 with 2 clubs. That is a pretty good flop for ace-3 of clubs. Snap bet all in, and Martin has an easy decision here with the Queen Jack of spades. Will let go of it.
Snap jam, the overbet jam, mind you. Lin fast playing his nut flush draw. I mean, this is why suitedness is a big part of your bluffing range. It's because it gives you so much playability on boards like this. If I remember my math from the early poker days of my career, Kevin, I think you're about 11% to flop a flush draw, so gives you the opportunity to fire at boards like this. Lin didn't want to maximize there or balance his range at all, just rips it. Not worried about Martin having a king, I guess.
And that's why he still has 2 minutes on his shot clock.
That is why, indeed.
Martin actually only working with 21 seconds, so he doesn't have anywhere near as much time as some of the other players.
I can't understand going all in with weaker flush draws, but when you have the ace-high flush draw, and Martin being one of the few players at the table with his chip stack that can have suited hands that open UTG and call a 3-bet, I would think you don't want to price out the lower flush draws, but he did not want to take the variance there. Flop best after essentially bluffing pre-flop. Decides to just add about 450k to his stack.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from, but I think he's probably just worried that what if he completely breaks on the turn and then he puts himself in a very awkward spot and the pot is getting large because we already had a pot that was over 1 million chips. I think he just tried to keep it very simple for himself. Looked at the board, said, I like it, I'm going for it, and I'm more than happy to win 500,000 chips.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. In my opinion, if you face a tough turn, well, then you play some poker, I guess.
But that's easy when you have the chip lead.
Pocket eights will find a pretty favorable spot in the cutoff. 5 bigs, get it in. Always nice to 3-bet jam. A little nicer if he wasn't flipping King Jack. Will, of course, call it off.
Zhang has a massive stack, by the way, as well, who has just joined us. 6 million chips for Zhang. There's some potential fireworks here. Let's see if he's going to extend that lead over the majority of the field. He's going to need to find a king or a jack on the turn or the river. So far, the eights of Yo are still best.
Zhang is just not interested. As he
And that's how you do it.
banks the turn.
Yeah. Okay, it did spark some joy after all, Vider. He knows that he's going to need to find a miraculous 8 on the river, or this is going to be the end of his Genesis journey. Little knock on the table.
I've never seen that before, Kevin. The apathy equity. Just don't care what comes and make it appear.
Okay.
Well, still a million chips in the end there as well. So Zhang gets a little closer to Martin. Lots of chips on this future table now, Vider.
Yeah, first and second in the tournament are now on our feature table, Martin and Zhang.
That's crazy, by the way. I always hated that in the past. I haven't played, obviously, that many tournaments, but the few times that I happen to be either a chip leader or second or third in chips, but then I also have the chip leader on the table, I'm like...
It's so unfair.
Yeah, I was like, why is this happening? Like, I don't want to do this. I want to be the bully. Let me be the bully one time. Well, both of them are going to have to be a little bit more cautious. Julian Lozano from Colombia still going strong as well. He was obviously second in chips for a while, but it seemed like he has lost a couple pots. But the man from Colombia is still working with 5.7 million chips in one of the outer tables. Shu loves to get involved. The action gets folded to him on the cutoff as he looks down at ace-3 offsuit. Takes a look at one of the TV screens, keeping a close eye on when that mystery bounty kicks off. That's an amazing story. So he cashed for 9K and he won 150K.
150K in bounties, 9K in prizes.
Yeah, that was one of the stories of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE.
That event does kick off. Actually, just kicked off. Level 1 is ongoing. And the 5K mystery bounty, 41 entries already, as we do see the all-in from the ace-queen. And I think this should be the end of the hand.
Yeah, that's a little too much.
Wenji has a real holding with the ace-queen, but the table will have noted how active Shu is being. His VPIP is the highest on the table by far, perhaps even higher than Martin.
Solid point, but I think Wenji joined us quite a bit later. I don't think he really saw all that activity from Shu.
That's true.
He's one of our newer players, but the point stands and the point is correct.
Down to 134, I believe, Kevin, dropping like flies on the outer tables and indeed on our feature table as well. About a third of the field that came in today too has already left us, but that does tend to be the case because you do see short stacks sort of inch their way into the money towards the end of day one. I think we'll reach a sort of different stage of the tournament after the first few levels are up here.
Yeah, I think once we get a little bit closer towards like the first, or like the last 100, the last 80 players, that's when things should truly slow down. And that's when the pay jumps start mattering as well. We entered this day with 197 players, in case you guys joined us a little bit later. 1,236 runners overall, making it the largest field in Triton history. Shu looks down at the real hand this time. The action got folded to him. King Queen offsuit. Then again, I haven't seen a lot of holdings yet that don't qualify as a real hand for Shu.
That is correct. King Queen is way top of range for him.
Wenji Zhao joined us quite a bit later.
Take note of the sizing there as well, Kevin. 275 over 3x is the open. Very uncommon in the tournament streets these days. Really makes not too much sense from the hijack. When you do this, which is to say raise larger, you should be raising less frequently. And we know that Shu is raising the most frequently.
Could have something to do with the man who was on the big blind, Daniel, who is by far and away our shortest stack of the table. Only working with 290,000 chips, a little over 4 big blinds. So he's basically just saying like, hey, I'm willing to play for all of it. I am never folding. Not giving Daniel much of a decision there. But it is interesting.
All the more reason in those spots when you're trying to steal, you can actually min open, knowing that the fact that Daniel can come back over the top and reopen the action should disincentivize the players between yourself and the big blind to participate. Chu's just going for it, you know. Just wants to seal the chips, just wants to be in the mix.
And he does have to worry about a few larger stacks after him, especially Martin Nielsen. So maybe that was the message of, hey, I want to bust the shorty. You don't have to worry about it. There's no need to get involved here. I've got a hand.
It's the bounty mentality once more.
Yeah. Someone has to tell him that this is not the mystery bounty. He's probably been on Cloud 9 since last September. As Wen Jizhao announces all in from the hijack, the open shove, little over. Actually, that's quite a few big blinds. We're looking at like 18 bigs there. That's a pretty big shove with ace-9 off.
That is massive. Is that him who said gamble, gamble after he shoves? And the king-queen does call it off. Pretty decent spot. Does get the dead money from the big. He's 42%, but got about the right odds considering the holding he was up against.
King-queen off versus ace-9 off. Big shove by Zhao. Daniel doesn't have a lot to work with. But can once more chip up to almost 10 bigs. We already saw him double once. Can he find another one? He's going to need some help this time around. The flop is no good. 10, 10, 8. At least give him a jack for some extra outs.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Daniel is looking for paint. That is not what he was looking for. That's actually a bad turn card as we lose some of our hard outs. We now need one of the remaining 2 kings or one of the remaining 2 queens. It cannot be the queen or king of hearts. Things are looking grim here for Daniel. And that is not going to do it. The ace high of NG stays best. And unfortunately, we lose Daniel from Uzbekistan.
GG, sir. Mystery bounty can be fired now. Almost the exact buy-in as the payout we have right now for the 3K event.
Is it a 5K mystery bounty?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. It's going to be super fun. Of course, you guys can follow all the action of the various tournaments that are running here over at Triton ONE. We'd love to cover all of them, but it's simply not possible. There are 14 events, 14 trophies to be won. Technically 15 trophies, because if you win the Genesis event, you get not 1 but 2 trophies. You guys have seen them a couple of times, the beautiful Triton trophy, but of course the QQPK trophy as well. And, we'll keep you guys up to date, but if you don't want to wait for us to say anything about the mystery bounty or some of the other events, take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app and make sure to start favoring some of your players. It really is an awesome feature, super easy to keep track of them at that point. My list has expanded when I came into Jeju this time around. I think I had like 32 players with a star. I'm over 40 now, Peter.
Okay, slow and steady.
Yeah, it's fun. It just makes me happy.
Still, it seems like you're showing some restraint, but no restraint will be shown here by Martin Nielsen.
The 10s that were so good to Martin Nielsen earlier as he won a monster pot of 4 million chips with pocket 10s against ace-jack suited back then. This time around, the 10s of Martin are potentially going to battle the ace-queen offsuit of one of our new players, under the gun Wu Ping Fang. As Zhang, the monster stack as well, looks down at ace-10 offsuit from the small blind. Awkward hand to play from the small blind here.
Yeah, Martin has essentially trapped and really balanced and randomized with the 10s, respecting the UTG Open from Ping Fan, new player on the table. And now Zhang could take the standard option and just call. Looks like he's about to make a disciplined fold. I like this. Once again, respecting the UTG Open. He was in rough shape facing ace-queen and pocket 10, so great timing for it.
Especially when Yingling is holding king-jack. I don't know how ace-10 was ever supposed to win here, but that is a fantastic fold by one of the largest chip stacks in the field.
Fair fight going into the flop, mind you. 33% equity essentially all around, but the 10s flop best, overpair on this board. Once again, thinking back to some early poker math, Kevin, I'm getting nostalgic here. I think you're about 30% to remain an overpair when you have pocket 10s on a flop. So certainly Martin with a great flop here. And now with the under-repped hand, he can start firing, can represent all kinds of bluffs as well.
The 10s were good to Martin, and the 10s continue to be good, at least for now. That is as safe of a flop as you can hope for. Maybe a little bit worried about Yingling coming along for the ride from the big blind, right? That is a flop that can connect with a lot of the range of the big blind. But Martin bets, and a big blind player got out of the way real quick. I kind of think this is the moment for Wu Pingfeng to let go of his ace-queen as well. It's just not his board.
气死我了。
Yeah, the big blind also was the target for extraction
上
there
帝，我
from
觉
the
得我赢
overpair.
了。
You beat me? You beat me? 好，黄姑，你赢你吧。
你肯定没他大呀，你比他大，你还想那么久干什么？
You got better hand.
Okay.
Admission there.
好吗？
筹码
Flip.
Sleep.
Huh?
Sleeping.
Flipping 啊。这把牌。
Oh, interesting
我靠
lie there.
估计
Well, I
可能
think he
还麻
meant
烦了
pre, right?
But he had ace 10, right?
No, ace
想
queen.
半天不这也不中。
Oh, he was talking about.
因为我不知
I
道
thought the
写
player
嘛
who had ace 10 was the one saying
把时间
flipping.
用光了什么
No, I
牌
think they were
都
just
才刚
helping
开
with the
始
translations.
Ah, okay,
他动
gotcha.
了我推，他不一定来，他就被我踩的牌，
我靠，他动了我还节约了，还不用坑了。
你肯定被
I'd
我
be
踩的
surprised
牌。
if Sheng said that because he wasn't even
Nah,
involved in the hand
okay,
anymore,
was
right? He let go of
was
ace 10
okay.
in the small blind, so
哇
I
那
think
个
there
就
was
太
just
麻
some
烦了
communication there between the two hands. The under the gun player thinking that he may have folded the best hand there, but Martin showed him that he had the goods, pocket tens, and he's like, I don't think you're beating this.
I've noticed Martin show every time he has the goods, thinking back to when he had top set. Somehow trying to preserve his image. Despite having 7.5 million chips, tournament chip lead, the players should expect him to be the loosest.
Well, I've played some cash games with Martin as well over here in Korea a while ago. He also shows a lot, whether he has it or he doesn't have it. Martin is just someone who truly loves the game of poker. All sorts, obviously, we know that short deck is his favorite, but Martin is a very social player. He likes to show, he likes to talk. And he's just not too worried. I think it's different when he goes very deep, like once we are entering a final table, that's when you see him change a little bit, but his attitude is very consistent towards during a day one or a day two. This is all still, it feels early in the tournament. He's just having a good time.
Having a good time, playing a game for a living. Not a bad way to go. 8-8 deuce is comfortable for the pocket sixes of Martin. Once again, just flatting pre.
Three-way action. King Jack offsuit, Queen 9 offsuit, and pocket sixes for Martin Nielsen.
This would have been right for Martin to just steal and take it down, but we know this man loves opening under the gun, and now when you get 8-8 deuce, you're supposed to fire, certainly sort of a range advantage barring any blinds having an 8. 175 is the ask into 600 over 1/4 pot.
We were going over some of the table talk of the previous hand there as we're trying to figure out who said who was flipping, but Jiming Shu opening Queen 9 offsuit under the gun. Over 30 bigs. That is once more on the looser end of things.
And Martin has just pounced on Shu's tendencies. Clicks it. Min raise with the pocket sixes, using the fact that he has position, trying to define the ranges a bit here. This is an old school bet, you know, a feeler bet, find out where you're at kind of situation. It's also pretty hard to raise unless you have an 8. So Martin feeling comfortable. And now what does Shu do? Floating would be just so aggressive.
And the mystery bounty star of the inaugural edition of Triton ONE will let go of his Queen 9. I mean, at this point, anyone who has been here for 3 or 4 orbits have definitely picked up on the fact that Jiming Shu opens every hand on the gun, pretty much, at least 80%. 4 out of the last 5 orbits, I believe he has opened under the gun. I think the most bizarre one was the deuce 4 of diamonds, but Queen 9 off under the gun is quite wild as well.
Yeah, the 4 deuce was almost for us. He just was letting us know where his head is at. And ever since then has lived up to his UTGV pip.
Zhao has not gone to the same focus school as he lets go of the 7-4 suited under the gun. Normally not worth mentioning, but with Shu, perhaps it is.
I wonder if there is a poker school that teaches you to open 4 deuce of diamonds, UTG.
The school of Degens.
The Degens.
Yingling looks down at King Queen offsuit on the button and has a very standard open, but Ping Fang finds the Cowboys in the small blind. How would you like to see him play this? Do we like size up but small? Do we make it like, I don't know, 350 max?
Yeah, I prefer to stay balanced with kings. Aces, of course, you're a lot more comfortable. You know, go the standard size you will if you are indeed bluffing against the button range as well. Goes pretty big, and you see why every once in a while the blind will have a hand King Queen feels towards the top of your button range, so I should.
你吃
Yeah,
He just
I was gonna
folds.
say
没odds。
could consider a continue, but this man is just in tune.
Great read there. The man just lets go of King Queen immediately. Looked over to his neighbor, said aces.
没odds。
这么大兄弟，这个庄位对小王爷牌路那么大，怎么玩的？
我垒的也不大呀。
Wasn't aces, but it was the closest thing to it. I would have liked to see him size down a little bit there. Like, it's just such a nice spot to get kings. Button opens, you find kings in the small blind.
上一把那个。
Maybe 350 is a bit too small, but 520 is proper large.
被他抢掉了这个铺，他不垒我垒。
是啊，
882。
I got a card that's a bit marked.
There's the element of induction as well. If you make your opponent think they can get you to fold with a 4-bet, they're more likely to make missteps. You do not want to appear committed in a spot like that. Let's watch the ace-king wield their 9 big blind stack now. UTG +1. Certainly ripping it all is... Yeah, there we go. Was going to be always one of the considerations. Doesn't get too fancy and open off an under 10 big blind stack.
Yingling wants to have a count as he looks down at pocket fours. It's 10 bigs. The problem is that he's not closing the action. It's really difficult to call here with fours. And you still have to worry about a couple of players that are going to act behind you. I think this is a pretty obvious fold, despite the fact that they always make a set feeder. Well, that's going to be hard now.
Let's see if we get the chance to find out. 1-4 does hit the mark, and the Queen 8 will not participate. So we can presume it would have, Kevin, still.
I don't know with one out. Can imagine that Queen 8 is going to get involved for 50% of our remaining stack. That is the man who said gamble, gamble earlier, but he had a much better hand this time around. When Ian will take this one down, chips up a little bit. But he's going to have to pay the big blind and the ante soon. As I believe Martin pointed out that he saw something on one of the cards, so I guess we're going to break open a new deck of cards. Maybe they've already done that. The dealers here were quick and very efficient. We're going to go over that now.
As we do take a moment to shout out our sponsor, Jupiter. True Prediction in particular. Well, we do talk about the poker players and what makes them great. Of course, isn't just luck, it's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room. And True Predict lets you put that instinct to work. You can call outcomes on sports, politics, and world events.
That was a beautiful shout, Peter.
Cheers, Matt.
And there is still one Dutch player alive, Johannes Straver. Bubble Boy of Flight 1A was very close to making it to the second day, but was legit the Bubble Boy, Stone Cold Bubble. The last player to be eliminated of the opening day, but good to see that he made it to the second day in the end of the Genesis. And who do we see there? I believe we brought Julian back, Lozano, our Colombian. He's back at the future table. He's been pretty much living here. Now we've got 3 of the top 10 stacks of the field on this future table. That's crazy.
That is crazy. Tough competition all of a sudden for Martin.
Martin Nielsen is leading the field with 8 million chips. We've got Zhang, who is second in chips overall on this table with 6.6 million. And now Julian Pinada Lozano from Colombia has joined us. He has lost a couple chips, but he's still working with 5.1 million. That currently puts him in 8th place. So 3 players in the top 8 of the remaining 124 players of this 3K QQPK opening Genesis event are here.
So 2 elements to having huge stacks on our table. One, of course, the shorter stacks feel a bit more handcuffed. Clearly not the case for the ace-queen. Finds the spot against the cutoff open at the correct time. But the other element that does excite me, Kevin, is the fact that we could have a monster pot on our table and create a runaway chip leader. Martin has been in the chip lead throughout the day thus far, but still at 100 bigs or so, it's not a huge chip lead over the rest of the tournament. I've certainly seen higher, but with monster stacks on the table, one big showdown could create that.
Yeah, a clash between Nielsen or Zhang or Nielsen or Lozano could potentially put someone very far ahead of the rest of the competition. But we're not quite there yet. Ping Fang is really thinking about this one with his king and jack offsuit open from the cutoff, but kind of had the feeling that he was going to let it go. Wenji Zhao, one of our newer players on this future table, seems very straightforward. No time to waste. The man knows what he likes. Kind of just looks at it and says, all in, all in.
Seems to be studied, seems to know his ranges, takes the correct spot.
Potentially very excited over that mystery bounty too. Like, I'm either going to run it up or I'm going to play in a mystery bounty. I am not going to nurse a tiny stack throughout the next 3 hours here at the Genesis event. There is the man that we already had on this TV table for quite a few hours during our opening event. Welcome back, Giuliano Lozano.
You were a big fan of his playing style, if I remember, Kevin.
Yeah, he's just straightforward. Like, I really did not feel that he made a lot of mistakes, but he's definitely not boring either. He got involved. He had a couple of adventurous moves. I felt there was very little to criticize him for. And I like the way that he handles himself on the table as well. Just very composed, very calm. Yeah, hard not to be a fan, I'd say. It's one of the largest stacks. He's going to open things up with ace-3 of hearts under the gun +1. Haven't seen too many hands yet of Zhang, but I can only imagine that he likes to get involved with how disinterested he looked in that king-jack flip where there were 800,000 chips in the middle. I have the feeling that he's played a lot of hands. So Wen Yang has a real decision here on the big blind. King, queen off. Announces all in.
Takes the spot. Love the hand selection. Despite the open being from +1, she has the right blockers, flipping often when called with the smaller pairs, and does get better hands to fold. The ace-3 suited is a good example of one of them. No doubt just posturing from Zhang here. Ace-3 suited is way too wide to call it off despite the pot odds.
I don't think it's just posturing. I really think that he might do it. He strikes me as a guy who might do it.
Very often in this spot, you don't want the table to see your opening this wide, but you are right. Great prediction there, Kevin. Does call it off and is actually ahead.
Yep. 60-40. We can still call it a flip. Liao at risk. He's going to need to find a king or a queen or something else that is going to make her hand better. I'm rooting for Liao.
Always the underdog.
As we do find a king on the flop, king 9-4 with 2 clubs. Obviously Zhang is working with hearts. Does have a backdoor wheel draw. But Liao, her king-queen takes the lead, commanding lead, 86% now. Zhang is looking for an ace. Or perhaps a deuce or a 5. Or running 3s. That is an option as well. 1-3 is not good enough. Needs to find another 3 or an ace on the river. Or Liao gets her full double.
Full double. 1.8 million for the woman from China. And speaking of China, a huge lead in our poll, Kevin. Which nation will end the day with a chip lead? China now at 27%. India lagging behind, 17%.
But you guys can vote throughout the entire day. I see that Armenia is there listed as well in 10th. Then we're basically voting for Aaron, because I really have not seen anybody other than Aaron. To be fair, I haven't seen other Colombians either than Lozano, so. I think Germany might be a decent shout as well. Is Germany on the list? Voting against Gavisa could be risky, as the man runs very well. Nice for Liao to get the double. I think I speak for Kick, Twitch, and YouTube chat when I say everybody loved that. We loved it. All the viewers loved it. It's great to keep Liao with us a little while longer.
Yeah, Wenyan has cashed this event before. Now making another run for it here at the 3K QQPK Genesis Day 2.
He's got a real stack now. Before, obviously, there wasn't a lot of playability when we are working with 10 big blinds or even less, but 23 big blinds right now.
No shorty on our table. 5 stacks, 30 big blinds or less, all the way down to 23.
And just a crazy amount of chips overall, at least that's what it feels like with the 3 monster stacks that we had. And Zhang loses a little, but is still 5th overall with 5.7 million chips. So.
Oh, watch this. Taking a look at the leaderboard on the Triton Poker Plus app. A new contender emerges. It is Fan Chi Wei. Fan favorite, certainly Booth's favorite, based on the mystery hand we had right on day 1. A Fan Chi Wei with 7.7 million in chips, giving Martin Nielsen a run for the money at the top of the leaderboard.
Which mystery hand was that again?
The aces fold with top set. Made an incredible laydown against what ended up being the Jack-10 straight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course we remember that. Yeah, the runner. The runner Broadway with Jack-10, yes. So we have a little action here between Wu Pingfeng and Julian Lozano. Pinada, he's probably the middle name. Jack-9 versus Ace-8. Lozano will get out of the way. I guess we can just call him Julian. Could be like Julian.
So Fan Chi Wei, one of Taiwan's best, ended up busting day 1A. Did make it into day 2 in flight 1B or 1C, I believe. A monster pot, as I can see on the Triton Poker Plus app, against Hayato Kitajima. 3.8 million gain, so a 7.7 million pot. Ace King versus Jacks, the full flip, going in the direction of Fan after the set on the flop.
Beautiful looking hand here for Pingfeng as he looks down at 9-8 of clubs under the gun +1. Starting the hand with a little over 30 bigs. Decides to let it go. Ji Ming-shu has not looked at a lot of hands yet that he does not enjoy playing. And for all the kids out there, he is going to open up the 6-7.
6-7.
Are you a fan?
No, and I hate that I know it, because I'm too old to know it.
He has just limped, by the way. He did not raise. Just limped. 7-6 offsuit under the gun +2.
This is new.
So I was wondering.
QQPK Genesis tournament dealers and players. We have new blind level. Small blind 50,000. Big blind 100,000. Big blind.
Our favorite level, Kevin.
Everyone's favorite level. As Zhao comes along with Jack-8 of diamonds, Martin Nielsen lets go of his King-5. Liao has a real hand on the button. King-Queen was good to her earlier. That was King-Queen offsuit. This time around it is a King-Queen suited.
Yeah, let's end this limping nonsense. She's going to come in with...
Wow, that's a massive shove.
The jam from the button. Willing to risk the 2 players in the blinds just to steal the dead money of the limpers. Lesson learned.
Liao came to play. Even with way over 20 bigs, he will still announce the shove. King-Queen of diamonds is good to pick up all that extra money. And of course the blinds and the antes. It's a nice pickup. She's closing in on 30 bigs now, no?
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. The hand selection, once again, fantastic. And then blocking Ace King, Ace Queen, Kings and Queens, and get folds from so many better holdings. Even a hand like Ace Jack facing a big jam like that would be put in the blender.
Since you asked me earlier about the hoodie, are you a big, like, fashion brand hoodie guy or not at all?
No, I'm pretty useful for fashion because if you just do the opposite of whatever I'm doing, you'll end up looking pretty good. That's more my style.
You're looking fantastic in these Triton jerseys.
Well, that's easy. That's an easy hack. And that's a shout out to all the other non-fashionable people out there. Just put on the Triton merch, you look fashionable.
No downtime on this future table as Ji Ming-shu likes to get involved almost every hand. Has once more limped, this time under the gun +1 with Queen Jack offsuit. Martin Nielsen looks down at Ace-10 suited and announces the raise from the hijack to 325,000. Liao has just picked up a couple of hands and looks down at Ace-8 of spades.
Now this is interesting. I mean, Ji Ming-shu is just trying to set a very different tone here, trying to limp once more, this time with a better hand. Ace-10 suited does ISO, does get the Ace-8 out of the way. I think there was a slight temptation by Wenyan to attack what she perceives could be a wide ISO by Martin. Decides against it.
还剩7秒了。
I don't like it. It's a little early. We just won a couple of hands. We're not going to get as much credit if we come over the top for the third or the fourth time in like 4 hands.
But what about this? Coming over the top
He
with
likes
7
English.
deuce suited. Did he
Just
just say raise already?
Okay, I'll let him know.
Oh my
你要跟他说
goodness.
要加多少？
Wow.
如果你
And to what did we raise? What a play. And is this from the small blind?
要先说数字。
你不说
Slight confusion. It seems like the floor has been called.
最小我加出最你的。
Could be related, of course, to a player running out of time. You have 15 seconds to act pre-flop. You have 25 seconds to act on the flop. And 30 seconds to navigate a turn in the river before you enter the shot clock territory. And of course, some of these guys are very low when it comes to their shot clock.
Well, Zhang in particular was at 0.
That could be the issue, Vider. So announces a big raise from the small blind with 7 deuce of spades. We don't even know how much he has raised to, but it looked like it was a lot. And I can only imagine because Martin bumped it up to 325 after the limp from Jimin Xu. And now we have Zhang from the small blind announcing a big raise, but perhaps was too late because he only has 15 seconds to announce a raise like that.
No, last 2 seconds.
Me no English.
Fair enough.
All right.
Chinese no English.
Just trying to listen in to the explanation of the dealer and the ruling on the floor, but Zhang explaining that he does not know exactly what's happening as he does not speak any English. The TLDR of all of that was Zhang announced raise when he had 2 seconds left, but the dealer said it then took a very long time to figure out how much he wanted to raise to.
帮你跟他说数目嘛，但是
The announcement was in time, but the amount of chips and the number was not in time. So the dealer is just figuring out how to go about it. And the
Yeah,
clock was at 0.
The floor will take a call. Should be instructive for what happens for our new format here with the Triton tempo, the shot clocks or the chess clocks as we sometimes call it. So now I wonder if he's tied to the fact that he's raising, but it ends up being the minimum amount. Let's take a moment as we do see what the floor rules.
And with moments like this, it's important to obviously stay consistent throughout the tournament.
You run out of 9 banks, so rule is gonna be that's gonna be minimum raise.
Yeah.
只能递增了。他现在只能递增了，你现在只能是
You nailed
Not-
it, Vider.
Not
what's the
unexpected,
meaning?
considering he had announced the race. It's going to be a click, which is unfortunate considering he was pure bluffing with the 7 deuce suited.
Okay.
Yeah, Zhang takes the ruling pretty well, even though it puts him in an unfortunate spot. He understands that, given the lack of time, this is the fairest option. And now this is going to get pretty tricky because Martin Nielsen had made it 325. There we see the graphics correcting instantly. And now Martin does have a very different decision than he would have against a big raise. But he knows that he meant to raise big, which might define ranges as well.
Well, Martin will just make the call, a quick call. So we're off to play a 1.4 million chip pot with ace-10 of diamonds versus a 7 deuce of spades and 7 deuce flops best. Middling pair here for Zhang, who's making a play from the small blind. No spades to get excited over, but does find a pair.
Frankly, with everything that just occurred in the hand, the story that Zhang was telling did seem to be the look of disappointment that he couldn't raise more would be the same with value. Martin doesn't beat any value, and as it turns out, he doesn't beat the 7-deuce bluff as well on the 9-7-4. Does have all kinds of backdoors. 350 to call, 1.75 in the middle.
Wow, Martin announces the raise to 1.1 million. Zhang bets 25% of the pot. 350k into 1.4 million. Martin announces a raise to 1.1 million. Does have a lot of backdoors working for him. Obviously has 2 overs to the board. What a hand.
Yeah, he's really read into the bet size here. The 350 does seem on the smaller size given what occurred. And Zhang immediately comes back over the top.
What?
The 3-bet on the flop. What a hand. 7-deuce taking to the streets with middle pair.
Wow. Zhang makes it 3.2 million with 7 deuce of spades after flopping a 7. In a confusing hand where the man announced a raise but didn't announce the amount that he wanted to raise in time, so was forced to min-click it pre and will take it down. What a hand.
I mean, let's just recap. We had a limp in early position. The ISO.
No. Oh.
Then the small blind player tries to raise it big. Did he show the deuce? Or the 7? Didn't see whether it was a no-sider or not.
给你个面子。
It felt that Martin was a non-believer, but it's hard to no longer believe when the man announces a raise to 3.2 million.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to get even hands as strong as 10s, jacks, which Martin could have played the same way to hit the muck. It was all very convincing. He tried to raise big from the small blind against an ISO, essentially a cold 4-bet in a manner of speaking. And then when he was rejected thanks to the floor ruling, bets small on the flop. I mean, you might do that with aces and kings maybe, and then comes back over the top when Martin raised.
Wow. That's some gangster poker right there. The
Gangster poker.
The 3.2 million with the 7 deuce of spades after flopping a 7.
That'll make the highlights.
And that's going to put him right now on top of the leaderboard. Number 1, Zhang is our nil chip leader of the field here of the QQPK Genesis opening event. Triton ONE, we are live from Jeju, South Korea. See, well, he temporarily was the chip leader. He's no longer the chip leader. Someone else just won a massive hand at one of the outer tables, but top 2, 7.5 million. What a play. Just wow. That's the kind of stuff we got excited over before we even started our day either. We ran into each other this morning at the Shanghai Bund, which is the restaurant here that is very close to our casting booth. And we were both just excited, ready to watch some awesome poker. That hand most certainly qualified as awesome poker. I still can't really believe what we just witnessed.
That hand qualifies as awesome poker. That hand qualifies as a cup of coffee. I feel like I need less caffeine throughout the day after watching that.
I would like to say I feel the same way, but I know you don't believe me. And I don't believe myself either. But out of all the habits to have, drinking a large amount of coffee, it's not that.
It's a good vice, actually. Apparently not too bad for you as well, if you can keep it in check.
No milk and sugar for me? Just black.
Yeah, I like it. Did mention the new chip leader in the tournament. 8.5 million in his stack, Yu Wei Shang.
Maybe take a look at how he got all those chips.
Yeah, as you take a look at the updates, I did take a look at his profile. Over 1 million in Triton earnings for him, including multiple appearances in Jeju at the Super High Roller Festivals.
The man just won massive back-to-back hands. He won with ace-queen against queen-jack, I believe pre-flop all-in. No, that was actually a proper hand where they bet on multiple streets. And right after winning that hand, he went from 4 million to 8.6 million in 2 hands. Right after he won the large hand with ace-queen, he won a big one, and that was pre-flop all-in, where he had pocket queens against ace-jack. As we are getting ready for our next one, of course it is Jimin Xu. The man has to get involved. He is defending his big blind with ace-3. Hard to fight on queen 10-6 with 2 spades. Ying Lin is fun as well. I feel like he has already entertained us quite a bit. He's getting involved. He's not afraid to make plays. Had a good fold quickly with that king-queen against the large 3-bet of the small blind when he was running into kings.
Yeah, had a great read on the player on his left.
Yeah, I've been enjoying him.
I do see somebody enter the top 10 in the tournament who I'm quite familiar with. Abraham Seastwin, the Singapore superstar, over $1 million
I'm not sure
in
how
earnings
to-
last year as he really emerged onto the Asian poker scene, playing his first Triton event, and here he is in the top 10 on day 2 of the 3K QQPK Genesis.
You know who also broke into the top 10? Aren Bezanyan from Armenia. And that's why you guys can vote for Armenia. Over in the Triton Poker Plus app on the top right side, there should be a tiny button that is lighting up that says vote now, where you guys can predict the leading nation at the end of the second day of poker when it comes to the QQPK Genesis. It is technically the third day, but we call it day 2 of the tournament. You guys know what we mean. As we have Yingling once more opening things up with King Jack of Spades this time around. Wu Pingfeng on the button looks down at Ace 3 of Diamonds. Let's go. Even Jiming Shu can let go of a hand. Wenji Zhao, I think, is a very fun player as well. You know that he said that he has to fold his big blind there. I feel like he will not fold a lot of hands.
Yeah, I believe
like
you.
9 deuce is where he draws the line. He's like, okay, now we just be lighting money on fire. But he's going to give us a few fun hands. I am very certain.
Keep in mind the chip leader right now is from Malaysia. Well, the Bold Malaysia's in 5th place at 8%. So keep track of the players on the Triton Poker Plus app. Might inform your vote.
I see that Lithuania is getting quite a few votes. How many Lithuanians do we still have? I know we had Rokas on the first day. We have Ignas, who is still going strong in 57, but I haven't seen Rokas on the leaderboard in a while. Is he still alive? No, I don't think he's alive anymore. So only one Lithuanian, a couple of Germans left. Right now the shortest stack of the field is a fellow Indian. It's Rishi Mara. Was chip leading for a little bit on day 1. As Jimin Shu gets rewarded for all his activity as he finds kings on the button.
Yeah, his stack had been dwindling all the way down to 15 bigs as we see. This is a welcome sight.
Wow, that is the smallest of small raises. Ming clicks it from 200k to 320. Martin Nielsen looks down at king 7 off. Probably still going over that wild hand in his head that he had earlier with the ace 10 of diamonds. I mean, for this prize, I feel like we can never fold. I don't care what I've opened from the cutoff. 120k extra to play for 890k. I'm not folding any 2 cards, Vider.
Really, it's so dangerous though, Kevin. I mean, Jack 10 off. If you clip a pair, you're often against an overpair like we see here that is trying to essentially trap you in. But yeah, Jack 10 makes a lot of straights as well. A Jack on the flop, this is dangerous.
That is the danger flop that you were referring to, and I totally get your point, but I still don't think we can ever fold. For 120,000 extra to play for close to 1 million chips, it also just feels that then we have exposed ourselves of opening with absolute hot garbage, because we can never really fold for that price. But we are most certainly in the danger zone now. As Jimin Shu is going to continue betting small bets, 250,000. It's a tough spot right now for Wu Pingfeng. Finds himself with top pair and a somewhat decent kicker, not the best kicker. It's been very disciplined so far, but does announce all in here with the top pair, with the 10 kicker, and will get snap called by the pocket kings. And he got himself in that trap that you were already kind of predicting. I feel like you kind of spelled out his doom scenario there, Vider.
That is the problem with these kind of hands. I mean, opening them is loose to begin with. You have to realize you're trying to steal the pot, not really play post-flop with Jack 10 offsuit. And once you've been 3-bet, you do need to start defining your opponent's ranges. But here we go, 17%.
Oh, that's a bad card as well, because that takes away the 10 outs. So now Wu Pingfeng needs to find a Jack and a Jack only. I don't think he's at risk of being eliminated because he started the hand with quite a few more chips, but needs to find a Jack or he will lose most of it. Yes.
Well, he made the all-in sign, right? The all-in triangle with his fingers, but it looked like an anime pose right there with the full house.
Announced the full house as well.
Love a bit of celebration on our feature table. We did see this yesterday, mind you, with Kiat Lee actually 3-betting really tiny from the blinds, though, so slightly different situation. Cutoff versus button as opposed to button versus small blind. Then he did get punished, and at the time he had ace 10. So I hear you. I mean, pot odds are pot odds, but yeah, did not love the Jack 10 off. Did not love the
Open.
did not love the pre-flop calling, and certainly did not love the jam as well. If you're going to be playing it and flopping top pair, you can't just call. Yeah, you're worried about the queens, kings, and aces, but you want to give your opponent some rope if you think they just have two overcards.
I think the jam is indeed a bit much, but looking at the run out, I don't think I would have ever been able to get away from it. Because, I mean, on that board,
You get a full house by the end.
at that board, we're literally only losing to aces, kings, and queens.
Yeah, it did seem inevitable once the flop came out. Those are the two gorgeous trophies on offer.
我可能被他偷鸡了。
I wonder if you win this event, get the two trophies, whether you pretend they're from two different events. More hardware.
No. You put them next to each other forever. They're a team. I guess we'd lose to jacks as well, but it's incredibly unlikely as there was only one combo of jacks there.
Don't forget the 4. Could have a 4. It is
With the
Xu
3-bet though.
Jiaming we're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. That is most certainly true, and it was a very tiny. I don't know. I feel like once we have opened, I understand your criticism of opening there, but then again, we also don't want to be too tight. And to be fair, I think Wu Pingfeng has been one of the tighter players at this table, so he should have a pretty strong image. Then I don't hate it if we, eventually open things up once with a Jack-10 offsuit, and if we get priced in such a big way. I feel like sometimes it's just destiny to lose a couple chips.
Yeah, it does feel like the hand played itself, given
Yeah.
the image as well. Well, he's back at it.
Like if the raise was a lot bigger, if it would have gone from 200k to let's say like 480, then we can obviously get away from Jack-10 off. Then it becomes a lot easier. But for that price, it feels like we can never fall. Well done though. Well done by Jiming Xu. As we're already deep into the next hand. Pingfeng once more involved, this time with a king-queen. Has opened things up with king-queen offsuit from the hijack. And Liao Wenyan is defending her big blind with queen-6 offsuit. Flops an open-ender.
Unfortunate flop here for the king-queen, considering the big blind defense should smash the big blind's range, as we do see. The 6 connecting in the form of the open-ender.
I wouldn't hate a check back here with king-queen. And it is going to be a check back. The turn is a board pairing 4. Now if Liao Wenyan decides to check once more. If I'm Wu Pingfeng, I'm still not loving it, not loving my position, but I start feeling a little more confident that perhaps king-queen is best here.
Especially with the check now from Wenyan.
Seems like Wu Pingfeng is in agreement, as it looks like we are announcing a bet of 200,000. Yep, just 200k. Unless I'm very blind.
Grace, 25k apiece.
Tough spot now for Liao Wenyan. Would you like to see her just go, or? And her opponent is only working with 910k.
Too much of a hand to fold. You're actually getting pretty decent odds to just directly draw and try to hit. She might think the queen is live as well.
Wow.
But instead she chooses the aggressive option. I love this. Semi-bluff and a huge one at that. 3x and change against the 200k ask, and now king-queen is just way too weak to continue.
Back-to-back very difficult hands for Wu Pingfeng. Looks down at his king-queen offsuit. Let's go of it. And Liao continues her strong performance at this future table. Came in with less than 10 bigs, but look at her now. Over 30.
Yeah, it was just tough for Wu to represent much with the delayed c-bet there. He was just trying to set a price for a showdown and not be in a tough spot on the river with king high. Wenyan just pouncing.
Two brutal hands back-to-back there for Wu. It is what it is. The Jack-10 played itself in the end. This king-queen, I can't really blame him for thinking that he was good there. Just trying to take it down, but instead got himself in some trouble as it opened the door to the check raise. As we'll take a little moment on not just thanking, of course, QQPK, our title sponsor of Triton ONE, and of course the 3K Genesis opening event. We can also talk about the Triton merch, Vidor, because we love our Triton merch.
We're rocking the Triton merch. We love the Triton merch. When I go home, I'll be sleeping in the Triton merch. I'll be showing up to parties in the Triton merch. Cannot wait to show it off.
Maybe one day you and I can play a couple hands against each other, both in Triton merch.
We could make that happen tonight, Kevin.
I would love that. I'm always down. I'm a big enthusiast. I can never get enough, Vidor.
So are you a pure Hold'em guy, PLO guy? What's the game of choice?
Yeah, no, I mentioned it before, right? I absolutely love, at least when it comes to online, love playing PLO, 5 card, 6 card. Started off with 4, like most people, but then eventually more cards merrier. But when it comes to live poker, then I do prefer just playing Hold'em.
Okay, interesting.
Too many cards live, man. Gets complicated. Takes a while. Dealing takes longer. I need action, Vitor.
When we do talk about these quick games, you know, in the night rather, after maybe a long day in the booth, I actually kind of love OFC as well. You know, just all you need is a deck of cards, no chips. You can just, you know, play for points a little bit here and there. Have you played OFC at all?
No, that doesn't ring any bells to me.
Oh, you're not familiar? Open face Chinese poker. It's a fun variant. You don't need
I've
any
heard
chips.
of it, but no, I've never played that.
Yeah, well, it started out as a pretty pure game, and then they've added this pineapple element to it. Then you have fantasy, which is a big part of the game. It goes pretty wild, but it's a fun one.
No, I've never played that.
I'll teach it to you sometime.
Played some short deck, played lots of PLO, played lots of Hold'em. I have never played the open face Chinese poker. The man who got very unlucky in the last few hands, first with Jack-10, then with King-Queen, now looks down at the Mamacitas. As one of my favorite, if I can call him a content creator. Content creators would call him Patrick Leonard, but he's a whole lot more than a content creator, obviously. World-class poker player, but very fun guy to follow on Instagram. And lots of very informative videos there. And lots of entertainment. And I feel like those are my favorites. But it's like, yes, it's poker focused. You can learn a lot, but it also just brings a smile to your face.
Yeah, he's super fun on Twitter or X as well. Some controversial takes here and there, but keeps it spicy.
His Insta is great. Watching him in the lab, screaming out Mamacitas from his balcony through Vancouver or wherever we are streaming from. And let's see if the Mamacitas are going to be good for Ping Fang. Under the gun, +1 has raised.
I expect Wenji to let this go. Did just gain a few chips with his shove from the cutoff. That did go through.
He may think that Ping Fang is on a tiny bit of tilt after losing back-to-back pretty large pots. And obviously looked a little bit frustrated when he had to let go of the King-Queen versus the check raise on the turn in the previous hand, but does wisely let go of the Ace-9. Julian Pinada Lozano has not really found a whole lot yet. Our chip leader, the man who got out of line with 7 deuce earlier, is going to announce all in with King Jack offsuit and at least has 1 over to the ladies of Wu Ping Fang. I'm rooting for Wu here. That was brutal. Couple of rough hands. Especially the Jack-10, my heart went out for him. He's like, I know what you're saying. He doesn't have to open there, but I can't blame him for opening. We don't want to overfold either. And then he just got sucked into it all the way till the end.
I'm always rooting for the underdog. In this case, whoever's all in and is the short stack. Never easy to bust a tournament on day 2. 101 in the field.
Zhang, one of the largest stacks. The flop comes 10-10-7. The ladies of Wu are still best. Actually a pretty nice board. Now we don't have to worry about, you know, the queen eventually hurting us. It is a king and a king only for Zhang. Saw Zhang earlier in one of these spots, somewhat similar to this one, where he really wasn't all that interested. Was more interested on what was happening on his phone. Then drilled the card that he was looking for, and he does it again. Oof. Finds the king on the river. Wow. Life is good of you, Zhang. This man is running hot.
That is brutal, and Zhang will emerge as a chip leader after that pickup.
You know, before this hand even started, I was thinking, I feel like you always have 2 stories. Well, there's so many stories on a large field like this, but you have guys that have to battle and have to think over almost every decision. And then you have players like Zhang who just kind of sit down and they play their hands and it's going to be okay. And he really comes across like, it's all going to be fine, guys. I'm playing my hands. I'm getting a little creative with the 7 deuce. And I'm willing to flip for 1 million, 2 million chips in this phase of the tournament. And it does not matter. Finds the king on the river. Very similar to what happened not even an hour ago.
I mean, if things are just working out, then why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hang just doing his thing. Mind you, once we go to the break, the feature table will be aware of the 7 deuce situation and we'll be playing together the rest of the day. So let's see how they navigate with that information.
We do obviously have still 3 large stacks on this table, so there is a chance that eventually they move away one of the larger stacks to balance out the field a little bit. A real hand for Wen Zhao. Under the gun +1, looks down at ace, a queen of hearts, after we had a limp from Jeju.
One more limp with a questionable holding. The baby one gapper, and the ISO comes in as it should from +1 ace queen of hearts. Like the sizing as well, pretty standard, go 4x. Good rule of thumb when you're ISOing a bunch of limpers or a single limper is add 1x for every limp. So if you're going to open to 3x, just make it 4.
Seems like he's listening. Lozano from Colombia really has not had a playable hand yet ever since they moved him to the future table. But he's doing his thing, no mistakes. Jiming Xu has got a decision here. 300k extra to play for 1 million. Starting the hand with 3.2. Would not surprise me to see him call.
Such a cash game mentality, isn't this, Kevin? You want to be able to see a flop with this hand, so you just limp and call any isolation or a 3-bet.
I mean, the man peaked in the mystery bounty, so wouldn't be surprised if he's a big fan of those. Flop comes king, jack 3 with 2 diamonds. Nothing there for 7-5 of clubs. Absolutely nothing. Isn't it funny how things can change so quickly? You look at 7-5, you're like, I just want to see a flop. Such a fun hand, such a pretty hand. This could be the one. And then you make it to your flop after paying 4 big blinds, and the flop comes king, jack 3 with 2 diamonds. And you're like, maybe I should not have limped 7-5 suited under the gun.
Oh, well, on to the next one, I guess. Very curious to see where this man's pre-flop tendencies take him.
Strong steep bet there, despite the fact that we did not pair our ace or a queen, but was not too worried about the limping range of his opponent. As we take a look at our next future table, and if I am not mistaken, in seat 8, we've got Aren Bezanyan from Armenia, who is our new chip leader. We mentioned him a couple of times. I don't know if this is our magical superpower or not, but every single time we give someone a shout out who's doing well, they continue to do very well. And Aren, who is of course making his 2nd appearance over at Triton ONE, we got to see a lot of him last September, is currently chip leading the field with over 9 million chips, and apparently will be on our future table after the break.
Yeah, final tablist in this event did also spot Ding Biao. I mean, the Triton superstar, 2nd on the Chinese all-time money list with over 20 million in earnings, 20 FTs at Triton, my word. Did also see in seat 5, I believe, Nguyen Nang Quang, familiar with him, one of the Vietnamese superstars, 1 Triton super high roller FT on his resume as well. And then somebody we've been mentioning all throughout the day, Nguyen Thi Shua coming in.
Wow.
French national, did finish runner-up in the mystery bounty, world famous for a full house fold, as I was mentioning.
What a table!
What a table that one's going to be. Table number 3 up next.
I was just focused on Aren, but sounds like there's going to be a lot to look forward to after this break. As we've got 2 fun hands here. Jimin Xu, of course he's involved, defending his big blind with 7-6 offsuit. Flops the top end of an open-ender. There are 2 spades on the board, and Liao is holding the ace of spades. Have to see open things up from the hijack.
150,000 all in.
Wow, the snap all in. The snap all in of 7-6 for 25 bigs, Vitor.
Wow. Yiming Shu remains unpredictable and hyper-aggressive. He's picked a great spot. Don't see how ace-queen continues. And mind you, equity-wise, it's a flip. Pairs live as well. Bit of posturing, I can only imagine, from Wenyan. Does have the ace of spades herself, so the chances of a flush draw doing this are reduced.
I think it's more than just posturing. I don't say that I think she's calling, because I think it'd be impossible almost to make this call. But she is a non-believer, I'm telling you that much. She's seen enough, at this, I think, at this point from Jiming Xu, and she may be able to put him on this kind of exact holding, 7-6. It is very, very possible.
I mean, you have to think, what else would he be jamming? It's even hard to have a pair and a flush draw that you want to jam because you would have top pair. So as a result, she's not able to put him on a hand that would be too far ahead of ace-queen. That being said, this is just too many chips, essentially. Needs to put her tournament life on the line with ace high, and this is not the moment to do it. So well done by Xu, taking it down. 3.3 million for him. Continues to be the most exciting player to watch at our table.
That was a snap all-in as well. The moment that he announced the bet of 150K. Before the camera could even make its way over to Shu, he announced all-in. All of it.
In the online streets, that's often perceived as a draw.
That's what it was.
Yeah, in this case, that indeed was the case.
Obviously, activities were running very, very close. Even if you have the feeling that you're going up against a hand like that there, it feels impossible to call off at ace-queen.
Yeah, I mean, online, of course.
We have our first mystery hand of the day. It is the third day of action over here live from Triton ONE. Second day, of course, of this specific event, as we had day 1A, day 1B, and yesterday we had day 1C and day 1D. Our first mystery hand of the day, and it is with Martin Nielsen opening things up under the gun, making it 225K. I'm saying King 10.
Yeah, I mean, is it really a mystery if it's going to be King 10 every time? Let's see how we proceed.
King 10 of diamonds.
Oh, the suit and everything, yeah? You think it's a repeat of last time? I did see the King 10 diamonds hand there.
Production may just be trolling us, and they may have just been waiting for another big King 10 hand.
8-7 of clubs will defend from the blind. Off we go to the flop. These are getting big now, 600K in the middle.
As our flop comes, ace is 7-6 with one club. So when she's out from the big blind, pairs is 7 and has a couple of backdoor draws working for him, the backdoor flush and straight draws.
Pretty standard to get into check call mode here, and pretty standard for a C bet to appear as well on the ace 7-6 rainbow texture.
Martin went 225K pre-flop, continues betting on this ace-high board. That's 250K.
So King 10 of diamonds is still alive because it would still play this way.
I don't think it's King 10 of diamonds, but I love that you're sticking with the story.
You're backtracking?
Absolutely. I think at this point it could be a lot of things for Martin. Obviously, we're going to see more. This wouldn't be the mystery hand if it just randomly ends. We always enjoy it when you guys play along with us, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, or Kick, of course. As we have the 8 of spades. Wow, that is a beautiful turn card for Wen Jizhao, and that is potentially danger for Martin Nielsen, despite the fact that we don't know his holding yet, but that has to be bad news. More often than not, that is bad news for Martin Nielsen.
Yeah, it does smack the big blind range. You do see some donking with a card like this sometimes. You tend not to be raisable if you donk in the big blind shoes. After all, you should have all the straights, and Martin should have none of them. And now the 4-liner to the straight on the board.
King 10 is back.
Killer. And King 10 is back. Would play perhaps the same way until this street.
Wouldn't it be funny if it is King 10? Let's take a look. The man who ends up with 2 pair, but there is a 4-liner to a straight on the board. Any 5 or any 10 makes a straight. There is a small chance that Martin has an ace-5. That is a possibility, as it is Wen Jizhao who leads out for 200K with his 2 pair.
I was worried about this. If you're going to be block betting on a board like this, you have to go a little bit bigger. You have to convince your opponent that you could at least have a straight. I mean, is Wenji ever betting a 10 this small for value? Wouldn't he be at least targeting the aces? Yeah, could get tricky sometimes, but his hand is a bit face up now. Looks like the kind of hand he has, a 2 pair, or maybe the dummy end of the straight, and Martin will attack and put Wenji to the test for all of it.
Wow. Martin announces all in. Wen Jizhao has 1.8 million chips behind. All right, Vidar, we have seen all of Martin his play, so we can start guessing. What do you put Martin on?
Yeah, this is tough. I think, given the way the action has gone, a 10 makes complete sense. Would also play this way on the flop and the turn. C-betting, maybe his entire range. Checking behind with the gut shot equity. If not more, could have a pair as well. So I'm going to go ahead and say value, some sort of a 10. Now, if you've been sticking with the story, I'll say King 10. Why not? Maybe production is trolling us.
If it is King 10, that would be very funny. It is King Jack this time around. Martin Nielsen steals this one away. What a move on the river with King Jack of spades. And gets his opponent to fold 2 pair. Wow.
Slight misstep there with the 200K bet on the river, opening himself up to a move just like this. You have to take into account your opponent as well. Martin Nielsen, his reputation precedes him. No doubt the feature table would have researched who they're playing with. But if nothing else, he has the chip lead for a reason. You have to know he's capable of making moves like this.
To be fair, in these 3 levels that we have watched, I don't think Martin has gotten too out of line, right? He has showed up with the goods a couple of times. He has played his big hands. Definitely doesn't have a crazy high percentage VPIP. Sure did a little bit of chip leader things, but has been far from crazy. So I can't really blame the man there for folding 2 pair on that board.
Yeah, but I think this hand now, once looked up on the break, will set a different tone for the rest of the day.
That is most certainly one that tells a different story. If you guys join us a little bit later, we'll be live all day. We started at 1 p.m. our time. We're going to do 3 levels, then we'll take a little break. The players get a break as well. After that, we'll be back and once more 3 40-minute levels. So there's always 2 hours of poker heading your way. We have already took a little sneak peek at the next future table that's coming up, and that one looks fun. As Martin Nielsen announces an all-in ace-queen offsuit from the big blind. That's Yinglin, his jack-10 of spades to fold. It is such a pretty hand. It is so fun.
Your favorite hand?
Yeah, but we can't be calling off our tournament live with jack-10, no matter how pretty it is, Vider.
Martin is into bullying mode on the table after that pickup. Well over 7 million. By no means the tournament chip leader anymore, though. That's Aaron Bezanian, and we did see him on the outer table, which means the next feature table, 97 bigs for that man, approaching 10 million.
Aaron is a fun player as well. Last time, I forgot the exact details, so I'm not going to retell the entire story, but he had a crazy hand with ace-5 that included like 4 betting, 5 betting, 6. I think that Randy will remember details a bit better than I do. All I remember is Aaron battling with ace-5 at the inaugural edition of Triton ONE. He's a fun player, Vider. You will enjoy him. He's not afraid.
Certainly, based on his stack, he's going to be around for a while, including the next feature table.
You know, I didn't really get my guesses in for the mystery hand, but I'd be lying if I said I ever thought that he had king-jack. Like that, I kind of felt it was more an ace-x maybe turned into a bluff, or indeed it could have just been a 10. I would have not called out king-jack there, so very well played by Martin. I didn't see that one coming, Vider.
2 and pi.
I'm happy that we got a mystery hand in. And I'm happy that it wasn't king 10 for once.
What in the world is going on here? A limp in the cutoff with king 6-0, and Martin seems to be joining the party from the small, of course, getting the discount. Wenyan will check her option. You see limps on the button every once in a while in very advanced play these days, but limping the cutoff is just not a thing. Certainly not with king 6 off. And mind you, the big blind has just flopped top 2.
If I've learned anything from these last 2 hours of poker, watching the man who crushed the mystery bounty last time around, not because he won it, but because he pulled the biggest prizes out of the envelopes, is that everything is a thing for Ji Ming Shu.
Everything is a thing.
Yeah. I mean, we have opened 4 deuce of diamonds under the gun. We have opened almost every hand. We have limped almost every hand. We continue to limp from strange positions. Everything is a thing for Ji Ming Shu.
It's Martin taking a stab. Beautiful check on the flop, inducing this by Wenyan. Has a near lock on the hand. 2 spades now in the form of the backdoor flush draw. Let's see if she decides to fast play this, trying to seek value from the draws.
She will announce raise to 350k, and Martin really has nothing that he can continue with. And not even Ji Ming Shu can justify continuing here, and that means that Leah will take up this one as well, and I believe that is going to do it for the first 2 hours of coverage of this future table. It was a lot of fun. Martin came in as the overwhelming chip leader, won a big hand early with pocket 10s versus ace-jack, then lost a truly bizarre hand. I kind of feel before we throw it to a break, we have to go back to that hand one more time. As we take a look at the final chip counts, it is Zhang who comes out on top, at least for now. I didn't get to see much of our Colombian friend Julian Pinada Lozano. He joined a little bit later, didn't really get a single playable hand, but continues to be solid and didn't do a lot of bleeding. But let's go back to what we watched with the ace-10 of diamonds and the 7 deuce of spades, because what on earth was that, Vider?
Well, we had an action player on the table. Xu Jiming had just started this trend of limping that did continue till the end of the feature table, as we saw. Limps at early position. Martin had seen enough of the limping, decides to ISO with the ace-10 suited, And then all of a sudden, from the blinds, the 7 deuce suited decides to come over the top, but unfortunately runs out of time. As we count down the 20 seconds you get pre-flop, says the word raise, but by the time he cut out the chips, turns out he has 0 time on his Triton tempo, or as we sometimes call it, the chess clock. Floor comes in, rules that it has to be a min raise, pricing in the ace-10. Then it comes 9-7x on the flop, so 7 deuce actually makes the best hand. Leads out small, inducing a raise from Martin, and he comes back over the top of the effective commit with the 3-bet with the 7 deuce. As I like to say, that'll make the highlights.
What a hand. What a hand and a really fun start to our second day of the QQPK Genesis. Of course, the third day overall here live from Jeju, South Korea, the beautiful Lasei Casino. We're going to take a little break and we'll be back in approximately 10 minutes with another fun final table with a new chip leader. It is Aron Bezonyan from Armenia. We'll see you guys in give or take 10 minutes.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Oh, we lost Dimitrios Anastasakis, who we spoke quite a bit about on the opening day. Had a good run in day 1A. Taking a look at how the action went, he decided to jam the deuces, and he got called by ace-jack, so that's actually kind of funny. The exact same hand as we just witnessed, but in the outer field, unfortunately for the man from Greece. The deuces did not hold, and ace-jack got the best of him.
Deja vu, glitch in the matrix.
They do lose sometimes.
Pocket 10s appear for the chip leader facing the cutoff open. Mind you, the open is on the bigger side, 2.5x, a little less standard these days. Nielsen will be attacking. In comes the 3-bet. Ace-jack off. Will be in a tough spot. Note the sizing on the 3-bet as well against the big open. 150 going to 375. Not too big. There is a world where it is inviting a 4-bet, but ace-jack off doesn't seem like the hand to do it with.
Hans also does not strike me as a guy who likes to give up easily, especially not when it's the chip leader that's 3-betting him. Haven't seen too much of Liu yet, but I have the feeling that he's not just going to fold here. He might come over the top. I feel like he's here to play, Vider. Just have that feeling.
Looks like he's considering all the options here. He's into his time bank now, or as we call it, the Triton tempo. We'll talk more about that as we see what he does.
Ah, he does come over the top. Vider, I had a feeling. I've only seen the man for a couple of minutes, but he just struck me as a warrior, a man that wants to fight, especially against the chip leader. Comes over the top, announces all in for almost 2 million chips. And Martin Nielsen is facing his first big decision of the day.
Kevin, you absolutely nailed it. The force is strong with you, my friend, as it is with Hans, battling Martin's 3-bet. Cutoff versus button ranges are going to be a lot wider, so Hans correctly putting the pressure back on Martin, and there is a chance.
Wow.
Martin just takes it.
We've got our first monster pot of the day. 4 million chips in the middle. It is ace jack offsuit, battling it out with pocket tens. Big plays on both sides. Martin makes the call. Is a favorite. Can we call this a coin flip when it's 57%? Is anything above 55 still a coin flip?
Soft flip, I like to say. It does take into account some of the folded cards sometimes, but for all intents and purposes, a flip. Ace or jack needed. One paint, but it's the wrong one. King 9-4 rainbow.
The tens of Martin Nielsen, the man who came into the chip leader, or came into day 2 as the chip leader, are still best. An exciting turn, and the river is heading our way. The turn is a save for Martin as the 5 of spades. Doesn't change a whole lot, with only 2 spades on the board. Hans Leo needs an ace or a jack only, or he will be sent to the rail. 4 million chips in the middle, and the river is the 4 of hearts. Martin Nielsen made the call with the tens there and extends his chip lead over the rest of the field because, yes, temporarily he dropped to second or third, but I'm quite certain, Vider, that the man is back in the lead.
7.5 million, I think. I am certain as well. I do like the call off there. The jam was over 30 bigs, but Martin sort of going with the math. You can think about the combos, way more combos of ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king, even weaker hands than that might be doing this as a bluff. Pocket tens, of course, only needs to worry about the 4 overpairs. 6 combos each, much, much fewer than the overcards. And of course, he could afford it as well off a 5 million stack.
It's tied right now, first and second, between China and India. Lots of belief in Nishant Sharma.
I think people are going by world population and playing it safe. China and India up top.
Yeah, but if you analyze the field, China is kind of outnumbering India in this one.
Absolutely. It does tend to happen in Jeju. 10-8 suited. Why not? We've seen the loosest of opens.
Also from this man. I tried to look up, by the way. That's why I was a bit distracted. I was like, was it queen 6? Was it queen deuce? But that is the one hand that is not updated in the app, so I guess we can go back in the player. Maybe somebody in chat can let us know.
I'll spoil it for you. I did take a quick look. It was queen deuce.
Was queen deuce? Yeah, you can let me know.
I think the opponent had the 6 of spades there.
Ah, okay. So you're right. That's why you brought up those coffees.
My 1 coffee winning over your 3 coffees for the moment.
Got to step it up. I want to go for that triple espresso double shot.
Oh my word. Have I given you some ideas here, Kevin? Ace-9 hits the muck.
Ooh.
Aces. From the other most active player at the table, Ji Ming Shu wakes up with the rockets.
Shu versus Shu, but one of them has the rockets. The man who opened deuce 4 of diamonds under the gun not too long ago has been indeed very active. What a moment to pick up aces. In a perfect world, someone else wakes up with a hand behind him, finding the aces on the cutoff. What do you think we make it, like 250, give or take?
Yeah, make it tempting.
Even less.
It goes tiny, almost a click. Yeah. This is too tricky for my liking, but against this particular holding.
Well, that is what you hope for when you have aces and you min-click it off the cutoff. As this is very bad news for Nariman Yagmai from Iran. Looks down at the pocket jacks, and yes, there is a lot of action leading up to it, but it's pocket jacks. We're playing 9 big blinds. I don't see how we can do anything else other than all in here.
It's just so unfortunate. We've seen him make the most of a short stack. This is by far the strongest hand he's picked up.
We saw a couple of miraculous folds of pocket jacks on the opening day of our QQPK Genesis event. It was definitely the hand that got folded surprisingly a couple of times, but this is an impossible fold, and we can't blame the man for shoving the jacks. Of course, Shu will snap call with his aces.
Actually allowed the 10-8 suited to get away because it was getting too good a price to fold pre-flop, considering the click back.
Yeah, for 80k extra. 10-8 suited can flop well. But the shove by Yagmar obviously makes a lot of sense. It is jacks versus aces here on day 2 of the QQPK Genesis event. Of course, the 3rd day of poker over here in Jeju, South Korea, from the Lasei Casino. Can we find a miraculous jack It is paint. Okay. Wow, that is a very exciting flop. Jacques might... Welcome back, everyone, to the third day already of Triton ONE live from Jeju, South Korea, where Vidar is taking a break. And we have replaced him with the one and only CS 1.6 legend, Jaguar, also known as Griffin Benja. I can never stop. I have a fellow esports legend on my right. How can I stop?
It's very, very generous. Thank you. It's good to be here, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, this is great. Day 2 of the 3K Genesis. A lot of, I mean, I've been hearing some chatter about how exciting those first level was. So I'm excited to see if it continue with, to be honest, one of my favorite players to watch here on Triton in the Super High Roller Series, Ding Biao, but highlighted by a couple of other great players too.
Yep, Ding Biao, but of course we have our new chip leader, Aaron Bezonyen, and the fun thing is that he also final tabled the Genesis event last time around in September. As we take a little look at our next table, of course we'll see all of them in the flesh as soon as we are going to be covering this table for the next 2 hours. 3 40-minute levels, but on the right side you guys can see it. Aaron has collected 9.2 million chips, is looking to go back-to-back final tables when it comes to the Genesis. I mean, Martin did it, and he's still going strong. Wouldn't it be bizarre if we have 2 of the same 9 players making it to the final table of an event that last time around had 1,185 entries, and this time around 1,236?
You know what? There's a sort of a positive association thing that can happen when you have a success in a particular event at a particular series. It happens more often than you would think, so it actually wouldn't surprise me as much. But of course, it is an incredible feat. Like you're talking about 4-digit fields, you know, a lot of landmines out there to get there. You know, we have a pretty good ways to go, but you know, this is sort of moving day here, day 2 in the money, as we get a look at the field here from Lesac Casino in Jeju.
And if you guys joined us a little bit later, we started day 2 of this event with 197 runners. We are down to 92. Only 92 out of the original 197 have made it past the first 3 levels, 2 hours of poker. Of course, the 40-minute level continues. I'm excited for this. A very fun table. Got Wenty as well, who found a lot of success last time around in Triton ONE. I believe she was the runner-up. Let me just double check that quickly. Yes, the 10K mystery bounty finished in 2nd place for $155,000. Also won 40K in bounties. We just had a man on the table who was back then the star of the mystery bounty. Nice. He was eliminated in like 27th place or something, so he cashed for like 19K. He pulled 2 bounties, won 150K. Like he pulled the 2 biggest prizes.
Yeah, and we're going to answer a lot of questions here on day 2, you know. I mean, like the one you even proposed about can these players repeat as final tablets in Genesis. We're playing down, you know, to the final table. At least that is the intention. 92 remain, you know, we're sort of in the early stages of the day. A lot of people are going to start falling, and we'll see if we can get to that coveted FT.
Looking forward to the action, and of course we'll keep you guys up to date in case some of you may not have the Triton Poker Plus app open on what's happening on the other tables. We still have one woman currently in the top 10, and it is still, actually she dropped right below the top 10, but Shi Tao Li from China, currently working with 5.3 million chips. He is 12th overall. Martin Nielsen came into this day as the chip leader, is still in 9th place after these first few levels. I mean, technically increased his stack because he came in with like 5 point something, ended the session with 6.8 million. But it was an up and down session for Martin, who sent me a message in the break. As you guys know, Martin is a big StarCraft 2 fan as well, and that is how we got in contact a while ago. And he just sent me a laughing emoji saying, 7-2, haha, what a legend.
Yeah, I heard about this hand. It seems like Martin has a pretty good attitude about something like that. And jumping right into the action, our Armenian chip leader, Aaron Bazanyan, looking down at ace king on the button. Probably expected to have sort of a 80+% raise range. So to get this ace king, I wouldn't be surprised if someone, you know, gets out of line with the wrong hand. Won't be Kaido, though. And it could be Ding Biao.
Legend of the Triton circuit. Looks down at a 7-5 offsuit on the big blind. Blinds have gone up, of course. 50K, 125K now. Decides to let it go.
Yeah.
Always fun to see a chip leader enter the future table. And then you always wonder, how did we get all those chips? Apparently by getting ace-king offsuit on the button. I can do that, Griffin.
Yeah. Nice example of the great gear here at Triton ONE, that sweater. I don't think we got that one. Look at that.
I have it because it was the last time around, last September.
Oh,
that was.
That's what it is.
I mean, we got the cool black hoodie this time around, and I like that one. I have it. I brought it with me as well, but I actually like the updated version even more. The ones that we were rocking yesterday.
Nice.
Maybe tomorrow I'll wear one of the original jerseys. Well, we got a cool blue and orange one. Pure Triton ONE, not Triton High Roller Series last time around. So I can show off that I am a regular over here at Triton ONE, Griffin. Back-to-back appearances.
I mean, that is if they're still in your room the next time you're in there. I know where you live, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot something in my room.
I've got a lock on my suitcase.
Yeah.
Aaron looks down at ace-4 offsuit, decides to let it go. Kaito Mitara. I feel like we spoke about him once or twice when he was high up on the leaderboard. Ding Biao looks down at Jack-9 of diamonds from the small blind. Is working with a little over 12 bigs.
All in.
Announces all in. Oh, exact same hand on the big blind. Not suited though. Can't really call off. Fun to shove Jack-9. Not very fun to call off a Jack-9.
There you go.
How we're feeling at the third day of Triton ONE, Griffin?
Yeah, good. You know, getting the bearings. I think what's nice is as the days progress, the sort of stakes get higher. I mean, look, the buy-in is still the same than it was the last few days, but because we're now getting down to the nittier and the grittier, as we spoke about, we're going to expect a final table to be set by the end of the night here. Just the action gets, you know, has more weight to it, more excitement as you start playing for bigger and bigger amounts of money.
One last announcement of something that happened at the outer tables right before we hopped into the break is that we have lost the remaining Dutchman, Johannes Straver, a regular when it comes to the Triton events as well. Bubbled day 1A, eventually did make it to the second day of our opening event here, the QQPK Genesis, but he was eliminated in 94th place. So unfortunately, we have a poll running over at the Triton Poker Plus app. I want to vote for the Netherlands. I guess that's no longer a thing, as the Dutchies can no longer become the chip leader at the end of day 2.
Interesting spot there actually with the deuces for Kaito at the cutoff. It's just one of those hands you need to shove or fold at that stack depth, and he's probably just about 100K away from, I think, shoving. When you have 1.9 million at 125K, it just feels like a bit too much to shove. It's not a hand you can really open, so I like the open fold, but you know, I think a lot of pros would have shoved in this spot and gotten this through. Even, you know, this beautiful king-queen suited in the big blind is going to have a tough time calling off 17, 18 big blinds. So you just take down the blinds a lot. Sometimes you get called and you're flipping.
Sean decided to limp 10-4 off from the small blind, as Nang announces a raise immediately with his king-queen. We obviously saw quite a bit of Nang Wing on the opening day. Back then was getting a little unfortunate over at this future table. Just often ended up with second best solid hands that couldn't quite see it all the way through the end, but good to see him still with us.
Yeah, I think a lot of players as a general strategy are gonna limp, you know, close to 100% of range in that spot, and I think that's reflected in the 10-4. But I actually think that because of the price of the small blind, I think that's quite a bit too loose to limp there, because small blind's only 50K.
Yeah.
You know, so you're actually calling off, you know, you're putting in about 60%, 70% of a big blind to complete there with 10-4. So I think that's maybe an adjustment you should think about making, as Xiaotong Yu under the gun with pocket jacks, definitely going to be entering this pot.
Yep. Wakes up with the jacks, announces the min raise. Arwen will get out of the way quickly with his 10 deuce. Kaito is looking down at a pretty 9-8 of clubs, but doesn't really have the stack to make these kind of calls. Sean lets go of his ace-5 offsuit. As Nang has a real hand once more, back-to-back real hands. King-Queen in the previous one, ace-Queen offsuit this time around, and this could lead into our first big pot, Griffin.
Yeah, I think fine just to shove or flat here. I think seven-handed. We're going to see some raise folds under the gun here. More standard to just shove, and then we would have seen a big flip, but decides to go a bit more passive, a bit more under-repped.
The flop comes 10-7-5 rainbow. The jacks of you are still best.
These spots are always interesting with a hand like ace-queen, because when you do, if you do decide to shove here and get called, you are never dominating, right? And maybe that's just not what the situation you want to find yourself in with 90 players left in a big event like this. But on the other side of that coin, you know, your opponent's going to have ace-jack, ace-10, and you keep in those dominated hands in the case that it comes ace-high, you know, or say king-queen. But of course, does have the jacks. And bets quite big here. You know, just over 50% pot. I think it would feel standard to float here with ace-queen to a smaller sizing, even though you've missed on the 10-7-5. But yeah, I like the fold. So avoids a big confrontation where he would have been quite a bit behind.
And that could have gone a lot worse. I mean, ace-queen offsuit there could have potentially gone for a 3-bet pre-flop. And there is a small chance, I mean, getting it all in would be a bit much, but not working with the biggest stack ever.
Yeah, I think it's important. What's interesting about poker in general, I think, is that a lot of the times there's not necessarily a pure correct answer, but more about like what you should do percentages of the time. And I think maybe with that ace-queen, maybe you should shove 65, 75%, 70% of the time, but that doesn't mean it makes it inherently wrong to, you know, mix in some flats there. But of course, there are situations we find ourselves commentating on where it's like, this feels wrong. Maybe this shouldn't have any piece of the percentage pie, but that was not the case in that situation.
Are we thinking about those aces of day one?
There's a lot of different hands on day one.
Yeah, a few of them kept you up at night.
Yeah. Yeah, Yang really threw me for a loop.
T1, the runner-up of the mystery bounty last time around at Triton ONE from France, will let go of her small blind. You, with another real hand, goes from pocket jacks under the gun to finding pocket tens on the big blind.
Yeah, and just playing about 16 big blinds effective with Sean. I think we all know what's coming.
And that is all in.
You're a goddamn genius, Gump.
Taking his time. It's important that we don't run out of time. I'm taking a look at the time banks that everyone is working with. Yu has 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, so he's not in any danger of running out of time. He has announced the 3-bet to 1 million. So did not quite announce the all-in, but does obviously announce a monstrous raise. And we'll take it down immediately, as King 7, I believe it was, gets out of the way.
And just keeping an eye on the leaderboard. Han Feng leapfrogging Aaron significantly, up to 11.6 million for 93 big blinds.
I feel like that's the first time we see an American chip leading this entire event. And we have quite a few Americans, obviously, in the field, and there's still quite a few of them alive, but Han Feng indeed massively, just winning a massive hand with my favorite hand, Jack 10 of hearts.
Yeah, actually calling a 3-bet with the Jack 10 suited and getting the Jack 10, the hollowed Jack 10 4 flop, getting it in against King Queen suited, which had a backdoor flush draw as well, and held. Massive pot, 4.4 million increase.
We'll keep an eye on how Han Feng will continue in these upcoming 120 minutes. Action gets folded to T1, the runner-up of that mystery bounty, and opens things up with ace-6 from the button. Aaron, our previous chip leader of the field, looks down at Queen 7 offsuit. Closes the action, but it's Queen 7 offsuit. Not a lot of flops are going to make us very happy. Gets out of the way. Couple of shorter stacks at this table. Kaido Mitara from Japan working with 15 bigs. Ding Biao, the legend, working with 15 bigs. And Sean Oi from Malaysia now with only 13 bigs. They're going to have to make some moves soon, Griffin.
Absolutely.
Did you ever have like a number in mind where you're like, I really don't want to fall below X amount of big blinds at that point? I feel like I'm no longer a part of this tournament. Or do you? Are you a chip in a chair guy?
I mean, look, a lot can happen even with blinding out to 6, 7 big blinds. You can really turn things around with a little stroke of good fortune. I tend to be one of those never give up types. But yeah, once you start slipping below fold equity, that's when things become tricky. You really don't want to have to be shoving, you know, ace 8, and then you get called by the big blind just because he has king 9 and you only had 6 bigs. Like, that's really troublesome. You don't want to force those kind of confrontations. It's important to not be all in as much as possible and not run the risk of getting eliminated from the tournament because, you know, Lady Luck eventually will turn on you.
T1 has opened things up from the cutoff with 7-6 of clubs, and Aaron announces the race with ace-10 offsuit to 650,000. That is potentially going to be the end of this hand. 400k extra. I mean, 7-6 can flop well, but 400k is a serious amount. 10% of her stack.
It is on the smaller side. Usually we would see 3 bets in that sort of out of position in the sort of...
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, 650 is not large, man. It's under 3x. You put 250 out there. It's just 400 more to call. I think Aaron probably should have made it closer to 800 to 1 million. So 650, very callable. A lot of equity here, and a flop that,
wow,
you know, despite only flopping bottom pair, is also a flush draw. And now Aaron is gonna have to do some maneuvering. Some improving.
Aaron, of course, has an overcard to the board and picks up some gut shot outs, but that is not what he was looking for with his ace-10 offsuit. We know that on this board, a T1 will never go anywhere. The bet is 475,000.
All she can think about right now is Vegas and the effing Mirage.
It's on her cap. That is a very busy cap. There is a lot happening over at that cap.
Yeah.
Made for the spotlight, made for the TV table here over at Triton ONE. He's no stranger to it.
Ooh, those are fighting chips.
That looks like a little more than 475,000, as the price of poker has gone up to 1 million. And you think this all goes back to the pre-flop sizing, where if you think if Aaron would have sized up to 800k or even a bit above that, this would have never happened?
Yeah, I think it's you should probably find yourself falling around 900k, and I don't think 7-6 suited calls. This is actually pretty unconventional to take this raise in position, but I think it's going to be...
Wow. Oh my goodness. Griffin, we have a monster pot as Aaron comes back over the top, announces all in. But can T1 really go anywhere with her pair and her flush draw?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be pretty disastrous to put in a raise and then fold here. Just burning so much equity. At this point, you just got to take what you have here and hope to run down ace-king, aces, because that's what you perceive this situation to be. I really don't mind this shove from Aaron. I know it seems a bit erratic, but you have to consider how little this raise makes sense. You know, king-queen board, when you're the 3-better, that's sort of supposed to be your board. The raises from when, you know, should only really be like king-queen and pocket 7s. And, you know, those are hard to make. So if she is sort of raising to see where she's at with a queen, or if she's bluffing, this puts a lot of pressure on those hands. I mean, I don't know if I'd be brave enough to make this shove, but I understand the logic of it.
The reason why we brought up Aaron quite a few times over the last few days is that he had moves like this the last time around at Triton ONE. A crazy hand once with 4 bets and 5 bets where he was working with ace-5. T1 will announce the call, and we are off to our first monster pot of these 3 levels.
Wow.
8.5 million chips in the middle. And Aaron needs help. He's looking for an ace, a jack, or a 10. But it, of course, cannot be a club.
I am team win in this situation. She just got him to blast off, and he only has 22% equity.
We're off to a very big turn card, and the turn is the Jack of Hearts. Aaron improves to Broadway, but he's not there yet. The clubs are still live for T1.
She took the road less traveled by raising the flop here, but found the call. Aaron was in such trouble, and now she needs that club.
We are looking for a club and a club only. Otherwise, this is going to be the end of the runner-up of the mystery bounty, but finds the 5 of clubs on the river. What a hand.
Oh, and she apologized. Sweet thing.
Oh.
That's going to put her in the top 10 as well. Even the top 5 at this point as he improves to 8.6 million chips. What a hand. And what a run out. Maximum drama. The jack on the turn, the 5 of clubs on the river. The beautiful game of poker.
So beautiful.
Get it in good, find yourself in some trouble on the turn, and still get rewarded.
Dramatic run out, like the red jack. All of a sudden, it's not even like it was like the ace on the river and she could hit a 7 or a 6. It was at a club. It was like just Johnny on the turn. 5 of clubs on the river. That is going to surely vault her to a top 5 stack. Yeah, there she is in 4th place. And meanwhile, we have another new chip leader, Chuang Zhang.
The 7.
12.1 million chips.
Chuang Zhang is the 7 deuce legend, by the way.
Oh, really? Yeah. Fantastic. Okay.
He eliminated our Colombian friend, Julian Pinada Lozano, on the outer table. So it seems like that table just continued to deliver. A tiny bit of downtime on this table. We'll take a look at what happened. Queen 10 of clubs versus Ace Jack offsuit on a Jack 8-4 with 2 clubs. So Zhang flopped top pair and just ran it versus the flush draw of the Colombian, and his top pair held. No additional clubs on that run out, and that is unfortunately the end of Lozano. But I'm sure we'll see more of him in the upcoming days here at Triton ONE. Well, what a hand for T-Wen as he improves to 8.6 million chips. He's already made a final table over at a Triton ONE event and is looking for her second. Just took a pretty big leap towards one. Still a lot of poker to be played today. We started the day with 197 players. As you guys can see at the bottom of our screen, we are down to 83 already. And the goal is to play down all the way to the final 9. We expect things obviously to slow down the closer we get towards the final 50. You always have a lot of short stacks making it to day 2. Just trying to finish in the money, pick up that first cash of the series. We have a little battle here between 2 of the shortest stacks at the table. Kaido Mitara from Japan with 8-5 of diamonds versus Biaoding at 6-4. 8-5 makes the flush on the turn.
Yeah, surprised to see Kaido go with a check on the ace-high board with the flush draw, but does get there on the turn. And now it's up to Ding to decide whether he wants to continue with sort of the worst paired value that probably he felt could be good on the flop, but now it's just a bit too murky. Even if you're up against, you know, Jack 7 with the 7 of diamonds, it's like you're just playing such guessing games on the river. And yeah, this is one of the things I love about Ding Biao, is that, you know, he's not afraid to sort of show his displeasure in a situation. He has such a good awareness of what's going on in each pot, and he kind of shares that with the audience.
And got out of the way there with minimum damage. As we have a new player that has made it to this table in C3. 6.9 million chips, 55 big blinds, and also rocking the original Triton ONE merch.
Now you're just rubbing it in my face.
I mean, I'm just giving him props for being here again, not even 6 months later. The man clearly was here in September. Take a little look at his profile, I guess. It's from Malaysia. See if we racked up any cashes the last time around. Actually, he's got a lot of cashes. He is not just from Triton ONE. The man has been active over at the circuit for a long time. Over $1 million in earnings when it comes to the Triton circuit. Has played lots of super high rollers. Best finish seems to be a 3rd place in a 15K. Actually finished 2nd a long time ago. Jeju 2019. He's been around since the dawn of day. I believe Vidor was giving him props earlier. UV. Biao Ding looks down at pocket fours. I heard you guys last night. Why does Roddy like pocket fours so much? You know why at this point, don't you, Griffin?
Well, you saw what happened that when we were talking about it, didn't you?
Absolutely. I was there in the chat, mate.
I had a feeling. I knew you were just haunting the hand. Did you see we were at the Kevin thing, too, with the hand? Did you catch that part?
Yeah, the K7.
Yeah.
King
Crazy.
7. Yeah, Randy, you could see that it was late over here in Jeju at that point, because it took Randy a little while to get on board with that one. Yeah, I was laughing. I was also enjoying your ice hockey monologue about McDavid. And I'll be honest, I've been following ice hockey for quite a while, and of course I know the name McDavid, but I haven't actually seen him play that much. But after the Winter Olympics, he seems to be the guy that's always the bridesmaid, never the bride, because he hasn't won a Stanley Cup yet, and now he also finished second with Canada.
I know. And even if they do play it 4 years from now at the Olympics, he'll be sort of, you know, at the tail end of his prime, maybe like a tiny bit past it. So it's very few opportunities to win an Olympics when it comes to hockey.
So we have Nang a win, opening things up with Ace Jack offsuit under the gun. I would say that I was the biggest ice hockey fan, at least when it comes to my life, give or take 10 years ago. I would say it will speak Crosby versus Ovechkin era with the Pittsburgh Steelers versus the Washington Capitals over and over again. It felt like they were
Penguins,
sorry, yes.
Okay.
What did I say? Steelers. Yeah, that's
Football.
NFL, sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, I meant the Penguins versus the Caps. I watched quite a few of those best of sevens back then because they ran into each other in the playoffs very often.
It's, I think it was farther away than you think. Because they started, I think they both entered the league like 20 years ago. It's crazy that they're still at the top of the game. So you're probably, maybe it was more like 15 years ago that they were having those clashes. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, no, I think that's when it started. But I remember very well that I was playing a lot of poker back then in Commerce Casino in Los Angeles.
Okay, so maybe it was.
And that was like my 2012, 2013.
That was their like third, fourth clash in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, it happened quite a few times for sure. And I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you that because I know you're Canadian, but I was definitely on the side of the Caps. I'm a big fan of the grade 8.
Dude, I'm a huge Ovechkin guy.
What a legend.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, he's going to finish with the most goals and the most hits. I mean, that's just unfathomable to me. You know.
I love it that I can talk sports with someone over here in the
What a
booth.
wrecking ball, yeah.
Because Randy knows nothing about any sport. Biao Ding has a hand here. Ace Jack offsuit as we are starting this hand with a 15 big blinds, give or take.
250.
And he announces the race to 250K. No one else, unfortunately, for Biao Ding has anything. So we can go back to talking about hockey. But yeah, Ovechkin, what a guy.
Yeah.
8 is also my lucky number, and his nickname is the Grade 8, and obviously played with 8. Made it easy for me to start becoming an Ovechkin fan. I heard Randy bring up field hockey yesterday, as you guys were talking about sevens and calling them the hockey sticks. He said just the sticks. He's like, well, or the ice hockey sticks, right? And he's like, you can just call them the hockey sticks. It is kind of funny how the Dutch are, on average, the best like speed skaters in the world when it comes to long-distance speed skating. We're also very good at short track. And our country is also fantastic at field hockey, but somehow we are completely irrelevant in ice hockey, which is a bit strange.
Yeah. Skating, one might say skating is the hardest part.
Well, we're very good at going fast.
Yeah.
Maybe not twisting and turning. Kaido Mitara looks down at Ace Jack offsuit under the gun +2. Also starting this hand with around 15 bigs. We saw Ding Biao just opening things up. Mitara takes a different route and he just announces all in.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen a raise here. Similar in principle to what we talked about with that ace-queen earlier. You know, when you do get called off for 17 big blind early mid-position shove here with ace-jack, you're almost always dominated. So it kind of plays nice as a min raise and then sort of like feel it out, figure out what you want to do. Also, you can get some peels from some worse aces or jacks, etc. in the blinds. Maybe someone looks down at a queen jack suited in late position and peels. There's a lot of different ways you can end up making chips, but you sort of allow everyone to play perfectly against you when you shove close to 2 million.
Which stack size would you like to see him start shoving? Are we talking like 8, 9, 10 big blinds?
Definitely 8, 9, 10 big blinds. I would say you can even shove like up to 12, but you even see Ding Biao goes for the min raise on like, 13, 14 bigs because the hand has such value as a post-flop hand in late position. And it's sort of almost an opposite concept with the early position, mid-position shove for even more chips where you just need to make sure that you don't actually get in all in pre-flop there. And yeah, so that's kind of the way it is.
Action gets folded to T1 as he opens things up with Queen Jack offsuit from the small blind. You, the man who found jacks earlier, found pocket tens. Looks down at Jack 7. I will now think of Josh McCauley on day 1 with Jack 7, where he first cracked pocket jacks and then won another big hand and spun like 1 big blind up to eventually 20, but did bust a little while later. Flop comes 9-9-7. Somehow, Jack 7 flops best. I guess we have to rename it. It's no longer the Josh McCauley. It's the U. T1, let's go over her Queen Jack immediately. Does not want to get herself in any trouble. You surprised to see her let go of Queen Jack there, or because of the paired board, are we worried about even if we hit a Queen or a Jack that it may not be good enough? Is it just not worth the headache?
I think it's okay to play that as a check call. So it's not just about finding a queen or a jack. It's just about being ahead about some of the bluffs, even with queen high. I mean, your opponent from the big blind there can just have 8-5 off, 8-6, 10-8. Like you're already winning some of the times, and you're also going to pick up some more equity sometimes with like let's say a 10 on the turn gives you now a straight draw, open-end straight draw. It's just you're giving up too much equity. You're getting bluffed too much. So I think it's a bit of a leak to just to play it that passively and limp fold.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because I was a little bit surprised. It felt like the price was right. The board is not ultra appealing, but there are some exciting turn cards to look forward to, and it's indeed not just the queen or the jack. So.
And it's important for us to not be results-oriented. Like, yes, he happened to have a 7 there, but that's just a portion of his range. It's not always that he's going to have a 7, and you're always behind in this percentage. And yeah, because it was 9-9-7 in particular, that jack wouldn't have been troublesome. It would have left her ahead, and not 3 pair does not beat 2 pair as much as it feels like it should.
But then we are being very results oriented because of course he doesn't know that it's jack 7. But I totally get the point, and that's why I asked. I was a little bit surprised to see her give up that quickly. Ding Biao looked down at pocket jacks there, but unfortunately does not get any action whatsoever. I always get a bit sad when I'm below 20 bigs and it does pick up an absolute premium and no one wants to battle. No one wants to dance. Not even a call from the big blind.
Are you a good dancer, Kevin?
No, not at all, and I've never been. I would like to say like, oh, I used to be when I was young, but honestly, that would be a big fat lie. I don't think I ever had any feeling for rhythm whatsoever.
I don't know if I have rhythm, but I do have enthusiasm and confidence, and that can take you pretty far when it comes to dancing.
I mean, I've obviously done my fist pumping here and there.
Yeah.
On the side, like, I like to be fun, but I'm definitely not good.
Yeah.
Sean had a novel folding or bleeding out some chips and decides to send it under the gun +2 with pocket 7s. Nang Wen has a bit of a decision there, but too many people to still worry about that are still going to act after him. Let's go with his Queen Jack. Aaron folds the King 10 offsuit. Kaido Mitara from Japan has a bit of a decision here with Ace 9. It's not his favorite hand to call off with, but
it's always tricky when you kind of get dealt the pip hand, right? Like Ace Jack calls, Ace 10 off, you're like pretty close to calling. probably suited, you do call. So ace-9 is just annoying. You're like, ugh. And
I think it was close for him as well. He
yeah,
really
of course.
like
Yeah, I mean, look, he's flipping against 7s. He could be up against King-Jack. Like, there's a lot of different reasons. But ace-10 is just a much more comfortable call. And I think it's okay to let it go. It really, really affects his stack.
Would have been interesting to see what he would have done with ace-9 suited. This time it was the offsuit, as we have a dealer change, and that allows us to promote the awesome Triton merch once more. It's of course not just Triton ONE merch, even though we are full focused on the Triton ONE in the upcoming 8 days. We have been wearing the t-shirts, the hoodies. Today I even brought up the jacket. I actually am not wearing it, but I should rock it. Maybe before I send it to the next break, I'll put on that zip-up jacket because it's very cool. But make sure to check it out. There's an online store as well. And of course, if you are in Jeju or around or plan on stopping by, make sure to stop by the merch booth. It's right on the left if you enter the casino. Take a look at the t-shirts. You can try them on as well. Make sure that they fit. And yes, we have been hyping it up, but they truly are awesome. We're all very happy with our t-shirts, hoodies, and now jackets. And a week from now, they will be revealing the new Triton Super High Roller merch as well.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'll start saving up. Vietnamese, Wen has opened things up with 8-7 of hearts under the gun +2. He's been a fun player to watch in the opening day of this Genesis event, our opening event at Triton ONE. This is our third day of coverage. Day 1 was all about 1A and 1B. Yesterday we did flight 1C, kept a close eye on flight 1D. Today we started with 197 players. We are down to our final 80.
Yeah, a new chip leader, but not the first time he's been up there. Martin Nielsen back wearing the crown, 12.8 million. He's obviously been someone that made an impression on 1A with a bit of an unconventional bust-out hand, and then had an excellent 1C and just made, oh, it looks like this is a big-time cooler against Kai Wen Wei. Aces for a full house to gain 5.8 million chips against 3 of a kind. Ace 5-7, turn 7. I mean, hand kind of plays itself.
Awful turn card there for Kai Wen Wei.
And look at this too, Kai Wen opening, and then Martin with the unconventional flat with aces on the button, and then getting the, the board that his opponent can't possibly think he's losing on. Ace 5-7-7, King 7 against aces. I mean, that's the dream.
Massive hand for Martin Nielsen as his run good continues for now over in the QQPK Genesis opening event. Yu decides to open things up here on our current future table with Ace King. And if any of those hands sound interesting to you guys, but you may feel that it went a little quick, you can always take a look at it yourself. Just download the Triton Poker Plus app and you can click on the 3K Genesis event that's currently happening. On the right side, you'll see a leaderboard. Then you can just click on whichever player you're interested in. In this case, we were talking about Martin Nielsen. You click on his profile and you'll immediately see his most recent hand history. And you see his graph spike up. You click on the yellow dot and then you can go over all the details yourself.
Yeah, I really can't overstate how great the Triton poker app is. I mean, we have all these incredible people on the floor literally recording, maybe not every single hand over the course of the 1A through D levels, days, pardon me, but certainly as we get further and further down the line, they're recording pretty much everything as far as I can tell.
Yeah, that is their job. They're flying people out to make sure that they can stand on the casino floor and then keep track of all the action and make sure that they put all the notes in the Triton Poker Plus app. So
you love to see it.
Yeah, we can follow all the action over here. And you guys at home as well, if you're rooting for a friend or just your favorite player. And it's truly awesome. It's impossible to do it early on when we've got hundreds of tables running. But when we go down to like the final 6 tables, pretty much every single hand gets locked. That is awesome. Yu gets involved once more, this time with pocket 6s under the gun +2. Everyone else gets out of the way. It's been a bit of an annoying future table for Sean Oi from Malaysia, who was just on the big blind. You can see it in his demeanor a tiny bit. He's just not getting anything playable, and the 1 or 2 times that he got involved, he was kind of forced out. Has not been able to take down a single pot yet, I believe. the human element in poker that we often talk about. It's hard to not let it get to you when you've been on a table for like 20, 30 minutes and you just don't win a hand, even if it's just a tiny pot. It feels so good to see a few chips head your way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I mentioned the other day, the one time I made the World Series of Poker main event final table, I did not basically play a hand until hand 70-ish or something. And I was just like, really? This is what I've been building towards? How could you do this to me?
And back then you guys did the November 19th?
Yeah.
So you had to wait months to play the table?
Yeah. And all the different ways you try to prepare for something like that, and then you just don't even get an opportunity to play a hand. But check my privilege, right? I was in a pretty great position.
In the end of the day, we're at the final table of any large field, large buy-in. We're always kind of happy.
Oh, yeah.
I can understand how that was. At least in the moment, a bit frustrating. And then in the end, we're still very happy. And I'm sure the same goes for Shinhwa. If we're already here, making it to the second day of the opening event at Triton ONE, the second edition ever of Triton ONE. Last September, we kicked things off with this new approach for Triton, trying to make the Triton brand a little more accessible to poker enthusiasts around the world. He's here, opening event, he's doing well. It's obviously not all that bad, and I'm quite certain that Shinhwa plans on playing many more events in the upcoming days. But he's not done yet. One hand is all it takes.
One hand is all it takes.
Falling back in love with the game. Possibilities with pocket jacks. We can continue singing.
I'll show you something really something Dua Lipa connected that it'll blow your mind on. Just remind me we're done our work today.
All right. Action gets folded to Nang from Vietnam as he looks down at ace deuce of spades. It's an interesting one. I'm curious how he navigates this one.
Yeah, I had some friends for my 40th birthday perform a Dua Lipa song for me. Like a music video. It's pretty incredible. Limp, pretty standard here. Trying to induce sort of probably a weak ISO to either limp call or make a big shove. But you'd be pretty happy to see the check back.
Flop comes king, 6, jack, and that means that T-Wen flops best with her pair of sixes. The spades are still alive for the other one. It's Wen versus Wen. One from Vietnam, one from France. And speaking of spades, the turn brings the 7 of spades. So Nang improves to an ace-high flush draw.
Yeah, I wonder how Win is going to react to a bet here. We saw perhaps a bit of a tight fold with the queen jack in the last blind be blind confrontation. She's going to say, you know what? This bottom pair is good enough for me to see a river. And I think, this is a win-on-win situation, so it's a little confusing. I guess I'll use first names.
The river brings the ace of hearts, and that means that Nang from Vietnam, that win does take the lead with his pair of aces on the river. It's amazing that they're sitting next to each other as well.
Yeah. Hashtag winning.
Announcing the bet of 450,000. T-Wen was ahead on the turn. I think so, get away from this one on the river. We obviously saw her earlier give up on the queen jack rather quickly with the 997. Also a blind versus blind battle. I'd say she played the hand well, right? Called when she was ahead, folded.
Absolutely.
When she got outdrawn. Can't really ask for much more.
Blinds and 75, 150,000.
Blinds have gone up, as you guys can see. Beautiful graphics. A 75k small blind, 150k big blind with 150k ante. It's going to make things a little more difficult for some of the shorter stacks at this table. Of course, seat 1, Kaido Mitara from Japan, working with 15 bigs. Ding Biao also still on the shorter side of things. And Shinhwa from Malaysia. It really is go time for him soon. Aaron, a little unhappy perhaps with how this future table has gone for him so far. Had the big hand with the ace-10 offsuit. where he lost on the river against the 7-6 of T1, but obviously got it in behind. It was a bit crazy, it was a bit reckless, but it also is what makes me enjoy watching Aaron. He's incredibly unpredictable, and I can only imagine how difficult it is to have someone like him on your table. He is not afraid to play massive pots in these stages of the event.
Yeah, he's pushing edges. You know, he's using his experience and his talent to his advantage. Cutoff shove here for about 8, 9 big blinds. Don't think it's going to get through. One half of the winning combo. Nang Kwang win. I think he's going to be going all in himself.
Yep.
For about 22 effective. He's going to have to dodge some wake-ups to the blinds, which he has, and quite a bit ahead against the ace-4.
He's going to receive the nails that it's best case scenario. Doesn't even have to worry about 2 overs, just needs to avoid the aces. Couldn't quite see what the small blind and the big blind were working with. I always find it interesting, but it didn't seem like there was much of a decision there. We have no idea if any of the aces got folded there. Sean is looking for an ace.
I folded one.
When?
It's win.
Okay. When or win. It could be both. Ace-4 offsuit against pocket 7s. Here we go. Sean needs help.
Oh, not bad. 2 clubs. Jack counterfeits the 7s.
Club turn.
10 of clubs, 9 of clubs. That'd be an interesting.
Yeah, high club is the best case scenario outside of
Brick City.
An ace, but the deuce is indeed a total brick. So we're going to need to find an ace or a jack on the river. Otherwise, this is the end for Sean. I love that your reaction was spot on with Sean's. Look at that flop. You're like, not bad.
Yeah.
Gives you some hope. Unfortunately for Sean, he did not improve after a somewhat promising flop. That means the wins keep on winning. Or the wins keep on winning. Either way, they're collecting chips.
Yeah, they are.
There is a proper way to say it, but I feel like the Vietnamese felt sorry for the rest of the world, knowing that we would all struggle with it forever. So, like, just like when win is okay.
Yeah.
Gets the job done.
Does.
I watched a video about it a while ago, and there is a proper pronunciation, but it would keep us busy for a while. We'd stay up, not just because Mueller is folding aces with 50k behind, but I feel like Vietnamese would be one of the most difficult languages out there to learn.
I relayed that hand to a couple regs at breakfast this morning. They were very shocked. Mueller ace's hand.
Mueller unfortunately eliminated earlier today here over at the opening event of Triton ONE in 3K Genesis. I think he went out in like 150th or something among those lines. Would have loved to see Mueller make a deep run, but I'm sure we'll see a lot more of the men from Austria in the upcoming days, if not at the Triton Super High Roller Series, of course. That starts off on the 14th of March. It's kind of cool actually that they start, but we are still going, because we'll go till the 15th. 1 day overlap. Some of the players are going to have to choose.
Yeah.
Action gets folded to the button. T1 lets go of her 10-7 offsuit. And that's a good thing, as you woke up with ace, queen of clubs.
Yeah, I mean, 2 ways you can go here at the stack depth. And he does go with that trappy limp. Try to induce an ISO from our end. I don't think he'll get it with 10-7 off. But a bunch of different hands I think Aaron would have raised.
I think you're spot on there. I think 10-7 is just the kind of hand where Aaron says, all right, let's take a flop. Let's see what the board brings and we'll take it from there. But there are definitely a few hands that I feel like he would have gotten creative with. Flop comes 10-9-4, which means the 10-7 of Aaron flops best. Pretty ugly board for ace, queen of clubs. Not a single club to get excited over either. Would you like to see a small bet coming out of Aaron here? Do you feel like that makes sense? We're talking 175, 200.
Yeah, I think you can even size up a little bit. Gonna get some nice check calls here from some 9X, maybe some draws. But yeah, nice fold with the ace queen of clubs.
Aaron showed him the 10. Yep. Dealer announced a 10 shown. He showed his neighbor. The dealer was on top of it. Said, show one, you show all. One of the greatest rules in poker. Aaron trying to make friends with his neighbor there, showing the 10. One of those hands that could have played out in so many different ways, because if Aaron does decide to get a little creative pre-flop, there's a good chance that ace queen of clubs obviously comes over the top and is willing to play for all of it, and then Aaron has to get out of the way. By just checking it, finding a good flop, takes it down and gets a very good hand to fold. It is worth pointing out, by the way, as I'm keeping an eye on our Triton Poker Plus app, that Kaido Mitara, one of the shortest stacks in Seed 1, has no time bank at all whatsoever, which means he has 15 seconds pre-flop to decide if he wants to play for all of it or not. If he doesn't decide within 15 seconds, his hand is dead. And he is obviously in like all in or full territory.
Yeah.
But
Definitely interesting. Some guardrails in place to keep the pace of play up, but you know, players that are used to playing a bit slower, we've seen, you know, a lot of them have been running out of time. We saw the famous 7 deuce hand last level, for instance, that created, you know, one of the more exciting hands of the series so far.
Kaido decides to check it on his big blind with a 5-3 offsuit. Flop comes Jack, Jack 6. Aaron makes bottom pair. We'll probably just take this one down. 10 big blinds remaining for our Japanese player. He'll be looking to get involved this orbit. Ding Biao currently working with 2.5 million, so he's got over 17 bigs. But the big blinds and the antes are coming his way.
So good. That just made me realize I need a massage. Mark my words, I'm getting a massage this week.
Big blind.
Sorry.
You are the big one.
I don't want to call it a fun fact, Griffin, because I don't think it's very fun. But I've actually never ordered a massage while I played poker.
That's a big life leak you just have.
Yeah, is that a leak?
Yeah. There's it's a vibe, man. These masseuses are incredibly talented, and you can really just sort of zone out. It's really when they get into the arms and the hands, then you really realize how, you know, it's just awesome.
As I said, I've never tried. That may change this week. Maybe once Triton ONE is all done and I make my way over to the cash game room, play a couple of hands here with the locals. Maybe I'll fix that live leak of mine immediately. We have queens for Nang, opening things up under the gun +1. Xiaotong Yu looks down at ace-5 of diamonds.
Tell you what, if you keep up the good work this week, I'll pay for it.
I appreciate it.
What you gonna do?
Wow.
Yalding works with 9 deuce. He's gonna have to let go of that one. But Nang was hoping for a little more there with the ladies.
I'm lucky.
When you think, good.
Nang was hoping that Yu was gonna get a little out of line there once he took his time with the ace-5 of diamonds. Unfortunately for Nang, ace-5 correctly so hit them up. It is a solver favorite, the suited ace-5.
Yeah, I find that hand to be a bit of a trap because of the solver favorite in nature. I actually was in a high roller a month or two ago, doing really well in, and I bet in a lot of chips with ace-5 suited and lost to queens, like pretty close to the money. I'm like, damn you, solvers. It's like 40 big blinds or something. I was like, why have I done this?
At least you had heart and commitment to the game, Griffin.
Yeah, I know. I feel like it needed to happen to show myself that it's like that concept we talked about. It's just, if you're not getting caught bluffing it enough.
Is that a call?
That is, yeah. So the button shove for exactly 10 big blinds. Ding Biao looking down at the ace-6 suited and says, this is slightly ahead of the shove range, and I agree.
That's a very good call from the small blind.
Yeah.
Especially because he's only working with 2.5 million as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of king 10s, king jacks, king 9s, all the worst aces. Sometimes, you are going to be behind, but it's pretty infrequently. It's nice that it's the suited property. You can see that it is a small, well, it's a 5% edge that he has here. Obviously, we are expecting a chop most of the time. Give us a club for a sweat. Nah.
No sweats whatsoever. We are going to chop this one up. There's your club. A day late and $1 short. One of my favorites, used to say very often. Yeah, I heard you talk about that on the opening day when you were either commentating with Vider or with Randy. I like the way you put it, where if you don't get caught bluffing, you're just not bluffing enough. It needs to happen. It's a shame for you that it happened deep into a high roller.
Yeah.
There's probably better moments where it could happen, but I like that, Griffin. I'll try to live by that a little bit. As we'll take a moment, as the dealers will swap another out. We're going to go ahead and thank Jupiter, one of our other sponsors over here at Triton ONE, where you guys can predict a little bit of everything. Politics, real-world events, sports. Thanks to Jupiter for supporting the Triton ONE over here live in Jeju, South Korea. As we are currently in our third day, 11 days of Triton ONE, leading straight into the Triton Super High Roller Series that will be taking place in the same venue. Also, the beautiful Les A Casino here in Jeju. You've been here before, right, Griffin, or is this your first time?
This is my second time, yeah.
And you were here in 2024, I believe you said, correct?
I believe so. Time is so... What is time, Kevin? Could have been last year, could have been... It's hard to say. At some point in the last 2 years.
Ace-10 for Xiaotong Yu. Under the gun +1. Announces a race to 300. One of the two wins. Looks down at ace-deuce offsuit.
Yeah, this hand against an early position open is a bit of a trap as a call. I think you can sort of make the snug fold if you want. I also think that it's interesting to sort of make it 950 and then fold, because it's going to put a lot of pressure on a lot of some hands that are just sort of blocker opens, like a king jack, king queen, and then you're folding out a lot of better hands all the way up to, I think, ace 10, maybe even ace jack. So I think that's the other that's door number 2. But I don't blame him for just letting it go. That is obviously the easier way to do it. But just, you think about it conceptually, right? You just think, wow, that puts a lot of pressure on it. A hand like ace 10.
Well, it seems like he's listening to you, as that is exactly what he did. I've been really impressed by Nangwin. I feel like he's been solid on the opening day when we got to see him. He's been very solid so far. I've really been enjoying watching him, and definitely want to keep an eye on the man from Vietnam, as we are down to 67 players already, guys. We started the day with 197 runners. We're aiming to play down to the final 9. There is no final table today. We are aiming to play down to the final 9, and we expected things to slow down once we hit 80. Well, perhaps it's going to happen now, because at this pace, we're going to be done at 6 p.m., and that's not the point, Griffin. That's not allowed to happen.
Oh, no, please.
As Aaron opened things up with his ace-king offsuit under the gun +1. T-Wen is a non-believer as he is playing my birthday. What a flop for the 8-5. Flops the top end of an open-ender and makes bottom pair. Wow. And these two have history. Let's not forget about the ace-10 and the 7-6 of clubs not too long ago.
I think Aaron needs to be careful against Win, and I think that's why we see the check. I think it can be a board that you can just sort of bet for definition if you're not expecting to be check raised too often. But because we've seen when check raised bottom pair before, I think this would have really gotten him in trouble if he decided to bet.
Oh, thanks.
But now he's just in check down mode, hoping for an ace or a king, or maybe a board pair and no bet.
Wow, the triple check by Wen, despite the fact that C flopped. What I would say a bit of a monster, the bottom pair and the open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, I think the most important thing about that hand is recognizing how the 5 turns into like a form of the nuts, and you can really just like bet out something super small there and get called by worse. So I think it's actually she actually missed a bet to have even 4th pair there.
I think she was hoping for Aaron to get some bets in, but Aaron has learned his lesson from the ace-10.
I mean, Aaron might even have something like pocket 4s or, you know, something that's prepared to call with that deuce river. I think these little intricate spots are important. Once there's a lot of clarity about the strength of your opponent's hand, I think you need to find really thin bets. And I think that was a missed opportunity. It's actually probably one of my favorite things in a poker tournament, when I make a bet on the river or like a shove on the river, very thin. Remember I did one recently with like a 4-card straight, and I value shoved top pair, and like person called and everyone at the table couldn't believe it. But it's just like, if you really think about a hand critically, you can find these like very thin shoves and bets.
What I noticed is that he did check very quickly, even though he was sitting on quite some hand there in the previous hand with the 8-5. Maybe hoping to come across as not too interested in the hand, and then hoping that Aaron would fire 1 bet and then she would come over the top. So like he was setting the trap there, but Aaron was not interested. But they are going to run it back once more, as Aaron from Armenia has opened things up with King 9 of clubs. And this is an action flop, as T1 flops top 2 pair. Aaron flops 2 overs to the board and the king high flush draw.
Yeah, and if Aaron does bet here, and I don't think he always will, he's going to be like, what is this woman's deal? when she check raises, right? So I'm going to love this. I mean, she's definitely going to be coming over the top. Let's see what sizing she elects to go with. Last time, she effectively min-raised in position. And I think she should probably go closer to 900 this time.
The roles are reversed. Last time it was Aaron who was the chip leader of this table with 9 million chips when they tangled with one another. This time it is T1 who is working with close to 8 million chips. Does announce the race to 1 million.
Yeah, knowing Aaron too, I mean,
I think he's going to get it all in here.
He might just shove,
yeah,
right? Because he saw her check raise bottom pair before and almost fold.
I mean, it's still his tournament live on the line.
Yeah, it is different now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is different.
It's no longer day 1A, 3 hours into it. We can still re-entry. We can re-entry in 1B. Let's see what a very exciting turn brings. The turn is the 5 of diamonds. Now that's obviously going to change things a little here, as, I mean, Aaron picks up even more outs. Now with a 6, he would take the lead too.
Yeah, this card could slow her down, but he shouldn't have a ton of 6s in his range. I don't think he calls a million with like pocket 6s on the flop. I think he probably just like leans more check back. Ace 6 of like clubs or ace 6 of spades might be. Yeah, and so he's just sitting there now. And he's picked up more equity.
Yeah,
you have to call off 55% of his stack. I mean, this is a pretty brutal hand for RN.
These two are building up quite a bit of history with one another. But that's mostly what I meant. It's not that I think he plays a whole lot of 6s from under the gun with the stacks that we were working with and on that board. But with the king 9, he does pick up extra outs. 2 overs to the board, a gut shot and a king high flush draw. How do we let go of a hand like this? We can see that he only has 27%.
Yeah.
With 1 street to go.
I think Arn's going to know my king is dead, my 9 is dead. I could already be up against a straight. And you know what? He's going to decide to, let's just see if I can peel off this club.
Wow.
Or this 6. This pot is absolutely massive. I mean, 6.9 million in the middle. He just has 1/7 left. He's really going for this here.
A massive river card here on day 2, as the 3 of spades doesn't change a whole lot, and that means T1 gets the check mark. That's 4.8 million behind. Aaron ends up with king high. And only 1.7 million left. Won't be losing any more here, that's for sure. Brutal session for Aaron, who came into this future table with over 9 million. And he went checks. Wow.
I mean, look, a 6 would never check. But you're just, this is why we can't really call the turn, because there's just no version of this where you can bluff all in. I mean, there's 7 million in the pot. You have 1.7. Does she ever fold for 25%? The thing that he would hate to see is if she had like ace-5 of clubs or ace-3 of clubs, or, you know, something that maybe has, yeah, he's really thinking about, is this possible? And yeah, he's doing it. Oh no! I think she just snap flicks in the chip. There's just two, yeah.
Wow, what a check. What a check there by T-Wen. As he snap calls and gets even more. I thought that was going to do it.
It's a great check.
That is a fantastic check.
Because, you know, when we talk about perceived range, Aaron is going to have some, like, aces, kings, queens sometimes that just, like, decide to call because it's 25% left. But she recognizes the clubs have missed, you know, all the different combo draws. I'm just going to let him dig his own grave. And Aaron is just really shocked at how much he got kind of outplayed in a way. I mean, look, he got pretty unlucky in the context of the hand, but I think he needs to fold that turn. I don't think you call over half your stack there with the hand that he had in that situation.
Fantastic check on the river. I thought that was going to be it. Aaron, obviously once more losing a lot of chips, but I thought he'd be left with a little over 10 bigs. But with that checks, he gets it all. Well, all but one. Wow.
And we officially have a new chip leader in the form of T-Wen, just pipping Han Feng by really like half a big blind. I mean, they're at the top there. Martin Nilsson right behind them as well, and then of course the 7-deuce legend Chiang Zhang. Narratives are being built around these chip leaders, Kevin.
He has just taken literally all of Aaron his chips.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that he has distributed a little bit. Came into this table as the chip leader, not just of the table, but of the field temporarily with over 9 million chips, and has lost it all in less than 2 levels. And 98% of it has gone to T-Wen, who entered this table with like 4 million and is now working with 13. And quick math, 4 plus 9 is most certainly 13.
Yeah, and
wow.
You know what I think is my favorite thing so far in my 2+ days working Triton ONE is the way in which these unknown entities, these, you know, all these players, all these Chinese players, all these different, you know, Asian players that a lot of these regs aren't that familiar with, and they're kind of learning on the fly, you know? And you look at like someone like Aaron, you look at someone like Samuel Mueller, they're getting tripped up because they're not playing against conventional ranges, conventional bet sizes, you know, not necessarily like super studied stuff, as we do see this all-in. Aaron forced with his 100,000 from the big blind, of course, went all but 100,000 just in the odd chance he can do crazy comeback. And has some chances here, a 6, queen, or a diamond, or a 7.
I mean, 100K is all he had left. It is less than a big blind. It's less than the ante. And actually, yeah, I mean, this would just tilt me if I'm Aaron Bezignan. It's like, now I get there, now I improve.
You never know. I would love to see an example of what can happen when you do leave that one chip behind, because it is, it has value. You can really come back, and I want to see him do it.
I'd be tilted, mate.
Yeah.
I'd be fuming.
I'm a never give up kind of guy. I've seen too much crazy stuff.
That, of course, I agree with, but once more, the human element of entering this TV table not too long ago as chip leader of the remaining 90 folks.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty big collapse.
Yeah, from 9 million down to 100K. Oh, I do not believe in a chip and a chair at that point. I believe in a chair and get out of this place quickly, as I need to calm down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Aaron made 2 mistakes in those 2 hands. I think his sizing was too small with the ace-10 out of position, and I think that he should have folded the turn with the king-9 and still kept his, you know, 4 million or so. But that's the other thing. Like,
and what do you think of the shove in the end there, the remaining 1.6 million that he had, like trying to steal it?
I think that's the 3rd mistake, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely. So 2 mistakes in that hand, and then the ace-10. And I mean, you could even argue the the 3-bet all in on the flop for a great deal amount of chips was also a form of a mistake, but I understood the sort of the logic behind that, and frankly almost got there. We wouldn't even be talking about this hand if that jack on the turn held and the river wasn't a club, right?
I know, everything would have been so different.
Those are the swings. We're on the timeline where the club came.
Crazy.
Ironically, that the club came for win and didn't come for him, right? Again, with the king nine. So it's like...
Okay, now you're just rubbing it in. Salt in the wounds over here.
Yeah, but again, just sort of finishing my point. I mean, we're seeing a lot of top pros not really know what to do with some of these players, and it's my favorite narrative of Triton ONE so far.
I mean, T1 has a lot of experience, as I called out before. So he did make it to the final table of the 10K mystery bounty last time around, and he also stuck around for, I think, the High Roller series right afterwards. Yeah. So he played a 30K, cashed in that one as well, so he has a few cashes recorded. He had an amazing Triton ONE, the inaugural edition of Triton ONE last September. So he finished in the top 100 of this event, the opening event, the 3K Genesis. So he finished second place in the 10K mystery bounty, and he also cashed in the 15K Triton ONE High Roller, 33rd place. So 3 cashes within a week, including a second place.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Let's not discount that a lot of these players that some of these pros might not be familiar with aren't, you know, accomplished and skilled in the way that you have clearly shown that T is, but it's more just about familiarity, you know, and these different playing styles. Because she didn't play, you know, for instance, the 7-6 of clubs hand conventionally at all, raising on the flop, sort of freezing the action, and then not sure if she was going to call off. So these are things that players like RN, players like Samuel Mueller, yesterday, you know, I don't think they're very comfortable yet. But that's also something that you have to consider as this series advances, is, you know, the way that they're logging these hands and seeing these patterns and how they're going to translate that to success, because it almost always happens with these pros. They're going to get better at playing these kind of players, and how are these players going to react to that?
Yep. I also think, though, that T1 is going to switch up her play a lot, depending on what kind of events he's playing in, because he's now playing the 3K Genesis opening event, but he has played in a 30K of the Triton High Roller Series. He's played in a 40K Mystery Bounty at the Triton High Roller Series as well. So I think she's very good in switching up her play, apparently, and
I mean,
navigating these large
I've never
fields.
played a 40K.
T1 is definitely one to keep your eye on. It's impressive to see her have another good run right off the get-go here, the opening event of the second edition of Triton ONE, the second time that we are running the 3K Genesis opening event. Last time around, 1,185 entries. This time around, 1,236. And back-to-back top 100 finishes for T1. Same goes for Aaron, of course, who made it to the final table the last time around of the 3K. Same goes for Martin Nielsen, who we had on the future table earlier. Really cool to see a few of these guys running it back, not even 6 months later, with good runs. Aaron with his remaining 200,000.
I will note, Aaron folded 10-4 suited in that last pot with a 2-pair.
You need
I kept on my eye on it. No, I mean, maybe the poker gods want to, you know, create a comeback story for him.
No, everything that you just went over with the jack not holding, the club not coming, then the club did come for her. It's like one of these moments where we do live in a simulation, don't we?
Yeah.
The poker gods really have it out for Aaron at the moment. And then he finally gets there with Queen 6 offsuit when he's got 100,000 chips left. It's brutal. Poker is a beautiful game, but it is a very brutal game. Got a button shove of our short stack Japanese player, less than 10 bigs at this point. Kaido Mitara gets it in with King Jack of clubs. And the way he's wondering, is King 8 offsuit good enough? Makes the call. And Mitara will get fantastic news that he doesn't just get it in okay, he's dominating.
Yeah, I think bit loose calling King 8 here, but I understand the justification. I think that we would call King 10 for 1.15 here. Maybe, you know, King 9 and King 8 suited is justified. King 8 maybe a bit too loose. You're kind of hoping for the ace-X type shove or the pocket sixes or maybe a Queen Jack.
8 is a lucky number, though, over in Asia. Could have that could have something to do with it. Ace of diamonds. turn doesn't change anything. Wei is looking for an 8 and an 8 only, or he will lose 1.1 million chips. Jack of diamonds does not help. Nice little double here for Kaido Mitara. When you get called, when you're shoving King Jack, you're never really loving it because you know most of the time you're gonna need to get a little lucky. But he got it in fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be okay with King 8 calling if it's small blind against big blind.
Yes,
that's what we were talking about earlier. That's where I feel like I'll start calling King 8, but from the button shoves, it's just a little different.
Yeah, it's massively different because he's not shoving King 7, King 6, King 5, King 4 the way he might with, well, more than likely shoving for 8 big blinds blind on blind. So I think that is a small mistake maybe from you, just a sort of a pipping thing. But going for the win. Speaking of going for the win.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
you cannot get enough.
No.
Well, it is Nang, and he's played very well, and he looks down at ace queen of diamonds under the gun. It's going to open things up, makes it 300k. Curious what T1 will do here with a king queen offsuit, so let's go over it immediately after the under the gun open.
It's snug, but I can dig it. We're playing full 8-handed. I guess you consider it 7-handed with Aaron's 200k stack. I think I wouldn't have minded a 3-bet here from the king queen, but you know I think it's a nice adjustment.
The neighbors getting along well. Obviously, both of them enjoying their time on the future table so far. What a spin up for T1 from 4 to 13 million. It's almost more painful for Aaron that he still has to be here. I know it's always good to still be alive, but knowing that someone has absorbed all of it, it's not just that, okay, I had a stack, you had a stack, and you won, but from 4 to 13 is truly bizarre.
And Aaron gets it in. Might get it in good. Quickly fold into the button.
A6 offsuit. I mean, he's always going to have to run it. He's not going to get it in very good here. What do you feel is the ideal play here for Wei? Do you...
Can I raise?
You can always raise.
raise yeah.
You're always allowed to raise.
Making it about 500-600 here seems like the move.
You're always allowed to raise. Makes it 450 from the button. And then Wen looks down at a Jack-9 offsuit. This would be the wrong moment to make a play. We'll let go of his Jack-9. And Aaron gets the bad news. And he is once more in trouble. The 6 is live. He's going to need some help. If he wins this, he's back. 5 big blinds and a dream. It will make for the greatest anime story of all time if Aaron now keeps on doubling and eventually gets all his chips back from T1.
There's some possibilities here. 2 ways through the back door.
Yep, backdoor clubs are live.
Need help on the turn.
And a backdoor straight draw. Chop outs.
That's not the back door, but like sort of a side door. You know,
we're building a new door.
Where you both go in it together, or maybe from both sides you go in and then you see each other. Nah, there he is.
Unfortunately, that is the end for the man who entered this table as the chip leader, not as the chip leader of the table, but of the entire field. Loses 9 million chips in a little over 80 minutes of poker. Brutal for Aaron. I'm sure we'll get to see a lot more of him in the upcoming days. He is clearly enjoying his time over at Triton ONE. He was here last September, had a couple of fantastic runs, and he is a really fun player. He is not afraid to play big pots. Unfortunately, a couple of little slip-ups and also get a bit unlucky there. Sometimes you need to hit on certain moments, Griffin, and the man couldn't hit or hold when it mattered the most.
Yeah.
Okay. Brutal. It's something that we all know. It doesn't really matter how many chips you have in the middle of a day 2. Like, it can always change so quickly, but it's still shocking to see.
Yeah. As far as range of outcomes are concerned, Aaron collapsing, coming in as the chip leader of not just the table, but of the entire field. Yeah, not what I would have had on my bingo card. Pocket jacks here for K Yang. Just under 10 big blinds. Going to be shoving and going to be very surprising if there's any call to see how strong he is. But yeah, he's just going to let it go.
Yeah, it's a little too much for 7-6 offset. Even if some of the kids out there would love it. You familiar with the 7-6 memes? 6-7.
6-7, yes, I'm familiar. it's especially tilting. You have to understand, and you'll appreciate this as someone who has an appreciation for ice hockey.
Yeah.
But I've been a Toronto Maple Leafs fan for the better part of my life, and they're quite famously one of the biggest failures in sports history.
I'm aware of it.
And
I have seen a lot of hopes and dreams of playoffs, and it never leading to a Stanley Cup.
And when do you think the last time they won the Stanley Cup was?
Was it in 1967?
It was in 1967. So 67 is a particularly triggering number for me. And the fact that it became this freaking meme with the kids.
I'm so happy that you shared it with me.
Yeah.
Because now I learned something.
Yeah.
I did not know. That is fantastic.
I will say, though, when it comes to the 6-7 meme, I've seen it die out in recent months. Like, it really had its moment, and then it kind of disappeared. And I think it's kind of almost a microcosm for just like the way like trends, just like they don't have staying power anymore. You know, in the same way that they did in like the early 2000s. It's like everything just moves so fast now. We're on to the next thing, right?
But what is the next thing?
I don't know. World War III or something. I don't know, whatever they're saying. Like, no, I mean, like, of course,
I have
a lot of things going on in the world, but
you know, I don't have TikTok, or I never had TikTok, and I always feel like some of the popular memes of the kids, they make it over to the other social medias a little bit later than they do over TikTok. So I felt that by the time I learned about 6-7, and it's still confusing to me up to this day, but you know, you kind of start running with it. I commentate video games, and sometimes you see 67 workers go down, or the score is 6-7, right?
So you kind of indulged in the...
Yeah, so I kind of got sucked into it, but by the time that I finally started like playing along, I felt like everybody else indeed moved on.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, the grandpa is stuck.
Maybe I'm just nostalgic for things that used to be sort of inside jokes from the early 2000s, because that's when like my inside jokes were cool, and like, you know, it's like what up now, Swedes, and like someone brings it up 20 years later, I'm like, yes, like I'm a trend that will never die. Please let me still be relevant.
Were those the exact words? What up now, Swedes?
Woo!
You guys have no idea what we're talking about, just Google it.
Google
What up now, Swedes by
Yes.
Jaguar.
I actually had, you know what's funny, I was played in a, we'll make sure to keep an eye on the action for everyone, don't you worry, just some folds right now. Yeah, I played a main event at Playground Poker Club a few months ago, and I finished second. And then this lovely woman who's playing a cash game came up to me and said, hey, can you come over to my table for a second? Because she was like kind of like between hands or whatever, didn't want to miss a hand, so I walked over. It was kind of a strange request, but I walked over. And she was like, hey, like, I promised my son that if I ever met you, because we go to the same casino and play the same thing, as you get stealth pocket jacks on the button. She said, I promised him that if I met you, that I would get your autograph. And I was like, oh, this is sweet. Like this happens pretty infrequently to me, but it was like cool. And then she's like, and she wants you to write something on the autograph. I'm like, what up now, sweet? She's like, yeah. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, you know, this happened so long ago.
An esports legend. That's why I will keep introducing you as the Counter-Strike 1.6 star.
I pretend to be embarrassed about it, but I freaking love it. Keep it coming. As Ding Biao, who's done a good job of raising his 13 big blind stack at the 125K level all the way up to 3 million without any all-in showdown, is going to defend the 9-8 and get a board that he's going to want to see a turn card. Topset.net for Zhao Tong Yu.
Yeah, but the open ender for Ding Biao, it is the bottom end, obviously, of the open ender.
Yeah, this is actually quite a nice draw for Ding Biao to get against this particular hand, because you know, he's going to be able to fold a lot of turns, right? Like, he tries to hit the queen or the 7 here, and if the turn's just like an offsuit 4 and you bets 70-80%, he can just fold, you know? It's better than having something like, I don't know, king 9 of diamonds and then calling once and then the diamond comes and you brick again or whatever. Yep. Open-ended, bottom end, just call one and get out of there.
Well, Ding Biao is listening, and he is going to toss in the calling chips. And we are off to play a turn.
Then again, a low club would be interesting.
All right.
I got to stop wasting this Freaking luck superpower on calling cards. Like, I should be freaking in the field playing.
3 of clubs is what rolls up on the turn. Ding Biao. I mean, you can be certain, obviously, that your 8 high flush draw is good. We can see it's good, but if there would be another club on the river, are we thrilled? Are we loving it?
Let's see what kind of price that that you gives him. I think Ding Biao is going to be pretty cautious here because he can just be drawing dead. He can just be up against, you know, and the times he's not drawing dead, he could just be up against King Queen with the Queen of Clubs, or a straight draw, or Ace King with the King of Clubs, where his Queen is now not even live.
I mean, we are very rarely drawing dead. We can't actually be drawing dead on this board. We always have outs.
No, we don't.
What hand has 9-8 dead?
Ace 5 of clubs.
No, because then we will win with 7. We can
Ace 5 of clubs.
Oh, right now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's okay.
I am very blind.
No, not at all.
I am very blind.
No, you're fine. No, but it's important to clarify, because that's the thing, is that Ding Biao is getting a great price to crack the hand that he's up against. But he still could be up against a hand that is unbeatable, like an Ace 4 of clubs. And then he could be up against a hand like Ace King with 1 club, where his queen is dead, his club is dead, and he's looking for a
wow.
Oh my gosh.
And he's obviously going to get snapped by the top set of you.
He's going to love to see this, though, when you get snapped, because he's, you know, he has 32% equity. It's a real good chance. You know, when you get snapped there, you're looking at King 9 of spades or clubs or something.
Yeah. We could have indeed been that. For a split second there, I thought we were holding 2 clubs. There were only 2 clubs on the board. And I was like, oh, we're always fine. But it could have been so much worse. I mean, you get snapped like that. You're like, am I at 0%? But most certainly not. He's actually working with 32.
I love the serpent-esque look of Ding Biao, where he's just sort of like, I know I got caught here, but I have a chance. Yeah. And you don't want to let this guy double up to 6.5 million, because he is an absolute force to be reckoned with. I've seen it at the highest stakes in the world. This is going to be a huge swing. I mean, look at what Yu has left, 200,000 chips.
Jack's cover.
3-time Triton Super High Roller champion. And looking to make a big run here. Just 60 players remaining.
Massive hand. Any club, any queen, any 7. That is what Ding Biao is looking for. He will not find it. The king is fantastic news for the man with pocket jacks. Open things up from the button. That is going to do it for Ding Biao for now. But of course, we'll see a lot more of him in the upcoming days. And over at the Triton Super High Roller Series that are starting on the 14th of March. Wow.
And I think we need to point out that very intricate, sort of smallish bet on the turn from you. It's a bit unconventional. A lot of players, I think, would have gone bigger to protect against hands like 9-8 in a club. But I think he recognized that if he made it small enough, it would kind of look like a blockery, like, let's just get to showdown with this jack and be able to check back on the river. And, you know, Ding fell for the trap. So I think that was a very impressive move there from you.
Very fun hand. With the open-ender picking up the flush draw as well on the turn. That indeed could have been bad. What a cool hand. And Yu gets rewarded for the way that he played it. And gets max value out of his top set with the pocket jiggities. So we lose another player and a big name in Ding Biao.
Yeah, and blinds will go up to 100K, 200K, 200K.
One of our other favorite levels when it comes to calculating the stacks of the players. This one is doable as well. It may not be as easy as 50K, 100K, but I feel like we should manage with 100K, 200K.
We can do it.
I mean, if you can calculate the way you can predict cards, you're going to be the best one out there. The 2 neighbors are going to potentially tangle. There's one in between. Obviously, T-Wen has folded her 8-3 offsuit from the hijack. The graphics a tiny bit delayed. Yu wakes up with another pocket pair. We have swapped out the pocket jacks for pocket 9s. And we're off to see a flop. It's immediately a pretty big pot. 1.2 million chips in the middle.
Yeah, pretty standard proceedings here.
Let's see what the flop will bring. The flop is ace, ace, jack. We haven't seen it yet on the camera, but I believe it, if that's what the graphics tell us. Trip aces for Nang Win.
Yeah, I think it's okay to continue here with the 9s to the min bet, basically. Of course, we see he is crushed, but there's times that Win just has king queen here, king 10 isn't always going to barrel off. You know, we're still drawing to the effective nuts if we hit a 9. Sometimes this is just a sort of a blockish bet with 8s or 7s as well. And now it's just a very clean get out of dodge.
Taking his time.
Yeah, I don't think Win's really concerned about the queen 10 here so much, blocking it with the ace 10.
No.
So is, I think, targeting something like a king queen. And that's why he's not betting too big. He doesn't want to scare off those hands, but of course 9s in that portion of the range were just snap folding. So well played there. Well flopped, well played.
Continues to chip up. This has been very, very solid, where we had a bit of a blow up with some of the other players when they make it to these future tables. And it's definitely not happening to Nang Win, as he has chipped up all the way over to 6 million chips now, as we are entering the third of the 3 levels that we will cover back to back.
Yeah, and QQPK is, you know, coverage here at Triton ONE is proudly backed by them, supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage. High stakes, sharp minds, no margin for error. Those are some of those sharp minds right there. Look at that. Punat Punsri, Danny Tang, Webster Lim, one-time Day 1A chip leader, Nishant Sharma, who I believe is still in the field last I checked. Path to Triton ONE, QQPK. Very, very happy for their support. One of the reasons we can bring all this coverage to you guys and make this possible here in Jeju.
Can confirm. Nishant Sharma is still alive, 32nd overall at the moment, working with 4.8 million chippies. As we are entering the last 40 minutes, I believe we have found a new player to join us as well. Of course, the poll is still live, guys, over at the Triton Poker Plus app. If you guys open the app, top right side, vote, and now you can vote for who you think is going to be leading the pack. Who comes out of day 2 of the opening event, QQPK 3K Genesis, as the chip leader? And which nation will they represent? Right now, most of you guys have voted for China, overwhelmingly even, almost 40%. USA and Denmark may be decent shouts, or even France at this point. Japan is still up there too, 3rd overall in the voting, 12% of the votes. Predicting a Japanese chip leader, and it could be this man, even though he's got some work to do. But he's heading in the right direction. Kaido Mitara, as he shoves ace king. Oh, we've got a hand. Well, 2 shorties going at it.
Here we go.
Ace king offsuit versus pocket jacks, a very fair fight. Down to 57 already. Jacks versus Ace King. The Jacks are good so far. There's a bunch of baby cards come out. 8-4-3 Rainbow. Nothing too exciting there for Kaido Mitara when it comes to backdoors. There is the King though. King on the turn. And since Kaido Mitara had a few more chips, Kai Yang is immediately getting up and is unmiking. Does not believe that he can find a Jack, or maybe this is how he summons the Jack on the river. Not this time. GG.
That's the game, right? Unfortunate flip loss for Kai Yang. Going to be around our 57th or so finisher.
Yeah. There is not much that anyone is going to do there when it's a button shove, one of the shortest stacks at the table, and you wake up on the big blind with pocket jacks. I can't think of anyone in this room that will be like, you know what, I'll wait for a better spot. I don't think they exist. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Yang. We want to give a big shout out to everyone who is currently hopefully enjoying the show, whether you are watching on Kick, Twitch, or of course YouTube. We know that the YouTube channel has been very active. You guys can always give it thumbs up. It supports the live coverage of these events. As we take a look at our new player who has made it. I spent some time over at Twitch chat the other day in the evening. You guys were making fun of my love for Pocket Force. Twitch chat was having a good time. They were enjoying you, Griffin.
Oh, yeah?
And I saw a few Jaguar comments.
Oh, nice. There we go. I have such a ADHD brain sometimes that I find myself trying to peel myself away from the chat. So I haven't looked at it actually all series, but I hope people like us.
I don't have it too open when I'm on the desk because I already have a hard time reading out the cards. Especially once, like, you know, the first 2 hours I always feel like I'm very sharp. But then when you enter your 4th or 5th hour, yeah, you start seeing clubs that are not there or are there. And I'm like, what on earth am I yapping about?
Dude, I got your back.
Yeah.
No worries. I think everyone can understand and appreciate, you know.
But it's very fun to read the chat when I'm not on the desk.
Yeah.
I enjoy just playing the mystery hands along and enjoy keeping track of just all the storylines that are unfolding here at the opening event.
I do feel like there was some missed dopamine for us with our King 10 calls. I'm sure that people like that, but I'll never
I saw
know.
somebody clip mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I don't know if yours got clipped.
It might get clipped, no.
I can,
Well, no, because yours, honestly, like as far as like presentation is concerned, yours was cleaner because it was like right before.
Yeah, but yours was cooler because you're like, he just has King 10. Like you were almost getting upset. I was guessing.
Because I just knew what the cards were, yeah. Yeah, that was upsetting.
No, I felt like you said it with a lot of authority. If
Yeah.
anything, I will give you that one, mate. I was happy with mine, but yours was cooler. Because you were
Appreciate it.
almost getting a little upset with the way that hand
Yeah,
was going.
because I felt it was like experiencing out of time. Like I've already done this. Like I've already seen it. I know what it is. I know it's King 10.
We've got an Ace-King suited open by you, the man who just won a big one with his jacks earlier, where he spiked the top set. Wow, this is a potential interesting hand.
Yeah, big time.
1 million chips in the middle. Top pair, top kicker for you. But Nang, the man who has pretty much only won ever since he has entered this future table, picks up the nut flush draw. Back to a straight outs as well, of course, but right now we're mostly excited over our king high flush draw. We always just flat here. There's really no reason to do anything else.
Yeah, it's just you kind of need to play within the rules a bit. And the thing is that your check raise range here is so small. It's like ace deuce, pocket twos, ace jack are really the only hands that you're check raising here. So your opponent has just a much stronger range. They have all the ace jacks. They have the pocket aces. They have ace deuce suited.
Everyone gets a flush draw.
Wow, this is.
You
This is
didn't
very
need a flush
exciting.
draw, but he does get one. Still has top pair, top kicker.
I would like to see a size up here from Xiaotong Yu. We talked about how effective that smaller bet on the turn against Ding Biao was. This is a bit of a different situation. We're not expecting really to get check raised very often here, especially not check shoved in the way that Ding did. But we do want to get value from, you know, the heart combos that now have picked up more equity, or the ace-x hands that you have completely crushed. So I would like to see something closer to $1 million.
It is a milli exactly. The man is betting a milli. Makes it a bit tougher for Nang, who did not pick up any additional outs. It is still just the king high flush draw.
Yeah, it sucks when we're sitting with maybe the best draw that we should fold. I mean, I think if we have, certainly if we have queen 10 or king 10 of hearts, we're going to want to continue with that straight draw equity. But, you know, you are technically drawing to the nuts. You could still be ahead of some hands like a queen 10. But I just don't know if we can call off, a 20% of our stack here on the Heart Dream.
With only one street to go. I like the fold. I like the way that Nang has played the hand. And I continue to say it, but I really like the way that that man from Vietnam has played throughout this entire future table. Taking a look at where Vietnam is over at the poll. Not even in the top 10, which is quite wild, because we have a few Vietnamese players left. If you guys take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app, top right side, little button that says Vote Now. Most of you guys believe that when it's all done and dusted today, and we are down to the final 9, a Chinese player will be leading the field. I'm not going to say Chinese men, because there's quite a few Chinese ladies still out there, and some of them having a very healthy stack.
Yeah, not least of which, of course, is T-Win. Just an incredible rise.
Yeah, but she's France.
Oh, pardon. Okay.
French,
Fair,
sorry.
Fair enough, you're
From
right.
France.
So many talented women here at Jeju.
But the new lady who has
All
just joined
different
us
places, yes.
is Chinese, and she actually has a lot of chips. Shi Tao Li in seat 8, 8.8 million chips. So it could be her.
I got to listen closer to you because I was just hearing women and then I said that.
And
Yes,
I was
of course,
referring
from
to the
France.
poll because China is currently leading our poll. And our producer is very invested in the results of the poll. And
Look, Lee Davies a poll guy. You know, he likes his polls.
we have two very ugly hands battling it out. Small blind versus big blind. 9 deuce offsuit versus 9-3 offsuit. But the flop comes ace, ace, 3. T1 makes bottom pair. That's more than you can hope for most of the time. You play 9-3 off.
Interesting turn card, actually. I think this is kind of would be a one and done here for Nang a lot of the time. But now that you picked up this equity, the pressure that you can put on 3x or a king or queen high float on the flop, you're not anticipating a lot of aces checked back here. So this could be, yeah, he's reaching for chips and might even size up to a degree that's going to really put a 3 in a tough position. Based on the way things I've seen from T's playstyle, I think she might let this go. But quickly, you know what? She says, I got a lot of chips. I don't believe you yet. So really in the zone is T-Win. This win-on-win crime has been pretty interesting.
As the river comes, 7 of clubs, and that is not going to help Nang
One
Min
more.
from Vietnam.
One more Nang. Like, she's going to have some missed spades as well. So many combos of spades, queen high spades, all these kind of hands. Nah, he doesn't pull the trigger, and she wins it. Very nice work from T. I would have loved to have seen whether she'd call that. Trash on trash and some laughs.
He just keeps on chipping up. The two neighbors have been very friendly with each other, and despite the fact that T1 is playing under the French flag. Obviously, she is capable of speaking Vietnamese. She's been having a good time with her neighbor. We've got all the languages now at the future table. Got some Chinese, we've got some Vietnamese. I feel like Kaito Mitara feels lonely as the only Japanese guy in seat 1. It's like, when do I have the chance to speak some Japanese?
I actually had lunch with a friend of mine in Montreal a few weeks ago. Took me to this really great ramen spot. And the server came over to take our orders, and he just started speaking Japanese fluently. And I'm like, what happened? He's like, over COVID, I learned Japanese. I'm like, this is such a sick flex. Like, I wish I could like learn languages like that. And the way he just like whipped it out casually, I'm like, that's so badass. That's a superpower I wish I had.
Hey, Zhang is back, our legend.
Yes, okay. Mr. 7 deuce, right? Suited.
Yeah.
7 deuce of spades, was it?
And still working with a very healthy stack. Comes into this table with over 11 million chips. We have a couple big stacks now, as T1 is obviously the chip leader of the entire field, working with over 13 million. But our new Chinese lady in seat 8 also working with way over 8 million chips. So lots of chips on this table. And Yu has done a great job in chipping up. Winning the big one, of course, with his pocket jacks. Down to 54 players already. I really feel like it has gone quick. Starting the day with 197. We are currently in our 6th level of coverage. It really has gone quick.
Let's see if Yu activates against this check back turn pair board. I mean, you know you're just not going to fold out ace highs here, so you're going to have to really be prepared to bet twice with this gut shot, whether you get there or not. And that's why I think we see the resistance, just hoping now to get one more free card from this perceived ace high. But yeah, Zhang does check.
There is the 5 of diamonds. The ace queen high of Zhang is still best.
大了，给我看了2张，蛮好了。
一直让你看，没中。
我这里偷也偷不掉你，我感觉。
偷不掉的。
Unfortunately, we
蛮
cannot
好的，
help
给
you
我
guys
看
at
2
home.
张。
There is, of course, a Chinese stream as well,
这边
covering
有观
Triton
众
ONE in
席，
quite a few different
可以来
languages.
看。
There is a Chinese stream, I believe there is a Korean stream. So a few different languages at least.
是。
We need help. I would say we need Randy here, but we all know that Randy can't help us.
没毛病。
He's probably watching Harry Potter right now.
Maybe he's watching ice hockey. He Googled McDavid highlights, and he's going over the YouTube highlights right now. It's possible.
I'm gonna have to do. We're gonna have to have you and I are gonna have to have a McDavid moment actually, so you can see how much better he is than everyone.
He can be better than Ovi, though.
Yeah, he is.
No.
You wait till you see what he does.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a different kind of thing.
So you'd pick him over Crosby as well?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's just different generations thing. It's like,
I mean, they're pretty close. Crosby and McDavid.
There's like there's one generation, like there's definitely like definitely some separation. There was the Crosby and Ovechkin era, and now there's like the McDavid McKinnon era. I really believe that. But I mean, don't get me wrong, Crosby and Ovechkin are still amazing, and in the same way that I think, we see
Zhang opening things
under
up.
the gun +1 with big lick.
Under the gun +1, Zhang opens things up with 9-6 offsuit. We saw them in a 3-bet with 7 deuce. We saw him shove basically for his tournament live, committed 70% of his stack. Just a pair of 7s in that 7 deuce hand. Martin Nielsen could laugh about it and said, what a legend. Speaking of Martin Nielsen, he's still in 5th place. He's doing good. I also saw a new name jump to the upper echelons of our leaderboard. We spoke about him, and we got to see him in the opening day. Tony Renlin, currently in 12th place with 8 million chips. That's awesome. Everyone loves Renlin.
A man that can do no wrong, even when he does.
He could suck out on you, and you'd be like, it's Renlin, it's all right. Ooh, potential big hand here. So Zhang is going to open things up once more, this time with pocket 7s under the gun, starting the hand with over 12 million chips. The way has been a little quiet, down to 4.6 million, looks down at ace-queen offsuit. Just calls.
Yeah, I like this call. I think that, we could certainly justify a 23 big blind shove over this open. But again, it creates that opportunity for the table to play perfectly against you, right? They're only going to get involved with better hands. So you stay really under rep. This is a very, very nice disciplined fold from Shitao Li, just recognizing the strength of this flat. And now Kato has a very difficult decision here. I know this seems like, okay, he can just flick in the call, but we know how wide Zhang is opening. This is a pretty strong flat under the gun +1, and he has gone all in.
Wow.
Which should get Xiong Zhang out of the way, and then it's going to be very difficult for you to decide whether this is worth calling, because this is likely not an ace-jack offsuit shove, right? We saw what happens to ace-jack offsuit in this situation. It's perfect that she had it in the small, right? Oh, wow. This is a bit too loose from Zhang.
Zhang is wild. The man is not afraid. Comes over the top with the 7s. Just makes life so difficult here on Wei Yu.
Yeah, I just don't think so. I just think you need to fold here. It's okay. It sucks, but you lost the minimum here.
I'm going to be a little tilted when you see the hands, though.
Yeah, it's a bit tilting.
Yes, that is a little tilting.
I just think he did the right thing here.
Here we go. Massive hand.
So I think this is interesting from Zhang because as much as I think this is too loose, I think this is a good example of if you play as loose as you do, you need to sort of protect the opens of your stronger hands. And 7s is just way better than his average opening hand under the gun. So he's just like, I'm going to defend this. I'm going to go for it. So I don't hate it in that regard. He could have just been up against ace-queen and won a big flip, but instead he's likely doubling up Kato Matera.
Nines are still in the lead, and the turn is safe for the man from Japan as well. The 3 of spades doesn't change a whole lot. Does not want to see a 7 on the river, and then he's good. And he's back up to 8.4 million. Let's not forget that he was the short stack for a while. Wei Yu is actually untilted now, realizing that ace-queen would have not gotten there. And he's grateful.
我操！我瞅成100多万喽。
哦。
哦，这一轮是50。
Oh, I think he thought it was much less here.
380多万呢。
I mean, obviously I don't speak the language, but the impression I'm getting is that he thought it was maybe a shove closer to 2 million than 4. And that would explain the quick nature of his reshove, but, you know, conjecture, right?
I'll take a look at
Can we get a translation?
It's going to be tough on the fly, mate.
Yeah.
But based on his reaction, I think you're pretty close there. I believe that is what it is.
Someone in the chat must speak the language.
Yeah, but they might be watching the Chinese coverage.
Touche!
I would like to point out that Zhang had 0 seconds left on the shot clock.
Very relevant. That was why he got in trouble with the 7 deuce, right?
Which means he only has 15 seconds. Means he only has 15 seconds to make any decision. Still has plenty of chips to work with, though. He is still among the biggest stacks of the remaining 50-something players. Zhang is very chatty.
Four. Race. 4. Race 400.
Shito Lee is going to open things up here with ace-6 offsuit from the button. Zhang immediately comes over the top with ace-queen offsuit, announces all in for over 8 million. Actually, someone's curious to hear what Griffin has to say about that. But we are working on a few things here behind the scenes. It is a live production. We're going to take a little look at one of the outer tables, and I believe that we'll get a sneak peek at our next future table. And who are we looking at?
So this is not quite the future table. We have a very big guest for that, but there is action over here on an outer table.
That's a massive hand. Oh, it's a Shu. It was all in, I believe. I think we're getting some stats here for 2.7 million with pocket 10s, if I see that correctly. Or maybe that was not her hand. Talk to me. What do you see? Maybe you see more than I do, Griffin.
Yeah, so it looks like the board is running out 7-8-5 king
6.
And I believe that a double up, which appears to be a pair, something like 9s or 10s against maybe something like ace queen. Yeah, so actually it was 10s against ace queen, and Shunyan's Shu wins that flip with the pocket 10s, getting her stack all the way up to 5.8 million. Love to see some of the women doing excellent here at the Triton ONE opening event 3K.
Means that she chips up to 5.8 million. Yeah, we got to talk about her a little bit earlier in the event. Speaking of ladies on top, we still have T-Wen leading this table. Came in with 4 million chips, is on 13.7 million chips now. She has absorbed the entire stack of Aran Bezarian. I believe we're going to head over to a very tiny break. And after that, we'll be back as we'll be continuing the final 12 minutes of this block of poker. We'll see you guys soon.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
And Pomsri's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
Imagine sending money anywhere in the world as fast as dealing a card. With crypto, no waiting, no crazy fees, no banks slowing you down. Jupiter Global lets you pay, send, and spend your crypto seamlessly wherever the game takes you worldwide. Just use Jupiter Global today. You track your hands, you track your reads. Now track your crypto the same way. Jupiter Portfolio gives you a live view of all your crypto assets, your holdings, your returns, your rewards, all on one clean dashboard. No more jumping between apps. Just log in and see exactly where your crypto stands. Just use Jupiter Portfolio today at jupe.ag.
Welcome back, everyone, as we take a look once more at the chip counts of the 8 players that are currently on our beautiful future table. With T1 still leading the pack, 13.7 million chips, 69 big blinds. Zhang still in second. That man is going to be very fun to follow because I can guarantee you that his graph looks like the most exciting roller coaster that Six Flags has ever been able to draft up. He's all over the place, Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, we love players like this here at Triton ONE. Just those sort of bouncing off the walls. Often players that you can tell just have a ton of confidence, sort of do things their own way. And that's the really fun thing about poker, is that sometimes that can just work out for a long time until it often does crash and burn. But we've seen players of this nature, you know, they have a better chance to win the tournament than a lot of players in the field. And that's just a really exciting thing for us to watch down the stretch.
After that big hand that Kaido Mitara from Japan just won, he's back up to 8.3 million chips, which actually puts him in 12th place overall of all the remaining players that we currently have left in the day 2 of the 3K Genesis opening event. We are down to 48, so I guess we were just rebalancing the field a little bit. 48 is a perfect 6 tables. Is it that simple?
I think it is that simple.
So now, what you can do, which is quite fun, so you can start opening all 6 tables over at the Triton Poker Plus app. If you truly suffer from that HD and you're like, I need more poker information heading my way, you can have all 6 tables open at any given moment and keep an eye on some of the bigger hands.
Did you say HD? Like high definition, high definition?
No.
I know what you meant. I think you said HD, or did you say ADHD?
I definitely tried to say
my poor boy, my sweet boy.
I am fried.
Oh, my sweet boy, fried. We'll get you a break soon, brother. But yeah, this has been this has been a great feature
that was
table.
The point.
Yes, of course. Listen, everyone got your point. I'm just the asshole that pointed out the small error, like I always do. Look, we've had a lot of fun with this feature. We are going to be moving on quite soon, about 10, 12 minutes. But we're going to keep an eye on these. I mean, look. Chung Zhang's been very entertaining. Obviously, Tai Win just somehow dismantling Aaron. Like, it was just like nothing we've ever seen. Those 2 massive hands, and we are going to get back to the table action.
We've got the Hoodie Brothers now next to each other, wearing the same Triton ONE merch from last September. I always get excited when we don't see the whole cards appear immediately, thinking it might be time for the mystery hand, but there were no graphics appearing in the top right side. I can't believe we've only had 1 so far today. I need more mystery hands in my life, especially when it comes down to this man, Zhang, in the small blind. He's going to make the call with King 5.
And Zhang does not have, just limp shoves King 5 and gets snapped. I mean, this is erratic behavior. Run the cards, says Shuang Zhang. 35% of the time is just going to clip the wings of Wei Yu. I mean, this is what we love about Triton ONE. You're not seeing moves like this in the super high roller, but this is exciting, dangerous, reckless.
Zhang has tiger blood.
Yeah,
the man has 1 speed, 1 gear, and that's go. He cannot stay away from a couple million chips in the middle more than 5 minutes, and we are going to run it with King 5, and he flops amazing. Flop stop pair. That's all he was really looking for.
Yeah, gained 52% equity up to 87, and you must be sick.
Let go of the ace queen not too long ago.
Puts his chips towards Shuang Zhang. 1 more card to come.
Sorry.
Sorry, oh, that's sweet.
That is not
great sportsmanship.
吃饭啦！现在真的是去吃饭了。
The opposite of getting angry at the dealer there.
I gotta say, man, for someone who's played a lot in Europe and especially in the US in particular, just the sort of disposition of these players, not taking these things personally. I mean, it's just so much
行，就当请我
different
吃饭了。
than the energy of, say, something at the World Series. Like these people, even when you get so unlucky with the ace jack, you know, you'd see this snicker and go start complaining. But no, it's just laughing, having a good time. We're out here, we're all having a blast here in Triton ONE, and that's just a really classy exit from Wei Yu. I'm really impressed.
Took it very well. Was even smiling, moving the chips over on the turn.
Yeah,
already.
like this is what it's about, man. It's just a game for a lot of money that you can kind of make a living at if you're good enough. So, yeah, we love to see that here at Triton ONE.
I think also a lot of appreciation for someone like Zhang, who just wants action all the time. And then you know that you're going to run into it sometimes.
Look, you're only going to win there 65% of the time. That's, you know, nothing is guaranteed in poker.
We welcomed Lee to the table not too long ago, so he's going to open things up with ace-8 offsuit from the hijack. Kaido Mitara looks down at pocket tens, the man who was a short stack once we started this block of poker a little over 100 minutes ago.
Yeah, I love this flat actually from Mitara. I think the instinct is going to be in late position that, I mean, tens have to be good here. But, you know, staying under repped, knowing that if you get in 40 big blinds against Shitao, and also just being able to get someone to back shove. This is massive. I mean, this is part of the strategy from Kaito Mitara, and he's going to potentially win a 10 million chip pot with this trappy flat at the cutoff, because he's not trying to trap Shitao Lee with this flat. He's trying to get someone behind with these middling stacks to think, okay, well, this is a great spot to shove something like pocket fives, because I think my opponents are capped. And unfortunately for Zimeng Zhu, he's wrong. Kaito Mitara has found that tricky pocket tens sneaky call.
It's 22 bigs. Lee will get out of the way. And Kaido is going to make the quick call, and he will receive the news that he got it in very, very good with the overpair here. Tens versus fives, and not a massive pot. Mitara is potentially skyrocketing towards the top 3 of the entire field. Not too long ago, the man from Japan was one of the shortest stacks, not just at the table, but of all 100 players we had once upon a time. Now a top 12 stack coming into this hand. A bit of a danger flop. Nothing to be mega concerned over yet, but a 4 would definitely spice things up.
Yeah, a 6 or an ace would make things a little interesting.
Oh! Why ask for an ace, 4, or a 6 when you can just drill the 5 on the turn? A 5 out of heaven for Zhu, who's now a 95% favorite to win this hand.
Wow.
The 7 of spades doesn't change anything. And where Kaido Mitara could already see a top 3 stack, he is now kind of back into the danger zone, less than 20 bigs. A proper bad beat.
Nice fold.
Well, into day 2 of the opening event, the QQPK 3K Genesis. That's a brutal one for Kaido Mitara.
Yeah, it was a big pot. That was a 22 big blind all in.
And extra money from the open by Lee.
As we do go out to the outer table for a second, and the reason is it's going to be our new feature table. And some lights are getting in the eyes of our chip leader, Martin Nilsson, who, that's why I brought these shades. He is going to highlight this next feature table, someone we've grown familiar with, but also joining him, Han Feng, making his Triton debut. He's had some nice wins in the mid-stakes tours in the US, and he's been having a pretty great day. Been in the top 10 of the chip counts. Ho Byung Quing as well, 2 final tables in the main Triton tour, stopped in Jeju last year, including a 9th place finish in the 10K main event. So going to be some exciting action, but of course highlighted by Martin, who's really found himself on a lot of these feature tables and a part of some really interesting hands. I mean, you were just speaking about the hand with Zhang, 7 deuce, pretty exciting stuff. Martin's currently 2nd in chips and Han Feng 3rd in chips. So we have some big chips going into the next feature.
And let's not forget Martin Nielsen final tabling this event last September, 6 months ago. Very impressive to go back-to-back in these large fields. Back then, 1,185 run, as this time around 1,236. The man who just beat pocket tens now wakes up with pocket tens in the small blind.
Yeah, automatic 3-bet here for Zhu. 50 big blinds effective. Let's make it big. This guy's going to call, you know, as long as he remotely likes his hand, and he will with King 7. Yeah, 1.5 at the minimum, as far as I'm concerned. We're going to get a quick call from Zhang, or a continue to some degree, maybe an all-in.
That would be insane, knowing how deep Zhu here is as well. If we shove this,
I'd be very shocked if we saw a fold. I'll just say that.
Can Zhang fold? Oh, yes, he can. He's got a fold button. I think the largest sizing.
Yeah. No, I can dig it.
Yeah, well done. Zhang showing us as we enter the final 46 players of this large 3K opening event that he does have a fold button. And he's not willing to always send it. That cap goes very well with the hoodie, by the way. I'm a little jealous because I don't have that cap, Griffin.
I don't even have the hoodie, so check your privilege.
You have to sneak that in at least once a broadcast, eh?
It was actually part of my contract. I said as long as I'm allowed to say check your privilege at least once a level.
I'll be honest, I'm a bigger fan of the what up now, sweets? Woo! That's my favorite.
Aren't we all? Especially because if I want to introduce it to someone, you know, if I'm at a party and be like, oh yeah, I used to be a pro gamer, I have a catchphrase, and then there's a 7-second clip on YouTube they watch a couple times. But I'm like, yeah, I had a blow up on ESPN. It's 8 minutes, 97 seconds. Like, no good. We're almost there. Get to the good part.
King Queen offsuit battling it out with King 9 offsuit here. Under the gun open versus a big blind to defense. Flop comes a 7-6-4 with 2 spades.
Yeah, I'd love to see a bet here from T. I mean, this is about a range advantage situation. Yeah, she's aware of it, and she's actually going to size up to 800K. I love this.
Do we?
Very, very nice bet with that 9 of spades.
So take it down. It's been a perfect 2 hours of poker for T1. Nothing has really gone
never
wrong
a
for
foot
her.
wrong, huh? Just really good instincts, good
Especially
experience.
that check to get the final 1.6 million as well.
6.9 in there. I mean,
Yeah.
she cut Aaron up.
That was a fantastic check. When I saw that river, I was like, all right, well, that's it. At least Aaron won't lose all of it yet. But then she hit us with the check. And he found a way to lose even more. It was very brutal for Aaron, but it was amazing for T1. What a session for her. This man looks a little deflated. Can't blame him. Just played a monster pot with pocket 10s versus pocket 5s. It's brutal because he also played very well, right? Like we talk about T1, but what did Kaido Mitera do wrong in these 2 hours? Felt like he did nothing wrong.
Kaido Mitera played excellent, excellent poker, but sometimes, you know, the poker gods, they punish for what feels like no reason. But I do want to say, you know, I mean, this is the nature of poker and tournament poker in general. These things come in ebbs and flows, the success, the failures. It really is like waves, and you got to learn how to ride them. And I think the best players out there, they play so well that when the catastrophe hits, they've done so many other things right to still be in the tournament, still be in good position. And we can see, you know, despite getting so unlucky, Matera still has 19 big blinds, is in a good position to make a run here in Triton ONE opening event.
I mean, it's already been an amazing run. He's at the final 43 players of the 1,236 that started. So that is already something to be very proud of. But if he can spin up 10 big blinds to almost a top 3 stack within 2 hours, it'd be very silly to count him out now.
Wow, this is a badass limp shove. I mean, wow.
He's unstoppable.
Queen Jack off says, I don't think you have anything here. Here's 30 big blinds in your teeth. This woman is dangerous, and I am here for it. Just, wow.
Feels comfortable under the bright lights here in Jeju. The runner-up of the 10K mystery bounty the last time around. And now on pace to potentially make another final table in Triton ONE. It would be her second. We've had a deep run back then in the opening event as well, right? We covered that earlier, the 3K Genesis. No final table, but definitely a cash. Yeah, top 100. Started her journey at Triton ONE, finishing in 97th place first time around. She's already eclipsed that, making it to the final 43 as one of the largest remaining stacks in the field. Xia Tongyu looks down at the hand that just hurt him. Queen Jack of clubs. This time he's the one enjoying it from the small blind.
Goes with a raising strategy. I think this is, you know, a bit unconventional because you would hate to not see a flop if there was a 3-bet or a shove. I think we see the benefits of limping to so much playability with Queen Jack suited, and you allow worse jacks and queens to get in. We saw folded out of Queen 4, so I don't mind the raise, but definitely an argument to just to C3 with such a beautiful suited connected hand.
2 hands in a row, we get to see Queen Jack from the small blind battling it out with the big blind. 2 very different approaches.
Yeah.
The one for T1 worked out perhaps a bit better, as he managed to get a few extra chips. As I believe the players are getting the announcement, Griffin, that this is the last hand before the break. We've had 3 hours of poker. Any final bit of excitement? T1 looks down at ace-10 offsuit. Needless to say, the biggest winner of these 3 levels. Okay, Shito Lee wants to get involved. Not eager to get a break. Makes the call with King.
I don't mind this flat. I think you can definitely mix in some 3-bets. I think fold is too tight at 35-40 big blinds. King 8 suited has some playability.
All the other players have already left us. The ladies are still battling it out here. 6-6-5 is the flop. T1 from France. Will fire a tiny bet, 425,000. And a single hard on that flop for Shitao Lee, who joined us a solid like 100 minutes into, or maybe 90 minutes into these 2 hours of poker on the future table. And hasn't really had a lot of playable hands.
Digging her glasses. It's a good look. And
Calls.
she is going to find appeal. So certainly on the looser side. You know, you would prefer that 5 of diamonds to be a 5 of hearts, but you can see why the interaction with the 5 and 6 with that 8 in hand, you know, does she sort of mix in some leads here? I'd love to see it. I think she's thinking about it.
She has not been able to show us a whole lot because of the cards that were dealt to her, but
very nice.
The last hand before the break, not just for us, but for all the players as well. She wants to go to war, and she fires 1 million, leads out on the turn.
Yeah, no man could clip her, but Shitao Lee showing that she's got some moves herself.
Well done.
Love to see that. That's a really impressive out of position float and lead. I mean, I think that's played perfectly. Good for her. That's great.
And that will do it. Wow, just wow. 3 more levels were covered of the opening event, the QQPK Genesis. And once upon a time, we had Aron Bezanyan from Armenia opening things up as a chip leader. He came into this table with over 9 million chips. All 9 million of those chips moved over to T1, who is now leading the chart. 14 million. That's just amazing, Griffin. What? Stunning, just stunning. That was, as you said earlier, not on your bingo card for him to lose all of it so quickly, and also in specific to one player. It's not even that we lost a bit here, we lost a bit there. T1 just had his number.
Yeah, I mean, she just played excellent poker at that level. I mean, every step of the way, you know, it's very, very impressive. Aron is a real tough out. He put a lot of pressure on her. She did things a little unconventionally. We talked about that bottom pair raise in position in the 3-bet pot and then calling off with that bottom pair in the flush draw. Such a climactic. I mean, you think about the sort of the sliding doors moment of that hand, you know, the jack on the turn giving Aron the straight. We're looking at a massive chip lead, and then suddenly she pops off that club and just running away with it since. So really, really fun stuff.
A really scripted way for that hand to play out. Broadway on the turn. Flush still gets there on the river, but what an impressive 2 hours of poker coming out of our French lady. And plenty of ladies still left in the field. Super exciting. Martin Nielsen is still leading the field as he has once more taken over the lead. He's at 15.3 million, and he is worth bringing up because he will be once more moved back to the future table as he found a few new friends to battle with. I'm also, by the way, before I throw it to the break and I will get replaced by Randy, I want to give a shout out to Zeng. I'm not going to say that you have to model your entire playstyle around the way that Zhang from China likes to play, but boy, Griffin, is he fun to watch.
Yeah, he's someone that I think we're going to keep an eye on and would love to see make a deep run. You know, so entertaining, obviously, with your level. Showed some flashes of that erratic, fun play that makes it just so enjoyable. So, yeah, I like that shout-out. Good shout-out.
We hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Make sure to give us a thumbs up if you're watching over at YouTube and continue to meme around and kick Twitch chat or YouTube chat, of course. We're going to take a break, approximately 10 minutes, and then, of course, our coverage of day 2 of the opening event here at Triton ONE will continue. I'll be replaced by Randy, but I'll be hanging out with you guys in the chat. We'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphrey's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards, seamless integrations, all in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag.
Was a bit reckless, but it also is what makes me enjoy watching Aaron. He's incredibly unpredictable, and I can only imagine how difficult it is to have someone like him on your table. He is not afraid to play massive pots in these stages of the event.
Yeah, he's pushing edges. You know, he's using his experience and his talent to his advantage. Cutoff shove here for about 8, 9 big blinds. Don't think it's going to get through. One half of the winning combo. Nang Quang win. I think he's going to be going all in himself.
Yep.
For about 22 effective. He's going to have to dodge some wake-ups from the blinds, which he has, and quite a bit ahead against the ace-4.
He's going to receive the nails that it's best case scenario. Doesn't even have to worry about 2 overs. Just needs to avoid the aces. Couldn't quite see what the small blind and the big blind were working with. I always find it interesting, but didn't seem like there was much of a decision there. We have no idea if any of the aces got folded there. Sean is looking for an ace.
I folded one.
When?
It's win.
Okay. It's win or win. It could be both. Ace 4 offsuit against pocket 7s. Here we go. Sean needs help.
Oh, not bad. 2 clubs. Jack counterfeits the 7s.
Club turn.
10 of clubs, 9 of clubs. That'd be an interesting.
Yeah, high club is the best case scenario outside of
Brick City.
An ace, but the deuce is indeed a total brick. So we're going to need to find an ace or a jack on the river. Otherwise, this is the end for Sean. I love that your reaction was spot on with Sean's. Look at that flop. Not bad.
Yeah.
Gives you some hope. Unfortunately for Sean, he did not improve after a somewhat promising flop. That means the wins keep on winning. Or the wins keep on winning. Either way, they're collecting chips.
Yeah, they are. Funny, so I was played in a. We'll make sure to keep an eye on the action for everyone. Don't you worry. Just some folds right now. Yeah, I played a main event at Playground Poker Club a few months ago, and I finished second. And then this lovely woman who's playing a cash game came up to me and said, "Hey, can you come over to my table for a second?" Because she was like kind of like between hands or whatever, didn't want to miss a hand, so I walked over. It was kind of a strange request, but I walked over, and she was like, "Hey, like I promised my son that if I ever met you, because we go to the same casino and play the same thing, as you get dealt pocket jacks on the button." She said, I promised him that if I met you, that I would get your autograph. And I was like, oh, this is sweet. Like this happens pretty infrequently to me, but it was like cool. And then she's like, and she wants you to write something on the autograph. I'm like, what up now, sweet? She's like, yeah. Like, this is crazy. Like, you know, this happened so long ago.
An esports legend. That's why I will keep introducing you as the Counter-Strike 1.6 star.
I pretend to be embarrassed about it, but I freaking love it. Keep it coming. As Ding Biao, who's done a good job of raising his 13 big blind stack at the 125K level all the way up to 3 million without any all-in showdown, is going to defend the 9-8 and get a board that he's going to want to see a turn card. Topset.net for Zhao Tongyu.
Yeah, but the open ender for Ding Biao, it is the bottom end, obviously, of the open ender.
Yeah, this is actually quite a nice draw for Ding Biao to get against this particular hand because, you know, he's going to be able to fold a lot of turns, right? Like, he tries to hit the queen or the 7 here, and if the turn's just like an offsuit 4 and you bets 70-80%, he can just fold, you know? It's better than having something like, I don't know, king 9 of diamonds and then calling once and then the diamond comes and you brick again or whatever. Yep. Open-ended, bottom end, just call one and get out of there.
Well, Ding Biao is listening and he is going to toss in the calling chips. And we are off to play a turn.
Then again, a low club would be interesting.
All right.
I gotta stop wasting this freaking luck superpower on calling cards. Like, I should be freaking in the field playing.
3 of clubs is what rolls off on the turn. Ding Biao. I mean, you can be certain, obviously, that your 8 high flush draw is good. We can see it's good, but if there would be another club on the river, are we thrilled? Are we loving it?
Let's see what kind of price that that you gives him. I think Ding Biao is going to be pretty cautious here because he can just be drawing dead. He can just be up against, you know, and the times he's not drawing dead, he could just be up against king queen with the queen of clubs, or a straight draw, or ace king with the king of clubs, where his queen is now not even live.
I mean, we are very rarely drawing dead. We can't actually be drawing dead on this board. We always have outs.
No, we don't.
What hand has 9-8 dead?
Ace 5 of clubs.
No, because then we will win with 7. We can
Ace 5 of clubs.
Oh, right now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's okay.
I am very blind.
No, not at all.
I am very blind.
No, you're fine. But it's important to clarify, because that's the thing, is that Ding Biao is getting a great price to crack the hand that he's up against. But he still could be up against a hand that is unbeatable, like an ace 4 of clubs. And then he could be up against a hand like ace king with 1 club, where his queen is dead, his club is dead, and he's looking for a
wow.
Oh my gosh.
And he's obviously going to get snapped by the top set of you.
He's going to love to see this, though, when you get snapped, because he's, you know, he has 32% equity. It's a real good chance. You know, when you get snapped there, you're thinking you're looking at king 9 of spades or clubs or something.
Yeah. We could have indeed been that. For a split second there, I thought we were holding 2 clubs. There were only 2 clubs on the board. And I was like, oh, we're always fine. But it could have been so much worse. I mean, you get snapped like that. You're like, am I at 0%? But most certainly not. He's actually working with 32.
I love the serpent-esque look of Ding Biao, where he's just sort of like, I know I got caught here, but I have a chance. Yeah. And you don't want to let this guy double up to 6.5 million, because he is an absolute force to be reckoned with. I've seen it at the highest stakes in the world. This is going to be a huge swing. I mean, look at what Yu has left, 200,000 chips.
Mm-hmm. Jack's cover.
3-time Triton Super High Roller champion. And looking to make a big run here. Just 60 players remaining.
Massive hand. Any club, any queen, any 7. That is what Ding Biao is looking for. He will not find it. The king is fantastic news for the man with pocket jacks. Open things up from the button.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Randy Liu alongside Griffin Benger for this 3K opening event at Triton ONE from the Leze Casino here in Jeju, Shinhwa World. Now, we are down to 42 players getting to the nitty-gritty, hopefully getting down to the final table here today, but we really do have a treat for you, because this feature table stars Martin Nielsen.
Yeah, I mean, someone that has been all over the coverage the last few days and just been playing some really great poker, really exciting poker, some very, very interesting hands sort of towards the bubble yesterday as well. So this is someone that we've had an eye on, obviously, that is, considered probably one of, if not the best short deck players in the world, but can really tangle when it comes to hold'em. A lot of experience at the highest stakes. So yeah, I mean, he's probably my favorite right now in this field. So he's playing great.
Yeah, and the thing is that he is undeterred from high stakes, right?
Yeah.
Here it is a smaller buy-in, but he's still playing his game. Like the other day, we solved the mystery hands. He was willing to call people with Jack High. He wasn't right there, but he's been playing it, and he's currently sitting in second in chips, good for 15 million, 62 big blinds. Just clipped a little bit by Edgar, and let's take it down. These are the remaining players, 42. They are playing for a top prize of $586,000.
That'll do. That'll play.
That'll do. That's 1,236 entries, beating our record, our previous record, which was 1,185. There we go.
And worth noting, also Han Feng, who's been in the top 3 to 5 players for a while today, has slipped to 7th in chips with nearly 13 million. Still a very playable 51 big blind stack. So, and I think maybe he's been, maybe I have that wrong as we look at the actual feature here.
Well,
apologies for that.
It's all good, because when we look up here, we just look at the top. 15.5 million. Martin Nielsen, second in chips at this table, has just under 10 million. Now that's a good stack, but when you look at Martin Nielsen, he begins to shrink quite a bit. At the bottom though is Triton ONE, who's got 12 big blinds, 3.1 million. I mean, the other day 3.1 million was good for the chip lead. We're now at that stage where the blinds increase drastically, and those blinds are going to be 125k to 50. Of course, the big blind ante equating to that big blind.
Yeah, Nielsen, that's a pretty significant. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you look at the chip stacks, 62 big blinds representing the biggest stack in the room. So, we're not playing short stacks here on Triton, but we do try to get through these events in 3 days, start that final table on the 3rd day. So structure, not super fast, but certainly not super slow when you look at a top stack in the room at 62 big blinds.
That's right. First hand underway. This level.
Where's the chip leader?
They moved him.
Standard fold so far. Jason Lau gonna fold as well.
I have dark magic with me.
Okay, pocket jacks for Xiang Bao Ho.
What's that?
My lucky.
The counter to your dark
Yeah,
magic.
lucky. Oh.
Wrist.
Gonna open up, hoping for some action. Martin Nielsen, 10-7 offsuit. You know he loves to play. King 3-3-2 clubs. Very safe-ish flop. See a check back from Bao Ho. Guess he didn't want to face a check raise. Didn't think he'd get called by much worse on the flop.
Yeah, I think with red jacks in particular as well, going to be slightly more likely that your opponent could have something like 2 clubs or even just 1 club and do something goofy. I like the check back here. You're just so jailed if you get check raised.
Looks like now he's pushing in chips. And that'll win it.
Late start for you today, Randy. Is your first shift of the day?
That's right, but I'm here for the long haul.
No, I know. How'd you enjoy your afternoon, your morning?
It was all right. Nothing nothing I can really share that's worthy of your time, to be honest.
People are, I mean, you're such an enigma, Randy. Like, what do you do with your free time?
I can't tell you.
You just call your wife and kid.
Nope.
Really?
No, I do, but.
Yeah, come on.
I
You have
like
good
it when
dad
suited.
energy, man.
Jack 10 suited.
Do you watch YouTube, TV shows? Do you just?
I'm committed to Triton ONE. I just have it on.
I think you might.
I don't know. It's a question.
We'll never know.
Is it a bluff?
Oh God.
This is not a bluff, right?
He's so elusive. This is not a bluff. You've managed to escape the question because two players have very, very nice hands.
7 straight into the muck.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to go back to Jason Lau. Jack 10 suited, quickly folding. We're just at that stage of the tournament where you don't really want to call 3 bets out of position.
Exactly. I mean, I think a lot of players would, but clearly Lau has a strategy there. I'm not going to get, you know, into too much trouble there. And Jupiter, prediction mark, Jupiter exchange. What makes the player here isn't luck. It's knowing how to read what comes next. Lets you put that instinct to work. Call outcomes on sports, politics, world events. You can get a lot of fun splashing around there on Jupiter Exchange. You ever bet on some like funny little world events? Or I know I bet on, you know what I did lose on? Kamala.
Tell me, please.
Kamala. Yeah, I lost on Kamala. I bet on Kamala. And I even roped in my father-in-law to join me with it.
You took someone down with you.
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah. I had to collect. Said, honey, you got to get your dad on the phone. Looks like Trump's won again.
Pocket 3s. Looking to win this pot. It's in the cutoff.
Oh, sorry.
Playing what, a 14 big blind stack. Is it awkward? Is it always an all-in?
It's always an all-in, yeah. I mean,
jam and pray.
Never say always, but yeah, it plays nice here, and you can see why. Just folding out so much flip equity, getting through so often, increasing your stack. There's no other way to play it.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, let's just say hypothetically he went for a min raise. Nielsen's like, I got a pair. I'm going to attack. Then the 3s end up folding, right? So it's always good to be the aggressor first. Do let us know in the chat if you guys are enjoying the show. And while you're at it, a thumbs up. Much appreciated. Subscribe.
And if you're not enjoying it, you lie to us. Our egos are fragile.
You can lie to us, but still put the thumbs up.
There you go.
Yeah.
We do love the support. It's some of the lifeblood of this whole operation is just knowing that we're making your guys and girls' day.
Got a king jack offsuit. Pin.
10 big blinds feels like a good spot to just shove. Does instead go for the min raise.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think the intention of this is not to fold. I mean, he's not exactly playing this as a trap so much.
I guess we're going to find out, right?
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Because the standard play here on 10 big blinds is to just go all in pre. But once you min, do you just sort of take the equity? Do you try to find a different spot? What was the plan for Pin Ong?
Yeah. TBD. Which one is it?
Yeah. Started with trip reaching, went to card reaching.
It kind of feels like he was going to call, and now he wants to change his mind.
Yeah, and I think this is why it's just better to play this as a shove, because you just take your equity. You hope you don't run into something better.
Oh, he's going to fold the king jack, which was 2 live cards. Raise fold off the 10 big blind stack on the button.
Yeah, and I think the problem too is that you invite a hand like, let's say, 10-9 offsuit to get in there, realize some equity.
I'm not sure if you agree with me, but would you prefer if he went with the min raise, he done it like first 2 positions where maybe it looks a little stronger?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how I think. If you're going to enter the pot in early position with like a king jack off 10 big blinds, you want to play it, unless it's suited. As suited, I think you just shove and you realize you're full equity, but yeah, you treat it sort of as a blocker open. But when we're dealing with extreme late position like that, you only have to get through 2 people. You gain so much by getting it through, and then sometimes you get called and you win a flip like he might have against ace queen. Or something like, yeah, we saw he had ace queen and that was only 35%, but you just gave him an opportunity to shove pocket 2s on you, right?
Right, true.
And so it's just it's a mistake, I think, to min raise fold, no matter how you spin it. But did dodge a monster in the big blind, and it's still in the tournament with 9 big blinds.
Ace king versus ace king suited. Well, I think he knows what to do with this one.
Yeah.
Or he can psych us out and just muck this one.
If he mucks this, I'm leaving.
You're just leaving? I'll leave with you. I'll leave with you.
Can we actually do that?
Yeah.
Promise me.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. I just don't recommend it.
If he folds, we promise to leave for one hand.
He's jamming. Ace king will be calling. And we're going to have, most likely, a chop pot. You want red or black?
I'll take black.
Oh.
Always bet on black, as Wesley Snipes said.
You're a gambling man.
In, God, what was that movie? Boring.
I mean,
chop it up.
There's more red cards out there.
Oh, is that the way you're deciding to say it? Is that the bet I just lost?
I never said diamonds, clubs, spades, or hearts.
You're a little scammer.
It's an angle.
Yeah. I guess that's my goal on this trip, is to call each one of you a scammer at some point. Did you hear about the Rotterdam thing?
You called him a scammer?
Yeah, well, I said, has anyone ever called you Rotter Scammer? He's just like, no, or Rotter Scam, rather. I'm like, oh, I just think you should stay out of trouble because the nickname's right there if you know. And now I called you a scammer, so now I got to find a way to call Vidura a scammer.
I see.
Myself, I could, we'll find ways. Triton ONE.
Oh,
shiny trophies.
You timed it perfectly. 2 trophies.
2 trophies.
That's what you'll
Why
win.
are there 2 trophies?
Yeah, this is a special titled event, the QQPK Genesis. So this is the one event where you win 2 trophies.
Wow.
More value for your buck.
I caution even to ask this, but have you ever heard the song by Justice called Genesis?
Of course not.
I'll play it for you after this.
No, thank you.
It's an epic song. Where are my Justice fans out there? So, as we can see, not much has changed. Martin Nilsson's still at the top of the counts. And we are going to jump to some ads for you here. Take a tiny break. Pinong under 10 big blinds. And the rest of the field here. Just getting started here on this level. It's me and Randy Lou.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
You hold your cash, you hold your savings. Now hold your stable coins the same way. Jupe USD gives you a reliable dollar backed by real reserves. Earn native treasury yields. Get ecosystem rewards. Seamless integrations. All in one app. No more idle dollars. Just hold and let it work for you. Just use Jupe USD today at jupe.ag.
are back. This is our feature table. Randy Liu alongside Griffin Benger. Nielsen's still at the top, but does have some company as Jen Xiang Chen's got over 10 million chips. He was just under at the start of this frame. But only one player with sub 10 big blinds. You didn't play that song for me though, nonetheless. During our downtime, just saying that was like the perfect opportunity.
You know what I did take after those ads from some of our amazing sponsors was, I really want sushi.
You really want sushi?
Did you see the whole Jupiter X sushi thing? Yeah, I just realized, I'm like, my stomach growled. Is there a sushi? There must be some sushi around here.
There must be.
Is there or isn't there? You've been coming here longer than me.
I eat the boon exclusively.
Are you full booned?
Full boon.
You've been going full boon on me?
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper.
Speaking of, I'm in booned debt to you. You hooked me up the other day.
That's right, and you didn't pay me back.
I know. I owe you $50,000.
You're a scammer. You're
It's
a Griffin
okay.
scammer.
No, I'm gonna wait until we're like in vision so that everyone can see that I've paid you back, so you can't go around talking shit and calling me a scammer.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just getting to know some of these players, I'll say, on this new feature. Obviously, we know Martin, and it's going to be interesting to see how. I mean, look, we're getting to the nitty gritty here. We just have 40 players remaining here in this Genesis 3K event.
That is true.
We do have a new chip leader up at the top, by the way. I don't know if we've mentioned Edgar Jr. Asahan.
That's right.
Asahan?
I'm not sure.
Pronunciation, but he has 22 big blinds. That is good for a huge lead over.
Well, I mean, hold on. I gotta pause you. He's
Yeah.
got more than 22 big blinds.
22. Did I say? Is that what I said? Listen, some of us actually been working today. Okay, some of us during our speech. You should have heard poor Kevin. He tried to make a thing about ADHD pivot, and he said HDHD. I didn't let it go. Poor guy.
You didn't let it go.
No, I didn't. I'm a monster.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
a little bit.
But at least I've seen Harry Potter, you weirdo.
Okay, but which character is next to Nielsen now? Because I did not recognize. I don't know if you caught a glimpse. That one. Who was that?
Oh, this is
an elf?
Yeah, you and Lou.
Who?
This is you and Lou.
From what movie?
Wait, you want me to say what I think the people are from? Because I see what you're saying. Because he has the Harry Potter thing. Okay, I'm clear.
Oh my God.
Okay, you know what?
You know, let's move on because he's got aces.
Is Kevin still around? Can we get Kevin back?
So he got ace king last hand, had to chop it, and aces.
Oh no!
Now he jams. I wish he just min raised because
you've established
yeah the min raise fold.
Triton.
But I think he's still going to get called here.
I will be back here soon.
I mean, he has to get called here, right?
Yeah.
Even if you think the guy's playing a little snug, which he isn't because he min raised folded. Ace Jack is too much hand.
If he folds, I'm going to leave for one hand. It's like, Griffin, if you really need to go to the bathroom, just say so.
All right.
Oh
Griffin,
my gosh.
I'll see you in a bit.
No, they won't let me.
But he was right.
It was incredible fold.
Does he got like a live tell?
I don't know, man. Incredible fold.
I wonder how he responds to a min raise.
Right after this series, they have
I think he might 3-bet call it off because he's seen the min raise fold range. Or, you know.
Have to stay serious.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, on you, Lou. Sitting at this table, 7.8 million. Good for 32 bigs.
I mean, is that supposed to be an alpha?
You're not allowed to talk this hand. Do you remember what happened, Griffin? Do you want to come back in now? No. But what if this is like the hand, the most exciting hand of the tournament? You just gonna sit out? Deal with me next hand? Griffin, I miss you. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
phew.
Thank God it's a raise and take.
Yeah, that was getting.
Did you
know,
felt
there
like
was
you went
the-
to detention for a little
kind
bit?
of. There was a bit of like a 50 Shades of Grey thing going on there. Like I was like the whole thing sounded like felt kind of like kinky. I was like, do I talk? Like, does he want me to talk? Will he punish me if I talk? Am I breaking the rules? Should I break the rules?
You're good fun, Griffin.
50 Shades of Randy. Things are getting hot here on day 2
Yeah.
of the Genesis 3K. Yeah, I think it's Malfoy.
That's a Harry Potter character.
And you would know that if you got past page 1. I actually had a funny chat with my buddy about your, because he mentioned the lack of Harry Potter thing, and he was like, but I find it so funny that he like read one page, mentioned Privet Drive, and then was just over it. It's, just like, it's like a bridge too far. Privet Drive, give me a break. I don't believe this.
I'm serious. I really did only read one page.
Kids under the stairs? It's ridiculous. You can't fit a kid under the stairs. My suspension, yeah. If your belief was suspended with that, wasn't suspended with that, wait until you saw the wizard stuff.
All right, 3-bet from Xiang. Win.
Nice.
Just give you a little data point about
No Tochi.
Xiang here. He actually has 929,000 in Triton earnings, and he had his biggest cash, Jeju 2, last stop in September, which is a super high roller series portion. He played the 100K main event, got ninth for 477,000. So it's kind of cool to see these high rollers playing the Triton ONE. And this is actually his second Triton ONE stop, because he actually did cash this very event last time in 105th place for 5K. I feel like you want to talk about Harry Potter some more.
No, it's okay.
Okay. I mean, I've been to the world, you know, the Universal,
I
whatever.
never have.
I've never so I'm more of a fan than you.
I've never been to Disneyland or Disney World either.
Wow, you're a sad pup.
I know. I think I'm going to go with my girlfriend this year. Next year, maybe. Enough is enough. Put my foot down. Chen, trying to steal it with the suited king at the hijack.
This feels like a sunglasses.
Pocket eights. Baloo. Got any ideas on how you would approach pocket eights right now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are two options, right? We can, I think that peel is just fine. Oh, that is too tight.
Wow,
yeah,
that is
no good.
insanely tight from the small blind, especially you get a little discount.
Yeah, speaking of two options, I think Martin can absolutely just peel here, but you can also consider making it like 1-8 or something. Really put pressure on hands like what Chen is opening with.
He's going to go with call. Wow, eights in the muck from the small blind.
Yeah, I don't love that.
I mean, it's business time with 39 remaining. Ace, queen, 10.
He's a genius. What a fold.
Yeah, it would have been very hard for him to check, call, and bet, obviously, with 3 overs to the board.
These boards can be very, very interesting with the exact hand Chen has because, yeah, he can be up against an ace-X range, but that has a lot of difficulty calling down with the range advantage of the king 5 suited. You know, were this a board like ace 10 4, going to be easier for Martin to call down if the board remains bricky. But, you know, Chen's going to have all the king jacks, all the ace queens, ace kings, ace jacks, pocket tens. I think Chen would have preferred to see sort of a bricky club to bet big on the turn here. Might just wave the white flag. The way that the 9 interacts with that the queen and 10 as well, Randy, is like in the event Martin has something like queen jack, he's more inclined to call. He's now open-ended. Even 10 jack might call again. So I'm not sure if Chen, yeah, you know what? He's going to go for it anyway. He wants to pressurize that. And look at this bet, pot size.
It's huge. He might just get the ace 3 down into the muck,
That's
potentially.
what I'm saying. I mean, because it's just so many kind of hands that you're losing against your pocket nines. There's so many hands you're drawing dead against if you're Martin.
Wow. It looks like a very tough call to make, and he is not going to make that call.
Really well judged from Chen. Didn't shy away from that 9 and how it interacts with the rest of the board.
It's very impressive.
Yeah, range advantage is a huge thing. I mean, that's what happens at the highest levels. And even Martin knows sometimes he is going to be folding the best hand, but it's just not worth the risk when your opponent can have all those so many better hands. Yeah, I would have folded as well.
They finished?
I think.
Chen's going to benefit from that.
They finished?
FT.
FT finish. Right, we asked. No, something.
Final table. I saw it.
Oh, is it? Confirm?
We are playing down to a final table today. 39 players remain.
Confirmed. Given the pace of play, it seems very likely we will get there today. Queen 10 offsuit and the hijack into the muck. 10-8 offsuit on the button. Not so sure he's going to be interested if he folded 8s in the small blind and Nielsen to his left at the moment.
600.
But he is going to attack. So interesting that he'd rather be the aggressor than perhaps play passively, but he's going to run into ace-10 suited. I hold my breath, but I assume you're in agreement with this being an all-in play.
I'm just thinking about how he kind of looks like Harry Potter.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know, would I? He's jamming.
Just kidding.
Just kidding. Nice, I like that.
What's that spell that Hermione does? Oh, you're not a Harry Potter
When
fan.
do we get extra time bank?
I don't think she has a specific spell that she
kidding
does.
me? The one
Expelliarmus.
I did not give you this much time to answer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you have to.
Man, I forget.
Olivia Sar.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Not Olivia So.
He's ready. He's ready.
That's right.
Oh, I don't have too much.
So much time.
Ron's going to sacrifice himself.
Didn't get to that part.
You'd love it. That's a big chess piece scene. You're a big chess. You like the chess stuff, the chess clock.
No, actually, I don't really like chess, but I do like the chess clock. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, there's a scene in the first movie where there's some sort of puzzle situation where they're playing chess on like a big chess piece thing, you know, like where it's like human-sized chess pieces.
Are you just going to spoil the whole movie for me?
my
Like, what are you going to tell me next? Like Gandalf?
Pocket
whatever?
tens, Gandalf. Oh my. Lee, save me, Lee. Pocket tens for win, playing 6 million, which is good for about 24 big blinds.
Jamming.
Just gonna put it in there, and yeah.
Curtis playing a 16 big blind stack.
It's just a raise fold. It's good.
Annoying, but necessary.
I have a question for you, Randy.
Okay, allowed.
What was the last poker tournament you played?
The last poker tournament? That's a good question. I actually do not know. I do not know.
I mean,
it's been a while.
There you go.
Yeah. I assume you played not too long ago.
Yeah.
Why do you ask me?
I'm just
what
curious.
is your intention?
I just think you're a very talented poker player with a deep understanding of the game, and I think that if you find an opportunity to play, you should, you know.
I would play, but I'm in the booth.
I know, but there's
I would be playing this event right now.
Where do you
I
live?
would be in the final 39.
Where do you live? Remind me.
Australia.
What's happening in Australia in a few weeks?
Aussie Millions.
You gonna play some Aussie Millions?
It's not really a few weeks, but yeah, I do intend to play that main. That'll be my first tournament.
There you go. So now you know why I asked. You selling action?
No, come on.
Oh wow, that was the freaking biggest rich guy scoff I've ever heard. No.
Ace Jack, opportunity to get in there. Just shove the pocket tens last hand into Ace 10. This is a little different. Bigger stack he's up against too. Let's see what it's with. It's re-raising once again. 1.7 million this time.
How much?
1,700,000.
Wudong's been pretty aggressive as of late,
1.7, right?
but with good hands. Table doesn't know it.
Yeah, pretty good candidate to continuing. We're not playing that deep. We're 24 big blinds behind. I could really see Lou shoving or flatting this, but fold is on the table as well. I know that sounds like I'm just making words up, like there's no definitive answer, but there's, I think you can go any way with this hand, honestly.
It's player dependent too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just one of those weird hands where it feels too tight to fold, too loose to shove, and just like a bit murky to flat because of the big sizing too.
And that's like the best part about watching, right? Is these very cuspy spots.
Yeah.
Like which way they're gonna go, you know, are they dodging or attacking at the right time? Because the thing is, if he jammed there, you might, others on watching might be thinking, well, the ace jack got him beat, won't call, but I think the ace jack probably folds.
Ace jack folds, I think, yeah.
Nine, 6 offsuit. No, thank you. Ace queen for Jason Lau. He's been dealt this twice. He's playing, what, a 6 million chip stack.
Yeah, I like to see a limp here. Can induce some ISOs.
And do you like it more because he's covered by the big blind?
Yeah, you're going to expect more light ISOs from the covering stack. And Chen has a candidate, you know, big, little. Oh,
he just jammed
my
and he's
gosh.
getting snapped.
Yeah, that's a little, that's a bit loose. Just too many chips. It's too bad, too, because I think Chen is quite a strong player. And he just really expected to see a limp fold there. And you really... Yeah, and you can see the regret on his face because he's kind of giving away his edge by getting trapped here. Unnecessary move here. You can just make it 800,000 or 900,000 and then say, oops, when you get limp shoved. But now you're playing a 12.5 million chip pot.
Well, can he hit? So far, he cannot with his 2 live cards. 977 rainbow. Still needs the king or the 3. Oh, not quite.
And just a beautiful trap by Jason Lau. Really, really impressive stuff. Just needs to dodge the river. Any king or 3.
Is it? Nope. Ace high versus king high. Jason Lau full double up. 12.5 million, and as you mentioned, bad timing from Chen. Just thought his opponent was just going to limp fold off of his 20 some odd big blinds, and he got trapped. Punished. So I kind of want to take a step back. Before he jammed, you were mentioning that King 3 is a potential candidate to raise, and I guess what you would have made like 3-4 big blinds?
125.
And to allow yourself an escape route.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can also check back with that hand. I just think of all the options, shove is
excessive?
Yeah, it's a bit excessive. I mean, it's not the worst one. If you're going to shove for 25 big blinds, it's not one of the worst to do. You know, it's better than... Because if you do get trapped, it's going to be a hand like ace-queen, ace-king, pocket queens. Like, this is still... You're still looking at, like, 30% equity pretty much always, unless it's aces. But, you know, the downside is pretty huge, as now Jason Lau up to 50 big blinds.
Of course, no longer can Zheng Xiang Chen raise relentlessly. He had one of the bigger stacks.
It's just important to play within a system in some way, right? Like we've seen a lot of players do things that just kind of erratic and a bit all over the place and just sort of like in flow and cerebral. And that's very entertaining TV, don't get me wrong. But, you know, if you're shoving king 3, it just means you're shoving too many hands in that spot. And then when you get caught, you're in trouble. If you want to know what hands I would shove there, you know, I think I would shove, sometimes I would just shove pairs like deuces through 7s or something like that. But you can also just check those back as well. You don't need to have this high variance thing with those hands. I think ace 5 suited, ace 3 suited, you can just shove as well. And that has a bit more equity, of course, than king 3 on average.
Speaking of ace 5 suited, here it is in the hands of Martin Nielsen. Queen jack offsuit, or bow ho, calls. Gonna be 10, 7, 7, 2 clubs. Nothing for both players. Pre-flop raiser does have the best hand.
Worth noting, as we see this pot go down, that likely will result in a fold from the big blind. Nielsen activates with a bet, does decide to check back. Still good on the turn. T-Win, our clean chip leader now, had an incredibly impressive second level of the day, which we covered on the feature, somehow dismantling the one-time chip leader of Aaron. Aaron came in with the chip lead, and T won 2 massive pots to vault her into sort of that 13, 14 million range. Now sitting at almost 20, well ahead of the second place, Chuang Zhang. They're actually on the same table. We just left that table.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on her. This pot has just been a lot of checking. Slowly, but we got there. Take it down, ace high.
Pair of 5s.
Oh, excuse me, I missed that. Kind of surprised he didn't go for a little value then. But maybe just think if my opponent had something call, it would have bet right now.
Yeah, I think on the river, if you know, he had even a 3, would probably put out a little small bet, try to get value from ace high. So Martin recognizing that.
I just don't open the door to get check raise.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Martin's more of a call with jack high on the river than value bet third pair. As we take a very, very short break here and talk a little bit about one of our main sponsors, QQPK, title sponsor of Triton ONE, supporting the game at the highest level and bringing the action to poker fans all around the world. I just love to see these ambassadors in Punat Punsri, Danny Tang, Webster Lim, and Nishant Sharma, all incredible figures here at Triton. Last I checked, Sharma still in the hunt. Should just double check that, but
I'll look for you.
Yeah, please do. Oh no, he just busted in 39th as I was doing the promo. That's not my fault.
Seriously? Like, he literally just busted the
I
second
feel like
you mentioned.
I did that or something.
That's right.
I'm telling you, I gotta be careful with this superpower,
Well, you know what?
man.
I'm going to give you more info because I'm going to take a look at the hand history.
Wow, you can do that because of the Triton ONE app.
That's right. He open jammed ace 7 offsuit into pocket deuces, and pocket deuces called off 20 big blinds, mind you. And deuces.
Wow. Who called? Let's
With
keep an eye on
Takashi
them.
Kawachi, who's playing
wow.
a 16 million chip stack.
Yeah, all the way up to third place. Ducks fly together, man. Mighty Ducks. Another movie you haven't seen. I think we talked about this the other day.
I know it. If you build it, they will come.
What's that from?
The baseball movie.
Give me a name.
Field of Dreams.
There we go.
Yes.
Friend Dizzy in the house.
Also didn't see that movie, just saw that scene.
Oh, we know. If you can name one actor from that movie, I'll give you 20 euros.
Bill Murray.
It's a good guess, but no.
Nope, I can't do it.
Nothing?
No. Is it a big name actor?
Pretty big from that era, yeah, the 90s, one of the biggest.
Who?
Kevin Costner.
Oh, he was in it.
He was the lead.
He also shot some golf and
Tin Cup.
That's
Yep.
right.
Also, Darth Vader was in that movie. Not Tin Cup, but in Field of Dreams.
You mean there were spaceships?
No, I mean the actor who did the voice for
Of
Darth
course, I
Vader.
know that.
Yeah. But that's a lucky guess. There were spaceships in Field of Dreams. That's how all the ghosts got there.
Ah. Understood.
What an HD pivot there that was. Shout out to Kevin. I'm sure he's watching. Kevin's a big fan of the stream. Every time I make a reference to like the previous day, he's like, "Oh, I saw all of that."
Yeah, he is literally the biggest fan
He's the
of
biggest
poker.
fan. Yeah. It's
That's
bloody.
why I
It's
love
bloody
him.
endearing. Yeah.
King 3 offsuit. Notice he's limping from the small blind. Curtis Lim started the hand with 12 big blinds. It's up against ace-9 suited.
Yeah, I kind of dig this limp fold because I think we shove sub 10 big blinds, but I don't like really shoving sort of 12 plus. So I like that.
Yeah.
Nice adjustment.
I agree with you. And of course, in order to balance that range, you want to limp your traps.
Triton ONE.
I think you could do better than that.
Triton ONE.
Oh, I like that version. That's a remix.
Coming at you. DJ Griff.
Were you a radio caster at some point in your life? King Queen suited.
Yeah. Could go either way here, but based off what we've seen from this player, I think a min raise is going to be more standard for them.
I think it's quite nice.
Yeah, I like it.
And it's not really the end of the world if the big blind comes along. King Queen suited rates to be a monster against the big blind calling range.
Oh, that's expensive.
Is a tough out, though, in the big blind in Martin Nielsen.
Started with 3.5 million.
Yeah, so this is working out nicely for Ong up against King 9 suited. Single raise bot.
If you say, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Comes to you in the big blind here, and you say call in. What do you think that they would make you do?
I mean, they'll seek clarification. That's what
They would see clarification? What do you mean by that?
like
They would
dealer,
say, what do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Or like they go, all in, question mark. And no, call. I'm in.
Yeah. See, actually, that was a great answer.
Yeah. Ong is chipping back up. 4.4 million. Do you think he's got more of these little Harry Potter dolls around in case he makes like the final table tomorrow?
I think he's going to debut Hermione at the FT. We had Harry Potter yesterday. We got what appears to be Malfoy today.
Thank you, you too.
I think it's going to be Snape.
You know, I knew
See,
Alan
there's
Rickman.
like 4 of us left, I think. 4 or 5.
I don't know who that is.
Well,
Actor, I assume?
Yeah, you can assume because you're a smart guy. So Alan Rickman played Snape, Severus Snape in the Harry Potter movies. And he went to theater school with my dear mother in London.
Nice.
RADA, I believe it was called. And he remained a family friend. He came over for dinner a couple times. I got him to do some of the lines from Die Hard and Harry Potter.
He's in Die Hard?
He's the main villain in Die Hard. He plays the like sort of Russian or...
Which one?
Die Hard 1.
Okay, go on with your story.
The Christmas movie. Yeah, he gets dropped off. Well, spoilers alert for Die Hard, since you're being weird. Yeah, he gets dropped off the... I want to say Yakamoto Towers or whatever it is.
Yeah, I know who you're talking. You're talking about Hans.
Yeah, Hans Gruber.
That's right.
So I got him to do the ho 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 line. The ho ho ho. Now I've got a machine gun. Whatever.
Well, ho ho ho. We might have a hand right here. Queen 7 of clubs facing a 3x open. Both players deep stack, and Nguyen hasn't been shy of playing.
Yeah, we can definitely see a flop with the Queen 7 suited.
And he does. It's already 1.85 in the middle due to inflated pre-flop raise size from Nielsen with the ace 3 offsuit.
Inflation, man, it's going to get us all.
Might get him here because ace-3 is still an okay hand on this run out. Trip 7s though, lurking. Hoping to stay hidden. To c-bet or not to c-bet? That's the question, right? He's gonna go for check.
Yeah, and I think Win will likely find a bet here, but not a large one. Doesn't want to scare off hands like ace high that are going to be drawing dead a lot of the time.
Looks like likely spot on, and sizing as well. 450K to your liking?
Yeah, I think this is just lovely. Quarter pot. Get that value before the board gets even scarier against a hand like ace-3.
Yeah, and I like betting super small because if your opponent has a ace high or some king highs, they're like, well, it's so cheap, let me just see a turn, and maybe they bing something and get in trouble.
1.2.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Did not see that coming. 1.2. Doesn't think Win's got the 7. He's reading the bet size as weakness. He is wrong.
I think this is interesting. It's not a line that I would ever take, but maybe Martin just thinks it's going to be easier to play, taking over the role as the aggressor. Because when you start check calling with ace-3 here, your hand is so face up, and if you're up against an opponent that is aware of that, it's going to be very difficult to play.
Turn cards to the jack. Courageous check raise. Now he's got to be very worried that Win's got a solid piece to bet call on this turn card. I mean, on the flop. This turn card kind of improves bet calling range, right? Like, they might have the 7, they might have jack 10 or 10-8. They might have diamonds that has a gut shot.
Yeah, some interaction for the diamonds, like even if he has king jack of diamonds or...
Oh, Nielsen is lighting these chips on fire. 2.5 million. Now we got to ask the question. Is it better for us to jam with 5.9 million or just call? Do we not have to fear about these little gut shots?
It's just always call.
Always call here?
Yeah. Because you're
scary though,
I know, but scared of what? I mean, at that point, it's just like, if the straight card comes, just let him rep it. And if he has it, he has it. You just lose. Like, we can't be scared about losing here. I mean, I think like if he calls here, and the river's a king, Martin might just think, I think this guy has 9-10. I'm all in. You know, like. So you just let them keep bluffing, and if they somehow have had you beat on the flop, almost impossible. If they somehow have you beat on the turn, very unlikely. If they somehow have gotten there on the river, like, we just need to, this is a very, very highly skilled player that's going to take, go after it. Give him a chance.
There's
right?
9.25 million. Is he going to go after it on the purest blank in the deck? Win's only got 3.4 back.
No,
he gives up now.
Yeah, he knows. It's just like, okay, wait a minute. This guy has a 7.
Yeah, and he probably figures a 9 without some kind of backup, like a straight draw, might have just folded on the turn, potentially. Yeah, he's like, I don't know what he's got, but he ain't folding. Huge misstep for Nielsen.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, I don't know what to call it. Maybe a bit of an ego pot or something. It's just like, this is not, it's just not necessary to find yourself putting in 3.5 million chips, 4.5 million chips with ace-3 on 7-7-9 jack. And now
he wants to count.
He might just level himself, because let's talk about the kind of hands he thinks as bluffs Win might have. King 8 of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds, Queen 10 of diamonds.
Everything diamond related.
There's a lot. Yeah, no, he knows better. I mean, we saw him make a jack high call yesterday that was kind of correct in a way, but of course.
That's why we hold our breath, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, we love Martin Nielsen. We love the way he's able to splash around, but he has a bit of a screw loose sometimes, and that's kind of a good thing to have in tournament poker, because you can just build remarkable stacks and then be a bulldozer when you get towards the final table. But I think he pushed his luck a little bit too much there, and that's part of the charm of tournament poker and the way players like that can play.
Yeah, it seems like he was trying to put all the pressure on with 35 remaining. And the blinds are going up. That is not good for Nielsen, as he now plays about a 30 big blind stack. I do agree with you that it felt like he kind of pressed it a bit too much. And it kind of started with that flop check raise. Seemed very unnecessary against the price he was up against.
It's just a weird hand, like particular hand of black ace-3 to do this with. Because your opponent, look, he's not always going to have a 7. I appreciate that. You know, you decide you're going to make some big stab on the turn, like somehow get it through. But you just unblock all the hands that your opponent's prepared to continue with, all those flush draws, straight draws, pairs, trips. Swimming without a paddle, really. And now some temptation to chase some chips back in the form of maybe a 3-bet. But yeah, you know, Nielsen, he's good at making adjustments, I think. Realizing that he was caught speeding. We gave him his ticket, and now he's going to, you know, pay it off.
Pay the fine?
He's going to pay the fine. He's going to get back on the road. We're not knocking off too many demerit points. He's still got a great chance in this event. 30 big blinds is, you know, probably about average, maybe even a bit above it.
But you know, Nielsen's the type of guy who might get another ticket.
He might. Look, I mean, we're going to let him back on the road, but he might.
We're going to keep an eye on him.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on him. We're going to get the speed traps up. That's a very interesting flop here.
It's an amazing flop for action. It's 10, 7, 6, 2 clubs, over pair for jacks. King 5 has the flush draw, 1 over, and a quick check back from the over pair. Oh, and that's a nut flush right there. And a check over to the pre-flop raiser. And the ace comes in too.
Yeah, this is lovely. Check back on the turn.
It's amazing that this pot is so small so far with these hands. Kind of feels like Jason needs to do the betting himself.
Yeah, and does decide to not bet an outrageous amount, but still pretty large, all things considered. And this doesn't really feel like a bluff, but you're so under-repped with your jacks.
But it's not unreasonable for Lou to have some ace, and that's a quick fold. Very nice.
I mean, how do you not lose a chip there?
It's
really
amazing.
Nice. I think that the check is interesting. It's a bit unconventional, obviously, but once you do, and the ace of clubs come, again, I think it's a great check. And then on the river, it's like, is Jason really going to activate with some random bluff, trying to represent an ace? I think it's great instincts to find that fold. I don't know.
It all started with that flop check.
Yeah.
Saved them. It's definitely getting tense out there. 34 remaining. I'm taking a look at the payouts. Everyone is guaranteed 11,500. Latest elimination was Christopher Park, followed by Cease Finn Abraham.
Chung Zhang has vaulted over T-Win to have the chip lead of the overall tournament with 75 big blinds, 22.5 million chips.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Not a bad holding either. Is ace-jack. Nielsen's got 8-7 suited. I think we're going to find out right here if he wants to get back on the bike.
Yeah. Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, he's in there. Goes with call.
It's a bit of a loose call, but it's a mix I don't mind. I think that your standard flats here at the cutoff are going to be a lot of Broadway combos. It's nice to have a bit of a mix.
You want board coverage?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's still loose, mind you.
It's definitely loose, yeah. Win is thinking, do I want to squeeze here or just call? And the answer is...
It's more than one gold chip.
Squeeze.
This guy's good.
Yeah, I like this.
He is properly deducing that Martin Nielsen's got a weakish range to just call there.
Very
Best
nice.
hand in the muck. You saw that, ace-jack.
Yeah, instantly.
Maybe Nguyen's the cop after Nielsen. Just keeps catching him, giving him little tickets. Take a peek at his resume of Hu Dong-Nguyen. Looks like he's got 5 cashes under his belt. And the first stop he played was actually the last Triton ONE. Has 3 cashes there. Played the 15K Triton ONE high roller, got 52nd, a little min cash. But he actually played some of the earlier buy-ins in the super high roller series where he entered 25K, a 40K, and a 50K. And he actually final tabled the 40K mystery bounty. So not shy, playing all ranges of buy-ins and playing very good poker. Chen's got Queen Deuce. This is the same guy who jammed King High into Ace Queen. Is it too weak to limp, or do we still limp Queen Deuce off?
I think it's actually more interesting as a raise because it doesn't have a lot of playability, but you do have one big blocker.
It's interesting he went for min raise.
Yeah, it's a bit unconventional.
Off of his stack, too. I mean, 10-9 suited can at least call.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
Can also just shove.
I'm sure it crosses my mind.
Nice.
Like,
Yeah.
Not sure, so let's see a flop.
Fair fight, 50 to 49%. 1% for Randy. Ooh.
This flop is a fair fight. It's middle pair versus the flush draw. And some of that ace-x is heavily removed from both players' ranges because Chen's supposed to jam a lot of ace-x and Bao Ho is supposed to reshove a lot of ace-x.
Yeah, so the queen kind of becomes, not the nuts by any means because of course you have such a bad kicker, but it does appear to be pretty strong.
Like the new top pair.
Yeah.
Not completely ignored though is that ace. And the 400K is the C-bet, flush draw for Bao Ho. I mean, given he's not supposed to have many ace-x in his range, I suppose he's just supposed to call with the flush draw, which he does.
Deuce of hearts for juice.
Deuce of heart for juice.
Give us the juice.
No, just the 3 of diamonds.
It's actually quite a nice card for Chen
Okay.
because you know you are concerned about being up against a better queen sometimes here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
True.
now that's been counterfeit. You both share the ace as a kicker. I don't think a lot of reason for Chen to bet, and that's why we do see him check. Now you get to sort of induce potential bluffs, but yeah, I think of course Ho is wise to this, taking the free card.
Well, he did not hit the flush with that free card.
And I would love to see another check from Chen. I know he thinks his queen is definitely good here, but you can sort of induce some bluffs from the hearts that have missed. As we can see, that's exactly what would happen here if Ho took the bait.
Yeah, I just think there's more value in inducing from hearts than getting called by like King High. But
Yeah.
he is going to bet himself. I definitely agree with you on that one.
I think it is important, though, that we not be results-oriented because the times that Ho does have King High, maybe we would be saying, yeah, maybe you should put out a little bet, right? Just happen to be up against that heart range more than the King High. And, of course, 10 High just lets it go. Takes in a nice pot.
Yeah, you can also see that Chen betting the queen on river, you know, solidifies our thoughts that he just thinks that Bao Ho never has an ace. Always jams pre. A little bit of redemption there.
Oh, don't you dare, Martin. Speeding.
He's speeding without the helmet on.
Oh, my gosh.
Sevens.
Oh, gosh, he's filming it, too. This is just reckless. Oh, he's on his phone while he's speeding without a helmet. 10-6 of spades under the gun +1.
Is he texting, too?
You Danish madman. Someone, come get your man.
Oh, Jason Lau.
Time for the sunglasses again.
Yeah, you're gonna need them. The sun is bearing down on you. God's judgment. 10-6 of spades. You sicko. I love it.
It's connected. It's suited. Is it not enough?
It's connected like someone saying they have a conspiracy theory. It's all connected, man.
Well, this flop actually might give him the opportunity to steal it from pocket sevens.
Just fire and pray. One small bullet, I think, is the only recourse. I could see Martin delay c-betting too because of the way that, you know, ace-queen can hit Jason's part of his range. Just, yeah, but look at that. Min-bet, hoping.
But I hear you.
I love that Lau kind of looks like a traffic cop. You know what I mean?
We
It's
just
just
changed
like
the clothes a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's him get away with it. Show the fans.
Don't show.
No, why not?
I mean, the fans can see. We don't. The table does not need to see.
No, the table are the fans of the.
Oh, okay.
You know what, Randy?
What?
I like you.
Yeah. Do I need to reciprocate?
No.
Cool. I won't then.
I like not knowing.
Oh, you know, you know. By the way, if you've ever peeked into the Triton Poker Plus app, you might have noticed there's an opportunity to vote on which nation will end the day with the chip lead. Currently, China's winning. And if you don't agree, well, you better put your vote in.
But Randy, how can I vote if I don't have the app? Should I download the app? What else does the app have to offer?
Besides voting opportunities, you mean like every hand history available, all the chip counts, the prize pool?
But what do you mean, Randy? How can they get all the hands? Are you telling me that there's people on the floor that they hire to get every single hand of all the exciting action here on day 2?
Yes, that's right. I didn't know we were going to go that deep into the app right now, but by all means. Meanwhile, Jason Lau. Queen 9 offsuit in the hijack. He's feeling it.
Loosey-goosey. I like it.
Getting called by ace 7 off. Pair of 9s for Jason Lau. Makes the best hand. You know, my first instinct here with middle pair is actually to check back. I don't know if you agree, but I just would hate a situation where I get check raise with a middling hand off of stack that has a lot of reasons to check raise if they're holding a big draw or like a jack. But he bets. Obviously nothing wrong with it. Then again, I suppose I would prefer a check back against people with aggressive images, like Speedy Nielsen.
Oh.
Did you see this coming? This is wild with ace 7 offsuit.
I mean,
off of his stack?
It low-key makes you look like a genius. But we're used to that here on the Triton Tour.
There's been some high-level poker here in the Genesis.
Like getting high before
No.
No, I mean, look.
Pivot.
This is great. This is so fun. I mean, it's... If you're doing it with this hand, you're probably doing it too much, but look at the immense amount of pressure it puts on middle pair, right? So I think this is so out of line, but I just love how they push edges. And look, I'm going to push right back.
Now what do we do?
Yeah, now there's 5 million out there, and you're sitting there with 3-1. He's going to need something like a 6 of diamonds and then shove. But even that just feels like you're just going right into a trap. And the queen
is doing backflips for Jason Lau. 2 pair. And that check raise seems so out of line. Mainly because I don't expect Jason Lau to c-bet range on Jack 9, 5, 2 diamond. Regardless, though, 2 pair. Got check 2, jams.
Is it still A7? It sure is.
Not changing.
The flush
nice takedown. Great level here for Jason Lau. The brilliant limp trap with ace queen, and now another big pot. Be our table chip leader. How about Jupiter? I mean, look at this field. We were sort of looking at the list of all the different countries. Talk about the poll on the Triton app. And look at this field. Players from all corners of the earth moving around the world is just like life. Jupiter Global lets you send your crypto anywhere instantly. No bank holding it up for 3 days. No fees eating into it. Wherever the game takes you, Jupiter Exchange has you covered. Bringing everyday finances on chain.
That's right. On chain.
On chain.
On chain.
Makes me think of that Key and Peele sketch, which I can't reference, but it's, if you look up chain wax, it's a good sketch.
I will not.
You can't remember what you ate this morning. You didn't eat? I didn't eat. Okay.
Lady Kings. Under the gun for Hugh Win.
Did you just say Lady Kings?
Lady Queens, no, Lady Kings, yes.
Okay.
It's the Queens.
I get a lot of new lingo from you.
Yeah.
I haven't heard you use the only one I did remember prior to this trip, the Jack Frost.
Oh my God, I haven't used Jack Frost in ages. Oh my God, Martin Nielsen had it earlier. Remember, we had Jack Frost on the button. He had Jack 8 suited.
Yeah, I kind of regret saying it now. No regrets from the pocket queens. No opening. Smooth sailing.
I mean, he does like black 10-6.
But needs to be the same suit. Off suit.
All
no
these
interest.
rules, man. All these rules.
Yeah, but sometimes he bends the rules. He just goes speeding.
Tell you what, Randy, you said you're going to play the Aussie Millions, yeah?
Yeah.
If you let me pick one player that is between 14th and 32nd place of our remaining 32 players to win the event outright, and I pick the correct player, will you let me buy 5% of your Aussie Millions?
Sure, man.
Oh, look at that. Okay.
God, I'll tell you this, though.
Okay.
I don't sell action. For you, I'm going to make this
Yeah,
exception.
you make an exception only if that player wins. Okay, I
Or
picked Tony. I picked Tony Lin.
Pick Tony Lin?
Yeah, 20 big blinds.
Why didn't you pick the guy with 6 big blinds?
Because I want to win. I'm picking Tony Renlin. He has 5.97 million, good for 20 blinds. If he wins, you have to sell me 5% at face. None of this markup nonsense. You haven't played in years.
I was going to mark down.
Lock it in.
Oh yeah,
King
Queen. King Queen. Wow.
In a good frame for Jason Lau.
Yeah, you know later. Yeah.
What were you guys saying? Come share.
turn though.
I actually could have taken Martin Nielsen. He's in 14th. After that crash out with the ace-3.
So you don't believe him anymore?
No, I just, you know.
You just decided to go with Renlin.
Yeah.
No shame in that. As we take a quick look at the chip counts, and Major benefactors so far has been Jason Lau and Hu Dongwin. They are playing 16 and 15 million. Martin Nielsen, he's down to 9.1. Still a lot of chips, but just 30 big blinds. Curtis Lim, he's the tournament short stack with 1.9 million.
Yeah, and we're going to go for a little break here, a little 25-minute pop out for a second. Just do a little housekeeping, take care of a couple things.
Gotta do some
this
cleaning.
this isn't the proper sort of dinner break, end of levels thing, but just a couple things we need to take care of here. We'll be back soon, though.
Yeah, so let's do that. Send it down and back to the commercials, and we'll see you soon. 25
Hi, Mom.
minutes.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight,
Humphreys just won his 5th.
but most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag. Most trading happens at a desk. Yours doesn't have to. Jupiter Mobile is the best crypto app ever built. Track your portfolio, scan for opportunities, buy and sell in one tap, and always get the best price with the best protection. Whether you're at the table or between hands, your crypto's always in your pocket and always working for you. Just use Jupiter Mobile today at jupe.ag.
Where he lost on the river against the 7-6 of T1, but obviously got it in behind. It was a bit crazy, it was a bit reckless, but it also is what makes me enjoy watching Aaron. He's incredibly unpredictable, and I can only imagine how difficult it is to have someone like him on your table. He is not afraid to play massive pots in these stages of the event.
Yeah, he's pushing edges. He's using his experience and his talent to his advantage. Cutoff shove here for about 8, 9 big blinds. Don't think it's going to get through. One half of the winning combo. Nang Quang win. I think he's going to be going all in himself for about 22 effective. He's going to have to dodge some wake-ups from the blinds, which he has, and quite a bit ahead against the ace-4.
He's going to receive the nails that it's best case scenario. Doesn't even have to worry about 2 overs, just needs to avoid the aces. Couldn't quite see what the small blind and the big blind were working with. I always find it interesting, but it didn't seem like there was much of a decision there. We have no idea if any of the aces got folded there. Sean is looking for an ace.
I folded one.
When?
It's win.
Okay. It's win or win. It could be both. Ace 4 offsuit against pocket 7s. Here we go. Sean needs help.
Oh, not bad. 2 clubs. Jack counterfeits the 7s.
Club turn.
10 of clubs, 9 of clubs. That'd be an interesting.
Yeah, high club is the best case scenario outside of
Brick City.
An ace, but the deuce is indeed a total brick. So we're going to need to find an ace or a jack on the river. Otherwise, this is the end for Sean. I love that your reaction was spot on with Sean's. Look at that flop. You're like, not bad. Gives you some hope. Unfortunately for Sean, he did not improve after a somewhat promising flop. That means the wins keep on winning. Or the wins keep on winning. Either way, they're collecting chips.
Yeah, they are. Funny, so I was played in a. We'll make sure to keep an eye on the action for everyone. Don't you worry. Just some folds right now. Yeah, I played a main event at Playground Poker Club a few months ago, and I finished second. And then this lovely woman who's playing a cash game came up to me and said, "Hey, can you come over to my table for a second?" Because she was like kind of like between hands or whatever, didn't want to miss a hand, so I walked over. It was kind of a strange request, but I walked over, and she was like, "Hey, like I promised my son that if I ever met you, because we go to the same casino and play the same thing, as you get dealt pocket jacks on the button." She said, I promised him that if I met you, that I would get your autograph. And I was like, oh, this is sweet. Like this happens pretty infrequently to me, but it was like cool. And then she's like, and she wants you to write something on the autograph. I'm like, what up now, sweet? She's like, yeah. Like, this is crazy. Like, you know, this happened so long ago.
An esports legend. That's why I will keep introducing you as the Counter-Strike 1.6 star.
I pretend to be embarrassed about it, but I freaking love it. Keep it coming. As Ding Biao, who's done a good job of raising his 13 big blind stack at the 125K level all the way up to 3 million without any all-in showdown, is going to defend the 9-8 and get a board that he's going to want to see a turn card. Topset.net for Zhao Tong Yu.
Yeah, but the open end there for Ding Biao, it is the bottom end, obviously, of the open end there.
Yeah, this is actually quite a nice draw for Ding Biao to get against this particular hand because, you know, he's going to be able to fold a lot of turns, right? Like, he tries to hit the queen or the 7 here, and if the turn's just like an offsuit 4 and you bets 70-80%, he can just fold, you know? It's better than having something like, I don't know, king 9 of diamonds and then calling once and then the diamond comes and you brick again or whatever. Yep. Open-ended, bottom end, just call one and get out of there.
Well, Ding Biao is listening, and he is going to toss in the calling chips. And we are off to play a turn.
Then again, a low club would be interesting.
All right.
I gotta stop wasting this freaking luck superpower on calling cards. Like, I should be freaking in the field playing.
3 of clubs is what rolls off on the turn. Ding Biao. I mean, you can be certain, obviously, that your 8 high flush draw is good. We can see it's good, but if there would be another club on the river, are we thrilled? Are we loving it?
Let's see what kind of price that that you gives him. I think Ding Biao is going to be pretty cautious here because he can just be drawing dead. He can just be up against, you know, in the times he's not drawing dead, he could just be up against king queen with the queen of clubs, or a straight draw, or ace king with the king of clubs, where his queen is now not even live.
I mean, we are very rarely drawing dead. We can't actually be drawing dead on this board. We always have outs.
No, we don't.
What hand has 9-8 dead?
Ace 5 of clubs.
No, because then we will win with 7. We can
Ace 5 of clubs.
Oh, right now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's okay.
I am very blind.
No, not at all.
I am very blind.
No, you're fine. But it's important to clarify, because that's the thing, is that Ding Biao is getting a great price to crack the hand that he's up against. But he still could be up against a hand that is unbeatable, like an ace 4 of clubs. And then he could be up against a hand like ace king with 1 club, where his queen is dead, his club is dead, and he's looking for a
wow.
Oh my gosh.
And he's obviously going to get snapped by the top set of you.
He's going to love to see this, though, when you get snapped, because he's, you know, he has 32% equity. It's a real good chance. You know, when you get snapped there, you're thinking you're looking at king 9 of spades or clubs or something.
Yeah. We could have indeed been that. For a split second there, I thought we were holding 2 clubs. There were only 2 clubs on the board. And I was like, oh, we're always fine. But it could have been so much worse. I mean, you get snapped like that. You're like, am I at 0%? But most certainly not. He's actually working with 32.
I love the serpent-esque look of Ding Biao, where he's just sort of like, I know I got caught here, but I have a chance. And you don't want to let this guy double up to 6.5 million, because he is an absolute force to be reckoned with. I've seen it at the highest stakes in the world. This is going to be a huge swing. I mean, look at what Yu has left, 200,000 chips.
Jack's cover.
3-time Triton Super High Roller champion. And looking to make a big run here. Just 60 players remaining.
Massive hand. Any club, any queen, any 7. That is what Ding Biao is looking for. He will not find it. The king is fantastic news for the man with pocket jacks. Open things up from the button. That is going to do it for Ding Biao for now. But of course, we'll see a lot more of him in the upcoming days. And over at the Triton Super High Roller Series that are starting on the 14th of March. Wow.
And I think we need to point out that very intricate, sort of smallish bet on the turn from you. It's a bit unconventional. A lot of players, I think, would have gone bigger to protect against hands like 9-8 in a club. But I think he recognized that if he made it small enough, it would kind of look like a blockery, like let's just get to showdown with this jack and be able to check back.
Our leaderboard. We spoke about him, and we got to see him in the opening day. Tony Renlin, currently in 12th place with 8 million chips. That's awesome. Everyone loves Renlin.
A man that can do no wrong, even when he does.
He could suck out on you, and you'd be like, it's Renlin, it's all right. Ooh, potential big hand here. Yes, Zhang is going to open things up once more, this time with pocket 7s under the gun, starting the hand with over 12 million chips. The way has been a little quiet, down to 4.6 million, looks down at ace-queen offsuit. Just calls.
Yeah, I like this call. I think that, you know, we could certainly justify a 23 big blind shove over this open. But again, it creates that opportunity for the table to play perfectly against you, right? They're only going to get involved with better hands. So you stay really under rep. This is a very, very nice disciplined fold from Shitao Li, just recognizing the strength of this flat. And now Kato has a very difficult decision here. I know this seems like, okay, he can just flick in the call, but we know how wide Zhang is opening. This is a pretty strong flat under the gun +1, and he has gone all in.
Wow.
Which should get Xiang Zhang out of the way, and then it's going to be very difficult for you to decide whether this is worth calling, because this is likely not an ace-jack offsuit shove, right? We saw what happens to ace-jack offsuit in this situation. It's perfect that she had it in the small, right? Oh, wow. This is a bit too loose from Zhang.
Zhang is wild. The man is not afraid. Comes over the top with the 7s. Just makes life so difficult here on Wei Yu.
Yeah, I just don't think so. I just think you need to fold here. It's okay. It sucks, but you lost the minimum here.
I'm going to be a little tilted when you see the hands, though.
Yeah, it's a bit tilting.
Yes, that is a little tilting.
I just think he did the right thing here.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Massive hand.
So I think this is interesting from Zhang because as much as I think this is too loose, I think this is a good example of if you play as loose as you do, you need to sort of protect the opens of your stronger hands. And 7s is just way better than his average opening hand under the gun. So he's just like, I'm going to defend this. I'm going to go for it. So I don't hate it in that regard. He could have just been up against ace-queen and won a big flip, but instead he's likely doubling up Kato Matera.
9s are still in the lead, and the turn is safe for the man from Japan as well. As the 3 of spades doesn't change a whole lot. Does not want to see a 7 on the river, and then he's good. And he's back up to 8.4 million. Let's not forget that he was the short stack for a while. Wei Yu is actually untilted now, realizing that ace-queen would have not gotten there. And he's grateful.
Like nothing we've ever seen, those two massive hands, and we are going to get back to the table action.
We've got the Hoodie brothers now next to each other, wearing the same Triton ONE merch from last September. I always get excited when we don't see the whole cards appear immediately, thinking it might be time for the mystery hand, but there were no graphics appearing in the top right side. I can't believe we've only had one so far today. I need more mystery hands in my life, especially when it comes down to this man, Zhang, in the small blind. He's going to make the call with King 5.
And Zhang does not have, just limp shoves King 5 and gets snapped. I mean, this is erratic behavior. Run the cards, says Shuang Zhang 35% of the time is just going to clip the wings of Wei Yu. I mean, this is what we love about Triton ONE. You're not seeing moves like this in the super high roller, but this is exciting, dangerous, reckless.
Zhang has tiger blood.
Yeah,
the man has 1 speed, 1 gear, and that's go. He cannot stay away from a couple million chips in the middle more than 5 minutes. And we are going to run it with King 5, and he flops amazing. Flop stop pair. That's all he was really looking for.
Yeah, gained 52% equity up to 87. And, oh, you must be sick.
Let go of the ace queen not too long ago.
Puts his chips towards Xiang Zhang. One more card to come.
Sorry.
Sorry, oh, that's sweet.
That is not good.
Great sportsmanship.
吃饭啦！现在真的是去吃饭了。
The opposite of getting took it very well. Was even smiling, moving the chips over on the turn.
Yeah,
already.
like this is what it's about, man. It's just a game for a lot of money that you can kind of make a living at if you're good enough. So yeah, we love to see that here at Triton ONE.
I think also a lot of appreciation for someone like Zhang, who just wants action all the time. And then you know that you're going to run into it sometimes.
Look, you're only going to win there 65% of the time. That's, you know, nothing is guaranteed in poker.
We welcomed Lee to the table not too long ago, so he's going to open things up with ace-8 offsuit from the hijack. Kaido Mitara looks down at pocket tens, the man who was a short stack once we started this block of poker a little over 100 minutes ago.
Yeah, I love this flat actually from Mitara. I think the instinct is going to be in late position that, I mean, tens have to be good here. But, you know, staying under repped, knowing that if you get in 40 big blinds against Shitao, yeah, and also just being able to get someone to back shove. This is massive. I mean, this is part of the strategy from Kaito Mitara, and he's going to potentially win a 10 million chip pot with this trappy flat at the cutoff, because he's not trying to trap Shitao Lee with this flat. He's trying to get someone behind with these middling stacks to think, okay, well, this is a great spot to shove something like pocket fives, because I think my opponents are capped. And unfortunately for Zimeng Zhu, he's wrong. Kaito Mitara has found that tricky pocket tens sneaky call.
It's 22 bigs. Lee will get out of the way. And Kaido is going to make the quick call, and he will receive the news that he got it in very, very good with the overpair here. Tens versus fives, and not a massive pot. Mitara is potentially skyrocketing towards the top 3 of the entire field. Not too long ago, the man from Japan was one of the shortest stacks, not just at the table, but of all 100 players we had once upon a time. Now a top 12 stack coming into this hand. A bit of a danger flop. Nothing to be mega concerned over yet, but a 4 would definitely spice things up.
Yeah, a 6 or an ace would make things a little interesting.
Oh! Why ask for an ace, 4, or a 6 when you can just drill the 5 on the turn? A 5 out of heaven for Zhu, who's now a 95% favorite to win this hand.
Wow.
The 7 of spades doesn't change anything. And where Kaido Mitara could already see a top 3 stack, he is now kind of back into the danger zone, less than 20 bigs. A proper.
You treat it sort of as a blocker open, but when we're dealing with extreme late position like that, you only have to get through 2 people. You gain so much by getting it through, and then sometimes you get called and you win a flip, like you might have against Ace Queen, or something like, yeah, we saw he had Ace Queen and that was only 35%, but you just gave him an opportunity to shove pocket 2s on you, right?
Right, true.
And so that's just it's a mistake, I think, to min raise fold, no matter how you spin it. But did dodge a monster in the big blind, and is still in the tournament with 9 big blinds.
Ace King versus Ace King suited. Well, I think he knows what to do with this one.
Yeah.
Or he can psych us out and just muck this one.
If he mucks this, I'm leaving.
You're just leaving? I'll leave with you. I'll leave with you.
Can we actually do that?
Yeah.
Promise me.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. I just don't recommend it.
If he folds, we promise to leave for one hand.
He's jamming. Ace King will be calling. And we're going to have, most likely, a chop pot. You want red or black?
I'll take black.
Oh.
Always bet on black, as Wesley Snipes said.
You're a gambling man.
In, God, what was that movie? Boring.
I mean,
chop it up.
There's more red cards out there.
Oh, is that the way you're deciding to say it? Is that the bet I just lost?
I never said diamonds, clubs, spades, or hearts.
You're a little scammer.
It's an angle.
Yeah. I guess that's my goal on this trip is to call each one of you a scammer at some point. Did you hear about the folds? Check folds, I think, yeah.
Nine, 6 offsuit. No, thank you. Ace queen for Jason Lau. He's been dealt this twice. He's playing, what, a 6 million chip stack.
Yeah, I like to see a limp here. Can induce some ISOs.
And do you like it more because he's covered by the big blind?
Yeah, you're going to expect more light ISOs from the covering stack. And Chen has a candidate, you know, big, little. Oh,
he just jammed
my
and he's
gosh.
getting snapped.
Yeah, that's a little, that's a bit loose. Just too many chips. It's too bad, too, because I think Chen is quite a strong player. And he just really expected to see a limp fold there. And you really... Yeah, and you can see the regret on his face because he's kind of giving away his edge by getting trapped here. Unnecessary move here. You can just make it 800 or 900,000 and then say, oops, when you get limp shoved. But now you're playing a 12.5 million chip pot.
Well, can he hit? So far, he cannot with his 2 live cards. 977 rainbow. Still needs the king or the 3. Oh, not quite.
Yeah, just a beautiful trap by Jason Lau. Really, really impressive stuff. Just needs to dodge the river. Any king or 3.
Is it? Nope. Ace high versus king high. Jason Lau full double up. 12.5 million, and as you mentioned, bad timing from Chen. Just thought his opponent was just going to limp fold off of his 20-some-odd big blinds, and he got trapped. Punished. I don't know who that is.
Well,
I assume.
Yeah, you can assume because you're a smart guy. So Alan Rickman played Snape, Severus Snape in the Harry Potter movies, and he went to theater school with my dear mother in London, RADA, I believe it was called. And he remained a family friend. He came over for dinner a couple times. I got him to do some of the lines from Die Hard and Harry Potter.
He's in Die Hard?
He's the main villain in Die Hard. He plays the like sort of Russian or...
Which one?
Die Hard 1.
Okay, go on with your story.
The Christmas movie. Yeah, he gets dropped off. Well, spoilers alert for Die Hard since you're being weird. Yeah, he gets dropped off the... I want to say Yakamoto Towers or whatever it is.
Yeah, I know who you're talking. You're talking about Hans.
Yeah, Hans Gruber.
That's right.
So I got him to do the ho 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 line. The ho ho ho. Now I've got a machine gun. Whatever.
Well, ho ho ho. We might have a hand right here. Queen 7 of clubs, facing a 3x open. Both players deep stack, and Win hasn't been shy of playing.
Yeah, we can definitely see a flop with the Queen 7 suited.
And he does. It's already 1.85 in the middle due to inflated pre-flop raise size from Nielsen with the ace-3 offsuit.
Inflation, man, it's going to get us all.
Might get him here because ace-3 is still an okay hand on this run out. Trip 7s though, lurking. Hoping to stay hidden. To c-bet or not to c-bet? That's the question, right? He's going to go for check.
Yeah, and I think Win will likely find a bet here, but not a large one. Doesn't want to scare off hands like ace high that are going to be drawing dead a lot of the time.
Looks like likely spot on, and sizing as well. 450K to your liking?
Yeah, I think this is just lovely. Quarter pot. Get that value before the board gets even scarier against a hand like ace-3.
Yeah, and I like betting super small because if your opponent has a ace high or some king highs, they're like, well, it's so cheap, let me just see a turn, and maybe they bing something and get in trouble.
1.2.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Did not see that coming. 1.2. Doesn't think Wynn's got the 7.
Very good at big hand.
He's reading the bet size as weakness. He is wrong. Welcome back, everyone. Randy Nanonokalu here alongside Griffin Benger, who's apparently very happy because we do get to have our action back underway shortly. We are here for the Triton ONE opening event, the 3K Genesis. This is day 2, and it's currently only 29 players out of 1,236
It's happening,
remaining.
man.
It's happening fast,
down.
isn't it?
Yep. We're trying to get to that final table.
That's right.
Yep.
Final table is 9 players, I believe. 8 players, apologies. And they are playing for a whopping, 580K or so for first.
Not bad.
It's not bad, I won't lie. And currently, I did say there's 29 remaining. Let's take a look at what they are guaranteed. 13,500, and looks like we did lose Philippe Ketzer, who did play a 2 big blind stack before he got into the money, so it's not a bad payday for him. And looks like we do have a big chip lead at the moment. That belongs to Chuang Zhen. He's got 28 million. And Edgar and Asasan, he's got 20 million. So there's a very big lead there, about 20 big blinds more.
Yeah, and someone that, we spent a lot of time with in the first 2 levels on 2 different feature tables. Quite famously, Zhang had that timeout hand with 7 deuce suited where he decided to 3-bet, ended up having to min 3-bet against Martin Nilsson, flop mid-pair, 3-bet all in on the flop. So that was really a good indication of what he was prepared to do and prepared to splash around. Then we saw him on the next feature table, of course, with T Win, and was blasting around on there too. So 9-6 off, opens in early position, calling big all-ins with 7s. So he's just really, really fun to watch. I think he's kind of chip leader we love to have here at Triton ONE because it's just endlessly entertaining and a lot to talk about. And that's something that we really enjoy for sure.
Huge range of characters, all with their own unique styles. And Martin Nielsen, once upon a time, was our chip leader. He's going to have to play, looks like 10 million chips or so, and let's see if he can turn it around. As we go back to our feature table. Lou's going to open. Cards hidden at the moment. Lou is one of the short stacks off of 11 bigs, min-raising
Jack Frost.
+1.
Jack 8 off. Jack Frost.
Thank God we don't have those four-color decks with the blue. Then you really would love Jack 8 Frost of diamonds. Is it diamonds that's blue?
I think so.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Queen 7. For Chen. He's out. Oh, come on. You got to show. We don't know.
Worst mystery hand ever.
Get your guesses in. If you get it right, you win something. But you never know the answer. So there is a redraw at 24 players. Just to give you a little heads up. 5 more eliminations to get to that point. And there's actually a little boost in chess clock, or where you get 50 more seconds if you happen to get to the final 3 tables.
Okay, and that's something that in particular our chip leader Zhang, I'm sure, would love. Has had 0 seconds for quite a long time, ever since that 7 deuce hand, but has still managed to, I guess, use his instincts and aggressive play to accumulate all these chips, being our significant chip leader.
Well, at our feature table, Nielsen's only got 14 seconds left on the clock, and Zhang's got 25 seconds. Jason Lau's got 3 minutes and 32. He's doing fine, but not with that hand. King 10 off suit for Chen.
Yeah, seems like a pretty clean shove here for 11 big blinds, 12 big blinds. Just have to get through 1 player.
Yeah. What is that? Is that a Super Mario hamburger?
You don't know about the all-in burger?
The all-in burger?
Where have you been? This is a huge trend. A bunch of people have them in the field.
The all-in burger.
You don't know about the Olin burger. The AIB. The Abe.
You get this from McDonald's?
No, I'm just messing with you, bro.
Jeez.
Wow, you fell for that hook, line, and sinker. That was pathetic. It's adorable, really.
这不到20 BP 你还推？他这个没办法了，他这个没路走了。
Are they talking about the all-in burger?
我也没路走了。
You had me. It was upsetting. Don't do that again, all right, Griffin?
You didn't like that, eh?
Yeah, no.
Look, I come from a family of actors.
Yeah.
I really had you there.
I'm quite gullible. It seemed legit.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Oh, you're confident. Great delivery.
Just like
and now Randy knows he can't trust me.
That's right. I have like 26 seconds.
But he already had a feeling.
Yeah.
Ace 5 at the hijack.
I had a feeling he's going to raise.
He could activate here. It's a bit loose, but you know you have the one of the chip leads of the table.
Yeah.
Take that blocker and run with it. Just so easy to play if you get fought back against. Really no attachment to this hand other than the min raise, right? Gotten through Lau. Quick fold of the button from 10-4. Just the blinds to worry about.
I mean, players have not been out of line against him, so why not raise? And he's up against King 10 suited. What's the approach?
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because, you know, obviously you can just peel, which is what the out has decided to do, but you have some fold equity against the chip leader here, and you have a hand that I think King 10 in particular is kind of interesting because you're not getting a lot of all-in calls from like King Jack off. King Queen off might even fold for 13 big blinds, so you're folding out some better hands, and like all the ace X's that up to sort of ace 10 probably fold, so you're even maybe folding ace 10. So I think I would have liked to have seen a shove here.
Yeah, and obviously one of the downsides is when you play with just call, you end up having to check fold against a hand that would have folded.
And another thing to consider, if you do think you are folding out like King Jacks and King Queens, if you just call and it comes King High, you're probably busting. So there's a lot of different ways to think about a spot like that. You know, the power of shoving pre-flop against a really wide open range. But look, there's 29 players left. You don't want to just shove there, get snapped by ace queen, and suddenly you bust when you could have just called. And so there's a lot of ways to it.
Yeah, it wasn't a slam dunk.
No. But it's important to think about those spots, I think.
We understand them both
yeah,
ways.
Yeah.
Played it just fine. One kicker up and suited this time. So is that like an all-in carrot? You see it?
I mean, everybody knows about the all-in carrot. You're kidding, right?
What do you mean? You don't know about the all-in carrot?
Wait, you can't flip it on me. Martin Nielsen with a very foldable 8-6 and does tighten up a bit, which I think he needs to do now that the blinds have increased to 200, 400.
Yeah, the layout has definitely changed for Nielsen. Yeah. You know, when he was that big chip leader, he was willing to defend hands like that.
Yeah, I mean, he used to be Martin Pielsen.
What is he now?
Just Martin Nielsen.
No, he couldn't. That's the best you can come up with.
Yeah, it was a one-pronged joke, okay? I know you expect the world of me, but
I do have high expectations.
Going to be playing another about 30, 35 minutes left till we go on a more official dinner break, I believe, right? That's the plan?
I believe so.
We're going to let them eat?
We are. They do need to eat. Currently, there is 28 minutes left on the level. So likely that is what you speak of.
14 big blinds. You can play this as a shove. Yeah, effective shove here, raising to 4 million.
4 million straight. So if he doesn't put all of the chips in, he doesn't use the burger?
Now you're getting it.
Yeah, okay.
Now you're learning how the burger works.
So when he puts in most of his chips, it's just normal. Maybe just a towel in there. All in burger or no burger.
Speaking of food, just because I am getting a bit.
Okay,
I was
what are you gonna order?
thinking
A burger?
No,
There's a burger on the menu at the Shanghai
I
Bun.
got it actually at 3 a.m. last night.
And
it wasn't bad. I got the burger and the dumplings. I was like, that was too much food, but thank God Randy lent me 50,000 in tickets. And you know what's actually funny? It came to 50,500. I'm sorry. Listen, it came because it was like
50,500.
Yeah, no, because it was like I think the burger was. Anyways, doesn't matter. 32. It came with the burger and the dumplings and a Coke Zero. It came to 50,500.
Okay.
And when the guy came over, obviously I only had 50,000. I was just like, look, I got 50,000. You got to give me a break. And he's like, oh, but it's not. I'm like, listen, every time I get a 24,000 order, and I give you 25,000, like
you negotiated.
Don't make me ask for the manager. I'm not paying this 500. And he's like, all right. He gave me a break. So if you ever want to, you know.
Didn't know you had a side hustle.
Yeah.
Nice. Rounded down for you.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, they did.
Usually they
I don't
round
think
up.
they're going to round down on 51 or 52,000, but the 500, they gave me a break.
Look at this. King, queen, snap in off against the king, 8 suited. Trouble for Bao from Singapore. It's just too short. Can't down the king, queen.
Standard shove here from the hijacks. Definitely just trying to get it through, not find a dominating opponent. But Hugh Wen was like, I'll be your Huckleberry, but you're not going to like what you see.
Well, certainly does not love to be in this situation if you're Bao. And he needs to find an 8 soon. He's got 2 chances, 2 poles. Not that card. One more chance for Bao, or his run is over in this Genesis with 29 players remaining. Is he the next casualty? Pair of kings, no good. Good game, sir. And the 6 million pot being sent to win. It will not be rounded down, by the way. He will get the additional 50K. GG. Well respected player from Singapore. That makes it 28 remaining.
Pay that man his money.
Yeah. Let's actually tell you how much money he's getting paid. Do you remember? I said it earlier.
13 something, yeah. 13.5?
That's right.
13.4,
So, do we pay 13.5 or do we pay 13 or 14?
13.5.
13.5? Okay.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Nice.
I just thought maybe they're getting paid out by the bun. King 9 suited for Martin Nielsen.
So the reason I brought up the food, as Nielsen's definitely going to play this King 9 suited at the cutoff.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Tell me about your food itinerary today. Did you get there for breakfast?
At the bun?
No, I'm saying, what? No, we have the breakfast buffet.
Yeah, I've been to the landing, yes.
Okay, did you do the landing breakfast this morning?
I did.
Okay, so have you eaten since then?
Yeah, I had some fried rice earlier.
So you're going to eat after this too. Are you going to 3 meal, or are you going to, maybe you'll have the, after the late shift?
Are you my dietitian?
No, I'm just curious, because I made the mistake of having the breakfast and then not eat, and now I'm dying. I'm just trying to plan my, we're working hard here.
Okay.
You're the experienced one, man.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I really needed to know all that, Griffin. My life has improved. And no improvement for either player here.
You don't give advice. So Martin providing a free card here with King 9. I think this is simply just him being like, this is I have the best hand here. No real reason to bet.
Yeah, we've seen him check back a lot of ace highs and king highs.
And now it's simply protection. Now it's simply like, okay, I don't want you to hit a 7 or a 10 on the river, so I'm going to bet. I like that.
Makes sense. If your opponent has no interest, shoot out a little min bet, steal it. So the point of your story, I'm just trying to make sure we get this straight, is you just want to tell me you're really hungry.
I think mostly I want to learn about your life, and I just was
But
curious.
these are very odd things.
I'm just curious how you plan your food over the course of the day, because I need to work on my planning.
So I eat breakfast when it's breakfast, I eat lunch when it's lunch, and I eat dinner when it's dinner. And when I'm thirsty, I drink something.
Yeah, but let's say you're on air at, like I was today, 3:15, 3:30, and I have a big breakfast at 10:30, 11. I'm not really lunch hungry by like 2, you know? So do you just sort of maybe snack, go do your
Are we
go
really
your
talking
2
about
levels?
this? Are we really talking about this deep?
I don't want to
why,
fight.
Why don't we analyze a hand
I
instead?
don't want to fight on air. There's no hand happening. Martin Nielsen's just thinking about making a bad open, but he didn't do it because he's cleaning it up.
Okay, what of this? King 10 suited.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's all right?
Oh, yeah. It's really been the hand of the event. There's been a lot of stuff going on with King 10.
It just seems to be every single time. And there's something happening here.
Oh,
Ace,
yeah.
queen on the button. How do we respond? Because we are playing against a deep stack.
Here.
You like call or you like 3-bet?
Face to face with greatness, now it's strange.
It is a little awkward, isn't it?
Open your eyes. Let's begin.
You can get out of tune.
Someone knows that song. I'd be very impressed. He does go 3-bet here. I don't think he'd be thrilled to play for 40 bigs, but it's also, you know, so ahead of the cutoff opening range. Seems too tight, weak to flat. Let's see how Zhang responds. I think this is, you know, maybe the worst hand you would call with.
Yeah, I think theoretically you're supposed to defend here, right? But then it's not unreasonable just to see a lot of players say, Sai, I'll let you take it this time. 28 remaining, but he is going to get in there.
Let's
do
do
what
it.
I like to see.
Yeah,
We're going to play a 5.8 million chip pot. This is just pre-flop.
Wait, you're telling me there's 3 more streets?
Well, depends if we get to see all 3 streets. For now, we're on to this one. Top pair for the King 10. Lovely flop. Now Nguyen's got the decision on whether he wants to see that ace queen high.
Yeah, it's just easier to play. You know, it's not like it's 10, 7, 8. We're going to get some cards you can barrel. Don't want to turn your hand 2 face up, and you don't really need to bet that big here.
You like 1.8?
Yeah, I like 1.8.
Well, we're sitting there with a pair of 10s. Strong kicker.
Yeah, just keep the bluffs in with a call. A lot of nice cards on the turn for our hand.
Does end up making the call. The pot is almost 10 million in chips. And we're going to see one more street. Jack on the turn gives Nguyen the gut shot now. Can find a king. Ace or queen will still do it.
Yeah, the SPR is getting a bit tricky. The stack to pot rate ratio, 9.5 in there, 11.5 back. This is a very important decision point for Hugh Win.
It's weird because you kind of want to bet because you pick up equity, but then you also don't want to bet and to get jammed on and, you know, fold a hand that has clean outs.
Oh!
And he hit the straight against King 10, which has 2 pair. Oh my God, I was not ready for that.
The thing is, too, is that Zhang shouldn't really have a bet here because it appears like he has something. Yeah, he's going to check because it looks like he has something like, you know, ace 10 suited or perhaps queen 10 suited, pocket 9s, pocket 8s, these kind of hands. So I think he's checking likely to check raise all in and try to get value from ace king.
Right. Or try to let your opponent represent ace king.
Exactly. So this check makes a lot of sense to me. I think if win goes really big, like anything over 6 million, yeah, this is
getting jammed on, isn't he?
Absolutely getting jammed on. This is huge trouble for Yifeng Zhang. I would say the only merit to calling is if you think Hugh Win isn't going to call with ace king facing a shove, then maybe you just want to prevent the very unlikely scenario you have happens of ace queen, but that's just so, it's just too paranoid. 2 pair is just too strong here, right?
And sometimes you just don't know the answer to that question. If your opponent will bet call off like ace king.
Yeah.
He is
he might
leaving
even-
one chip back.
He might even, yeah.
He's putting it all in.
And this is the crazy thing, is that he is going to be faced with an all-in for that one chip, and he's going to know that his opponent has ace-queen. Oh, this is just going to be so mortifying for
All in.
Zhang. And he just knows.
He
still
calls,
puts it in, yeah.
and it's a 32 million chip pot, biggest pot of the tournament. Yifeng Zhang, utter disaster.
What are the odds? What a run out. What a massive pot. I mean, that is going to vault into a massive chip lead. Like, look at that.
All of his chips into the black hole. They're gone. And resurfaced. In wins chip stack. He's got all the chips in play. He's got to be the tournament chip leader now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, before this hand on the leaderboard, no one even had 30 million. That pot was for 32 million and doesn't include the chips behind that he had. So definitely the new tournament chip leader. We love action here at Triton ONE, and that was, wow, what a cooler for that man right there, getting his payout, dealing with that awkward mic takeoff.
I mean, that's just a nightmare. That one is going to sting for a long time. You know, you're sitting there with 40 big blinds. You think you just rivered the perfect card, and you're just imagining, wow, I'm going to be the chip leader of the Triton ONE opening event. Going to win over $500,000 potentially. And then just like that, snap of a finger, he's gone.
And just like that, oh. Now I'm feverishly updating the leaderboard. Hasn't come in yet. There it is, 36 million for Hugh Wynn.
He's almost got 100 bigs. Actually sitting on 90. Edgar's like, what? I thought I was up here by myself. Edgar, going to be second in chips overall, 31 million.
You decide.
Oh, yeah. 800.
Ace 10 for Yao Yun Liu. He's min raising off of that 10 big blind stack.
Yeah.
Something you're a fan of, yes?
Yeah, I think now that we're six-handed, I would prefer shoving, actually.
But if it was 8-handed, then you like this?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, got a situation here. Win. Chip leader. Reading as strength, and I don't blame him. Folds the same hand. Takashi Kawachi. Ace 4 offsuit.
Pika, Pika!
He does have Pikachu.
Pikachu!
I want you to do the whole hand in that voice. Would that be difficult?
Pika, Pika, Pika!
You may exit character now.
Pika!
You do understand English, right? 400K. Do see that ace of hearts for Takashi. He calls. Look at that turn card, Griffin.
Look at it, man. Look at it!
It actually gives Lou a gut shot, which might give him excuses to multi-barrel. He's going to check it back.
Yeah, it's hard because you don't have the heart. I mean, right? It's just like you could be...
Oh, my God. Look at Takashi. Just instant rip. Ace 4 high. Is everyone an action player at this table?
I mean, this is just a great bluff because let's just say Lou had something like pocket nines, pocket eights, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not really expecting this to be ahead of any of this shove range. Like, what are the bluffs, right? Only ace X with the ace of hearts. 9-10, well, okay, that's not fair. 9-10 with a heart certainly would be calling for the min bet.
Mm-hmm.
8-9 with a heart 10-8 with a heart.
I don't even think they need a heart to call him in bet.
I think that he might call this.
He's thinking about it.
It certainly looks bluffy.
This would be an amazing call with a 10 in
I
hand.
think that flush draws probably just check raise all in on this flop.
I hear you.
I think a
Oh
jack-
my
yeah,
God,
yeah,
what
yeah,
a call.
Yeah,
What a hand. He deserves that pot.
Beautiful.
China's Ya Yun Lu. A round of applause.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, at first it just seemed like, oh, you can't really call here. And then you start thinking about it. You're like, wait a minute, there's a lot of bluffs here.
Cooler. He just needled
Because
him.
Jack X probably check shoves, right? Even 7X probably check shoves on the flop. He's only playing like 10 big blinds to start the hand, right? So, yeah, just more leans towards bluff. And that's just a brilliant call. I'm sure everyone is enjoying that.
It was a good bluff and a better call.
Yeah, and that's sometimes what it comes down to, Randy.
Yeah, well done by Lou. And in case you haven't had the chance, you can go to the Triton Poker Plus app, vote on the current poll, which is which nation will end the day with the chip lead. Yeah, if you're a fan of China, who is currently leading that leaderboard, you know, you can cement their win if you keep voting for them, or plenty of other countries that you've been watching in these final 3-4 tables that you can vote for.
铁头，太牛了。
Back-to-back hands were amazing.
Yeah.
Fireworks.
And I think a lesson in that hand, too, of, I mean, you know, one of the principles we've been talking about with how to utilize these 10 big blind stacks and take these sort of blocker opens instead of just shoving and hoping to get it through. Because even with ace 10 there, you know, you shove 10 big blinds. No one woke up with a better hand, so everybody folded, but you allow your opponents to play in a lot of ways perfectly against you, only really call you with better or flipping hands. Instead, you get the worst ace in the pot, and then you create this situation where you can make this massive call. Suddenly, you know, you're sitting there with 8 million. I think it's a good lesson of what makes that thing so effective. Not just exposing yourself into busting pre-flop, but also getting worse hands in there.
Yeah.
You know, I think Jack 10 off probably calls, Queen 10, 9-10 suited will flat in the big blind. You're getting worse 10s to call as well, you know? So really cool.
Certainly agree with you there. I think a lot of times players are like, well, if I jam, no, don't got to worry about bleeding down post flop, but it's all about creating situations where you dominate your opponent and you can win an even bigger pot.
You know, poker, especially, I find tournament poker as you get deeper and deeper, can be an anxiety-inducing experience. I think, you know, it's easier to just say, okay, I have 10 big blinds. I really need to make some chips. I'm just all in with this pretty good hand. And then you run into something, you're like, oh, I got coolered, I'm out, or whatever. But taking the road less traveled, really recognizing, you know, to protect yourself from busting, creating scenarios where you might be able to find an advantage like that ace 10, ace 4. It's really important. You know, that guy just won a pot that a lot of players don't win. And now he's in better contention to make it to the final table, to find a big six-figure score.
Looks like Takashi Kawauchi is back in there. King Jack suited. He's dominating Queen Jack by just flatting, and he's got the best hand. However, Jason Lau's got the gut shot, and he's got that Queen of Diamonds, and he's betting out 1 million. Takashi calling. Would hate to see a diamond. He would love to see 2 pair in case he was up against a bigger kicker.
Yeah, and I think a card that might freeze up Jason Lau, not a ton of reason to be betting it, but he is going to reach for chips regardless.
Yeah, I'm wondering why he's betting here. It's so hard to get better to fold. It's just kind of one of those mergey bets where he just thinks he has the best hand. What's the worst that can happen? I've got a lot of outs, but he might have created a situation where Takashi jams.
Yeah.
His hand is very vulnerable, and does he have to side call it off now?
No, I think for 6.8, you just bet fold, and that's why we don't bet, right?
Yeah, because then if you check, you might face like a similar bet, and you could just check call and, you know,
Realize your equity.
Exactly.
Oh, there we go. Jinx. You owe me a Coke Zero.
Well, there's the jam. Yeah, I kind of think he regrets the bet now. He needs a count. Understandable. It's 5.1 more million.
It's a lot of chips.
It's a lot of chips.
13 big blinds more.
Yeah. Just shy of 13 big blinds, as you mentioned. I mean, obviously, Takashi's very happy he didn't get snap called, so he knows the King Jack is good.
Okay, 6,800,000.
I think these chips are just too valuable to call it off here. Because if your opponent's willing to jam here, like, hitting a queen is unlikely to do you any good, so you've got actually less outs than you may perceive to have. He's deep in the tank. He's using that tempo clock. He is so on defense.
Yeah, and this is just, you know, you need
He
to
folds.
address these spots with a game plan, right? Why are we betting this turn? You know, what is our intention here? Are we doing it because we're prepared to shovel in on the river and try to fold out, you know, something like King 10 suited or King Queen off that might have flatted on the button? And what do we do? How do we respond if we're shoved on? And I think it would have been much better to just check call that turn.
Well, let's take a look out here. This is going to be the next featured table. Renlin on this one. Of course, assuming we don't get to the final 24 players where we do have a redraw. This is the plan to be the next featured table.
That's right, Tony. Stay well fed, buddy. I need you to lock in.
What is he eating there?
Something delicious.
Like a pancake?
I'm so hungry.
Ace-9 for Chen. Still hasn't recovered from that King-3 offsuit jam he did against Ace-Queen. But hanging in there. Yeah, Yun Liu, King-Jack of clubs. The man who called off his tournament life with Ace-10 high correctly. He's flatting here. On the button. Very pretty hand.
Yeah,
interesting, right?
You can actually go either way here. I think that you can shove here for your 20 effective as well. It's only 13 effective against Chen. We know Chen is definitely capable of making some raised folds.
This one going to be table for 3. Monotone texture. Top pair for King Jack. Single spade in Wynn's hand. Ten's like, wow, you guys really don't respect my raise. Called in 2 spots, and you give me this one. He checks it.
700.
700,000. Trying to shake out random spades that the big blind might have. That's weak. Yeah, you never know if your spade is good. If you were to hit it and he folds, it's just 700 into a 3 million chip pop, but what can ace-9 offsuit do?
Let it go. Fight another day.
He's chipping up. Keep an eye on Yun Liu. Playing amazing. Is there something you're thinking about ordering when you get to the Boon?
I've been thinking about that. I think I'm gonna, obviously there's the 15K coupon set menu, but I think I'm gonna go see what's going on in that main menu.
You haven't even lurked? You've only gone straight to the 15K section?
No, I've mixed and matched. I told you I
Okay,
got the burger and dumplings
right.
yesterday. What's your recommendation? You're a big rice sort of guy, right?
I don't know.
I mean, you're the master boonder, dude.
Hold on. It's aces versus jacks. This is unfair.
Not after Lou's been playing so well.
It's these two guys once again.
Know.
1.9.
1.9. Takashi's going to get his revenge against Yun Liu.
I mean, look.
Eights in the muck.
Non-zero chance that he just flats here, and he gets like a king-queen board. So there's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance. Yeah, there's a chance.
And I do like this call, because if your opponent has a big hand, you likely stack them anyways post-flop. But if they're bluffing, you give them a chance to lose more chips. But you're right. There is a way for jacks to save itself.
There it is.
King high flop.
Doesn't go broke here.
I mean, we're not entirely sure, though, right? Because Takashi got...
I'm sure.
He bluffed off ace-4, and it got shown. 10 of hearts on the turn.
It's just about stack to pot ratio. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I think he's going to bet something around 2 million here.
But you think the jacks continue, right? Or
Yeah,
do you think
the
he
jacks-
just
the
folds
jacks
right
will
away?
call, yeah.
Well, it's 1.5.
Yeah. And then a big decision on the river.
Because what, the main king you're scared of is king-queen. Ace-king you would have hearth from pre. King-jack you block. There's the call. 7.8 million in the pot.
Also, a heart could freeze things up.
A snap all in from pocket aces. When the river comes the queen and jacks into the muck, so Liu does lose that pot, but...
Dodges a bullet, man.
Yeah.
Dodges a bullet. He's going to love to see this. He's going to be loving to hear my voice right now if he's watching the replay an hour from now.
He dodged a bullet from the 2 bullets.
There you go.
But he did get a little flesh wound.
I guess the cleaner way to put that is he dodged 2 bullets, right?
Yeah,
he
but
dodged the aces.
bullet kind of hit him because he lost some chips.
No,
you
it
know?
grazed him, like when Neo's dodging the bullets, you know?
Oh. Is he gone?
Oh, I'm sure he's just asking where the restaurant is.
Yeah, I
For the
don't know
20-minute
about
break.
that because everyone else is still seated. And that's elimination of Ong Pin Schwan in 25th. That means 24 players are remaining. That's the final 3 tables.
And it also means a 4.5% chance you're selling me 5% to Aussie Millions.
That is right. Because your man, apparently, Renlin's still in turn, but we still need to finish the hand at all of the tables. So here we are playing this one. Jason Lau, Jack 7 of clubs. He's in the small blind. He rips it in, and he's up against Jack 9 suited. If Jack 9 suited can call here, it's the favorite.
Yeah, it's not an easy call to make, but you have to consider that some worse jacks and 9s are going to be shoving here. Great example of that is Jack 7 suited, but you know, Jack 5 suited I think is shoving for 10 big blinds. It's just a hand that can run quite nicely against some of the other like King 3 off type hands.
So you recommending a call here, or
I don't know if I would. I think Jack 10 suited I would call.
It's weird because like Jack 9 suited and Jack 10 suited, which is almost the same hand, they still perform very good against like Ace Little, King Little.
Yeah, I know.
Chip EV, this is a call. But when we throw in final 3 tables in the 1,000-man field, it's very different.
I think he might call, but I wouldn't fault him for folding.
He folds. Jason's got to be very happy about that when it's a tank fold. He's like, huh, maybe this guy's got a better Jack. The dealer said it. 24 players. Congratulations, a redraw in order. And look at the chip leader. He's got 89 big blinds, 36 million just shy. We still have Takashi, who won some chips with the aces. Didn't get all of it against Yanyu Liu, who had the pocket jacks hanging in there with 16 bigs. Chen is sitting on 10 big blinds. Folded Jack 9 suited. Can't blame him. Blind versus blind. Welcome back to the booth. Randy Liu alongside Griffin Banger. And final thoughts before we do the 3-table redraw?
I mean, look, there are a lot of great characters here left still in the 3K Genesis. We're really getting to know these players. I mean, you watch them all day, ever since day one. Your Martin Nielsen's, of course, your Chuang Zhang's, who's fallen now to about 19 million, whereas, of course, Hugh Wen with the chip lead. It's been a pretty exciting day so far. We're down to 24. We're trying to get down to 8. I mean, I think it's going to happen. The average stack isn't that big. The chip leaders have large stacks around 80 big blinds, but after that, everyone's under 50. This thing's going to move. This thing's going to keep going, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you know where you're going? You're going to the Shanghai Boon, so you're going to be...
I'm going to get fed, everyone, finally. Feed the Griffin.
Griffin's going to be leaving. Vitter will be joining me. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break to do this redraw, about 20 minutes, so grab a coffee, and we'll see you guys soon.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphrey's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphrey's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
I played a main event at Playground Poker Club a few months ago, and I finished second. And then this lovely woman who's playing a cash game came up to me and said, "Hey, can you come over to my table for a second?" Because she was like kind of like between hands or whatever, didn't want to miss a hand, so I walked over. It was kind of a strange request, but I walked over, and she was like, "Hey, like I promised my son that if I ever met you, because we go to the same casino and play the same thing, as you get dealt pocket jacks on the button." She said, I promised him that if I met you, that I would get your autograph. And I was like, oh, this is sweet. Like this happens pretty infrequently to me, but it was like cool. And then she's like, and she wants you to write something on the autograph. I'm like, what up now, sweet? She's like, yeah. Like, this is crazy. Like, this happened so long ago.
An esports legend. That's why I will keep introducing you as the Counter-Strike 1.6 star.
I pretend to be embarrassed about it, but I freaking love it. Keep it coming. As Ding Biao, who's done a good job of raising his 13 big blind stack at the 125K level all the way up to 3 million without any all-in showdown. is going to defend the 9-8 and
Wow.
get a board that he's going to want to see a turn card. Topset.net for Zhao Tong Yu.
Yeah, but the open ender for Ding Biao, it is the bottom end, obviously, of the open ender. But
Yeah, this is actually quite a nice draw for Ding Biao to get against this particular hand because, you know, he's going to be able to fold a lot of turns, right? Like he tries to hit the queen or the 7 here. And if the turn's just like an offsuit 4 and you bets 70, 80%, he can just fold, you know? It's better than having something like, I don't know, king 9 of diamonds and then calling once and then the diamond comes and you brick again or whatever. Yep. Open-ended, bottom end, just call one and get out of there.
well, Ding Biao is listening, and he is going to toss in the calling chips. And we are off to play a turn.
Then again, a low club would be interesting.
All right.
I gotta stop wasting this freaking luck superpower on calling cards. Like I should be freaking in the field playing.
3 of clubs is what rolls off on the turn. Ding Biao. I mean, you can be certain, obviously, that your 8 high flush draw is good. We can see it's good, but if there would be another club on the river, are we thrilled? Are we loving it?
Let's see what kind of price that you gives him. I think Ding Biao is going to be pretty cautious here because he can just be drawing dead. He can just be up against, you know, and the times he's not drawing dead, he could just be up against king queen with the queen of clubs, or a straight draw, or ace king with the king of clubs, where his queen is now not even live.
I mean, we are very rarely drawing dead. We can't actually be drawing dead on this board. We always have outs.
No, we don't.
What hand has 9-8 dead?
Ace 5 of clubs.
No, because then we will win with 7. We can
Ace 5 of clubs.
Oh, right now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's okay.
I am very blind.
No, not at all.
I am very blind.
No, you're fine. No, but it's important to clarify because that's the thing is that Ding Biao is getting a great price to crack the hand that he's up against. But he still could be up against a hand that is unbeatable, like an ace 4 of clubs. And then he could be up against a hand like ace king with 1 club where his queen is dead, his club is dead, and he's looking for a
wow.
Oh my gosh.
And he's obviously going to get snapped by the top set of you.
He's going to love to see this, though, when you get snapped, because he's, you know, he has 32% equity. It's a real good chance. You know, when you get snapped there, you're thinking you're looking at king 9 of spades or clubs or something.
Yeah. We could have indeed been that. For a split second there, I thought we were holding 2 clubs. There were only 2 clubs on the board. And I was like, oh, we're always fine. But it could have been so much worse. I mean, you get snapped like that. You're like, am I at 0%? But most certainly not. He's actually working with 32.
I love the serpent-esque look of Ding Biao, where he's just sort of like, I know I got caught here, but I have a chance. Yeah. And you don't want to let this guy double up to 6.5 million because he is an absolute force to be reckoned with. I've seen it at the highest stakes in the world. This is going to be a huge swing. I mean, look at what Yu has left, 200,000 chips.
Mm-hmm. Jack's cover.
3-time Triton Super High Roller champion. And looking to make a big run here. Just 60 players remaining.
Massive hand. Any club, any queen, any 7. That is what Ding Biao is looking for. He will not find it. The king is fantastic news for the man with pocket jacks. Open things up from the button. That is going to do it for Ding Biao for now. But of course, we'll see a lot more. The app, top right side. Vote, and now you can vote for who you think is going to be leading the pack. Who comes out of day 2 of the opening event, QQPK 3K Genesis, as the chip leader. And which nation will they represent? Right now, most of you guys have voted for China, overwhelmingly even, almost 40%. USA and Denmark, maybe decent shouts, or even the France at this point. Japan is still up there too. 3rd overall in the voting, 12% of the votes predicting a Japanese chip leader. And it could be this man, even though he's got some work to do. But he's heading in the right direction. Kaido Mitara, as he shoves ace king. Oh, we've got a hand. Well, 2 shorties going at it.
Here we go.
Ace king offsuit versus pocket jacks, a very fair fight. Down to 57 already. Jacks versus ace king. The jacks are good so far. As As a bunch of baby cards come out, 8-4-3 rainbow. Nothing too exciting there for Kaido Mitara when it comes to backdoors. Ooh. There is the king though. King on the turn. And since Kaido Mitara had a few more chips, Kai Yang is immediately getting up and is unmiking. Does not believe that he can find a jack, or maybe this is how he summons the jack on the river. Not this time. GG.
That's the game, right? Unfortunate flip loss for Kai Yang. Going to be around our 57th or so finisher.
Yeah. There is not much that anyone is going to do there when it's a button shove, one of the shortest stacks at the table, and you wake up on the big blind with pocket jacks. I can't think of anyone in this room that will be like, you know what, I'll wait for a better spot. I don't.
Back to the table action.
We've got the Hoodie Brothers now next to each other, wearing the same Triton ONE merch from last September. I always get excited when we don't see the whole cards appear immediately, thinking it might be time for the mystery hand, but there were no graphics appearing in the top right side. I can't believe we've only had one so far today. I need more mystery hands in my life, especially when it comes down to this man, Zhang, in the small blind. He's going to make the call with King 5.
And Zhang does not have, just limp shoves King 5 and gets snapped. I mean, this is erratic behavior. Run the cards, says showing Zhang 35% of the time is just going to clip the wings of Wei Yu. I mean, this is what we love about Triton ONE. You're not seeing moves like this in the Super High Roller, but this is exciting, dangerous, reckless.
Zhang has tiger blood.
Yeah,
the man has one speed, one gear, and that's go. He cannot stay away from a couple million chips in the middle more than 5 minutes. And we are going to run it with King 5, and he flops amazing. Flop stop pair. That's all he was really looking for.
Yeah, gained 52% equity up to 87. And, oh, you must be sick.
Let go of the ace queen not too long ago.
Puts his chips towards Xiang Zhang. One more card to come.
Sorry.
Sorry, oh, that's sweet.
That is not good.
Great sportsmanship.
吃饭啦！现在真的是去吃饭了。
The opposite of getting angry at the dealer there.
I gotta say, man, for someone who's played a lot in Europe and especially in the US in particular, just the sort of disposition of these players, not taking these things personally. I mean, it's just so much different than the energy of, say, something at the World Series. Like these people, even when you get so unlucky with the ace jack, you know, you'd see this snicker and go start complaining. But no, it's just laughing, having a good time. We're out here, we're all having a blast here in Triton ONE. And
I don't know who that is.
Well,
Actor, I assume?
Yeah, you can assume because you're a smart guy. So Alan Rickman played Snape, Severus Snape in the Harry Potter movies. And he went to theater school with my dear mother. In London.
Nice.
Rada, I believe it was called. And he remained a family friend. He came over for dinner a couple times. I got him to do some of the lines from Die Hard and Harry Potter.
He's in Die Hard?
He's the main villain in Die Hard. He plays the, like, sort of Russian or...
Which one?
Die Hard 1.
Okay, go on with your story.
The Christmas movie. Yeah, he gets dropped off. Well, spoilers alert for Die Hard, since you're being weird. Yeah, he gets dropped off the, I want to say, Yakamoto Towers or whatever it is.
Yeah, I know who you're talking. You're talking about Hans.
Yeah, Hans Gruber.
That's right.
So I got him to do the ho 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 line. The ho ho ho. Now I've got a machine gun. Whatever.
Well, ho ho ho. We might have a hand right here. Queen 7 of clubs, facing a 3x open. Both players deep stacked, and Win hasn't been shy of playing.
Yeah, we can definitely see a flop with the Queen 7 suited.
And he does. It's already 1.85 in the middle due to inflated pre-flop raise size from Nielsen with the ace-3 offsuit.
Inflation, man, it's going to get us all.
Might get him here because ace-3 is still an okay hand on this run out. Trip 7s though, lurking. Hoping to stay hidden. To c-bet or not to c-bet? That's the question, right? He's going to go for check.
Yeah, and I think Win will likely find a bet here, but not a large one. Doesn't want to scare off hands like ace high that are going to be drawing dead a lot of the time.
Looks like likely spot on, and sizing as well. 450K to your liking?
Yeah, I think this is just lovely. Quarter pot. Get that value before the board gets even scarier against a hand like ace 3.
Yeah, and I like betting super small because if your opponent has a ace high or some king highs, they're like, well, it's so cheap, let me just see a turn, and maybe they bing something and get in trouble.
1.2.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Did not see that coming. 1.2. Doesn't think Win's got the 7. He's reading the bet size as weakness. He is wrong.
I think this is interesting. It's not a line that I would ever take, but maybe Martin just thinks it's going to be easier to play, taking over the role as the aggressor. Because when you start check calling with ace 3 here, your hand is so face up, and if you're up against an opponent that is aware of that, it's going to be very difficult to play.
Turn card to the jack. Courageous check raise. Now he's got to be very worried that Win's got a solid piece to bet call on this turn card. On the flop. This turn card kind of improves bet calling range, right? Like, they might have the 7, they might have jack 10 or 10-8. They might have diamonds that has a gut shot.
Yeah, some interaction for the diamonds, like even if he has king jack of diamonds or...
Nielsen is lighting these chips on fire. 2.5 million. Now we got to ask the question. Is it better for us to jam with 5.9 million or just call? Do we not have to fear about these little gut shots?
It's just always call.
Always call here?
Yeah. Because you're
scary though,
I know, but scared of what? I mean, at that point, it's just like, if the straight card comes, just let him rep it. And if he has it, he has it. You just lose. Like, we can't be scared about losing here. I mean, I think like if he calls here, and the river's a king, Martin might just think, I think this guy has 9-10. I'm all in. You know, like. So you just let them keep bluffing, and if they somehow have had you beat on the flop, almost impossible. If they somehow have you beat on the turn, very unlikely. If they somehow have gotten there on the river, like, we just need to, this is a very, very highly skilled player that's going to take, go after it. Give him a chance.
There's
right?
9.25 million. Is he going to go after it on the purest blank in the deck? Wynn's only got 3.4 back.
No,
he gives up now.
Yeah, he knows. It's just like, okay, wait a minute. This guy has a 7.
Yeah, and he probably figures a 9 without some kind of backup, like a straight draw, might have just folded on the turn, potentially. Yeah, he's like, I don't know what he's got, but he ain't folding. Huge misstep for Nielsen.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, I don't know what to call it. Maybe a bit of an ego pot or something. It's just like, this is not, it's just not necessary to find yourself putting in 3.5 million chips, 4.5 million chips with ace 3 on 7-7-9 jack. And now
he wants to
he
count.
might just level himself, because let's talk about the kind of hands he thinks as bluffs Win might have. King 8 of diamonds, King 10 of diamonds, Queen 10 of diamonds.
Everything diamond related.
There's a lot. Yeah, no, he knows better. I mean, we saw him make a jack high call yesterday that was kind of correct in a way, but of course.
That's why we hold our breath, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, we love Martin Nielsen. We love the way he's able to splash around, but he has a bit of a screw loose sometimes. And I was just like, look, I got 50,000. You got to give me a break. And he's like, oh, but it's not. I'm like, listen, every time I get a 24,000 order, and I give you 25,000, like.
You negotiated.
Don't make me ask for the manager. I'm not paying this 500. And he was like, all right. He gave me a break. So if you ever want to,
Didn't know you had a side hustle.
Yeah.
Nice. rounded down for you.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, they did.
Usually they
I don't
round
think
up.
they're going to round down on 51 or
2.7.
52,000, but the 500, they gave me a break.
Look at this. King, queen, snap in off against the king 8 suited. Trouble for Bao from Singapore. It's just too short. Can't down to king, queen.
Standard shove here from the hijacks. Definitely just trying to get it through, not find a dominating opponent. But Hugh Wen was like, I'll be your Huckleberry, but you're not going to like what you see.
Well, certainly does not love in this situation if you're Bao. And he needs to find an 8 soon. He's got 2 chances, 2 poles.
Skadoosh.
Not that card. One more chance for Bao, or his run is over in this Genesis with 29 players remaining. You see the next casualty? Pair of kings, no good. Good game, sir. And the 6 million pot being sent to win. It will not be rounded down, by the way.
Jumping.
He will get the additional 50K.
GG,
GG. Well respected player from Singapore. That makes it 28 remaining.
Pay 15, 3:30. And I have a big breakfast at 10:30, 11. I'm not really lunch hungry by like 2, you know? So do you just sort of maybe snack? Go do your.
Are we
go
really
your 2
talking about
levels?
this? Are we really talking about this deep?
I don't want to
Why,
fight.
why don't we
I don't
analyze a
wanna-
hand
I
instead?
don't want to fight on air. There's no hand happening. Martin Easton's just thinking about making a bad open, but he didn't do it because he's cleaning it up.
Okay, what of this? King 10 suited.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's all right?
Oh, yeah. It's really
Approval?
been the hand of the event. There's been a lot of stuff going on with King 10.
It just seems to be every single time. And there's something happening here.
Oh,
Ace,
yeah.
queen on the button. How do we respond? Because we are playing against a
Something
deep stack.
happening here.
You like call, you like 3-bet.
Face to face with greatness, now it's strange.
It is a little awkward, isn't
Open
it?
your eyes. Let's begin.
You can get out of tune.
Someone knows that song. I'd be very impressed. He does go 3-bet here. I don't think he'd be thrilled to play for 40 bigs, but it's also, you know, so ahead of the cutoff opening range. Seems too tight, weak to flat. Let's see how Zhang responds. I think this is, you know, maybe the worst hand you would call with.
Yeah, I think theoretically you're supposed to defend here, right? But then it's not unreasonable just to see a lot of players say, "Sai, I'll let you."
Welcome back to Triton ONE, coming to you live from Les A Casino here in Jeju. My name is Wither Single, joined in the booth by Randy Liu. Randy, what a level and what a frame you guys just witnessed. Huge swing in chips. Tell me about it.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, our current chip leader, he won that huge pot with ace queen, rivered the king. He made Broadway. His opponent made 2 pair. But he really does just deserve it. The way he's been playing, he has been relentless. He's been making well-timed moves, and, you know, he's at the top.
He really is, almost 35 million in chips, and he is going to be on our feature table after this redraw. He will also be joined by the second place in chips. That's Edgar with about 31 million in chips. So this is the table to look out for. Huge fireworks possible as we're down to the final 3 tables here at the 3K QQPK Genesis opening event.
Yeah, what's really interesting for me at this feature table is we've got the 2 biggest stacks there, right? And the thing is, who wants to give a little bit? Because oftentimes, you know, you want to be that table captain when you're so deep because you can just take down blinds and antes without any resistance. So I'm very curious to see if maybe the chip leader opens, does Edgar flat or 3-bet a bit, or vice versa, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're getting to the business end of the day and the tournament. In fact, final 3 tables, we're playing down till the final table of 9, down to 24 right now, so 15 spots away from the final table of our opening event here. It's all to play for. I'm super excited to throw to the table as we do see the entire remaining field going all the way down to 24th place. That's going to be Zheng Shan Chan. 10 bigs, not the shortest stack. Everybody in with a shot.
Yeah, he was playing pretty cool. Like, we thought he was a very strong player. Made one play where he jammed excessively against a small blind limp. He had king 3 off. His opponent woke up with ace queen. So he lost all his chips. But, like you mentioned, he still has some chips. It's still a life. It's 10 bigs.
Yeah, I am a little bit worried about the remaining players at this table. I mean, we might have a majority of the chips remaining in play on our feature table here. So there is ICM pressure to be applied, but 2 big stacks on the table should make it pretty interesting.
It's not just the 2 big stacks, because it's also followed by Chong Jen, who has no time bank, who's been playing super wild, very interesting. And, we got Martin Nielsen, of course, at our feature once again.
I mean, Chong Jiang had maybe the hand of the day. There was a little bit of a snafu with the time bank. Did try to raise the 7 deuce suited from the small blind. Got a bit rejected by the floor in terms of the raise size. Then 3-bet jams it on the flop. It was incredible. As we do throw to the floor the last remaining 3 tables, we do see Jason Lau on the screen entertaining us on the previous feature table. And we will be closing into the feature. The business end, as I call it, Randy, this is all what it's come down to. We do have a lot of payouts happening already, but we are fighting for the $586,000 up top. All players guaranteed $16,000. Not a bad return on investment for the 3K buy-in.
Not too shabby. I do agree.
On the slightest of pay jumps right now, next spot, the 23rd place, guaranteed 19,000. It's always interesting in a field like Triton ONE to see who actually lets the pay jump affect their play. Certainly understandable. It's one buy-in.
One buy-in is one buy-in.
As we do see the chip count on our feature table, as we mentioned, the top 2 stacks in the tournament, that's Hu Dong-Win and Edgar Asehan, followed by Chang Zhuang. Pretty big differential from 78 to 47, and a bunch of shorter stacks are clumped around the 15 to 25 big blind range. Perhaps of note is Martin Nielsen there, 24 bigs, bit of an average stack, not what he's been used to over the course of the day.
Nope, but does. You do eventually get there when the blinds go up and you're unable to eliminate players. There he is.
MTTs, humble us all. Always exciting to go on the Triton Poker Plus app and take note of who has joined us in the past, Triton ONE or the Super High Roller Series, and who is new. To the felt, Edgar seems to be somebody who's playing his very first Triton event, and here he is, second in chips.
Yeah, apparently he's been crushing some medium-sized buy-ins over in the Asia side, hailing from the Philippines. It's Edgar. This would be a major breakthrough if he can convert here to OW.
Yeah, I think one of the best opportunities that Triton ONE provides is to truly launch a career, not just in terms of a score, but really get a bit of renown. If you beat these fields, I think everybody pays a bit of attention, pardon me. I was looking at our chip leader's stats as well. He did finish 5th in the 40K Mystery Bounty in the Super High Roller Series last year, so coming in with some high stakes experience, top 5 in the Vietnam all-time money list. And away we go. Long dinner break. The players have had some time to reset and would have had some time to research each other as well on the feature table, no doubt.
Yeah, research that Shanghai Boon menu.
It's always a trade-off. Research the menu or research the players. As I do spot the Harry Potter, and I do remember a conversation of you not having watched Harry Potter. How do you feel when people talk about big IPs around you?
I watched like most of the first one, but that's about it.
Okay, so you recognize what you're looking at there.
Yeah, I know Harry. He's got the little lightning bolt.
That's right. Well done.
Ignas. First time I've seen him play. I don't know if you got a chance to witness him yet.
Not yet. Opening up, King, Queen, UTG. Pretty standard. We are coming in at the 200, 400K level where we left off when we broke for the final 3 tables. Ace-Jack suited. Resistance is incoming. Yayum Liu. Mid-massage.
He's like, hold on a second. Looks like he went with call, and probably a byproduct of UTG opening. A little bit worried about that. Some players do shove in this spot, though. But Lu's been very confident in his post-flop abilities. Made that big call against Japanese player Takashi with just ace-10 high.
Could make the difference between choosing to 3-bet or take a flop in position. How much you think you can outplay your opponent post-flop. As we see now, the unfortunate situation for Ignas is he has king high out of position on the 8-7 deuce 2 spades board. Checks to his opponent. Ace on the turn. Easy life for Lu. 2 flush draws on the board. Ignas has one of each card.
Yeah, I think this is actually really bad for Ignas because the ace heavily favors his UTG open range. Lu is probably not supposed to have that many ace-x in his flatting range. Does go check once more, which is very sneaky from Lu. Super fast.
Yeah, Ignas dodged the temptation, no doubt, to essentially represent the ace, and now faced with the decision once more on the river, take the showdown and hope for a check back.
Yeah, so he's trying to check it down with the nut no pair against hands that aren't willing to 3-bet, like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, I suppose.
6 checks, Randy.
Yeah, I'm very surprised Ace Jack didn't opt to go for value at that point. That was quite odd, to be honest.
I think it's the massage.
It's a little bit too relaxed out there. He wasn't getting massaged before this break.
Mind you, Ignas is from Lithuania, which does represent 3% of the poll we have going on, asking which nation will end the day. That is today with the chip lead, so we're 15 spots away from finding out the answer. China well in the lead, 41% of the vote, but clearly Ignas got some votes as well, representing Lithuania.
I mean, he is the lone Lithuanian remaining in the field, so it's all him.
On to the next one, as the players no doubt settling in. New table means new faces and new playing styles to get accustomed to, not to mention the dynamics of the chip stacks with the 2 big stacks on our table. Curious to see who ends up saying the Captain Phillip words. I am the captain now. It's always a battle.
Never seen it. But I know it. Tom Hanks, right?
Well done.
Starting to realize I know a lot of movie titles, I just don't know what's in the movie.
That sounds like a man who uses his time a lot more wisely than I do.
What happened here? Min raise? I guess he was forced to raise to 2 gold chips. The blinds go up or something? I think that's what happened because it looked like he tried to put out 800K.
As the graphics do update shortly, this man is bouncing.
So this is Mr. 7 Deuce?
He is indeed. What I love about the Triton Poker Plus app is that we can see everybody's remaining Triton tempo or chess clock, and Zheng, of course, is down to 0, as he has been since the 7 Deuce situation.
5 offsuit.
Look at that.
Oh, I love this guy. He's like, I got a 15. Hit me. Let's race. Oh, wow. This is the first time I've got to watch him play. I'm already, like, very intrigued on how he's going to shake things up. 10-5 offsuit. And then the 7 deuce hand, apparently, that happened when I wasn't in the booth. You know there's obviously so much more than just those 2 hands going on.
Oh, absolutely. And he was on the feature table. Martin Nielsen was the one he attacked there. So you can imagine that his opponents went back, watched the stream, adjusted accordingly. And clearly, he hasn't lost a single pep in his step since then with the 10-5 there.
I wonder how he randomizes. It's just a feeling, I suppose.
I think he leans towards any number rolled above a 1, and he raises. Queen 10 suited. We'll open it up. Notice the raise size. The blinds have gone up, as you suggested, Randy. 255, 1.2 is the open, +1.
Yeah, so the bigger raise size does not incentivize the big blind to call as much. And the big blind's actually playing just 4 million, so it does make sense why Yu Peng raise a little larger. He doesn't want the big blind to defend wide and realize its equity, especially when he's holding a hand like Queen 10 suited. That's not really looking for action.
No action thus far.
He's probably like, why are you raising my big blind? Oh, actually, the big blind it's very deep. I apologize. Thought it was a different player in the big blind.
28 bigs to begin with after posting. Ace-Jack. We'll just call. Slightly deceptive, respecting the early open.
Yeah, it's just because if you jam, which wins a lot, but when you're wrong, you're usually cooked. And that's quite nice, Ace-Jack. Top pair.
Monotone, but comfortable, top. And Bai decides to represent just sort of a range bet despite 3 diamonds. Would love the hand to be over with, has the gut shot straight draw, 1 overcard. Board pairs now. Extremely comfortable for Peng. I think this is the key moment in the hand. 7.3 million in the stack. Oh my goodness.
Did he just say all in? This is a disaster. He's got nothing. Unless he just thought he flopped the flush. What is he doing?
He's overbet, ripped it. And his opponent has top pair. I mean, you cannot fold this ever.
Wow. Instant all in with queen high.
Even if Bai had an overpair without a diamond, is he overbet jamming this?
I mean, he might, but obviously they don't have data points. This is crazy. Because if Peng calls here, Peng is just out. 7 million. He has no diamond in hand for backup, in case he was behind. I just don't see how he can fold.
We've seen some crazy bluffs today, but some crazy folds as well. Are we going to add one to the list?
I mean, like, what if your opponent has, like, King Jack? Or just, like, Ace X? He calls. It's getting shown.
Yeah, great point, Randy. Anytime you can beat some of the value bets, you pretty much have to flick in the chip. And he's tapping the table already. 3 outs. Going once. 20 million chips in the middle.
Dude, if the queen shows up, I'm going to lose it.
No, sir. The 7% doesn't come through. We have a 20 million chip pot going the way of Peng. And we do lose our 24th place finisher. Slight pay jump too. Now, for everybody else, Bai leaves us. Quite a bluff.
I mean, to be quite frank, he just incinerated those chips with a flamethrower. Max strength. So unnecessary. I mean, look, I don't mind if he was a double barrel. Maybe he's trying to shake out a naked diamond at check called flop. But there was no need to go all in if you're going to multi-barrel. You know, just bet once more, maybe get like the 10 of diamonds to fold and move on. Like, there, I don't know. It just, he could have bet folded like 4 million and he'd be doing the same effect practically.
Not to mention some draws as well. If Peng had the ace of diamonds with any other connection to the board, maybe he's not letting go, and then you're actually up against ace high and still losing. Well, the table down to 6 then, relatively quickly. Baby pair will open. Chip leader certainly gets to do that, UTG. Not to mention we're shorter-handed than we were a moment ago.
Yeah, a lot of times players would be folding baby pockets, but because he's the tournament chip leader, he has so much fold equity behind him. He's allowed to do this.
Ace in the small, tempting with the newfound chips, but maybe some discipline is in order. You are tempted to play the rush, though, sometimes.
Play the rush. He's going to play the rush. He is? No,
Oh.
okay. Yeah, you can't play the rush. That's silly talk.
What a tease. Do you remember when you learned about playing the rush? I learned it from Super System.
That book's a little dated.
Yeah, and Doyle said that everybody's afraid of you, you're feeling good, just go for it.
Man, you know that book to the T.
I just think Doyle used to just crush everyone so hard at the time. A lot of the advice comes from
But he
his
did.
relative strength.
He did. Okay. Got something going here.
First versus second in chips. Always exciting when these two tangle clash as possible. As we do see another monotone board with diamonds. Pocket three's way ahead.
Yeah, all diamonds once again. A little bit of deja vu. Pretty sure there was a 7 out there as well. Regardless, probably expect the 3s to see bet. You've got that backup with the diamond in case you need it.
You also don't expect to be blown off your hand too often, because for Edgar to check raise and start ballooning the pot against the only person who can eliminate him should be a little less likely.
And you see that the deuce is folded, and it actually doesn't surprise me because you need to think about some of the outs that Jack Deuce is looking for and actually brings another diamond. So you actually have a reduction in outs, and it's actually really hard to maneuver.
Yeah, great point. Reverse implied odds. So the rich gets slightly richer. Top 5 in the Vietnam all-time money list, and the chip leader here at the 3K QQPK Genesis event, Win Hu Dang, crosses 35 million.
He's been waiting for a hand ever since he lost his big stack.
Fold to the blinds. Oh, 10-3. Ugly. Maybe one of the ugliest pre-flop holdings you can pick up.
Yeah, it sucks, to be quite frank.
One thing to note is that we just reached the 500k level, 40-minute levels. The next increment is the smallest. Technically, the medium stacks don't really need to be in a rush. It just can be a little bit patient as the chips do fly about, at least in our feature table with the big stacks in the mix.
Yeah, and to give you more context, actually the average stack is 13 million in chips, which is 27 bigs. You know, we are getting to that stage where there's a lot of other medium stacks around that 20 big blinds, 15. You can see the average in the app. In case you guys didn't realize.
Twelve bigs and a dream for Ignas. Jack 10 is folded. Now this is interesting. 8-6 off on the button, chip lead. Gotta open it.
Yeah. It's actually pretty good because the chip leader is playing from the small blind and they're less likely to fight back. So it allows Edgar to V-pip and steal blinds.
Yeah, sort of the one opportunity per orbit that he gets to really use his chip lead in position. Easy pickup. Am I reading into it, or is Martin looking a little bit defeated? Maybe
Why?
feeling upstuck a bit?
Of course. He was a clear tournament chip leader, kind of forced a pot. Now he's playing a 24 big blind stack or something like that when blinds went up. Like, he can't really just do whatever he wants anymore. He's actually playing a 20 big blind stack.
But as someone who final tabled this event
in the inaugural version of Triton ONE. It's impressive. He's even got this far, down to 23 players. He was down to the final 9 last time, actually getting a huge score, above 100K, finishing 5th. And now here he is in the final 23 and with a shot.
Yeah, it just goes to show that someone with a lot of experience playing the highest stakes, you know, they have the ability to adjust to the different player types out there in massive fields. You know, there's 1,236 runners. It's pretty solid.
I also really appreciate the fact that he had a bit of a blow up on the stream in day 1A. Just rebought, collected himself.
This guy with the natural 9 just said raise. Oh, he's put in a ton of chips too.
Oh my goodness.
And he did it very confidently, like, you know, like this is how much I'm betting. 4.5 mil. King Jack suited usually wants to call here, but it's a lot of blinds.
Yeah, I mean, think about the SPR. 11 million or so would be in the middle. 16 million effective in Zheng's stack. How good do you feel if you connect with the small piece? Wow. But it's too good a hand to fold for the chip leader. I mean, it's one thing for Zheng to attack others, but to attack the chip leader with 6-3 out of position. Crucial flop coming.
He's unfazed. Wow. It's a 9.7 million chip pot.
Jack in the window.
Ooh,
and
yeah.
a king.
2 pair.
This is trouble. Zheng will be tempted to represent.
I mean, it's his board. He's got all the ace-king plus. Because I imagine if Nguyen had ace-king, he would have jammed pre.
Yeah, there's so many pocket pairs that Zheng is targeting that Nguyen maybe would have come along with on the button. And now 2 million downsizing. Pretty much every chip he fires, unless there's some really tricky turn, seems like a donation to Nguyen sitting there with 2 pairs. Oh, there is a tricky turn.
Dude, he might have just found a card that might win him the pot. 4-liner out there, 10 makes a straight. He's at a club in hand. If he bets once more, I actually think he steals it.
This actually increases equity with the baby flush draw as well. 1
funny.
SPR.
Yeah, it's funny because he's not supposed to have too many 10x in his range to 3-bet this spot, but I think at this point everyone knows this guy is very wild. He 3-bets 10-5 offsuit. He can actually credibly rep the straight, believe it or not. No, did he just say all in with natural 9 on this board? There's 23 left. No way. Legend. He's a legend.
All you can eat, and how do you feel about kings up now on this board? 14 million is the ask, exactly half of win stack. He's asking him the question, are you ready to go from the chip leader to average stack?
I'm breathless. This can't be a real hand, can it?
He's not even dead if he's called to with the baby flush draw, so he's actually semi-bluffing. You might not know it.
You gotta give credit to Nguyen. Thinking about it with King Jack here.
Yeah, looks like Zhang's reputation is preceding him. Nguyen has to know how wide he can be for him to be considering it right now.
I mean, if he calls and he's wrong, that's 14 more million chips. I could see a 10 just jamming because it's afraid of 3 clubs out there. Not unreasonable.
Absolutely. Zheng also capable of just raising his hands if he has a set, which is kind of what he's representing with the 3-bet pre-flop as well, of just saying, listen, if you got it, you got it. I have a set, let's go. He lets it go.
Oh, please show. Please. Please. Come on.
Oh.
He can't show because it would reveal his game plan, but ridiculous bluff. Final 3 tables in the 3K Genesis. My hero. Give this man a star if you got the Triton Poker Plus app.
Great call. He gets a star instantly from me. He can't show because he wants to do this 5 more times in the next orbit, probably. He's going to keep everybody on their toes. Bluff of the day for sure. From the man who turned 7 deuce into some magic, now taking the 6-3 and just taking it to town.
What a boss, man. Oh.
As we do see his updated stack, Randy, he is second in the tournament. 28 million for Zhang Zhang, 55 bigs. So now the top 3 stacks in the tournament on our feature table. I'm still processing what just happened.
Yeah, that's why I'm silent, man. It's ridiculous. There's been so many, like, crazy bluffs from many different players, but that one really takes the icing on the cake. Just absolutely love this tournament. Wild plays, courage, everything you need for just pure entertainment.
King 10 takes it down, and actually with the addition of Mengdi and Peng to our table, we have the top 4 stacks in the tournament on the feature. After that hand, do have to take a look at our YouTube chat for the comments. Tons of wows and crazy and super, but my favorite from @ChickenBro, what a goat.
I'm pretty sure the poll we have going on, the percentage for China just went up because I just saw that insane play. I mean, the truth is, like, he's got a good chance to beat a chip leader if he keeps playing like that. Just imagine he wakes up with a monster hand. He, like, when people find out about that hand, he's going to get paid off for a full stack every single time.
And he was on the feature earlier, so the advertising, the image building is done already. He just needs to wait for a monster, but he doesn't seem like the kind of person to wait too long.
Yeah, he's going to wait. He's got, like, a wait limit of about 3 hands.
His clock just resets.
Speaking of clock, he doesn't get a reset of chess clock. All in. Look at this.
Small blind spot taken against a 10 big blind stack, and wakes up with a king. Knows the math. Supposed to call there with the king. And we see why. He would have Martin absolutely dominated.
Oh, the kicker is not amazing. There's never really a situation where you have 2 overs, you know, to your opponent's jamming range, which really increases your equity. You know, let's just say you have like king 9, maybe your opponent's jamming like 8-7, and you know you get quite advantage there. So really nice for Nielsen to just exert pressure with 23 remaining, more fold equity right now. I swear though, wasn't Nielsen using the Malfoy like little doll from Harry Potter? Like, did he switch it up? Is it because he like lost chips? Like, it's been Harry Potter all along that's been doing the job.
I'm very impressed, firstly, with you even knowing Malfoy.
Oh, Wikipedia, man.
Yeah, I think he's still running the Harry Potter good luck charm. I mean, 10 million in chips, working out so far. Ace-9 suited under the gun. Does have the person who is no longer the chip leader, but still the hefty stack of Gwyn on his left. Of course, will open a hand as strong as Ace-9 suited. (10-4), the police code.
The police code, is that what you called it?
I think it means all okay.
104?
No, if, let's say, you're in a situation and you go to the radio, like 10-4, all good. 10-4.
It does ring a bell now that you mention it.
King-Jack. Easy defense from Peng. Ace right in the window, and another ace, 2 hearts as well. This should keep Peng interested for a street at least.
Yeah, you can improve to like king or a jack would be a good kicker. 3-2, a flush. I kind of expect him to call against the tiny bet. Also because Edgar's got a big stack, so he's got a lot more hands, even from UTG, that C-bet that's worse than King Jack High. You know, if it's like a short stack, then maybe you don't check call because they tend to be more ace heavy. Oh, I love all of these players here. They are all relentless.
Now, what is this bet? Find out where I'm at? One of the old school probers?
It's kind of weird to say find out where I'm at when I'm holding King Jack High, you know? But
yeah, you're nowhere. You just have King High.
I just hope you don't have an ace kind of thing. And the fact that he got called should be alarm bells. Should be. Then again, you know, you're welcome to change your mind if you pick up equity. We'll see.
Pretty pure turn there. Very safe for the ace-9. Yeah, he does wave the white flag.
Excuse me, can you tell me the service? Yeah.
Service?
Yeah.
Yeah, normally when you do check raise on paired boards that heavily favor your opponent's range, they bet call. You just give up. You know, it's not mandatory that once you check raise, you need to have a game plan to fire off with random hands, because then you're just putting yourself in a position to bleed more. But, you know, he was just expecting Edgar to have pre-flop raises with high cards that whiff, that just fold.
Edgar going for value. Certainly.
Yeah, he's trying to charge the hearts that might have check raised. Possible.
Probably doesn't expect the King Jack to be on the other side with 0%. Crucial pickup in the form of the distance he puts between himself and second in chips in the tournament and on the table. 35 million now. As we do take a moment to shout out our title sponsor, QQPK. As always, our Triton ONE coverage is proudly backed by them. They're supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage. High stakes, sharp minds, no margin for error. There you have it, QQPK, and of course the ambassadors of QQPK, Konat, Danny, Webster, and Nishant.
Wonder how short the shortest stacks are. Looks like 10 big blinds for two different players.
So 10 bigs is the shortest?
Yeah, the two players with it.
Pretty spinnable.
Or bustable.
Or bustable. That is the case. Spinnable and bustable tend to go together. Here we go. Zheng at it with the premium holding this time. Now, Randy, you were predicting that he would face resistance.
I mean, not if they get 7 Dewey. Let's see what Edgar's got. King 9? I think we're going to
Resistance.
take a flop, huh? Yeah, if Zheng can get a king high flop, he is going to win a ton of chips.
Let's see how he plays a strong hand.
It's the first time I've seen him get dealt one.
Ace in the window. 9 for Edgar as well. Dreamy development here on the flop. In comes the C-bet. I mean, we know he's range betting based on how he's played thus far on this board. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see the sizing he's gone with the 4 million chips in the middle. 1.2 million. Oh, pardon me, 3.6 million chips to begin with, I bet.
Yeah, it makes sense that the 9 is calling, mainly because it's this player. He does think the 9 can certainly be good against, you know, 2 little cards.
Against a 6-3, 7 deuce?
Exactly. Any combination of those.
No overcard to the 9 on the turn.
Wow.
And a tricky check. FPS, fancy play syndrome.
Super sneaky.
8 of hearts completes all kinds of straights and the flush. Edgar left with third pair.
I don't think there's a need to turn the 9 into a bluff. It still has plenty of showdown, especially when your opponent doesn't follow through with a double barrel. I'd value bet the ace king. Sure, it's a little scary because 3 hearts show up in a straight. But the thing is, your opponent has a lot of reason to just bet out those hands themselves, expecting weak ace to check, and this is quite lovely from Zhang. And I think he sized it really well because he's trying to get crying calls out of one pair, and one pair often is the jack when you're holding the ace.
I mean, it's also why you build an image, isn't it? To get paid off in these spots, one pair versus one pair. It's tough to represent bluffs on a board like this. However, if anybody can, it's Zhang.
Completely agree with you. There's a chance he gets paid off. I think most players don't get paid here.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
I think Edgar knows that Zhang is just up to no good, but well played.
Lovely fold. Maybe the milky sizing gave it away?
Maybe, but Zhang's got 30 million. I don't think he minds. Has to be one of the most dangerous players remaining. In a different way, you know. In a way where he can be like, gotcha.
I was talking to some pros last month, and I asked them whether they would prefer to face an absolute GTO wizard or an absolute, let's just say, a chaos machine, like we're seeing.
Chaos machine, I like that.
With Zhang. And actually, they tended... I mean, the answers varied depending on the player type, but yeah, seems like hyper-aggressive players are more worried about facing other hyper-aggressive players. If they feel like they're facing a strategy that they can also study, they're more comfortable.
Right, and the thing is, obviously, there are people who are hyper-aggressive that do it very recklessly and don't really know how their image is perceived, and, you know, they give away chips. But Zhang is giving me the vibe like he knows how to mix it up. So I'm very intrigued on how this one plays out as we get closer and closer to the final table. You know, does he taper back at some point?
We're playing for 580,000 plus up top, and Zhang is just making moves like it's a home game. We'd love to see it.
Like a home game.
Hope you guys are enjoying watching us on YouTube, Twitch, Kick. Really lovely to have you in chat. Of course, hit subscribe to make sure you cover the remaining 8 days of the festival with us. If it's anything like today, or indeed how the whole tournament has been, including day ones, you certainly don't want to miss it. Let's see how the poll is doing. Any movement? China, 42% still. Japan, 13% in terms of which nation will end the day with a chip lead. Certainly many other candidates. Vietnam, I don't see, even though it had a couple of candidates.
Maybe we didn't give them an option. It's possible. Yeah, so it looks like Edgar is the current chip leader, 31 mil. Zhang's got 30 mil. What's happening here?
Rips it.
And the hijack. Sub 10 bigs. Looks pretty standard to me. It's got to fade the snap.
Fade he does. 2.5 bigs picked up. Also taking a look at the other events we have going on, Randy. Day 3 of the festival. This is the first time we have 3 events running at the same time. Of course, day 2 of the QQPK Genesis. And then the Mystery Bounty has begun, Flight 1A. Almost 400 entries there already. And there is a qualifier to the main event as well, with about 75 entries. The outer table is buzzing. The whole poker floor here at Leze Casino is just so fun to be around. The chip riffling is like my favorite ambient sound in the world.
Is it?
Puts me to sleep, wakes me up.
That's your white noise?
Isn't it everyone's? It's like grasshoppers.
You sound like someone who might sleepwalk to his chips. Start shuffling.
By the way, the worst prop bet I've ever heard of is to not refill your chips and pay something every time you do.
Oh, that's quite difficult. Throughout the whole tournament?
Every time you do it, you have to pay. Ace-Jack will rip once more. First the Queen-10 suited. Now one position earlier, +1.
Yeah, back to back.
No reason to suspect it's out of line. I think the card distribution will determine whether there's a call or not. Gets it through once more.
Pull those chips back with some extra soldiers.
Can make so much difference to the mental game and the momentum. To have two pickups like this, the difference between 5 million sub 10 BB and 7 million is tremendous. You get so much more fold equity as well if you can find some 3-bet jam spots. I must say, ever since we lost a player on our feature table, we haven't actually seen an elimination across the field. Still 23 players, so the short stacks hanging around. Okay, this might not make the cut in terms of jamming.
Yeah, not after chipping up 2 times. Would like to see an open with this hand.
Bang does oblige Randy. I suspect a little bit of caution with the big stacks on his left and this man, no matter what position he's in. Ace-2 suited now from the small.
This is a premium for him. He's confused. Oh, he folds. This is odd.
Keeps you on your toes, doesn't he?
I guess he's just a bit of a field player. Like, if the timing is right, he goes for it.
Yeah, maybe respecting Peng's open as well, if Peng has been on the quieter side on the table. King Queen pretty strong. Does defend the 1 million ask with the big blind discount. Off we go to the flop, 2.75 in the middle. Every flop just feels so meaningful, rather, pardon me, as we do see the 10-9-7, not flush draw for the pre-flop aggressor.
There are ways where Martin makes a big hand, but ends up losing all his chips. You know what I'm thinking about.
The Jack of Clubs?
Yeah. Ooh, wow. Not flush draw off the check back. Kind of makes sense, though, on this texture. He's not supposed to see bet most of his range. Rates to hit the big blind. Obviously, adds deception in case a club rolls off. Maybe Nielsen tries to rep it, or the straightiness of that run out so far. I think King Queen should probably consider stab, to be honest.
2 overs, the gut shot.
You can fold out a lot of, like, ace highs that would check back here. And in case you are up against a pair, you know, you get a king, queen, a jack.
I mean, this exact holding ace-4 in diamonds or spades might have played the same way and would be folding the turn, but with the clubs, of course, does come along. Clean river for the ace, but does he know it? Backdoor hearts do come in.
Looks like we're taking a little pause.
Checking out one of the outer tables. Table number 1.
Still 4 out, but the whole box still good.
Looks like there's an all-in.
Better than 3 out.
And a re-raise all-in. These cards are on their backs.
2.
Can't quite take a peek on what we're working with.
You spot 2 aces on the board, as we do see that the former chip leader Han Fang is all in with 5 million chips.
Better than any hand.
Yeah, Boris is paying out.
I mean,
so
after you know
he lost the hand.
You lost 2 out over there.
But when he goes all in, I'm like, fuck. But that's the best case right now.
Does give us a chance to take a look at some of the stacks on this table. Tony Lin down to 6.6 million.
Actually, that hand was Han Feng had an ace-6 against pocket 5, so coin flip, but it's ace, ace-3, 9, queen.
Easy enough.
Oh, more all-ins? Someone got rivered, I assume.
Oh yeah, that's right. We do lose Zhang Shang Chen, I believe.
Yeah.
What's that one? Ace Jack versus 10-7 offsuit of Takashi. Takashi river to 10.
Oof. That explains the groan we just heard.
Of course, that was dirty.
10 on the river. Zhang Shan was one of the chip leaders early on in the day as well. You see Nevin Chang sitting there with a decent stack, about 14 million average.
Yeah, Takashi jammed small blind versus big blind. Did the dirty. That's a real hand right there. But yeah, you lose got 10-7 offsuit in opening. That's a bit loose with Chang right behind him, right?
Yeah, he comes over the top and gets it done. So that's what he does with a real hand. So with one elimination there on the outer tables, down to 22 players. Thirteen more and we end the day, Randy. I'm disappointed already. The action has been so fun.
Blinds up.
300, 600, 600 ante. Small increment. Doubt anybody but the shortest stacks feel the pinch the most. The shortest stack now down to 6 bigs at the new blind level. That's Shinhwa and Shu. As we do cut to table 1. Another all-in situation. And that is Shinhwa and Shu all in with the tiny stack. I see ace 10 and I see an ace on the flop.
Touchdown. It's weird that he requested the high five. Ranlin wasn't in the hand, right?
Of course not. But he's the commentator for the outer tables. I don't know if you know. We've actually soft recruited him. Feature tables is all us. Outer tables is all Ranlin.
Got it. Then he has to apologize to the guy to his left. Sorry for needling you. Tune 1 Shu. Doubles. Looks like she's playing about 8 million now.
Yeah, picked up some dead money, I guess. 16 bigs. Goes from 6 bigs to 16. Here we go, table 3 now. Spot Jason Lau. And an all-in player as well.
Paul Tedeschi?
Paul Tedeschi is all in. About 8 million for him also, 13 bigs. Followed by Takashi.
Alright. Takashi's got ace queen, I believe. He's got the bigger stack.
Pocket 7s versus ace queen. It's a flip, and now I see deuce 9, 10, diamonds, another 10, and a deuce. Safe for the 7s. Paul Tedeschi also finds a double, the short stacks. Surviving. Loving the coverage of the outer tables. Shout out to the production team for showing us those key moments. And taking a look around at the stacks, at this table, 21 million is the biggest stack. Zhou Yinyan. Back to the feature. Win is still perhaps reeling from what has occurred against what I assume is his now nemesis Zheng. At least it will be once he gets back and looks at the coverage and sees the 6-3 hand. Still 28 million in his stack. Jack deuce folded. color me surprised.
What's Nielsen working with? Okay, seems reasonable. Edgar's got ace deuce. I'm sure it's crossing his mind that maybe he makes a play against Martin. Martin's going to be very happy he didn't get jammed on by the ace rag.
Off to the flop. 9-7-6 smacks the big blind's range.
Yeah, and it kind of makes me not want to see bet if I'm Nielsen because he's so shallow with 10 big blinds. Let's just say he bets $1 million and Edgar's got like a pair. He might just check jam on him, and I don't know if you want to be bet calling off queen 10 high. I like this check back. And plus, if an 8 rolls off, the big blind's going to try and rep it, and then you're just sitting there. If they're straight, and there's that 8.
Just called it, Randy.
It was hypothetical when I was saying it, but here it is.
Well, we get to see if Edgar does decide to rep it. I mean, just seems like a no-brainer, right? Ace high seems fairly bottom of range on this kind of a board. And you do get the chance to steal it against 2 overs, but not the 2 overs that Martin Nielsen has. This is also why you do add hands such as queen 10 in your cutoff range so that you can have board coverage on a board like this. We actually did see a mystery hand where Martin decided to represent the 10 in the form of a straight. He actually had the backdoor flush draw there. Did raise the river, and now he's raising. Talk about balance.
Yeah, that's very interesting that he's opting to raise. I guess he's just trying to protect against a flush draw, right? Huh.
Definitely surprising. Does have the slight redraw to the higher straight as well. Will obviously fold out worse a lot of the times, but if the big blind did have something like 2 pairs, a 5, maybe just wanted to put them in a difficult spot.
Yeah, I could see that. If you think there's a chance that the big blind is betting 2 pair, then you kind of need to charge that a little bit.
Slight pickup there for Martin. Randy, you just called the action. The 8 came. The representation happened.
It just makes sense, right? Like, that's why strong players in the big blind are always looking for ways to steal pots, you know, when they don't improve. And that's what makes that check back from Nielsen even better, because he knows how his opponent would respond on certain cards. I think we're waiting for all hands on other tables to finish, maybe, or maybe they're moving players around. Unclear.
There we go.
He's just.
Oh,
what is
my
Renlin
word.
doing?
Free massage?
That was something else.
Is that for good luck? Once in orbit?
I'd be charging. That was the case.
2BB.
2BB. Is that binding?
Has to be, right? He's announced a race size.
So Renland is doing a 2BB with 10 BBs.
And that's Artem Sorfanov on the button. He has 18 BBs. Seems to be considering his options.
No, he's putting more than 2 BBs, isn't he? No, that's call, right? Wow, I really did not expect to see flatting range off the button against 10 big blind open. Peculiar.
2 players behind as well, mind you. It becomes heads-up pot. You will see a flop. That's pretty cool. We actually get to see the players' reactions to the flop. Sort of like getting a live read. I spot an ace and 2 sevens, I believe. Ace 7-7 rainbow.
Looks right to me.
Seems like a prime candidate for Ren to continue telling some sort of a story, but he checks it.
I think checking is all right. Because he's so shallow and he has an ace, he's going to be able to get value later anyways. And also he can put in a delay c-bet even if he has air. Because if he had ace rag, he probably would check it back too. It's mainly because there's no flush draw out there. He's actually, I thought he was in position for a second, but he's checking over to the flat. What has Artem got to bet 900K right now?
Yeah, very unconventional. Flat-headed 2 bigs when Ren had a 10 big stack. Now betting on the ace 7-7. He's saying he has one thing and one thing only. Ace jack? Ace 10? Well, it works.
He's showing something. What is that?
A 9.
That's a number.
Oh, it is a 10.
10 of diamonds. So he just had...
9-10 diamond.
9-10 of diamonds is the claim. I believe him because if he had ace 10, he wouldn't show the 10 like that. Seems to be implying he was bluffing. Certainly makes more sense as well on that board.
Plus, I think if he had ace 10, I don't think he necessarily needs to bet a flop with no flush draw out there.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really do much for you. So Ren actually min-raise and then check fold. I guess he had like king queen or king jack.
We'll stick with table 1 here. Or will we?
No, Triton ONE.
Back to the feature. Martin seems to have folded.
Peace.
The suited natural 9. This one more reasonable. Big stack on the button. Suited. He is actually raising into 2 of the bigger stacks here. Look, they got 4-2 straight. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Rags versus rags. Let's see how raggy the flop is. Ace 9, 7, 2 spades. Certainly looks like it's bangs for the taking.
Yeah, like these flops are pre-flop raisers. There you go.
Easy game. Still 22 players remaining. Jason Lau now the shortest stack out there. 8 bigs for him. Along with Tony Lin. I've seen both these players ladder their way through 10 spots with under 5 bigs, so don't count them out just yet. Zhang probably updating his friends and family about what he's been up to. You wouldn't believe what they're letting me get away with here.
9 high? Like a boss?
Like a boss.
Oh, speaking of a 9. It's ace 9 suited.
Oh my word, he's folded it like a boss.
So he kind of prefers a polar range, like extremely polar, you know, like north and south. The very best and the very worst. Everything in between, not interested.
Opens the door for the queen 9 suited to jam it in with the 10 bigs off the hijack. As we do see Jason Lau all in, the shortest stack in the tournament, off the button. You see the hands. Pocket 7s for Jason, and there is a 10 for the opponent. Zhu Yinan looks like the favorite to eliminate Jason here.
Unless the 7 comes.
Well, GG to Jason Lau from Malaysia. Doesn't go all the way this time. 22nd place though. Great performance overall.
Just kind of feel the pain now for these players, just to bust so deep.
But they do keep going deep, which is so impressive.
Look at this one.
As we do come back to the feature, Win has called off the jam from the Queen 9 suited with pocket tens, and the board appears King 7-6, safe enough. And no heart for the extra outs, no straight draw as well, so it comes down to 3 outs, Queen and Queen only. We might be down to 21 here. That's it. Ignas is out. And after losing Jason as well on the outer table, down to 20 in the field. GG, sir. Well played. Lithuania no longer represented.
And that pot just now, with Chung Jang folding ace-9 suited, who would have made a nut flush, would have played out very differently, because then if he raised, Queen 9 suited is not jamming, Ignas would still be in. Wen probably calls with 10s pre, given how deep they are, and then, you know, Jang wins the pot. It's just funny how that fold changed everything. Ace-9 suited.
Massive butterfly effect, but you know he would be looking at that board and just wishing what could have been, and maybe that would make him even more active going forward. Well, Wen takes back the chip lead in the tournament. Top 5 Vietnam all-time money lister. Joining us here at Triton ONE, over 330K in his Triton earnings. Maybe the natural transition for me to talk about our sponsor, Jupiter, because what makes the players here great isn't luck. We've been seeing that. It's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room. And so Jupiter Predict lets you put that instinct to work. You can call outcomes on sports, politics, world events, other offerings such as the Jupiter USD and the Jupiter Global as well.
So what are they guaranteed right now? Do you know?
And we did have the pay jump at 23, I suppose, so let's take a quick look on the Triton Poker Plus app, of course.
Yeah, 22K locked up. Top 17 is 25,000. If you get top 8, final table, that's 57K guaranteed.
Look like Tochi.
That is the aim of the day. 20 players remaining. I think we'll call it a day at 9 players remaining. Line 5 of diamonds. He seemed tempted for a moment, but lets the blinds battle it out.
Yeah, I don't really want to play against that big blind. I get it. They will understand.
It just kind of sucks to be on the feature table in this situation, because otherwise you can just keep making these folds, but now your reticence is there for the world to see.
Yeah, in terms of table draw, this is a tough one to have with all the chips here.
Absolutely, 4 of the biggest stacks in the tournament out of the remaining 20, all on the table. 20 players remaining, so the tables would be 7, 7, 6. Our feature table is 6. King from the cutoff, not good enough. Jack 8 with the tiny stack of 6 bigs.
It's a little bit tempting if you think you've got fold equity. Yeah. Hope for the best. Oftentimes the hands are willing to call against you. You know, you got 2 live cards, so increase in equity.
Guess it's through.
Yeah, from 3.7 to 5.2. Usually a raise and take is not that meaningful. For him, it's massive.
Was that 30% of his stack just
Rough-
added?
Roughly.
He's on the button, so gets to see a few more free ones as well before he needs to commit to loose. Great result for Lee Yayun. I often think about some of the best feelings in poker, Randy, and, you know, of course, stacking up chips, you know, maybe looking down at aces. But jamming Jack 8, getting it through, adding 30% of your stack without seeing a showdown, that's got to be up there.
I like looking at aces and then stacking chips. Those things combined. Bit better than Jack 8.
Oh, you're compounding the feelings.
Exactly.
Pocket sevens for Edgar. He's had to be on the quieter side of late, given the chip stacks. And there we see the king jack of diamonds. In comes a 3-bet. We're 6-handed. So UTG is the low jack. The high jack is 3-betting with the suited Broadway. Oh, we do have a situation brewing on the outer tables.
And standing up. Why is he standing up? Is he in trouble? Looks like it's all in confrontation. It's Ping Lu. Sixes versus Yiho's ace-9. GG. Out of there. Sixes holds. King, Jack, 4, 4, 10. Just like that.
Junyi Hill out in 20th place. Back to the action here as we do see the jack high flop. Pocket sevens in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so when 3-betted pre from 1.2 to 3 million, it's like a small bet went on the flop. Oh, the king jack is playing a bit passive there. I suppose it's just because they're so deep. You just don't want to create some situation where you bet, get jammed on. Like, seriously? I'd be happy to check down sevens as played. Only 1.5 million went in on the flop from both players.
I think this is a great spot for a value bet. Surely after the white flag has been waved by Edgar, you can represent a lot of misdraws.
6 million.
60% is the ask. Decent chunk of change as far as the tournament goes. 1/4 of Edgar's stack. He has a bluff catcher, not the best one. The question is, what does Win have?
Well, he instantly calls practically. He just doesn't believe that Wen would check the turn with value, and he did. That check actually earns him the additional 6 million, because I'm pretty sure if he had bet the turn, the sevens probably would just pitched it.
Absolutely. Got to represent all the missed backdoor flush draws, the ace queens not willing to take the showdown. And a huge dent there and a huge swing as well. 45 million now for the chip leader in the tournament. That's 75 bigs at this stage. He can put a lot of pressure. And finally, we have quite a delta between Win and Zhang. They were tied a moment ago. Now 45 versus 32.
Kind of seems like the only player that Wen was losing a pot to was Chong Zhang, who had to do it with 6-3 offsuit. But no, he's playing very well. Vietnam's Win.
And hey, sometimes there's nothing wrong with recognizing the person who's your poison and staying away from them. Just dominate the rest of the table, you know, pick your spots.
I mean, he did try to fight back with the King Jack suited. He just got a little outplayed that hand.
You can say it, he got pwned. Do kids still say that?
I'm not a kid anymore. You tell me.
Certainly aced myself there. Even saying it ironically, I didn't feel good.
You wanted to take it back?
I wish I could.
All right, 10-7 suited. Looks playable. Don't mind this.
Stack is tricky though, 15 bigs. Queen 10 has to hit the muck there. Mystery hand folded.
He just forgot to scan his cards, or did so incorrectly. Don't mind him.
$19 left. We're getting there slowly, but surely. Exciting to see some of the narratives in the field. Of course, Martin Nielsen on our table, previous final tablist of this very event at the inaugural Triton ONE. Tony Lin, a fan favorite. He's a short stack, 11 bigs out there. Many players who we've had on our feature table across today and the previous 2 days of coverage. I do love covering day ones, Randy. You really get to know people's playing style from the very start of the tournament.
It's all about building that story. We get invested, involved. And new champions always emerge. Oh, with the side fold on the button with a big stack. Okay.
Eight, 3 of spades. Can just check back. Yeah. One of those hands that you could get super busy with if you really want to press your stack advantage, which he certainly has, but too much of a hand to turn into a bluff in position. Suited gapper, and there we go. Pair and a flush draw.
Just everything. 8-3 suited, and his opponent's betting into him with 6-5 also. Now, I don't blame him, because he definitely has a lot more ace-x in range. Just from a small blind limp and having a big blind check back. Now once he gets called, he's probably ranging win on like 10 or AX.
Win just flopped his opponent near dead. And now officially dead, but a dangerous card, open-ender. 3 spades on the board, but still added equity, or perceived at least, for Edgar. Doesn't fire the second barrel, to your point, Randy. Tens and aces unlikely to fold, and with no spade in hand, your opponent can have a spade, which would help them continue.
Yeah, I don't really see him slow playing this flush, mainly because Edgar could have like some ace-x that's going to call off, and that's why he's going big, like 4 million. It basically feels like his opponent's calling range is inelastic and just trying to get those aces to pay off any price. Doesn't have to worry about the bluffs. They're not calling anyways, whether it's big or a small bet.
Another takedown. He's approaching 50 million now. Playing well, running well. Looks pretty calm and collected. Kevin and I were talking about what a final table stack would be. I mean, certainly near 50 million will qualify. My best guess was around 10 million. You did mention the average a while ago was closer to...
It's 16 million at the moment with 19 left. Does that help? 27 bigs?
Yeah, let's say we end up doubling it. So, yeah, maybe more than 10 million actually will be the shortest stack going into the final table. That would be my guess, at least. As we do cut to table 3. Situation brewing.
A little post-flop spot. Ended quickly. Looks like Boris raised on the button. See bet 700K against Zhou Yinan.
这么情况。All right, leaders, please continue to deal.
So we saw this yesterday, Randy. I'll have to wait for an absolute confirmation that this is what's happening, but the pace of play is maintained across the table, so in case one of the tables races ahead,
right,
our floor does let the others catch up. Which is to say the number of hands are being counted. Back to the feature. Peng has had to be snug with the stacks behind him. He has a nice stack of 25 million. 6-5 suited, can't seem to resist. It is nice to add this to your opening range. Does give you a lot more board coverage. The pretty Jack-10 suited in the small blind. A call at least with a hand this strong, this playable.
I mean, he's been 3-betting hands like King Jack suited, and kind of think he wants to attack with this one. Yeah, it's just been going his way in 3-bet pots when he's shown aggression. He hasn't really been shown signs where he needs to change directions. 6-5 suited, it's a hand that if you've got, you know, that little bit of fire in you, you kind of want to consider a call. Plays well post, but then again, I mean, do you really want to create a situation where you might lose all your stack against an opponent who covers you? You got 40 bigs, but he's got so much fight.
Does come long. Peng is not willing to get bullied just yet. The table captain, no doubt the chip leader, does have the pre-flop betting lead as we head to the board.
Yeah, Wen must be thinking, man, every time I 3-bet, they call me. Oh.
Oh my goodness.
That's the one.
The movie flop. Top pair and the flush draw for Peng.
I mean, it's not exactly Casino Royale cinema, but, you know, still an action flop.
Did he say 1.8?
Yeah, 1.8. He's been going with small sizing, and it makes sense. Stack to pot ratio reduced in 3-bet pots. I just never know what Peng's going to do. You know, it's customary to just call here in position with the baby flush draw. You know, you get to react, see your opponent act on every street first. Looks like he's leaning towards the call, the way he cuts out his chips.
Getting an amazing price. Can't get overpairs to fold in this board. We'll see one. The question is what happens if he whiffs. Obviously hoping for a diamond. Potential for added equity with backdoor straight as well. That's a different kind of straight than I was imagining. The dummy end of the 10 high straight now also in the form of the gut shot. But this would give the higher straight for win.
Yeah, I love this check from Jack-10 because you've picked up a lot of equity in case you're behind. You don't want to open up a situation where you bet, get jammed on, and you know don't really want to fold an open-ended. So by checking, he's containing the pot. And it's working out really nicely for Mengdi and Peng because now he gets to realize the river for free. He does not hit.
Surely tempting to go for value with top pair there.
Wait a second, looks like something's happening outside.
All-in situation. To have
Ace-8 versus Ace-King.
Ace-King for win. Shinhwa in the lead, it seems, on this board. Queen-10, 3-5. Safe so far for the Ace-King. And no 8. That's it.
Nice
GG for
hand.
the all-in player. Tian Yusheng leaves us 19th place.
Well played. Deep run, but disappointment. Remember watching him in day 1A.
$22,000 for his efforts.
Yeah, he reshoved Ace-8 offsuit for 11 bigs against T-Swan wins open, and it makes a lot of sense. She opened from the cutoff.
The T-Swan win, now up to 27 million in chips, remains a contender as she has throughout the entirety of the day. Did you know her from before this tournament, Randy, from her performance at previous festivals and, of course, her famous ace-queen fold?
Yeah, I know about that one, where apparently she had folded ace-queen full house and was right. This one had pocket aces.
That's right.
That's how I first heard about her. And then she's got some results, too. Trying to load it up real quick, give you the exact particulars. Second in the 10K mystery bounty for 155,000 and 40Ks in bounties. Almost won her first Triton ONE title. But en route for a second chance. 18 remaining. We're going outside once again. I see the little transition happening. Whose turn is it? Wow, it's a two-way all-in. Han Feng versus Zheping Lu. Cards unclear at the moment, but see a flop turn in the river. Gaga requested and a fist pump.
8 million.
Looks like it's a double up for Han Fang. Zheping Lu was the one saying hiya, so seems to have gone the way of the shorter stack. About 8 million in there. They'll swap stacks essentially.
Big pot.
Jacks, I call, but
Han Feng is going to have like
I know the jet top
20 million.
No, I say I call the king jack. If he don't shove, you open and you double me.
Thanks for the commentary, Renlin. I'm sure they appreciate it.
He's just doing his job.
Yeah,
it's
fair.
official now.
He's been hired for it, you know. 9-6-5, 2 spades. Ace-5 is the best hand. What is Ace-8 working with? Just got shot.
Pot relatively muted in size for now. 3.3 million, 5 bigs in the middle. So standard open and defense, it seems like. Check on the flop. Yeah, Zheng is donked, fair enough, on this board with his 5.
He should have the best hand. And he's going to get looked up. You know, on strength of ace high with the gut shot.
Doesn't come in. Check mark for the 5.
You should strongly consider putting in another smallish value bet against ace high, but he's going to check in. That's going to be very delightful for Nguyen. I check back, of course. This is the one guy he can't beat. I'm telling you.
That's right. We'll look through the app later and figure out what their record has been all day. At least in the feature table, remains invincible against Nguyen. Down to 18. Tony Lin, one of the shortest stacks, as is Yayan Liu.
我跟左手边的跟他打赌输的。他现在太长了，我在3B的，我怕他反抗，给我整的不会了。
Taking a quick look at the next page up. Not sure if players are factoring that in yet, but we are on the money ladder. 17th place will be 25K, so yet another buy-in. You think people are taking that into account, Randy?
They're supposed to, but
it's one buy-in. One more shot.
The way they're playing, they're just thinking about glory. And 10-9 offsuit, jams. He did it, what, with Jack?
Jack 8?
8, yes. He's getting a count. Ace deuce.
Surely this is a call.
Yeah, I think so.
6 bigs and change.
It's mainly because when your opponent's on 6 bigs on the button, they're going to jam super wide. It's a little different if it's like 10 blinds and ace deuce. They're probably not really calling anymore because then it doesn't contain hands like this.
Well, we've seen Zhang make
372万是吧？
unexpected folds in the past.
Oh, yeah.
This would qualify. He just
All in.
ISOs. Martin wakes up with a better ace.
How? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You just got to think about how your range performs against the re-raise all-in of Zhang. He's going to fold it. He's going to be disgusted.
Did have a serious opportunity to double up and more, in fact, given Yayun Lu stack in the middle as well. Let's see if he gets the chance to be results-oriented.
It's a big fold there of A7.
Yayun at risk. The shot to come back in the tournament as well with 2 live ones near 15 bigs in the middle. Seven on the flop, but of course the extra needle to Martin.
Yeah, but for Lou, he's just thinking, hit me, bear me. Nope.
The steel wheel draw for Zhang. 9s and 10s needed, otherwise this will be GG's for Lou. Can he pull it off? No dice.
No guys. Okay, GG.
Tap of the table and fist bumps. GG indeed. Great performance to finish 17th place here. And Randy Martin would have doubled up.
Yeah, more than double up. Almost triple up. But hats off to Yayun Lu. Like, for me, I was very impressed when he made that hero call with ace-10 high, you know, on such a ridiculous board. He was right. Eventually, people do need to fall.
This was his 3rd Triton event. Did join us at the inaugural series in September. Did not cash the QQPK Genesis then, but did come 24th place in the main event. Now adds another cash to his name. Jack-8 of clubs for the chip leader, over 50 million in his stack. He can pretty much open any 2. All he needs to be mindful of is his antidote in the form of Chang Zheng. Jack-8 certainly good enough. Yeah, Martin, take a bit of a moment. Think about what could have been. Let's let the 7 deuce go. Move on to the next one.
How come I'm listening to Ren Lin in the background?
Yeah, one by one.
I
think we mic'd him up.
Does he not have his own table to be at? Oh, blinds are up once again, Bitter.
Big jump too, Randy. 400, 800. This will squeeze the stacks. Shortest stack actually was Ren Lin, 5.1 million chips for him. So now that the blinds go up to 800, that's just 6 blinds and change.
He's not the only one with very few chips too. Say Ping Lu's got 5.7 mil. Martin Nielsen's got 7.3 mil. Like, we could get to the final table very quickly, especially with the way they're playing. You know, Edgar, he's sitting on 25 bigs at the moment.
Yeah, I think this level is sort of the death level for the shorter stacks. Do or die. 800K, that's about 3 starting stacks is the big blind. 3 souls being asked for every time you post. Double of that, actually, with the ante.
4 clubs. 9-6 suited versus Jack 5 suited. Little smile on Peng in this blind versus blind spot. But Peng's got more chips.
Did get excited seeing that club about what could have been.
You want to see flush draw versus flush draw?
Well, for Peng's sake, I guess not only 1 club as we do move. See a situation brewing. Table number 3.
Yeah.
All in
There
from
it goes.
Takashi. 14 bigs.
That's right. Against Boris Kolev. Takashi's the one with the shallower stack. He's got the 7 of hearts and other. 7 of hearts is actually at least a pair. Yeah, so that was a all-in from the small line from Takashi Kawauchi, who had king 7 offsuit, snapped off by Boris Kolev, ace 4 offsuit. That was 15 big blinds apiece.
And the worst hand gets there.
Takashi, he's got 24 million. Boris has got 10 big blinds now.
Massive swings at this stage. I suppose the hands played themselves. King 7 versus ace 4, small versus big. It's meant to be. Clips the 7 on the flop. Serious contender all of a sudden. See the tournament clock, the payouts as well. That extra incentive to the players. $586,000 up top. And don't forget the 2 trophies. The most glorious hardware there is, the QQPK and the Triton Trophy for the 3K QQPK Genesis event. Taking a quick look at the potential heads up here, Andy. Almost $250,000 maybe. A $250,000 heads up.
I know, right? Can you believe it? 3K buy-in too.
In your experience with the inaugural Triton ONE, do we end up seeing deals or do we end up seeing heads ups for all of it?
They just played for all of it like every single time.
Let's go. The rejam with the ace stand against the button open makes a lot of sense. Can certainly afford it as the big stack. Bang was making a standard open on the button, has to let this go.
I mean, he's supposed to.
Supposed to let it go.
And there we go. As expected.
Pretty much has to if you value your life in this tournament.
It's like all of a sudden, like with 17 remaining, I don't want to play anymore.
I want to go home. I mean, let's not forget the players have been at it 10 hours in. The grind is real. This is when you need to make the best decisions, and the best of them can't slip. Quick shout out to what Randy and I are wearing. The Triton merch, new drops, new styles. Loving it so far. My first merch collection for Triton. So very excited. What's your favorite one from this time around, Randy?
I'm loving the hoodie. The hoodie is very sweet, comfy, and I believe you were the one that told me it had zipper pockets.
Yeah. On the sides. You don't see that too often in hoodies. Shout out to the designers, and of course you can shop for the Triton merch at the website on your screen. We keep changing it as well, so get it while it's hot. Shout out to Janice, our designer for the merch. King in the hijack. His stack is getting tricky with this new blind level. Under 10 bigs for Martin now.
He always looks so pained when he has to fold such rubbish.
Yeah, it confuses me.
It's okay. One can dream they can be dealt aces over and over again. Let's do that transition away. What's happening? So another all-in confrontation. Dropping lose all-in with 5.8 million against Hong Feng.
Hey, 50-50.
Ace being called for. Looking grim.
Wow.
Oh, get up and down. Queen Jack for Lou makes the straight against Ace Jack. King 10 4 Jack 9.
All for the ace, got the 9, gets the job done.
Just about standing up at the right time because he was like, oh.
That's right, full use of the stand-up equity. That's your one time, sir.
But he didn't say one time, so does it really count?
It's implied with the stand-up.
It's
when you're all
implied.
in. This deep, you know. As I do take a quick look at the board, Randy, some movement actually as we do get close to what is going to be the final table of this event. China has slipped down to 34% in terms of the chances of which nation will end the day with a chip lead, and Vietnam climbing up 23%.
It makes a lot of sense because Vietnam's Nguyen is playing amazing chip leader by a wide margin, and I'm sure a lot of his supporters are in the chat. Keep voting because if you think he deserves to be the chip leader at the end because he's been playing well, vote for Vietnam. Or maybe you just think Nielsen will come back from his 5.8 million chips. Or even Edgar of the Philippines. He's got 14 mil sevens. Looks like he just called. It's always very tricky playing the 20 big blind stack because you sometimes feel it's too excessive to reshove. And then you just flat. And then it comes ace high. And you might accidentally fold the best hand. But that's to be determined.
Hashtag poker is difficult. 1.5 million is the ask. The heart's working for him in just the slightest way. Would that be a bit of reason to continue?
It's very hard to call in ace high textures. You know, a lot of the opens from 20 big blind stacks, they work with that ace. He looks like he's going to muck the sevens. Meng Dian Peng. He's calm. It's cool.
Unless he has a rag he has to fold, then he's disgusted and animated.
He's got a matching hat to his hoodie. It's a good day. It's a good day for all of these players.
Absolutely. You've 8x'd your buy-in. And with the potential to, what's the math there? 195x, give or take?
Rarely do you hear that.
我大吗？
Yes, you are the big blind.
太累了，太累了。哎呀。
Easy open with all the chips in the world. Ace-7 on the cutoff.
I'm sure he'll raise much worse. Nielsen's got ace-6 offsuit. Man, this is a little bit tempting because he probably expects the chip leader open super wide, and ace-6, it performs well. The only problem, I guess, is he's kind of shallow in the sense that he always is forced. He's always going to have to run it out 5 cards.
No fold equity.
Yeah, but if you got the best hand off enough,
Yeah, he's going with it.
How much?
The spell's trouble.
太大了。
You can see the details with the 13% tie percentage, but Nguyen is going to be the heavy favorite,
要紧。
as he no doubt puts Nielsen all in for the rest of his chips.
Here we go.
Oh, not all in, right?
Oh, just a call. Didn't realize that Nielsen had something behind. Let's see if it leads to something
5
tricky,
million.
but
He's got a small blind back.
yeah, let's face it, it's going in on pretty much any board.
There's a lot of chops with these hands, actually. If you look, 28% of the time it'll happen.
You give me 100 back.
We need a ruling about just putting in the rest at this point. He meant to do it.
Okay, let's take a look. Can Martin find a chop or a 6?
3 clubs. Doesn't change anything. The club's covered. 1 undercard, 2 overcards. Some potential for chop still. You can see 27% still the likelihood.
Yeah, that is true. Then again, a club would just end things. I probably would just check, actually, with a6, just in case Nguyen is willing to check down with you. And then maybe you can have a bit of life, but he's going to bet.
Officially all in now. Cards on their backs.
No.
Yeah, that sums it up.
这个踩住了。
Summon a spell.
他希望做嘲讽，结果现在就
Wingardium pair the borders.
6.
We'll see.
Deuce.
I think he might have casted the spell poorly.
7 is it.
Oh, that just seals it, doesn't it?
That is it. We lose the man who had been the chip leader of the tournament many times throughout the day. The final table is from the last time we had the festival, and a very, very entertaining player to watch. Martin Nielsen leaves us in 16th place.
And we got more all-in action happening out here. Kawauchi pushing his chips in. He has aces. Yinan Joe's got ace queen. And Takashi Kawauchi at 25 million.
Oh my word.
So this hand went Yinan Joe opens at 1.6. Takashi 3-bets to 6.3 million. Yinan Joe did not believe, jammed. And the aces hold against ace queen.
Quite a cooler, cannot blame the jam with the ace queen. And the easiest call in the world to take him up to 51 million chips, second place in the tournament.
Yinan Joe's only got 1.5 million back.
We just saw Takashi find the double with the king 7, be the ace x, blind versus blind, and now he's essentially second place in chips, 51 million.
That's right, because when he doubled with king 7 offsuit, he had about 12 million. So that got him up to 24. Wins that double, he's got 50 million. What is he, first or second? He's second on the overall leaderboard. Wow, I got a feel for Yinan Joe. Down to crumbs. 2 big blinds, 1.5 million.
Bit of a snap jam there by Edgar with the ace-9 suited, fair enough. Against the cutoff range of the loser's player at the table, thanks to the chip stack. So we're down to 16, Randy. Does mean a redraw, does it?
That is true. But we need to catch up on hands, or at least finish the hand on every table. Yeah, you're not calling this. You're not calling this. Fold. Sigh of relief for Edgar. Ace 9 suited. Well played.
Yeah, Edgar's done well. He was one of the biggest stacks, the second biggest stack actually when we began our feature table coverage. Now the middling stack, but that does tend to happen. Blinds are going up fast and we're down to just 16 players, which does mean once the hands are over, we will have a redraw. So the huge swings, you just mentioned the tiny, tiny stack of Yinan now in the mix. 2 bigs for him, and Tony Lin is down to 4 bigs as well.
我现在给你打一个教科书。
Someone in the back.
Board is out there. Chopping Lu against Artem. Artem was the razor, blind versus blind at 2.4 million. There was a bet of 1.2. Lu, call. Now, Lu is jamming and winning.
Nice pickup.
Of course. Every chip is so important when the blinds are so big.
And with that, we have hit 16 players and the redraw. 4 players on our table. We will balance things out, but we do see the monster stack of the chip leader in the tournament. Hu Dong Nguyen from Vietnam, 75 bigs, almost 60 million in chips. Meanwhile, on the outer tables, we've been following along the action and a new contender has emerged in the form of Takashi Kawauchi, over 50 million in his chip stack. It's going to be all to play for. We are playing down to 8 players here at the 3K QQPK Genesis event. We will be back after a short break after the redraw as we do play all the way to the final table of this event. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphrey's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK. your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight,
Humphreys just won his fifth.
but most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
I was fold as I was mentioning.
What a table.
What a table that one's going to be. Table number 3 up next.
I was just focused on our end, but sounds like there's going to be a lot to look forward to after this break. Since we've got two fun hands here. Jimin Shu, of course, he's involved, defending his big blind with 7-6 offsuit. Flops the top end of an open-ender. There are 2 spades on the board, and Liao is holding the ace of spades. Have to see open things up from the hijack.
150,000 all in.
Wow, the snap all in. The snap all in of 7-6 for 25 bigs, Peter.
Wow. Jimin Shu remains unpredictable and hyper-aggressive. He's picked a great spot. Don't see how ace-queen continues. And mind you, equity-wise, it's a flip. Pairs live as well. Bit of posturing I can only imagine from Wenyan. Does have the ace of spades herself, so the chances of a flush draw doing this are reduced.
I think it's more than just posturing. I don't say that I think she's calling, because I think it'd be impossible almost to make this call. But she is a non-believer, I'm telling you that much. She's seen enough, at this, I think, at this point from Jimin Shu, and she may be able to put him on this kind of exact holding, 7-6. It is very, very possible.
I mean, you have to think, what else would he be jamming? It's even hard to have a pair and a flush draw that you want to jam because you would have top pair. So as a result, she's not able to put him on a hand that would be too far ahead of ace-queen. That being said, this is just too many chips, essentially. Needs to put her tournament life on the line with ace high, and this is not the moment to do it. So well done by Shu, taking it down. 3.3 million for him. Continues to be the most exciting player to watch at our table.
That was a snap all in as well, the moment that she announced the bet of 100. Did you ever have like a number in mind where you're like, I really don't want to fall below X amount of big blinds at that point? I feel like I'm no longer a part of this tournament. Or do you? Are you a chip in a chair guy?
I mean, look, a lot can happen, even with blinding out to 6, 7 big blinds. You can really turn things around with a little stroke of good fortune. I tend to be one of those never give up types. But yeah, once you start slipping below fold equity, that's when things become tricky. You really don't want to have to be shoving, you know, ace 8, and then you get called by the big blind just because he has king 9 and you only had 6 bigs. Like, that's really troublesome. You don't want to force those kind of confrontations. It's important to not be all in as much as possible and not run the risk of getting eliminated from the tournament because, you know, Lady Luck eventually will turn on you.
Wen has opened things up from the cutoff with 7-6 of clubs, and Aaron announces the race with ace-10 offsuit to 650,000. That is potentially going to be the end of this hand. 400k extra. I mean, 7-6 can flop well, but 400k is a serious amount. 10% of her stack.
It is on the smaller side. Usually we would see 3 bets in that sort of out of position in the sort of...
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, 650 is not large, man. It's under 3x. You put 250 out there, it's just 400 more to call. I think Aaron probably should have made it closer to 800 to $1 million. So 650, very callable. A lot of equity here, and a flop that,
wow,
you know, despite only flopping bottom pair, is also a flush draw. And now Aaron is going to have to do some maneuvering. It's improving.
Aaron, of course, has an overcard to the board and picks up some gut shot outs, but that is not what he was looking for with his ace-10 offsuit. And we know that on this board, a T1 will never go anywhere. The bet is 475,000.
All she can think about right now is Vegas and the effing Mirage.
It's on her cap. That is a very busy cap. There is a lot happening over at that cap.
Yeah.
Made for the spotlight, made for the TV table here over at Triton ONE. He's no stranger to it.
Ooh, those are fighting chips.
That looks like a little more than 475,000, as the price of poker has gone up to 1 million. And you think this all goes back to the pre-flop sizing, where if you think if Aaron would have sized up to 800K or even a bit above that, this would have never happened?
Yeah, I think it's you should probably find yourself falling around 900K, and I don't think 7-6 suited calls. This is actually pretty unconventional to take this raise in position, but I think it's going to be...
Wow. Oh my goodness. Griffin, we have a monster pot as Aaron comes back over the top, announces all in. But can T-Wen really go anywhere with her pair and her flush draw?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be pretty disastrous to put in a raise and then fold here. Just burning so much equity. At this point, you just got to take what you have here and hope to run down ace-king, aces, because that's what you perceive this situation to be. I really don't mind this shove from Aaron. I know it seems a bit erratic, but you have to consider how little this raise makes sense. You know, king-queen board, when you're the 3-better, that's sort of supposed to be your board. The raises from Win, you know, should only really be like king-queen and pocket sevens. And, you know, those are hard to make. So if she is sort of raising to see where she's at with a queen, or if she's bluffing, this puts a lot of pressure on those hands. I mean, I don't know if I'd be brave enough to make this shove, but I understand the logic of it.
The reason why we brought up Aaron quite a few times over the last few days is that he had moves like this the last time around at Triton ONE. A crazy hand once with 4 bets and 5 bets where he was working with ace-5. T-Win will announce the call, and we are off to our first monster pot of these 3 levels.
Wow.
8.5 million chips in the middle. And Aaron needs help. He's looking for an ace, a jack, or a 10. But it, of course, cannot be a club.
I am Team Win in this situation. She just got him to blast off, and he only has 22% equity.
We're off to a very big turn card, and the turn is the Jack of Hearts. Aaron improves to Broadway, but he's not there yet. The clubs are still live for T-Wen.
She took the road less traveled by raising the flop here, but found the call. Aaron was in such trouble, and now she needs that club.
We are looking for a club and a club only. Otherwise, this is going to be the end of the runner-up of the mystery bounty, but finds the 5 of clubs on the river. What a hand.
Oh, and she apologized. Sweet thing.
Oh.
That's going to put her in the top 10 as well. Even the top 5 at this point, as he improves to 8.6 million chips. What a hand. And what a run out. Max Japan working with 15 bigs. Ding Biao also still on the shorter side of things. And Sean Oy from Malaysia. It really is go time for him soon. Aaron a little unhappy perhaps with how this future table has gone for him so far. Had the big hand with the ace-10 offsuit, where he lost on the river against the 7-6 of T-Wen, but obviously got it in behind. It was a bit crazy, it was a bit reckless, but it also is what makes me enjoy watching Aaron. He's incredibly unpredictable, and I can only imagine how difficult it is to have someone like him on your table. He is not afraid to play massive pots in these stages of the event.
Yeah, he's pushing edges. You know, he's using his experience and his talent to his advantage. Cutoff shove here for about 8, 9 big blinds. Don't think it's going to get through. 1/2 of the winning combo. Nang Quang Win. I think he's going to be going all in himself for about 22 effective. He's going to have to dodge some wake-ups from the blinds, which he has, and quite a bit ahead against the ace-4.
He's going to receive the nails that it's best case scenario. Doesn't even have to worry about 2 overs, just needs to avoid the aces. Couldn't quite see what the small blind and the big blind were working with. I always find it interesting, but it didn't seem like there was much of a decision there. We have no idea if any of the aces got folded there. Sean is looking for an ace.
I folded one.
When?
It's win.
Okay. It's when or win. It could be both. Ace-4 offsuit against pocket sevens. Here we go. Sean needs help.
Oh, not bad. 2 clubs. Yeah. Jack counterfeits the sevens.
Club turn.
10 of clubs, 9 of clubs. That'd be an interesting.
Yeah, high club is the best case scenario outside of
Brick City.
an ace. But the deuce is indeed a total brick. So we're going to need to find an ace or a jack on the river. Otherwise, this is the end for Sean. I love that your reaction was spot on with Sean's. Look at that flop. Not bad.
Yeah.
Gives you some hope. Unfortunately for Sean, he did not improve after I saw the bad news. And he is once more in trouble. The 6 is live. He's going to need some help. If he wins this, he's back. 5 big blinds and a dream. It would make for the greatest anime story of all time if Aaron now keeps on doubling and eventually gets all his chips back from T1.
There's some possibilities here. 2 ways through the back door.
Yep, backdoor clubs are live.
Need help on the turn.
And a backdoor straight draw. Chop outs.
That's not the back door, but like sort of a side door. You know?
We're building a new door.
Where you both go in it together, or maybe from both sides you go in and then you see each other. Nah, there he is.
Unfortunately, that is the end for the man who entered this table as the chip leader. Not as the chip leader of the table, but of the entire field. Loses 9 million chips in a little over 80 minutes of poker. Brutal for Aaron. I'm sure we'll get to see a lot more of him in the upcoming days. He is clearly enjoying his time over at Triton ONE. He was here last September, had a couple of fantastic runs, and he is a really fun player. He is not afraid to play big pots. Unfortunately, a couple of little slip-ups and also get a bit unlucky there. Sometimes you need to hit on certain moments, Griffin, and the man couldn't hit or hold when it mattered the most.
Yeah.
Okay. Brutal. It's something that we all know. It doesn't really matter how many chips you have in the middle of a day 2. Like, it can always change so quickly, but it's still shocking to see.
Yeah. As far as range of outcomes are concerned, Aaron collapsing, coming in as the chip leader of not just the table, but of the entire field. Yeah, not what I would have had on my bingo card. Pocket jacks here for K Yang. Just under 10 big blinds. Going to be shoving and going to be very surprising if there's any call to see how strong he is. But yeah, he's just going to let it go.
Yeah, it's a little too much for 7-6 offset. Even if some of the kids out there would love it. You familiar with the 7-6 memes? 6-7.
6-7, yes, I'm familiar. it's especially tilting. You have to understand, and you'll appreciate this as someone who has an appreciation for ice hockey.
Yeah.
But I've been a Toronto Maple Leafs fan for the better part of my life, and they're quite famously one of the biggest failures in sports history.
I'm aware of it.
And
I have seen a lot of hopes and dreams of playoffs, and it never leading to a Stanley Cup.
And when do you think the last time they won the Stanley Cup was?
Was it in 1967?
It was in 1967. So 67 is a particularly triggering number for me. And the fact that it became this freaking meme with the kids.
I'm so happy that you shared it with me.
Yeah.
Because now I've learned something.
Yeah.
I did not know. That is fantastic.
I will say, though, when it comes to the 6-7 meme, I've seen it die out in recent months. Like, it really had its moment, and then it kind of disappeared. And I think it's kind of almost a microcosm for just like the way like trends, just like they don't have staying power anymore. You know, in the same way that they did in like the early 2000s. It's like everything just moves so fast now. We're on to the next thing, right?
But what is the next thing?
I don't know. World War III or something. I don't know, whatever they're saying. Like, no, I mean, like, of course,
I have
a lot of things going on in the world, but
you know, I don't have TikTok, or I never had TikTok, and I always feel like some of the popular memes of the kids, they make it over to the other social medias a little bit later than they do over TikTok. So I felt that by the time I learned about 6-7, and it's still confusing to me up to this day, but you know, you kind of start running with it. I commentate video games, and sometimes you see 67 workers go down, or the score is 6-7, right?
So you kind of indulged in the...
Yeah, so I kind of got sucked into it a bit. But by the time that I finally started like playing along, I felt like everybody else indeed moved on.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, the grandpa is stuck.
Maybe I'm just nostalgic for things that used to be sort of inside jokes from the early 2000s, because that's when like my inside jokes were cool, and like, you know, it's like what up now, Swedes, and like someone brings it up 20 years later, I'm like, yes, like I'm a trend that will never die. Please let me still be relevant.
Were those the exact words? What up now, Swedes?
Woo!
If you guys have no idea what we're talking about, just Google it.
Google
What up now,
Swedes.
Swedes by
Yes.
Jaguar.
I actually had, you know, what's funny? I was played in a. We'll make sure to keep an eye on the action for everyone. Don't you worry. Just some folds right now. Yeah, I played a main event at Playground Poker Club a few months ago, and I finished second. And then this lovely woman who's playing a cash game came up to me and said, "Hey, can you come over to my table for a second?" Because she was like kind of like between hands or whatever, didn't want to miss a hand, so I walked over. It was kind of a strange request, but I walked over, and she was like, "Hey, like I promised my son that if I ever met you, because we go to the same casino and play the same thing, as you get stealth pocket jacks on the button." She said, I promised him that if I met you, that I would get your autograph. And I was like, oh, this is sweet. Like this happens pretty infrequently to me, but it was like cool. And then she's like, and she wants you to write something on the autograph. I'm like, what up now, sweet? She's like, yeah. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, you know, this happened so long ago.
An esports legend. That's why I will keep introducing you as the Counter-Strike 1.6 star.
I pretend to be embarrassed about it, but I freaking love it. Keep it coming. As Ding Biao, who's done a good job of raising his 13 big blind stack at the 125K level all the way up to 3 million without any all-in showdown, is going to defend the 9-8 and get a board that he's going to want to see a turn card. Topset.net for Zhao Tong Yu.
Yeah, but the open end there for Ding Biao, it is the bottom end, obviously, of the open end there.
Yeah, this is actually quite a nice draw for Ding Biao to get against this particular hand because, you know, he's going to be able to fold a lot of turns, right? Like he tries to hit the queen or the 7 here. And if the turn's just like an offsuit 4 and you bets 70, 80%, he can just fold, you know? It's better than having something like, I don't know, king 9 of diamonds and then calling once and then the diamond comes and you brick again or whatever. Yep. Open-ended, bottom end, just call one and get out of there.
Well, Ding Biao is listening and he is going to toss in the calling chips. And we are off to play a turn.
Then again, a low club would be interesting.
All right.
I gotta stop wasting this freaking luck superpower on calling cards. Like, I should be freaking in the field playing.
3 of clubs is what rolls off on the turn. Ding Biao. I mean, you can be certain, obviously, that your 8 high flush draw is good. We can see it's good, but if there would be another club on the river, are we thrilled? Are we loving it?
Let's see what kind of price that that you gives him. I think Ding Biao is going to be pretty cautious here because he can just be drawing dead. He can just be up against, you know, and the times he's not drawing dead, he could just be up against king queen with the queen of clubs, or a straight draw, or ace king with the king of clubs, where his queen is now not even live.
I mean, we are very rarely drawing dead. We can't actually be drawing dead on this board. We always have outs.
No, we don't.
What hand has 9-8 dead?
Ace 5 of clubs.
No, because then we will win with 7. We can
ace 5 of clubs.
Oh, right now? Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, that's okay.
I am very blind.
No, not at all.
I am very blind.
No, you're fine. No, but it's important to clarify, because that's the thing, is that Ding Biao is getting a great price to crack the hand that he's up against. But he still could be up against a hand that is unbeatable, like an ace 4 of clubs. And then he could be up against a hand like ace king with 1 club, where his queen is dead, his club is dead, and he's looking for a
wow.
Oh my gosh.
And he's obviously going to get snapped by the top set of you.
He's going to love to see this, though, when you get snapped, because he's, you know, he has
to the upper echelons of our leaderboard. We spoke about him, and we got to see him in the opening day. Tony Renlin, currently in 12th place with 8 million chips. That's awesome. Everyone loves Renlin.
A man that can do no wrong, even when he does.
They could suck out on you, and you'd be like, it's Renlin, it's all right. Ooh, potential big hand here. So Zhang is going to open things up once more, this time with pocket 7s under the gun, starting the hand with over 12 million chips. The way has been a little quiet, down to 4.6 million, looks down at ace-queen offsuit. Just calls.
Yeah, I like this call. I think that, you know, we could certainly justify a 23 big blind shove over this open. But again, it creates that opportunity for the table to play perfectly against you, right? They're only going to get involved with better hands. So you stay really under rep. This is a very, very nice disciplined fold from Shitao Li, just recognizing the strength of this flat. And now Kato has a very difficult decision here. I know this seems like, okay, he can just flick in the call, but we know how wide Zheng is opening. This is a pretty strong flat under the gun +1, and he has gone all in.
Wow.
Which should get Xiong Zheng out of the way, and then it's going to be very difficult for you to decide whether this is worth calling, because this is likely not an ace-jack offsuit shove, right? We saw what happens to ace-jack offsuit in this situation. It's perfect that she had it in the small, right? Oh, wow. This is a bit too loose from Zheng.
Zheng is wild. The man is not afraid. Comes over the top with the 7s. Just makes life so difficult here on Wei Yu.
Yeah, I just don't think so. I just think you need to fold here. It's okay. It sucks, but you lost the minimum here.
I'm going to be a little tilted when you see the hands, though.
Welcome back to the break desk here. Wither Single, joined by Randy Liu. We are back. We are down to the final 2 tables of the 3K opening round, the QQPK Genesis. This is it, the final 2 tables, Randy. We saw some crazy action on the last feature table. Any thoughts or expectations for this one?
I mean, look, let's just dive straight into the app because we can see all of the players seated at the table. We did have a full redraw with the final 2. The blue is going to be our featured table. You can see that Zhang, who's been very exciting to watch, he's sitting there with 41 million. Who else at his table? Nguyen, he's going to have to battle with him some more, so seems like the redraw didn't do them kindly. Kawauchi, he's got 51 million, the guy who just went from King 7 offsuit to aces to all of the chips. And looking at the other stack, poor Joe, he's only got 2 big blinds, 1.5 million.
Yeah, that was a rough one. I'll tell you what, Win will be excited to have position over what I assume is his nemesis, Zheng, on that table. 6.1 million will be the situation there. As we do take a look at some of the top stacks, apart from the ones you mentioned, we do see Win T-Shua. She's just been navigating throughout the tournament. 25 million coming into the final 2 tables. Not too shabby.
Yeah, so what's really nice for T-Shua Nguyen is that she's the table chip leader on the red table. All the other 3 big stacks are on the blue table. So she actually gets the opportunity to just raise relentlessly as players try to creep into the final table and win more chips. I think she's got a really nice spot to solidify herself in the top big chip
And
counts.
ICM is becoming increasingly meaningful. $25,000 locked up. Not a bad day at the office at all. 1,236 entries. Remember, we're down to the final 16. You have the 8x return on investment. The next page up, the very next ladder, in fact, 15th place. 4,000, now more than the minimum buy-in, and it gets more and more serious, so the business end now for sure.
I mean, 8x is good, but you know what's better?
195x?
Oh, did you do the calculation already?
Approximately for the $586,000 up top.
Kind of killed my punchline, but yeah, 195x, that's right.
Well, my apologies. I don't know what you're going for, but it was close to the 200x, which is always a fantastic first place prize for any tournament, but it's all thanks to the record-breaking 1,236 entries here. So we will be cutting to the final 2 tables and, of course, our feature table here at the 3K Genesis here at the Triton ONE Jeju Festival.
Yeah, you gotta love this graphic because this is every single player remaining in the field. But there's a 2 big blind stack, Yinon and Joe on the red table. Ren Lin, shortest stack, just 4 bigs on the blue table.
Yeah, these 2 stacks will be in the middle one way or the other very, very quickly. As you did mention, a great point. The shortest stack, of course, but the biggest stack, just 31 bigs on the other table. So maybe T makes quick work of the short stack there. And the big stacks once again find themselves on the feature. 75, 64, and 51. These 3 will be battling it out. So the double feature tables in action now for the first time. Of course, we will be looking at the blue one, as we mentioned. You can go check it out on the app as well. This is table 1. Off to the races. Chip leader will begin the proceedings.
Go to final table.
Full to final table. Famous tagline. Red Lin.
He does have a few, to be fair.
But you know how hard it is to fold to final table when you're sitting on 4 bigs. Yeah, probably impossible.
Oh, for a moment.
The thing is, it could be any 2 cards and he would do that play.
Reasonable open, despite having the chip lead. Pocket 8s, +1. And the ace-jack will take the spot, understandable, from the small blind. Line still 400, 800, so the shove is about 8 bigs. Snap called, of course. We have a flip to kick things off.
Oh, it's very cool to see No Hwan Win make a deep run. Saw him on day 1A. Here he is, day 2. Needs to try to get there of ace-jack against 2 8s.
As we do see Mengte and Peng take a pretty close look.
What do we got?
Queen, Queen, 10. Dangerous for the pocket 8s. All kinds of outs at it. Aces, kings, jacks, and 10s.
Paint or an ace?
Safe thus far. Too many outs perhaps. 30-70 going to the river.
Oh.
10. There is the double.
Okay.
Thank you. I need it.
He did need it. Survived.
Cool as a cucumber. Gets the double. It's going to be up to about 16 bigs. Maybe a few more, actually, with the dead money in the middle. So, comeback story developing.
Oh,
Oh, it's Vietnam on Vietnam action there.
Great reminder to check in on the poll, Randy, about which nation will end the day with a chip lead. Vietnam did have a resurgence up to 24%. China still in the lead, though. Pretty surprising, considering the chip leader has been the Vietnamese gentleman Nguyen Vu Dong for a long time. The votes for China have their hopes for Zhuang Zheng. Currently at about 50 bigs. The action player in the tournament. The fun player in the form of the hand selection for sure. Goes with his gut, makes some big moves. We love seeing it.
Okay, slap your own hands.
That's basically one of his catchphrases, slapping his own wrist.
Usually does that when he tries to make a play and loses the pot. He's putting hand sanitizer on now? Okay. How dirty were those cards?
The 2 trophies for this event, the QQPK and the Triton ONE trophy. That is some hardware you want on your mantelpiece. 16 players in the running.
Oh, there's Yunon Joe.
Very beautiful.
He's got 3.5 million. Called by T. Swan Win. And Queen 10. I saw a flush draw. Queen 10 belonged to Joe. Up against pocket 7s. Jack 6, 4, 2 diamonds. 4 on a turn. What's the river card going to be, Vidder?
It's a 6 wet. Can't help but root for the short stack.
Oh!
Queen!
Queen ball. He didn't seem unfazed. He was like, yeah, I know it.
Just another day. So you're saying there's a chance.
You started this.
Have to assume the rest of the table is rooting for the spin-up story as well. Did get absolutely cooler at ace-queen versus the pocket aces.
Yeah, after that hand, he only had 1.6 million for 2 bigs. Now he's got 9 million. Which is 11 bigs.
Good.
Toji good. Do you know what Toji means?
I do not.
It means steal the chicken.
Steal the chicken?
Yeah, seriously, that's what it means. Literal translation. But it basically means bluff.
I see. It's quite a metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah, quite is.
Never thought about the pot as chicken before, but now that's all I'll think about.
Yeah. I believe To is take and G is chicken. Take chicken. You take in the pot, you know what I mean?
They hadn't used up the syllable G. They had it left over for chicken. That's
okay,
pretty cool.
it's not single letter G like E, F, G, all right?
Fair, fair, fair. Some tones attached perhaps as well.
Artem Sofronov.
Let's the ace-3 go. Middle position. Joining us from Russia, first Triton event for him.
King-queen suited on the button, just shy of 20 bigs. Like to see him just regular open. Seems a bit excessive to open jam.
Take note of the stacks in the small and the big, Randy. The 50 million and the 60 million.
Top 3 stacks.
Ace-queen for a win. Oh my goodness, this could be the one. Bank should expect Win to fight back quite often.
Oh, this is actually really annoying for king-queen suited. Like for chips, you're supposed to call off here. Because, you know, you're flipping against all the pocket pairs. You dominate a lot of broadways at my attack. And even against like ace-10, ace-5, you're not that far behind. But here, it's just so hard to call off your tournament life with king-queen.
Yeah, the size of the jam, maybe providing the on-ramp that Bang needed there. Were you surprised that the chip leader decided to rip instead of 3-bet smaller?
No, I think it's reasonable. Like, it just kind of depends on the rest of your strategy. If you're the type to 3-bet bluff, like ace rags, king rags, 3-bet fold, then maybe you need to throw in these ace queens to kind of balance that a bit. You know, there's advantages to both. Because let's just say you 3-bet small to like 4 million of ace queen. Your opponent just doesn't believe you jams like deuces. They would have folded to a shove. So you can see how it can go both ways. I mean, maybe he should be slapping the dealer's hand because she's the one dealing the cards.
Also not low. Not sure that deserves self-abuse there.
What's your happy? Life, we need a happy.
Yeah. Me open. You only.
King Jack suited now for Bang.
Okay.
You do worry about the meta. You just open, got ripped into, had to fold.
Yeah, it's actually tempting to now alright rip. Min raise is alright as well. I didn't really expect to see open fold. Perhaps a little bit stung from the last hand. 2 big stacks right behind him.
Just doesn't want the same outcome as he faced last time. And mind you, he would have faced the same outcome because Win wakes up with another premium, all things considered.
Yeah, that's right, because if he had open jam, he'd run it against pocket eights. If he had min raise, he probably gets 3-bet and doesn't even get to see a flop. I think this is very interesting that Hu Dongwen is willing to 3-bet against the other big stack with similar stack.
In the only hand, he'll be out of position in the orbit.
Okay, what's happening out here? Yinan Zhou's in again. So it's a raise to 7 million from Han Feng. Yinan Zhou jams for 1 million on top. And Zhou's got King Jack offsuit. Feng's got pocket 10s.
Fair enough fight. This could be an amazing comeback if he can win the flip. So far, no luck. Clean for the pocket 10s. King or Jack needed. 6 outs. Going twice. 7 of hearts changes nothing. 18 million in the middle. The spin-up story needs a miracle. There is the miracle.
The jack. No. No for Han Feng, that is. Oh, yeah, I'd be bolting out there immediately as well.
That is rough for Han Feng. Leaves us in 16th place. And the chip and a chair story for Zhou. He's up to 18 million.
Wow. Yunnan Zhou knows how to navigate huge fields. I don't know if you recognize him, but he was the one that won the Paradise for $6 million. The same final table Adamo, Liv Bori, Mustafa Kanat were at, and he made that huge bluff against Adamo. That's the man who won it.
Of course. Who can forget the bucket hat?
That's right.
Well,
here he is, navigating, what, a 1,200-person field? He's sick. Don't give up hope when you got two big blinds. That's the story for me.
Never, ever. Not in poker. Queen 10 suited. Queen is being hit by the deck. Ace, Queen, pocket eights, and Queen 10 suited on the button is mighty strong. He just rips it. Tiny stacks behind him. And I do mean tiny. 10 bigs and 4 bigs.
Ah, call.
Hey, you're behind. I got 6.
Not quite.
Lin will take it. 2 live ones. Suited 1 gappers.
大盲位是大盲位800万，1400万。
Is it the end run, Lin?
标号，我刚才接。
这面不错啊，顶住。
Maybe not.
顶住，必须顶住。
顶住，顶住，顶住。
Not hot.
顶住。再顶一道，再顶一道。
Safe. Till the turn. After flipping the 7. Yeah, that is true.
白茫茫。
An offering to the poker gods, perhaps.
白茫茫。哦。
Trips.
Who is the best? Never there.
You're the best. You're the best, man.
And he used to play fighting games. He was just powering up for the finishing move that he was loading up after he would win the pot.
How much?
2,
3.
So he just travels around with this no gamble, no future sticker.
I can vouch for watching him and covering him in many streams that he actually does.
Cái bảng này không update đúng không? Bảng này không update đúng không? Không live.
Game was just starting now.
Update mà. Update kìa, nó lên 5 triệu mấy rồi kìa. Tip em đâu được 62 triệu đâu.
So the chip leader barely feeling the damage there, losing the Queen 10 suited to Lin.
Uh-oh. More all-ins happening. Evan's in there. Chi-Nuan Shu also involved. Ace King versus Jacks. As you can see, Jacks looking good. Nevin can't look. Interesting. A little exchange between the two. Big payout for Nevin.
Chunwen Shu was the tiny stack, did make the comeback. Now back to being on the tinier side. 7 bigs for her.
Me same stuck as long, but
Not much you can do. Got to win the flips.
You think he paid too much for me or no? You think he paid too much for me?
No. I mean, like, is it update or not?
I think they not every time that it's
Yeah, because if we see that we're gonna play the wrongly, you know.
We talk about that you already updated, but
this is for your information to rely on the app. It's not something that is for you a tool to look at to play against other players.
Okay.
Technically, the game is still the same. For example, on the outside table, you're not looking at the stacks on the phone because you cannot use it, right?
Okay.
But this is just in between hands for you to have a look, the same service as the app.
Okay.
But you should always ask. If there's an all-in, you should always ask.
Okay,
how much is it?
so it's not correct.
so this one is not correct, right?
Now we finish the hand and then. Okay, I'll check again.
Okay, we'll go ahead. We don't want to waste time. I'm short stake. Let's go.
No, go.
Hello?
No, go.
No go. For 8-7 suited.
because it should be the same for all players. Yeah, maybe he correct and you know what I mean. Yeah.
Bang keeps getting difficult decisions. That's fine to fold with the pocket fours. Ace Queen was lurking behind.
Mm-hmm. Very good timing.
Fold to final table.
Yeah, now that you doubled up, Ren.
Thank you.
Still seems closer to impossible than possible to
I
do
think
that.
chips are going in here. Sevens versus Ace Queen. You just have so much fold equity with the sevens that you should be going for it, and even if you're up against Ace Queen, you've got the edge. So this is another race.
標準跑馬
And also his stack is wrong.
標準跑馬嘅牌 ，Nessa win。
Của nó đâu có
It's
sai
almost
đâu.
26 million.
That's right. About 32 bigs in the middle.
Có thể là của em là người ta đưa thiếu
Certainly a final table stack the way we've been thinking about it. Comes down to the flip.
đưa thiếu chip đi thì mới là.
Good luck, says Kawauchi.
Thì có thể là con số là đúng.
Clean board, Jack 6 deuce, rainbow. Sevens looking good thus far for Artem.
Rồi nó xong rồi up lên.
Oh.
King, add some
Xem ở
outs.
trong app là biết ngay.
Never easy, as they say. Aces, queens, and tens to be dodged. But the 6 means the 26 million goes the way of Sofronov. Kawauchi takes a dent after climbing up to the 50 million stack.
The short stacks have been doing quite well. Lots of doubles.
15 remaining, playing down to the final 8, most likely.
That's a 12 million chip payout. Takashi Kawauchi. It's quite a tight race when you look at the rest of the stacks. You know, like one swing, you double up, sitting on 20 big blinds. Others have 16 or so.
There we see the 15 players remaining. The chip counts across all of them. 26 bigs is the biggest stack. That's Nevin Chang after finding the double with the pocket jacks. Meanwhile, on the feature we were just watching, of course, the chip leader of the tournament, 71 bigs, 56 million in chips. Ren Lin, the shortest stack at 5.5 million, good for 7 bigs. Pretty much the same shortest stack on the other table as well.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight,
Humphrey's just won his fifth.
but most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jup.ag.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight,
Humphrey's just won his fifth.
but most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
Welcome back to Triton ONE Jeju. Here we are, day 2, final 2 tables of the 3K QQPK Genesis event. We're just going to take a few minutes as we get back to the table with 15 players remaining to discuss who the top players of the day have been, Randy. There's certainly a lot of candidates. I'll let you go first. I don't want to steal your pick.
I mean, honestly, for me, it is the chip leader, Nguyen Hu Dong. Like, he's been playing such good poker. You know, he knows to be aggressive pre-flop, and there are spots where he 3-bet pre, and he put in some nice checks and some chunky value bets, and he got really paid off, especially by the 7s that he was up against Edgar. You know, I just think he's playing flawlessly. You know, sure, he lost a little small wins, but he's got the big lead, and he deserves it.
And perhaps no surprise on my side, I'll go with a player, you might say, not flawless, but my word, actually second in chips on the leaderboard. Chuang Zhang has been putting on a show. He has 50 bigs, and he's earned them the hard way. Of course, the most fun portion of the coverage was perhaps when he decided to go to town with the 6-3 against the chip leader. In fact, your pick did take that one down in a very unique way. He's entertaining us, so I can't help but shout him out for that.
Yeah, of course we got to give him a shout out, because the thing is, he plays his own unique style, and not for the faint of heart, but it really works for him. You know, he made the big play of 6-3 offsuit that you just mentioned and got King Jack 2 pair to fold. But it's not just that one hand. You know, he's 3-betting based on game flow. It doesn't matter what his cards are, and I think he's amazing.
Well, we spoke a lot about how the players on his table would go back, watch the feature table coverage. When we did have the redraw, they had the chance to do that. So time to see how they adjust. Let's take a look at the remaining field as well, some of whom we have had on our feature table plenty of times. Tony in with a shot. Of course, he's always playing really well. He's commentating on the outer tables out there for us as well. Fan favorite, and certainly a favorite from my side. And we have seen a massive comeback for Zhao Yanyan. I will shout him out because now he has 21 bigs. Of course, all kinds of accomplishments in big fields already. Looking forward to seeing what he can do as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. And, well, cast your vote in the Triton Poker Plus app. Who do you think is the best player so far today, showcasing their talent? We would love to hear from you. You can just download it right there. Scan the QR code, whether it's Google Play or the App Store, and put in your vote.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about where we end up there. It's been amazing to see the coverage all throughout the day. We tend to get a good view on playing styles, and I'm really curious if Chad agrees with us, of course.
I mean, like, look, some people are probably going to vote for who they think is the strongest player, but you are allowed to vote how you please. If you have a favorite player, vote for him. Why not? Or represent your nation.
Yeah, let us know. We do have the other poll going, of course, about where you think we will end up in terms of the chip lead coming into the final table. So keep an eye out for that as well. China still in the lead there, but for now, don't forget to go on the Triton Poker Plus app and vote for your favorite or who you think played the best today. We'd love to hear from you. Plenty of options still left out there, and of course we will be playing down from 15 all the way down to the final table here on day 2. It's all to play for, Randy. Anything to expect from the feature table we have going?
I mean, look, I just want to see another big clash from the biggest stacks. I'm going to assume it's going to be Chongnut Zhang or Nguyen Hu Dong. Like, they are willing to gamble. They're, you know, they're going to fight back. They're not just going to sit back and try to fold to final table, as Renlin would say.
Yeah, we did see a lot of splashing around, lots of double ups. The short stacks are surviving. We love to see it at this stage of the tournament. So let's see how the chips splash about as we go to our feature table. Day 2, final 15 players. We're trying to see who takes $586,000 up top from the 3K buy-in.
No, $586,000. Ooh, I wish I could get that in my bank account.
There you have it, all 15. That is the scorecard and the chip counts. Evan Chang now took the chip lead on the outer table, which is the secondary feature table. Take a look at those chip stacks, Randy. 4 stacks between 22 and 26 bigs. I mean, talk about ICM pressure. It all comes down to who can maybe be the most aggressive there.
15.
As we do come back to our feature, Chang 4 for Peng. He's always a bit disgruntled, folding the rags. He's been navigating really well off his medium stack. Has become snug. The last time we saw him a little bit, making some difficult laydowns, pocket fours, king jack suited comes to mind.
And gentlemen, I am gonna be in. Don't never call me, please.
Don't snap a call me. Ace deuce. Yeah, he definitely does not want to be snap called.
10-9 will certainly not snap call or call for that matter.
Spike call him, man. Just do it.
You think if you could see the ace-deuce, he'd call?
Nah, because you got to worry about one player behind you.
No one behind this man, Chuang Zheng, in the big blind. Wants a count. Let's just see the pot odds he's getting. They're pretty good.
They're good given what he's up against. That thing being suited and connected. Big blind ante involved. Flicks it in, and that's the right call.
Near flip. 46-54 in the favor of Lin. Did mention how the short stacks had been doing well. Time to see if Ren can hold.
Ren's going to stay calm for now.
Putting up for the celebration if he can find the double like he did last time.
He's charging.
This is just weird, watching him sitting there silently as we head to the board. No jack, no 8. Some back doors, but safe for the ace-high so far. Oh, the prepay.
He's overpaying there.
Does the prepay equity
work?
It does.
No.
That is strong. Now the reverse ask for the Barry Greenstein that's needed. No ace. That is the end of Tony Ren Lin. Entertaining and proficient as always. Couldn't get it done today, but 15th place finish. Very, very impressive. I mean, talk about being an expert in large field tournaments. This man can just do it all. GG, sir.
Unable to hold to final table. Had to make that shove. But I kind of genuinely believe that Chuang Zheng wanted the ace to come because he just likes the company of Tony Ren Lin. He's a good man.
Could have just folded free flop if that's the case.
Okay. You got your point through. I think you're right.
14 remaining now. 29K guaranteed. Another 4K money chump to the extent you make it to the top 13. It's certainly all eyes on the prize. 586 up top and 57K guaranteed for 8th place as well, which is to say for making the FT. Things are getting mighty serious.
He's like, this junk again?
He just had it. He's tanking with it for no reason whatsoever. 15 seconds pre-flop, remember, after which the Triton tempo, which is to say your clock or time bank gets activated. Let's take a look at if anybody's too short on the time banks. Of course, Zhang, who we've been covering from earlier in the day, has been sitting at 0 for a while.
There's a lot of people with no time. At least 4 people with no time. Let's take a look outside. Who's all in this time? Looks like it's Jia Ping Lu. Jamming a small blind into the short stack of Chunwen Shu.
Off we go, 9-10 versus the King Jack, and it does come King High.
Yeah, it's so good for King Jack.
Prepay.
I mean, probably should.
There you go. Works to deliver some outs, which was the best he could have hoped for, barring a jack. So, comes down to the river. Queen means the double for Chunwan Shu. I've been seeing this along, Randy. No reactions on the double. Of course, we saw this from Zhao. What's that about? Can you celebrate a bit?
She's allowed to celebrate inside.
I get it. Got to keep your emotions regulated to play for such high stakes, make the correct decisions. Celebration and perhaps felicitations and
maybe she's
emotions.
Celebrating now that the camera's off.
Or that, yeah. Maybe a little demure, you know. Back to our feature table. Ace Jack. I mean, Win has been getting hit by the deck. He doesn't need to have premiums to be opening it up, but it's always nice. little bit of tanking going on. Sometimes does happen at this stage with tiny stacks on both tables.
That's allowed.
15 seconds is what you get pre-flop. King 10 suited for Peng.
I'd throw another big blind in there. No reason to re-raise all in.
1-6.
Also, the nice thing is when the chip leader opens and you defend a hand like this, you're more likely to be dominating your opponent and create situations post-flop to earn a lot more chips than re-raising all in.
Yeah, absolutely. Letting in weaker 10s and weaker kings. This board, though, doesn't favor the king 10 of diamonds one bit. Could be just a bet and a quick takedown to the extent Win decides to c-bet.
Might even go like min with ace jack. 1.5 bigs.
Doesn't seem like Peng's style. Fight back in this spot, not to mention his holding is not appropriate either.
Yeah, it just seems like he's pivoted to a more straightforward approach as, you know, more players fall in every single hand. And that's okay, because you know, it's only playing 11.5 million. If he was to make a move here and he's wrong, you know, he's down to crumbs.
Let's see what 11.5 million is good for amongst the remaining 14. Yeah, that gets you to about 11th place in chips with a bunch of players bunched around. So, you know, somewhere between 8th and 11th. And just a quick jam, a quick pickup, maybe an open shove or a 3-bet jam that goes through will just catapult you all the way to the top 7, top 8. So, eyes on the prize in the form of the final table. So beyond the pay jumps, Randy, do you think there's some final table ICM that's going on at this stage of the tournament? Just wanting to make it to the FT?
I mean, yes, it makes sense because that's when the pay jumps escalate. So, like, you do have to reduce the risk that you're willing to take if you're the middling stacks or the short stacks. Because, let's face it, we've seen situations where players are quite reckless, and you might be able to bump into that final table and then get some more pay jumps where it really does matter.
Get a day rest, get a day to prep against opponents who have given a lot of information by playing in our features in terms of their playing styles.
6 raise, 1,700,000.
Queen 10 suited opens it up. Pretty standard considering the holding and the position. Now the chip leader with Jack 9. Oh, pardon me. With Jack 9 of hearts. Lets it go. Good timing. Kings for Peng.
Yeah, he's been relaxing in his seat, waiting for this moment. Yeah, oh, sigh, I've got kings. What do I do?
Full performance.
All right, there we go. Triple head nod. Count requested.
This is Peng's first Triton ONE festival. As we do head to the other table.
Yeah, so Boris Kolev has re-raised all in. Jia Ping Lu raised called. Nines versus ace jack. Ace jack for Kolev, and he needs to hit quickly if he wants to stay in this.
Additional outs in the form of the wheel. Ace jack with 3 needed. 3 side being asked for. That's a jack on the river and a yawn on the double up. Come on, Kolev.
Been there, done that.
Just another day at the office with 15 remaining and getting the double to over 16 million.
There's been so many coin flips, actually. Haven't seen that many situations where it's like, oh, someone gets it and dominated, like ace king versus ace queen. Flipping coins out there.
Flipping coins for 586,000 USD. That is the nature of MTTs in this stage. Yeah, Randy, as you said, the short stacks keep either holding or getting there, as we just saw.
Yeah, Kolev representing Bulgaria.
So we can safely assume the Queen 10 suited did not call the jam from the pocket kings. Back to the table, Edgar now rocking the 14 million stack with blinds at 500, 1 million, 14 bigs for him. Sofronov seems to be taking his time. Jack 9 was very likely to hit the muck there.
Yeah, you need an additional stall. You can get it in there.
Excuse me?
Some players
Can I have any time bounce?
do that.
A walk with the 8 deuce.
Chips walking over there.
A metaphor for society. The rich get richer. They're just being handed chips. 60 mil once more for Hu Dong win.
哇，好打，下面一溜都是10几个嘛。
I like your vote there, Randy. Perhaps obvious, but he really has put on quite a show. I mean, exemplary performance, has been on the feature table quite often, and we get to see how you navigate a big stack. I keep saying he's running good in terms of pre-flop holdings, but don't forget the times when he's not and just forces the issue or gets a lot of equity to fold. Take a note, he's putting on a clinic.
Yeah, and the thing is, the players at his table, besides Shuang Zheng, who made the play of 6-3 offsuit, just kind of let him do what he's doing. So he's piling on top of his chip stack very safely. And even Zheng has kind of tapered back a little bit, and having said that, he sees.
Nice timing.
This guy must play Baccarat. It just has to make sense. 6-3 offsuit, he's going
right.
relentless. 7 deuce, 2.3 million.
I think you might have cracked the code.
Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Like, he's like, nuts. Pay me. Banker. Pay me. Player this time. But this time...
Yeah, Dan Kwan
he loses, right?
Takes the spot. I think he's done his research in terms of who's opening from the +1 position. Ace Jack certainly good enough to 3-bet jam. This looks like a nice little pickup on its way. 20 million and change in the middle. And the blinds don't pick up a hand.
Toji.
Toji. Did not work out this time. Oh, I see.
Very good. Good, good, good.
Zheng was alleging some Toji. He bluffs so much that he thinks other people are bluffing all the time.
Doesn't it help that you know what Toji finally means now?
It really does, Randy.
Like, you just won't be able to not hear it now.
Learn something new every day. This one is crucial, I think, for the rest of Triton ONE coverage.
For sure.
So far you've taught me go-go and Toji.
Do you remember what go means?
Jack-Jack.
That's right.
8-6 of clubs and cannot resist this. For 7-handed, mind you. UTG is certainly on the loser side to be opening 8-6 of clubs, but this is Shuang Zheng we're talking about.
Yeah, he seems to actually like the hands that have numbers in them. You know what I mean?
You're really working on... Have you seen the imitation game? You're reminding me of how they cracked the Enigma code there.
Oh, he's run into aces from the big blind.
Does have ace crackers, so to speak.
6.5.
In comes the 3-bet, and now the real question, Randy, do you think he's peeling?
He's not supposed to, but if this hand is speaking to him, maybe he will.
What is going on? What are we talking about here? Whether the hand is speaking to him? Yeah, he's going to show some discipline, and that's impressive at this stage. I know it's tempting to peel in position, but Sofronov has also been so tight. Just playing his ranges. I think Shuang recognizing that he can't get too carried away.
You heard the dealer counting down because Zhang's got no time bank.
Taking a quick look at the Triton Poker Plus app, we can have both the tables going now. So Zheng has no time bank. Sofronov has no time bank as well. We did see the quick 3-bet from him. The rest of the players have something in their kitty at least. And on the other table, Zhao is down to 1 second for what that's worth. Lu also down to 0. So the players have utilized. For whoever makes it to the FT, they will get an extra 100 seconds, I believe. Honest open with a suited king queen. Putting the newfound chips to work.
Queen 10. We're gonna take it to a flop. He's like, all right, you jammed on me last time when I had 7 deuce. I'm gonna get you back with this queen 10, but it's gonna be pretty hard against king queen suited.
Jack 7-6, 2 spades. He's eyeing his chips.
He's got what, the single suit blockers? Is he gonna grab? Okay, he's gonna knuckle over. Sometimes those hesitation checks are read as medium strength hands. Other times it's just this guy trying to buy himself a free card, but it's always going to fold to a bet. I'm curious to see how Nguyen responds to it. He's thinking it's something as he checks back king queen. Let's see, bet would have worked.
Given Nan Quang Nguyen's table presence, the way he was staring at his opponent, I think he must have picked up on what you just highlighted, Randy. So let's see if he approaches keeping that in mind. The 5 shouldn't help too often against that read that you just mentioned. 2 flush draws on the board as well. Nice spot to take the bet considering the board and the range advantage. I mean, this is just so tough for King Queen to continue.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢.
That's honest.
But that's a really nice play there. His opponent checked back that board. They probably don't have something good. There's a flush draw up there. Jack 7-6. Just auto fire the turn. Like, this guy just plays the man.
Costs us 40 million once more.
This guy's such a unique style, and if you don't make hands, it's actually very annoying to play against, because if you wait around, eventually get something maybe you can fight back with. But the thing is, you might have like bled like half your stack by the time you get the fight back.
8 plus. 9 raised 2 million.
Takashi activated after a while. Suited ace.
Yeah, Kawauchi had 50 million at one point. Lost some pots up against King Queen. Awkward for 11 big blinds. Kind of like shoving here, hoping for the best. But he's just going to pass. Just passes King Queen. That's huge for Takashi. Tense out there. So much pressure.
6 away from the FT. Understandable. Tough though. Edgar's been sitting there patiently, not getting the absolute premiums when he did get the King Queen and have an open.
好久是1万了，不是现在。
Conservative option.
Yeah.
又不是100万。
I think I probably would have leaned toward jamming. I'm looking at the landscape, and there's many players with similar stack down there, but you got to find an opportunity, because we're 2 tables with 7. To keep passing up spots, you may be dwindled down, especially when blinds go up to like 7, 8 bigs, and you're gonna kind of wish you played back at players who hold big chip leads at the table.
Yeah, you want to double up to give you a shot at the tournament, not just keep you around. Next blind level is comfortable, 612, or rather 600k and 1.2 million.
Wait, what did he just thought I saw something.
哦，直接来了，太幸福了。
Rare walk for Pang. They have a pair.
他这我要接了，33秒接，才4个嘛。他打得好规范性，他倒马，他们倒马就是打得很规范。
Yeah, so Artem folded ace-4. Cut off, which is, I think, reasonable given he's playing, what, a 30 million chip stack. 59 bigs.
Amazing composure from both Vietnamese players at the table, actually. Really seem to have put in the reps in the live scene, and Vietnam does have one of the best live scenes. All the local card rooms, you can just come up grinding live tournaments. Very often you see people going from online to live, but you can put in the volume live in the local card rooms in Hanoi, in Da Nang. Really makes you very proficient as you make your way up the ranks. Ace-Jack now, 15 bigs. How's open? He's doing this to induce on some level, right? He's certainly willing to call off a jam.
Yeah, I like raising off of 15.7 bigs, mainly because now you can induce the big blind to reshove like worse aces. You know, like ace-2. Pretty much any ace might even reshove. Like, your hand is just that good.
Good balance for when you want to steal down the road as well, with much weaker holdings that you're willing to raise fold off.
Yeah, if he had like ace-rag, he's probably more likely to open jam, because he doesn't really want to invite players to attack back.
Yeah.
It's all about how you kind of split your ranges to keep the balance.
King-9 of diamonds. Did let the king-queen go. He's been patient.
Yeah, probably fold this one.
Yeah, 11 bigs, UTG. Too many players behind.
It's mainly also because he has 11 big blinds.
2 million.
Ace-9 will open.
Ace-5 suited. Artem hasn't been that out of line, so I don't mind that he's passing a hand that is technically supposed to kind of go after it. Like, Artem's just playing just some solid poker. I think that's all right. Oh, wow. You gotta love this from Takashi Kawauchi. Ace-6 offsuit. It's a good hand to do so with. You know, like, it's not strong enough to flat. You've got a key blocker, which is the ace. This 6 doesn't mess with hands that would raise fold from the +1. So it's actually better for you to 3-bet a hand like this than ace-9 offsuit, for example, mainly because your opponent will not be playing back with ace-9 offsuit, as you just see, and you want them to have more combos of those hands to raise fold with.
Really nice takedown. Takes the spot. Gets the better hand to fold.
Yeah, I've been liking the way Kawauchi's been playing. He's aggressive. He kind of just doesn't wait around. He's got the right moves.
So with that, he climbs up to 38 million. 38 bigs at the current level. Let's just take a look at his profile on the Triton Poker Plus app, his first Triton event. Here he is, 14 remaining.
Ace-9 again. You know he really wants to raise this one. He's like, nah, not after what just happened.
Just got burnt.
Yeah.
One spot earlier as well with UTG, so fair enough fold. And now the cutoff, King Little suited. You will see a lot of players open this, but 15 bigs. Doesn't seem like Pang style. You want to conserve your chips.
9 raise 2 million.
Kawauchi, Queen 7 of clubs, and he's up against pocket 6s of Udong Wen. Decides to call. Edgar's got King Jack, and We're going to have a situation here because I'm pretty sure Wen's going to call off when it likely gets back to him because just 8 big blinds more. There's a 2 million overlay from the Takashi Open plus the big blind ante blinds. This should be a call, and it is.
A quick one at that. He knows he's quite likely to be up against 2 overs, which he is, but Edgar takes a nice spot, getting the overlay himself for the flip. He's been patient, 23 million in the middle. King or jack needed.
Okay. Four, final.
Yeah, so another coin flip. Short stacks have been doing all right in these confrontations. What we got?
Queen, 7, deuce, pretty pure for the 6s.
我好像拽了中。
Slightest of backdoors. About a 10 for a sweat.
朋友，认的。他们3个是朋友。
8 is not exactly a sweat, doesn't add any more outs.
都正常打的。
Needs the river.
没关系，有牌，现在我赢了，没事。
有停牌30就好了。
不会不会，现在都摊牌没事。他们3个都朋友。
Not to be, the streak of the short stacks, winning the flips, is undone by the chip leader, now crossing 70 million in chips as Edgar Asahan is eliminated. Fantastic performance, ran so deep, finishes in 14th place, which is good for $29,000. And now everybody is guaranteed $33,000. As we will slowly climb all the way up to 57,000 guaranteed for the 8th place finisher and above when we make our final table.
Yeah, good to see Filipino representation here in Jeju. A lot of up-and-coming players venturing out for his first Triton ONE stop. He's got to be proud.
Certainly should be. And while we've got a moment, a quick thanks to our title sponsor, QQPK. They are supporting the game at the highest level, bringing the action to the poker fans all around the world, just like you guys who are watching. Thanks as always to QQPK, Triton ONE coverage, proudly backed by them. Six-handed on the feature.
There will be a certain ace threshold where he starts to get involved. Hijack, A6 offsuit. I don't mind pitching this one off of 15 bigs. Seems reasonable. There's going to be a point when you keep getting a little upgrade that he starts to move in those chips, put them in motion.
When with the added stack depth with the 71 million.
Oh, wow. How nice is that? Getting a walk.
Quite surprising. I thought he'd be in ATC mode by now with the huge chip advantage. 6-4 didn't make the cut.
Yeah, I probably would have raised that one, but I guess he gets a little bit less chips given those small blind there. Dead.
Shinhwa. One.
Only one.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7.
所有的神马都除了一个，全在这桌子上。
And loving this man's table presence as well. Vietnamese gentleman in the black attire. Over $500,000 in Triton earnings for him. Starting off with the Triton ONE festival in September.
Yeah.
39th place in this event.
I remember him. He was just same guy, just playing good poker.
He's one of those stories we've been talking about. Randy using Triton ONE to parlay it into something in the Super High Roller Festival. Got 6th place in a 60K event for $500,000 or so.
Yeah, he's in the profit. No doubt. Ace 10. See, I told you eventually he's going to get an ace that he wants to open. And it seems like 10 is the threshold for him.
Nailed it. You've been on point today with the hypotheses panning out. And ace 10, of course, is going to be strong enough. Would be blasphemous to consider letting this go. So far, so good. I feel like he's about to defend with the Jack-8. He hasn't played a hand for a while, has 40 million chips.
It's only one big blind more. He should be defending, but He's out, which is great for Meng Dianpeng because he didn't want to take it post-flop if he didn't have to.
This man just never ceases to surprise me. Getting the big blind discount with Jack 8 just lets it go. Earlier did call off the Jack 8 suited to the jam.
He must be thinking like, look, this guy's kind of stalling and folding. Like, he's probably got something solid if he's opting to open now. He just had a feeling.
Does go with the feelings, as you've guessed. Another ace. Doesn't meet the threshold this time.
Of course not. We're near the bottom.
Griffin had quite a banger yesterday with the Jack 3. He said it's the Jack of all trays. Can't seem to get that one out of my head.
Why did you share that with me?
It just stuck with me, and it's so annoying that it has. Griffin Benger.
I'm going to destroy you later. Jesus Christ.
Deuces on the button, 26 bigs. Instant rip. And it's with a king 10.
Love this guy. Just love it. Like, sometimes he does some things you don't expect, and then he's like, bulldozer.
He's saving his moves. Doesn't want to just peel with the Jack 8. Instead wants to rip the king 10-0 from the small. Did have a player behind as well, mind you, and ripped into a 25 big stack. Had a feeling. And it was the correct one. Deuces cannot call.
It was a lot of blinds too, because if Artem did wake up a hand, he had 26 million to start. But we know Zheng is not scared. You know, Artem's like kind of like being methodical about when he opens pots, but he's opened ace-9 offsuit, got 3-bet, and now he opens the deuces because he's on the button. He's like, well, I don't really want to open jam 26 big blinds, so I'll raise, and then he gets punished. Like, timing's been awful for him.
He had to fold the ace-9 as well on the very next hand after opening.
Yeah, no. Like, I imagine if he didn't raise fold that previous hand, he would have opened that ace-9 under the gun. But here we are, queen-jack suited. He's grabbed the green chip. He really is undeterred at attacking the tournament chip leader.
This is incredible. ICM be damned. ICM's for poor people, as they say. His first Triton event, and he is putting on a show. Win has to be wondering, how does this guy do it? I'm the chip leader. I'm supposed to be the one who's playing back at people. Of course, the king 9 just lets it go.
Thank you, my brother. Oh, he showed him a card.
Where? Jack 8?
10.
The Jack of Spades.
No, 10.
我跟你说啊，他从来不秀一招，你为什么？
Do I need to say it, Randy? Renlin leaves us, but his spirit stays behind.
这个打得这么好，一张牌
The wrist slapping begins for Zheng.
He's a lovable guy.
老过3-6，他很忌讳你扣，也不能乱扣。
Play some fun poker. He won't let the chip leader try to run over the table. I actually think it's bad for Hu Dongwen to have him at the table because he's not winning as many pots as he should be.
Absolutely. I mean,
Artem's like, please don't 3-bet me. Please. He might just leave if someone 3-bets him once again.
He's gotten through Zheng. Just leaves the blinds. 6-2 isn't going to cut it. Comes down to Takashi. Who has seen his cards. While we wait for Peng to fold. Green chip grabbed.
Oh my God. I love this guy too.
He's just in tune with what's going on.
He just knows that Artem is like raising hands he's supposed to and just folding over and over again. But let's take a look outside because I believe there's an all-in confrontation. Paul Tedeschi's got ace-9 against Nevin's pocket 4s. Oh. I don't know who likes pocket 4s if he's watching.
Is it coming?
Does it always make a set?
I don't think so, but
yeah.
how about an ace and a 9 instead?
Paul Tedeschi. France. 2 pair. Needs to dodge the 4, right?
Looking good to get up to 14 blinds. Nevin, of course, the beneficiary of a big flip. Can certainly afford to lose this one. Deuce of diamonds seals it for the double. More than a double, actually, with the dead money as well. So very, very welcome turn of events for Paul Tedeschi.
Yeah, 14 million. But, you know, Nevin, you did kind of chip up quite a bit there. Before losing that pot, he was at 33 million. Should be about 28 now.
So the new shortest stack is going to be Yinan Zhou. 7.7 million for him. Shinhwa Shu, who we also saw on the other table, has been grinding the 10 big blind stack or so. Safe to say. Did see the fold there from Sofronov. Third time his open got attacked in the form of a 3-bet.
Win versus win once again. There was a similar board like this where Nonghwan Wen didn't c-bet King Queen. Now it was against Zhang. Different opponent though. You can see how he's much more confident c-betting into a standard check, whereas last time Truong Zhang kind of tanked, fiddled with his chips a little bit, then checked. So, you know, maybe he did actually read into that hesitation as something, even though it wasn't.
Takes it down, adds to his stack. Approaches 20 mil. Bit of a rail developing as well. Looks like Takashi has made some friends on the table.
What now? Boris Kolev jams into Yinan Zhou, who calls with King 6 offsuit. He is right. He's got the edge against Boris Kolev.
Slight margin and a nice little fist bump as we head to the king on the flop and a queen. Still pretty favorable. 5 outs for the lesser pair. More now, never easy. Just needs to dodge the Queen Jack 10.
That's right, Queen Jack 10.
Four of diamonds. Once again, the short stack getting there.
Remember, Yinan Zhou had 1.6 million at one point when he got into ace queen against Takashi's aces. Then he spun it all the way back up, spun it back down, and he just doubled up.
Spinning back. Round and round we go.
His roller coaster ride never ends. And that's a good thing.
5 spots away from the FT. Certainly, you can use all the luck you can muster.
5.
How about the top pair for the chip leader? Blind versus blind. Looks like there was the raise from the small and the call with the king 8 to be expected. Not much you can do on this board though. As it happens, Quinn had flop top pair, so fair enough.
It's got to be so frustrating for our Artem Sofronov. Like, he went from 30 million, had a couple raise folds. Then he defends, you know, in the big blind with the best hand, king 8 offsuit, and folds because he gets out flopped. Like, he's doing all right relative to the field. You know, he's still like 6th or 7th out of 13 remaining. But from his point of view, it's just frustrating because you're like, well, if I can just win some pots I'm supposed to be one of the top 4 stacks. But no, he just is not.
Needs to recenter himself. Really not let the situation get the best of him. This is the time to meet the moment. Keep the mental game strong. Saw him lose 3 opens after getting 3-bet. Just saw him lose the king 8. 4 in a row on our feature table alone. Looks like he has a hand he's considering once again. So actually, Kawauchi opened with the ace-7, and Win has just flat called with the ace-jack. Bit of a rare situation we haven't seen in a while. Going to the flop between these two. King, 6-6, 2 diamonds. Not much for either player to write home about. Ace-7 battling ace-jack. As we do take a look at the situation. Look at this. Kings for Boris Kolev. And the queen-jack suited is in there as well. And Nevin with the decision with king-jack of clubs.
Yeah, that's right.
Rough shape for Shunan Shu. However, she is the covering stack. 5.7 million is, of course, in there. Welcome side with the pocket kings.
Yeah, she jams with queen jack suited, which makes sense in a cutoff. Kings, of course, calling off. And can she crack Boris Kolev's kings?
One jack is burnt. I think straights and flushes.
Less likely now.
Will be the aim, yeah. I mean, 2 pairs also. Queen jack is quite a good hand to try and crack the kings. 17% as we see.
Let's see. She didn't react last time. She got a nice double. She's going to need some help.
That's a good start. And mind you, the king-jack would have flopped the nuts. Nevin Chang.
That's true. That is true.
He would have had them dead to a chop in 2 spots.
It'd be so dirty if she gets there against kings.
Can we cut to Nevin real quick somehow? Really want to see his reaction as we do head to the turn. King, queen, 8 needed. 10 is a bad card. Does take away the 2 pair outs. Just a queen or an 8 now. Oh my goodness.
Jun and Shu rivers the 8 for the straight.
Does react this time around.
Thumbs up to the rail. Kolev's like heartbroken, yeah? I would be.
Really hard luck there. I mean, he was getting called by the king-jack suited, if nothing else. So Poker Gods had decided that that was his time to exit the tournament. 13th place, fantastic performance. Cannot help but think about Nevin almost clicking the call button and getting a double elimination. So down to 12, Randy, 4 away.
Oh, we're oh so close. So many all-ins.
But I will say no tiny stack in the tournament anymore. Pretty much 4 stacks between 9th and 12th, tied at around 14 to 15 bigs. Shortest stack, essentially a 3-way tie, as I just said. Tishua Win, Shinan Yu, Paul Tedeschi, and Meng Dian Ping on our table.
Yeah, you can tell it's such a tight cluster that, you know, we've seen some, once upon a time, big stacks become short stack and then they're bouncing back up. What hasn't changed is the top 3 chip counts have kind of been staying up there throughout the late stages of the tournament. This time, 10-9 offsuit, 4 tournament chip leader. Woo Dong-Win. It's up against deuces. You never know what this guy is thinking.
He's not thinking fold, I feel. What is this?
He called.
Okay, set mining. Actually getting the right odds considering the size of the stacks, but deuces are pretty dangerous. There you see a bigger pair behind.
He should strongly consider jamming 6s in this spot.
Oh, this
yeah,
is
I love this.
Beautiful squeeze setup. You know, the chip leader opening, gonna be the loosest.
Oh, queens. Hello, ladies.
Wow, Pang's patience being rewarded most likely. There it is.
All in. With confidence. Show out the roasted duck.
The roasted duck, I like that.
Yeah, barbecue.
Well, Nang Kwang Win in trouble as the covering stack would be left with just a handful of bigs, under 4. To the extent he can't clip a 6. Just did see the kings cracked. 6s will make the same attempt against the ladies. Jack 9-4 is just so clean. No deuce either, mind you.
Yeah, he's still rooting for a deuce despite not being in this pot.
That's 4.
Oh!
Ayya!
Hold on.
Ayya!
There's a guy still sweating his hand. Don't worry about the deuce.
That reaction is what I was rooting for, and we did get it with the deuce on the turn, but unfortunate for Win did take the squeeze spot. As you were saying, Randy, I think very well played by him to take that spot.
He did nothing wrong. He would have got through the 10-9 off and 6s. I mean, the deuces, I mean.
Now we do have a tiny stack in the mix, and it is Win. We do cut back to the situation. Another flip. This time it's Zhao who is the shorter stack, and if he can win this, he'd be up to 30 million.
Yeah, it's a pretty sizable pot. 30 big blinds. In there, ace queen versus 7s. Just another coin flip.
Cut off open, and Nevin just jams, and it comes ace 6-6. What a saga this is turning out to be.
This guy had 2 big blinds. 2. 1.6 million.
Just needs to dodge the 2 remaining 7s on the river, and he will be back with a bang in this tournament. He'd be 5th in chips.
Ace queen's good. And Nevin had 30 million at some point. Down to 10. Back to crumbs. Never-ending roller coaster. How many ups and downs are there on this ride for Ina and Joe?
I mean, a 30 million chip stack at this point is actually a heavy favorite to make it to the final table, so the story brewing is already quite wild.
And he knows how to use a stack, trust me. I've seen it.
I actually watched the coverage there too, and he did a fantastic job against some of the superstars you were mentioning. This is not what the table wanted to see. Mind you, Nevin Chang, very accomplished player from Taiwan as well. So we do see the 12 players remaining, 6 on each table, of course. Stacks ranging from 30 to 11 on one table, but much more of some polarity on the other one. The one we've been watching with the chip leader in the tournament, Hu Dong Nguyen, 75 bigs, going all the way down to the crippled stack, recently crippled, that is. 3 bigs for the other gentleman from Vietnam. Would be down to 11 shortly, unless Nang Quang Nguyen can engage the same mode that we've seen Zhou Yinan find and begin the spin up. 501k, or rather 500,000, 1 million I should say. 4 starting stacks is the big blind.
Gonna deal this hand. Ace 7. Shoe. No, thank you. Don't think you can play 4 deuce of hearts on the button.
Oh no.
Dirty diaper.
A walk. King Queen. Fair enough.
Show. How can you not? Oh, just 1 card. Come on, show both.
He's not that nice.
All right, so we just had to let you guys watch that walk.
Seemed crucial. Every walk can feel crucial. 4 starting stacks, of course, is the big blind. This man has been having a rough go of it. Sofronov, 18 million, which is to say 18 bigs. We'll take another go. Opens Queen 10 off.
Every time he raises, he gets played back out. Like, Does he just want to break something at this point?
You just knew it was coming too.
I know. I feel for him. He's like, seriously, why is this guy tanking? Oh no!
What?
He just folded ace-10 suited. After watching Artem raise fold so often. Artem just got away with that.
What randomizer is this?
It's a bad feeling. And he was wrong.
I mean, he was in the cutoff with 3 players behind, but ace-10 suited, short-handed, is a monster. And
Yeah,
now
I'm very surprised.
Sorfinov finally gets to see a flop. It's been a while. 10 in the window. My word, if somehow even the flat call had been engaged with the ace-10 suited, this could have been just all over.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Now Sorfinov gets to start extracting 15 bigs in a stack.
5 million. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Oh, he snap folded already with the king-8.
Me 80.
Gone for full pot, Randy.
Yeah, that's actually kind of surprising given how strong his hand on that
Oh my
flop is.
I'm telling you, it's the final table ICM. You want to make it to the final table. As we do see the blinds go up. 600K, 1.2 million now. No one will feel the pinch more than when Nang Huang. 3 big blinds were in his stack, down to 2.5 now, I suppose. He's all in.
Good luck. Good luck. Yeah.
Pretty favorable. Let's begin the spin.
Good spirits out there.
Me T. Yeah, I can.
Come on, you can't lose this one. This is like a clawback being offered after getting unlucky with the 6s versus queens. Just needs to dodge a 10, and that will essentially be it.
99.7%. Running 10s?
Yeah.
Nope.
他这个是要接的，他3个毛嘛，我赢低的时间太
I'm pretty excited to take a look on the Triton Poker Plus app at the other 2 events we have going on. Of course, the qualifier, but more importantly, the first flight of the Mystery Bounty, the 5K buy-in Mystery Bounty. 1.9 million in prize pool from today's flight, Randy. 421 entries. Very impressive. We're just 20 players away from the end of day there, playing down to 105 players.
Yeah, you said it's a multi-flight tournament, so that obviously is going to be a huge field too.
Thank you very much.
As we do take a moment to shout out our title sponsors, QQPK. There you see the QQPK ambassadors, Punat Punstri, Danny Tang, Webster Lim, Nishant Sharma. Your new poker path.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Dealer change.
Thank you very much.
Not surprising to see Hudang win. Hang the dealers there. Hey, one more opportunity. As always, our Triton ONE coverage proudly backed by QQPK. Supporting elite competition on poker's biggest stage. Perhaps the stage you're watching right now. High stakes, sharp minds, and no margin for error. Did see Danny and Nishant on our feature tables for this very event. Expect to see Punat in some future ones as well.
Yes. Yeah, 24? Yes.
U3 I4
Yeah.
然后 two
Only 100.
two
This.
2 0
Monster for the tiny stack.
Okay.
The spin story seems alive and well. No brainer, all in.
那没有问题。
8,600,000.
No problem.
The old TV time tang from Peng.
He's been patient, but you know, he got the queens. Up to 32 mil. Well, Nguyen's got an interesting spot here if ace-4 is suited, because with the blinds going up, it's not that many blinds now. Gonna pass.
8,600,000.
Aces everywhere.
Yeah.
So again, with the discount, essentially just 6 bigs for Sofronov to call, but just has 19 million in his own stack. Good for about 15 bigs.
It's annoying. I could see how it could be a call against certain people.
Nang shows it. I like the decision to show. Usually I don't engage in the showing meta, but when you're the short stack in this scenario, you want to preserve your image, get some extra folds if you can.
No, yeah. I okay? No, no, yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Call. Yeah.
He just basically tell him he's going to do like a no-look call if you go all in, so you better not go all in. That's my interpretation. As Chuang Zhang is the big blindest hand, but let's flip it on over. More all-in confrontation happening. Jia Peng Lu's got ace-jack against Paul Tedeschi's ace-queen. Tedeschi with the best of it, but less of a stack.
Paul essentially open-ripped it, so the ace-jack did call off. King deuce deuce, pretty favorable for the ace-queen. Chop outs in the form of a king. Now some additional ones, as they tend to be in this situation. So jack for the win, kings and eights for the chop. And ace does it too in the form of a chop, but a deuce does not. Ace-queen high along with the trip deuces.
Trip deuces, king and ace.
Oh, pardon me. There is the chop, yeah. Forgot about the deuce. You always forget about the deuce.
That's a bit of a scam for Paul Tedeschi. He was supposed to have 25 million.
Yeah, what do you make of the call there by Lou, considering the open jam, UTG, by Paul?
Was it like 10 blinds? Like, yeah, it makes sense. But, you know, Tedeschi technically is not supposed to jam as wide when there's like 5 big blinds and 9 big blinds, but
well, let me
really
just
too much.
draw your attention to what just happened here. The 10-5 activated. We've seen this in the past. The steal there.
So he just loves 10-5 offsuit?
We've come across a few hands he loves. 6-3, 7 deuce, 10-5.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the app, and what happened in that hand was like Peng opened 2.5 million. He just made it like 11 million with 10-5 offsuit.
It's just ridiculous.
So he loves anything that adds up to 9 and 10-5 off. Yeah, he might be a puzzle that's unable to crack.
Let's get ChatGPT on this. Go watch the whole stream, ChatGPT. Figure it out.
It's like legend in the making.
And he loves raising from the blinds too. It's almost as though he's position agnostic, just when he feels it.
See, Nguyen's playing in line of how I would expect players to navigate. 10-9 offsuit in the cutoff with big stack. I like. Norton folds. 6s, that's a real hand. Now against Nguyen, we saw him flat with deuces on the button. He's going to take a similar route in the small blind.
Heads up between the two big stacks on the table and in the tournament. 10 in the window. Oh my word, he's flopped quads, and what a time to do it. Against Zhang, who has a boat that should feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it's actually really bad for 6s because, I mean, 6s is a full house. Can we fault the quads we're checking? If he knew his opponent had a pair, oh my god, really?
Wow. Take a screenshot of this situation. The 6 doesn't really change much in the form of the full house.
Can we just see like one more 6? Like, I would love it.
I would rip my headphones off. These two have been battling. We've seen it on the feature table so much. When absolutely loving life being bet into with quads. How's that for one of the poker feelings?
Flops, quads, checks, of course. Getting bet into. Slow playing. I mean, Jenks thinks he's got the best hand. How can he not? He thinks he's up against like an ace high, maybe.
It was close, Randy. It was close. The 8 of clubs, though. No quads over quad situation, so the check mark for the flopped 4 of a kind that once again will be bet into for value. And of course, when the mandatory raise comes, I think Zhang wouldn't mind his hand so much. Now he does have 2 of the 6s and an overcard has appeared. There are some 8s that get here. Thinking about hands such as 8, 7, 9, 8 that might peel on the turn after a check on the flop.
But to be honest, I don't think he should be worried about the 8 because I feel like those hands would have just c-bet the flop on 10, 10, 10. So
there are some ace 8, king 8 combos perhaps that check the flop and then peel the turn against an opponent like Chang. And that's about it that comes to mind.
Making it 12 million. I mean, if Chuang Zheng really thinks about this hand, why didn't he c-bet the flop if he had air? Why raise now? And if you really think about it, hands that can check back the flop here, of course quad 10s, but there's other hands too. Aces, kings, queens, they don't necessarily need to bet the flop. He's going to call in big pot. He's going to show the 2 6s.
61对7吧。这个没用的，你就小对子嘛，淹掉了嘛。但我没想到他1对10，我操！我觉得他1对9，你大概是1对5。
Well, he certainly could have used more time to think, but let's not forget he's out of time.
That's right. That is right. Biting him now. No tempo clock.
So Win Ho Dang gets a pretty sizable bite at the apple in the form of Chuang Zheng's stack. Chip leading, playing well, and flopping quads. Look at the differential updated on the Triton Poker Plus app. Near 90 million for the chip leader, and the next biggest stack is 32.
Yeah, 32 is only 27 big blinds. Chip leader has 74 bigs. Chuang Zheng falls to 3rd. He's got 30 million. Even right behind him, there's 2 players also with 30 million, that being Zhou Yinan and Meng Dianpeng. Ace 4 suited. Guy's playing good. He's flopping well. I mean, he flops quad 10s, and you're always thinking like, well, what's going to pay me if I have all of the deck? And his opponent happens to flop a full house.
Well, that opponent is looking for a clawback in the form of aces. If he doesn't go too big, there is a world where Nguyen comes back over the top, considering he does have the solver favorite kind of holding ace 4 suited. And this could feel like a frustration raise as well, mind you.
It looks a bit steamy, let's be honest. You know, he frustratedly showed his 6s that was a full house and lost. We should have data points that this guy is out of line. I mean, ace 4 suited, I don't think it's ever folding. It's at least calling, and it might even rip it in if it just does not believe. And Zheng might be getting his original chips back and more.
I mean, you have such a huge stack differential as the chip leader. You want to press your advantage, right? Take the fold equity.
Goes with call.
Great timing for caution.
Still, he's not in great shape. 15 million in that pot. See a heart? See a gut shot. It's not too shabby for Ho Dong Nguyen.
It's pretty good. His equity actually went up from pre-flop to 22%. It also means he will remain interested to any continuation bet. And Zhang does get tricky. Goes check, check on the flop. Free card. Does not convert for win. And now the king does appear. After the check, check on the flop, the king should feel a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it's actually very fortunate for Wen that his opponent checked back and the king shows up. So he would have check called a bet for sure with the wheel and backdoor nut flush draw. Check, check again. Another opportunity. Doesn't hit the wheel.
This might be the weirdest played aces I've seen in a while. On the 9-3-5 rainbow, you don't try and extract. And then the offsuit king, which should be a mandatory bet to try and start building the pot. Zheng gets fancy once again, so the trap has been engaged all the way down to the 0% for Gwyn. Can he get paid by one of the worst ace highs?
Yeah, he's going to start pushing in chips now. He was hoping his opponent would catch a pair at some point. He actually let his opponent have a chance at 2 pulls at hitting a hand that could break his aces.
He's bet half a stack, nearly. Should look pretty convincing to the ace-4.
Yeah, I think the problem here is you even lose to some bluffs. Maybe Zheng is taking a better ace in this type of action. So you can't really call ace-4.
Yeah, any weak hands that would feel the need to fire might have done so on the flop or the turn. And hands that have showdown value, even as strong as queen high, should be checking behind. So he puts it together, somehow losing the absolute minimum. That could have gone wrong on so many streets. I think Zhang did kind of let Win get away with one there. Bit rattled after losing to that flop quads, maybe.
Yeah, at least
pre-flop you call?
some back.
Pre-flop.
All in. Call? All in?
Pre-flop.
All in, call.
Okay.
Win doesn't know it.
But he thought about it, though.
He did think about it clearly, and Win doesn't realize it, but inadvertently, that's one of the sickest needles ever to the man who had aces.
Easy. Very easy answer.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like 4-bet ripping ace-4 suited is very reasonable given what we've seen from Zheng. You know, he's 3-betting 10-5 offsuit, 6-3, 7 deuce.
No.
They don't believe.
Check flop.
Yeah, Hu Dang thinks he's trolling.
Nah.
They don't believe. Check flop, check turn, yeah, right. But he did. All in from Takashi, ace king. He doesn't look to induce. Probably would have preferred that, given how deep his opponent is. But perhaps maybe he's just hoping his opponent is trapping with like an ace queen, ace jack, and he just calls it off. Statement made.
No bladder. No bladder. No bladder. No bladder.
他说什么？他说
Me, What?
5 and 7 bigs. The shortest stacks in the tournament. Followed by 9. Everybody else above 10 bigs.
Check flop, check turn. Yeah, check. Where? Oh yeah. Call.
Average stack 26,021 bigs.
Your brother? Brother?
No brother.
No brother?
No brother.
No?
Ace king for Zhang.
Told you he's polarized.
Aces and now ace king. He's having the most fun out there, I'll tell you that, with the banter as well.
Completely agree with that. He really is a unique character.
Come on.
All right.
Off to see the situation. Deuces facing the hand you want to be up against. Ace deuce.
And Evan's down to 5.5 million. Gets called by Yinan Zhou's ace deuce. Oh, an ace. One out remaining.
Come on now. Got it in so good. Short stacks have been winning the flips, but the 4% is hard to come back from.
2%?
Even harder, as it turns out. 1 in 50 times, Nevin gets it. Otherwise, we will be down to 11. That's it. The Taiwanese superstar, one half of a content creation team as well with his wife. Should have some fun content and stories from his deep run here. 12th place. Not a bad start to the series at all, and you do know you're going to be seeing him across the whole festival. Look forward to that.
Yeah, you can see him talking to the camera very quickly. But what a run for Yinan Zhou. From 2 big blinds to 33 big blinds, 39 million. He had 1.6. Here we got Takashi, pocket tens, just flatting. For him to just flat on the button against the cutoff open of 22 big blinds must mean that he thinks that Meng Dianpeng is playing relatively tight. And it's going to get Artem in trouble because he sees a situation where Takashi's range is supposed to be very weak. So he instantly reshoves, and Tens is going to snap it off.
The plan has worked to perfection. Takashi playing it cautious against Peng, but recognizing the stack sizes behind him as well. Sofronov runs with it, cannot blame him. Peng is just posturing, and Kawauchi surely will call this off. We could be down to 10 here, Randy. 10s versus 7s, very likely to be the showdown.
He's going to call so fast, watch. Just keep an eye on Takashi Kawauchi. Oh, I thought he was going to call quicker, but he's calling, trust me. There he is. There it is.
他一对，我知道他一对。
Sofronov, no doubt, disappointed and a bit surprised to see the 10s being flipped over. I think he could have done really. Had to take that spot. Now just needs to clip.
隔壁的真他妈的能憋隔壁的，结果个几 BB 打了几个小时还是几 BB， 憋精全是。
Now 7. No hope really apart from the 2 remaining outs.
我以为给他打掉了。
One pull at the lever for the jackpot. 777 close, but no cigar. 8 of spades is the turn. Needs a 7 of spades. Diamonds will do as well.
We're waiting for a 7 in Chinese.
No.
The reverse routing does its job. 50 million crossed for Kawauchi. But for now, GG's to Artem Sofronov. Had a rough go of it, made a comeback. Does exit in 12th place.
Yeah, he looks defeated. You know what I mean? Like, he had that healthy stack. He raised folded many times, and just because of bad timing or his opponents just making moves at him. And he gets a spot where the one time Takashi flats and he jams with a pocket pair. He's just got 10s over there. Slow played it. It's just sometimes things don't go your way. It's just so sad when it's an opening event like this with 11 remaining. He busts in 11th. Now we're down to 10.
Always good to make a deep run, but really unfortunate when it fails you at the end. And yeah, good rectification there as well. Randy, he's actually out in 11th, not 12th, which means extra 4K pay jump as well going his way. 37K is what he walks away with.
I open, you pull.
also the amount the 10th spot will be getting. And then 9th has the pay jump of 7K, 44,000 would be the minimum.
Thank you.
Once we get down to 8, we are at the FT.
You are pro.
Yeah. Good luck.
See you, brother.
10 players remaining.
Things are pretty fun on the table, if you have some chips, I will say.
Yeah, a lot of respect being thrown over to Takashi from one seat over.
There we see it. The chip leader remains, and I think this has been the case for most of the day now. Hu Dong-win with 66 bigs, 80 million in his stack. We're going all the way down to 7 bigs on our feature table. Nang Quang Win, also from Vietnam, and Paul Tedeschi on the other table is rocking the under 10 big blind stack. So maybe 2 candidates to be the next 2 people out, which gets us to the final table, but it's far from over. We've seen all kinds of comebacks.
Yeah, all kinds of comebacks. Mainly on Zhou Yinan, you know, he's currently sitting on 4th, and but still, it's the top 3 guys. It's Nguyen, Takashi, and Chuang at the top.
Yeah, they've been really putting on a show, and the show will continue. We're just going to take a break for a few minutes, and we will be right back. 10 remaining in the opening event here, the 3K QQPK Genesis. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
Here is where legends reside.
4.
Only a few stand in the spotlight,
Humphreys just won his 5th.
but most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight,
Humphreys just won his 5th.
but most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
If he wins this, he's back. 5 big blinds and a dream. It would make for the greatest anime story of all time if Aaron now keeps on doubling and eventually gets all his chips back from T1.
There's some possibilities here. 2 ways through the back door.
Yep, backdoor clubs are live.
Help on the turn.
And a backdoor straight draw. Chop outs.
That's not the back door, but like sort of a side door. You know,
we're building a deal
where you both go in it together, or maybe from both sides you go in and then you see each other. Nah, there he is.
Unfortunately, that is the end for the man who entered this table as the chip leader, not as the chip leader of the table, but of the entire field. Loses 9 million chips in a little over 80 minutes of poker. Brutal for Aaron. I'm sure we'll get to see a lot more of him in the upcoming days. He is clearly enjoying his time over at Triton ONE. He was here last September, had a couple of fantastic runs, and he is a really fun player. He is not afraid to play big pots. Unfortunately, a couple of little slip-ups and also get a bit unlucky there. Sometimes you need to hit on certain moments, Griffin, and the man couldn't hit or hold when it mattered the most.
Yeah.
Okay. Brutal. It's something that we all know. It doesn't really matter how many chips you have in the middle of a day 2. Like, it can always change so quickly, but it's still shocking to see.
Yeah. As far as range of outcomes are concerned, Aaron collapsing, coming in as the chip leader of not just the table, but of the entire field. Yeah, not what I would have had on my bingo card. Pocket jacks here for K Yang. Just under 10 big blinds. Going to be shoving and going to be very surprising if there's any call to see how strong he is. But yeah, he's just going to let it go.
Yeah, it's a little too much for 7-6 offsuit. Even if some of the kids out there would love it. You familiar with the 7-6 memes? 6-7.
6-7, yes, I'm familiar. it's especially tilting. You have to understand, and you'll appreciate this as someone who has an appreciation for ice hockey.
Yeah.
But I've been a Toronto Maple Leafs fan for the better part of my life, and they're quite famously one of the biggest failures in sports history.
I'm aware of it.
And
I
they
have
not-
seen a lot of hopes and dreams
when-
of
yeah,
playoffs and it never leading to a Stanley Cup.
And when do you think the last time they won the Stanley Cup was?
Was it in 1967?
It was in 1967. So 67 is a particularly triggering number for me. And the fact that it became this freaking meme with the kids.
I'm so happy that you shared that with me. Because
Yeah.
now I've learned something. I did
Yeah.
not know. That is fantastic.
I will say, though, when it comes to the 6-7 meme, I've seen it die out in recent months. Like, it really had its moment, and then it kind of disappeared. And I think it's kind of almost a microcosm for just, like, the way, like, trends just, like, they don't have staying power anymore, you know? In the same way that they did in, like, the early 2000s, it's like everything just moves so fast now. We're on to the next thing, right?
But what is the next thing?
I don't know. World War III or something? I don't know, whatever they're saying. Like, no, I mean, like, of course,
I have
a lot of things going on in the world, but
you know, I don't have TikTok, or I never had TikTok, and I always feel like some of the popular memes of the kids, they make it over to the other social medias a little bit later than they do over TikTok. So I felt that by the time I learned about 6-7, and it's still confusing to me up to this day, but you know, you kind of start running with it. I commentate video games, and sometimes you see 67 workers go down, or the score is 6-7, right?
So you kind of indulged in the...
Yeah, so I kind of got sucked into it, but by the time that I finally started like playing along, I felt like everybody else indeed moved on.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
I'm
what
like
I
the
mean.
grandpa is stuck.
Maybe I'm just nostalgic for things that used to be sort of inside jokes from the early 2000s, because that's when, like, my inside jokes were cool, and, like, you know, it's just like, it's like, what up now, Swedes? And, like, someone brings it up 20 years later, I'm like, yes, like, I'm a trend that will never die.
A warm welcome back. It is late at night here at Triton ONE Jeju, and we're down to the final 10 players with a single, along with Randy Liu, 2 spots away from the final table. What a table we've had on the feature table pretty much every time, thanks to having the chip leaders and the action players to watch.
Yeah, so all the players right now, they're guaranteed 37,000, but at this point, with every single elimination, there is a pay jump. So if you get to 9th, then you get 44K, you get to 8 players, 57, and obviously at the very top is 586K. But the heads-up match is going to be massive. It's going to be for, what, $250,000? And the thing is, right now, when you look at these pay jumps, and you are looking at the stacks out there, you kind of have to grind it out if you're below average stack, right? Because there's 2 players with 10 big blinds, but the other 2 right above has got 12 and 13. So you could be the one getting those pay jumps if you kind of just grind and try to take your spots against the big stacks that are going to be raising relentlessly.
It's time to put all that ICM training to work, but there are a few candidates who don't seem to be caring about ICM. They're going for 586,000 up top, and the 2 trophies on offer. Coming to mind, of course, is Chuang Zhang. Has been absolutely the action player at the table, but you mentioned amongst our top player poll as well, the chip leader, Win Hu Deng, has been putting on a masterclass. 66 bigs, near 80 million chips for him.
Yeah, he's been playing very solid poker. You know, like, he's not really crazy, but, like, he knows to 3-bet the key moments. He's been trying to attack Chuang Zhang, and he got a lot of value when he had, you know, the quad 10s against the 6s. And, you know, if you also feel that he's playing very well, go ahead and check out the Triton Poker Plus app. There's a poll on who you think's been playing the very best. You can root for Takashi Kawauchi. He's been playing a really nice game too. You know, he got some compliments from his table mate, like, hey, you're like a pro, and thumbs up. And he's like, yeah, I know I'm a pro. You know what I mean? So, like, go ahead and check out the Triton Poker Plus app.
I think a candidate might also be Yin An Zhao. What a comeback he's had. He's sitting at 32 bigs. We saw him go all the way down to 2 bigs. Now in with a shot 4th place in chips as we see the stacks across the 2 tables. Just did mention Zhao. He's actually the chip leader on his table. And this is interesting, Randy. 32 bigs for him. And then a bunch of medium and tiny stacks. He's 32. He's the chip leader with 32 bigs. He would be 4th in chips if he had a stack on the other table.
That's right. He has a very good table draw in the sense that the shallow stacks are sitting in that 9 to 13 cluster. He's actually in a situation with these pay bubbles out there to actually open jam a lot into them, and he's going to be able to chip up. He knows how to do it. He won $6 million once in a tournament. I think he's in a good spot.
Yeah, well, he's in a good spot for life, fair to say, after the 6 million score, but he certainly knows how to navigate, as you mentioned, the deep fields and now the sweaty stages of the tournament with ICM in play.
Yeah.
This is an interesting spot. Peng has been in this situation plenty of times, considering whether to open or not. King-Queen is just so strong with 5-handed, mind you. It's an absolute monster short-handed, as is Ace-8, certainly in the hands of Zhuang Zheng.
I think he might even raise. He wants to know how much he's playing behind.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love this.
Maximum pressure.
This is good. Because he actually also gets better hands to fold. I'm pretty sure that Meng Dianpeng is not raise calling off like ace-10, even ace-jack offsuit. You know, like he's looking around, he sees all those short stacks during the break. Yeah, he's going to step aside. So this is what makes playing a hand like this aggressively even better.
Absolutely agree. How can you call us something like ace-10 and even the kind of equity you have with king-queen?
Like, he's probably raise folding like 7s, 6s, probably 8s going to muck too. Well played, sir.
Well played indeed. When ICM becomes prevalent and we get short-handed, the ability to 3-bet light, jam light becomes such high EV, but this man barely needs a hand to do it. He's never been shy. He never needed the ICM.
It's just a thank you to the dealer. Perhaps maybe it's the extra black chip, but still.
Each bot feels like it could be the one on either table, really.
Okay.
It's really tough to practice for playing 5-handed poker if MTTs are your thing. It's only a couple of chances you get to do it across the whole tournament. A whole different set of ranges need to be studied and navigated. This is a good example, ace-6, and he's picking up chips.
Yeah, I think he should be folding here. There's too many big stacks at this table. There's plenty of shorter stacks. 21 million's healthy. And he just raised fold last hand, so even more reasons to pass. So this will be a raise.
2-4.
2x from the button, and the tiny stack does not have something to compete with.
That's pretty annoying. It's getting so shallow.
Maybe a couple of pips better, you could consider the stop and go, but queen 5 is just so ugly. Extension of the chip lead there. Queen's composure remains impeccable, as it has all day. 12:30 a.m. local time here. These players have been at it for better part of 12 hours. Kawuchi, that's the 9 high go. Win will certainly not let the queen 9 go.
Okay.
Especially not if it's suited. Never know with this man, but 7-5 is too weak even for him.
Yeah, because it doesn't add up to 15 or 9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hypotheses being validated thus far.
Again.
I love the atmosphere at this table.
For sure.
It's very different on the other side. You know, the other side's a little bit more business. But here is like, yeah, we're playing for a lot, but No big deal. Because it's just how often do you get to live in a moment where, yeah, 1,200 runners in our second Triton ONE and potentially become a champion here, right? Like, it's cool.
Absolutely. Could count as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for some, or at least the first in a lifetime. Many of these runners joining us for the very first time at a Triton event. Paul Tedeschi had pocket kings and found a 3-bet commit, essentially. The pocket fours, too weak to continue. So nice pickup there for one of the short stacks out there.
Solid fold fours. Up against that 10 big blind reshove. But, you know, he's satisfied with the current layout of his table where you don't want to double up someone right behind you.
You are 10.
10. OK 啦。
那前三 OK 了，前三，然后他是第10，我操。
反正 table OK 了。
真不好打。
Ace-8 is plenty strong, 5-handed with the chip lead.
Mini ace for sure in the hijack at the moment for win.
$5.6 million. He's down to about 4.5 bigs. Things looking pretty rough. Has a few hands he gets to play for free before he's essentially committed with the blinds and antes. Kawuji grabbing chips, ace-queen for him.
Very good.
Just calls.
Yeah, he has to because he's playing 50 million, which is a lot, and he's covered by the chip leader, so call makes a lot of sense. And there's a situation where he's going to be able to get at least 2 streets, I would imagine, against ace-8. It's a good board for ace-8, too.
Facing the hidden ace-queen with the ace of spades to boot, considering how it was played pre-flop. For all the reasons you mentioned, Randy, check call seems to be in order.
Yeah, you tend to not want to inflate when you're the coverage stack and you know you're second in chips. So check call, pretty much mandatory. Wow, outs picked up for ace-8.
And given the disguised nature of the big blind, I think Nguyen can go multiple streets of value. Decides that he's going to turn it into a 2-street affair on the turn. Now he himself has somewhat disguised ace-8. Did not want to risk against the big blind's range on the 7-9-6 that followed the ace.
Takashi checked very quickly with very strong kicker, and I'm pretty sure Nguyen's going to value bet ace-8, trying to target the 9, the 7. He's going to get called in. There you go.
Anything faster than a snap call? Because that's what Kawuji did.
Yeah, there's probably even merits to raising, but it's just not worth the risk. He's like, I'm happy with this pot size. I'll take it.
He's basically saying he's happy to go into the final table as second in chips. Let's do it. See you tomorrow.
Race, global better. Global better.
Bet call.
Check.
Check. Turn check.
Better call.
Peng getting the information he needs.
And he's like, how is there not more chips in there? Both players have strong ace. Because it's number 1 and number 2 in chip counts. Understood.
Oh, time to test your theory. 6-3 folded.
It's clearly wrong.
Need a new hypothesis.
Yeah, I'm going to give up on that one. He's just the man. He can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. Suited connectors go way down in value at this stage, especially with shallow stacks. You actually prefer to open with key blockers.
A walk for the chip leader. Can expect this more and more, considering the dynamic. Mind you, the shorter and even medium stacks on our table, which is the one we're watching, would be keeping an eye on some hullabaloo on the other side in case they can get the sense that somebody's all in. It will make a huge difference. The last person to leave us was Artem Sofanov, 37K. Same payout for 10th place as well. And then the pay jumps get pretty wild. 44K for 9th place and 57K for 8th.
It's not a lot of blinds, but they are blinds. Plenty of players would wish they had 5 bigs, and he got granted a little wish here of pocket 8s, didn't he? Into hijack. Next hand, he's the big blind. Wow, this might even be a call with King Jack. Then you look at who's in the blinds, and do you want to call and like let the big blind come along, who's one of the most crazy players out there? And
These two are having a blast.
Oh.
Picks up 2.5 bigs, has to post 2 of them.
Put.
他要推很多牌的。
不是，99靠，这是靠 AT TT。
不是
No。
他刚才那个牌他会推很多牌。
G 靠，GG。
那马上他打盲，他才7个盲。
So Randy thinking back to the little situation.
These guys.
Yo, K go?
Yes.
Oh.
Chip leader.
Yeah. 4-4.
他无所谓，现在他能扣，他推的范围很广。
K go
他马
4
上
で
过大小盲。
Off
哦 ，OK。
This is just so cool because we have Wen Hudang from Vietnam,
Yeah.
Zhang Zheng from China, and Takashi Kawauchi from Japan in a 3-way conversation across language barriers. Poker bringing the world together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Takashi seems to know a decent amount of Chinese in terms of like basics. Like, I heard him say K go, which is King Jack. Heard him say Chi earlier for 7. Like, I'm not sure if you learned it at this table or if you already had this prior knowledge, but you know, it is cool to see, you know, different countries playing against one another, having a good time, you know, despite the stakes. It is rather refreshing. And